Yi Tian was diagnosed with cancer and had little time left. Unexpectedly, he received a message from his grandfather, who had passed away 3 years prior. His grandfather revealed that after his death, he had reincarnated in the Douluo continent and had achieved the status of a title Da, soon to become an elder of the spirit. Hall. He urged Yi Tian to come quickly. Yi Tian was struck by the absurdity of it all. He was on the verge of death, and yet fell victim to what seemed like a phone scam. Until the moment of his demise, he opened his eyes once more. Is this for real? His grandfather, now a title Da, was supporting him to ascend within the spirit hall. Chapter 1. Transmigration. Grandfather is a ninering title Douluo. Awake, my dear grandson. Who is speaking? Am I not dead? Yi Tian felt a sharp pain in his head, his vision clouded by a blinding white light, rendering his surroundings indistinct. He recalled his demise. He had succumbed to cancer swiftly. In his final moments, the last call he received was from a scammer impersonating his long-deceased grandfather, claiming that he had traversed to the Douluo continent and had become a powerful title Douluo. Yi Tian lamented the disheartening state of humanity. Even elementary school, children resorted to deceit. Indeed, you are dead, but I, your grandfather, have brought you back to life. The familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed once more in his ears, jolting him awake. His mind cleared, and his vision returned to normal, revealing a room adorned with medieval Gothic architecture. In the quaint, tidy space stood a familiar yet strange, kindly old man with a white beard, smiling at him. Grandfather, Yi Tian exclaimed, astonished, though his mind still buzzed with confusion. Wasn't his grandfather already deceased? What was happening? This man bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Having been raised by his grandfather after being abandoned, they shared a profound bond. However, his grandfather had passed away too soon, lamenting not having held his eldest grandson before his death. Now, seeing him again left Yi Tian both shocked and incredulous. Could this be a final flicker of life before death? Surely, as one nears death, beautiful fantasies might flit by like fleeting images. Perhaps this was what they called paradise? Tears streamed down Yi Tian's cheeks, filled with regret for his unfilial actions and the many missed opportunities in his life. My dear grandson, don't be foolish, you remember me well. A man does not shed tears lightly, you see. You are not dead. Enough of the tears, better days are ahead. Yi Jianguo chuckled heartily, extending his hand to reveal a small, ancient scythe. In an instant, radiant light erupted around their feet, capturing Yi Tian's attention. What is this? He murmured, watching the vibrant hues unfold before him. Purple, black, and red lights swirled around him, dazzling like stars, overwhelming him with their intensity. The formidable pressure materialized into tangible waves, rattling the doors and windows several meters away. Yet, Yi Jianguo was careful to shield his precious grandson from the brunt of it. Nevertheless, the overwhelming aura of the title Da sent chills down Yi Tian's spine, sharpening his senses. Grandfather? A title Douluo? The phone call was genuine. Memories surged within Yi Tian, as if awakening from a long dream. Yet, the surreal nature of it all was undeniably real before him. Could it be that he had truly crossed over? Yi Tian pinched his arm. Ouch! It hurt. He never imagined that a phone scam would turn out to be true. His grandfather truly had become a title Douluo. Yi Tian recalled that the Douluo continent was the setting of a novel he had read, featuring a protagonist named Tang San, who possessed the ability to kill anyone he encountered, and a beautiful heroine named Xiao Wu, alongside the stunning antagonist Bibi Dong. This cannot be false. Before Yi Tian could ponder further, Yi Jianguo interrupted, puffing with indignation. Do you understand how much effort it takes to communicate across realms? You nearly gave me a heart attack. With that, Yi Jianguo raised his hand again, a look of relief washing over his face. Regardless, I have successfully brought you here. I am doing quite well, serving as a regional bishop, and my cultivation has reached that of title Douluo. This fantastical world is perilous. I do not expect you to strive too hard, rather. Marry a few wives quickly, so that I may hold my great-grandson. By the way, you cannot carry much weight during your transmigration. You are now only 8 years old. Huh? Yi Tian instinctively looked down at himself. His tender, smooth hands and youthful face bore no signs of age. Transformed into an 80-year-old, Yi Tian gaped, examining his new form. Youth is indeed a blessing, but it seems I have missed the window for awakening my martial soul. He recalled that the awakening typically occurred at the age of 6. Hey, how do you know about awakening martial souls? Yi Jianguo's face lit up with surprise. Yi Tian had nothing to hide from his grandfather and replied candidly. Grandfather, the world we inhabit is called the Douluo continent, a realm from my previous lives novel. I have read it. A novel? Yi Jiangwa scratched his head, pondering. Is it similar to the romance of the Three Kingdoms? Having received little formal education, his understanding of literature was limited to ancient classics. More or less, Yi Tian nodded gently. Reading is indeed beneficial. Yi Jiangwa stroked his beard, reminiscing about the past with a hint of regret. Alas, I had not the opportunity to read in my previous life, and I have faced many hardships upon arriving in this world. Having lived through the 1950s and 60s, Yi Jiangwa attended night school for a brief time, learning a few characters, yet never receiving formal schooling. Looking at his dear grandson, he smiled and stroked his beard, saying, "There is no need to worry about the awakening of your martial soul. My dear grandson, although you are 8 years old and have missed the optimal time for awakening, do not fret. I have my ways to ensure you awaken a top-tier martial soul." A smile spread across Yi Tian's youthful face. With you around, even if I do not awaken my martial soul, life will still be fulfilling. Indeed, that is the spirit. Yi Jiangwa nodded approvingly. You are truly my grandson, sharing my fortitude. Indeed, with me backing you, who would dare to bully my dear grandson? The Yi family does not instigate trouble, but neither do we shy away from it. Anyone who dares to provoke my grandson will find my cultivation is not to be trifled with. At that moment, Yi Tian recalled his grandfather's status and raised his head to inquire. I heard you mention earlier that you were a regional bishop. Has grandfather joined the Spirit Hall in this world? Naturally. As Yi Jiangwa spoke of the Spirit Hall, his gaze deepened with pride. Scenes of memories flashed before his eyes as he spoke to his grandson. 120 years ago we traversed the Douluo continent. We became serfs in a noble territory of the Heaven-Do Empire. From the age of 2, my days were spent collecting horse manure, while nights were devoted to pulling silkworm threads. Today it's a head tax, tomorrow it's a textile tax. The day after, when the noble lord takes a concubine, yet another tax must be paid. We are left with nothing. I cannot even afford the taxes. Compared to the imperial burdens of the Qing dynasty, those of the Douluo Empire seem almost trivial. If it weren't for the fortuitous chance of becoming a soul master and receiving aid from the Spirit Hall, I would likely have perished long ago. As Yi Jiangwa spoke, his agitation grew, causing his beard to tremble with emotion. Yi Tian sighed. The empire of Douluo has long since exceeded a millennium, having decayed to its very core. Indeed, I, too, emerged from an era of hardship, fully aware that the Spirit Hall is the true path for Douluo. My foresight has proven sound. I believe it will not be long before the Spirit Hall unifies the continent. Yi Jiangwa, with a sweep of his sleeve, stood resolutely, his gaze profound, as if envisioning a colossal power sweeping across the land, standing tall at the apex of the Douluo continent. By the way, grandfather, what is the name of the current pope of the Spirit Hall? Yi Tian, suddenly intrigued, wondered which epoch of Douluo they had landed in. After all, the history of Douluo is vast and profound. It is not uncommon to randomly traverse to a specific point in time. The Spirit Hall has always been the foremost power in Douluo, and is quite approachable. Joining it is certainly a commendable choice. Of course, the period of Tang, San, was an exception, as the Spirit Hall faced dire straits during those days. Yi Jiangwa smiled gently, stroking his beard in satisfaction. The current pope is named Bibi Dong, crowned nearly 20 years ago. She is a woman of considerable acumen, and I hold her in high regard. Thus, I pledge my allegiance to the papal hall from the very beginning. 10 years ago, when I ascended to the rank of Sol Douluo, it was through the recommendation of the Pope that I was able to govern a region and become the bishop of the Fast-Nuo province. Now, I am the 15th titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall and am soon to be inducted into the elder ranks. Speaking of which, my elder conferral ceremony will take place in a month at the Spirit City. At that time, I shall bring you, my dear grandson, to witness the first sacred site of Douluo. Mentioning Bibi Dong, Yi Jiangwa bore an expression of approval. Bibi Dong, hailing from humble beginnings, had an inherent affinity for the common folk, leading Yi Jiangwa to choose the papal hall over the elder hall. What? Bibi Dong has been crowned for nearly 20 years. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Yi Tian's eyes widened in shock, leaping from his bed and slapping his thigh. Grandfather, the Spirit Hall is on the verge of collapse. We are in the year 1949, and we must join the National Army. Chapter 2. Grandfather, shall we rebel? Before Yi Tian could fully rise, he stumbled and collapsed like a sack of mud, heading towards the bed. Be careful, my dear grandson. Yi Jiangwo, a titled Douluo, reacted swiftly. He extended his hand, releasing his soul power to catch Yi Tian just before he fell. Gently, Yi Jiangwo laid Yi Tian back on the bed and covered him with a blanket, expressing his concern. "My dear grandson, you have just traversed here, akin to a plant that has been paralyzed for 8 years and has just awakened. Recovering from your injuries on Blue Star will take at least 100 days. Although you are in Douluo, a land of exceptional talent, it seems you will still need to recuperate for 10 to 8 days. Caressing his beard, Yi Jiangwo furrowed his brow, perplexed. "My dear grandson, what were you just saying? I find myself a bit confused. I joined the National Army in 49, and I understand that. After all, I have also emerged from that era and served as a militia for several years, handling firearms. But what do you mean by the Spirit Hall is on the verge of collapse?" Yi Jiangwo pondered deeply, unable to comprehend how the Spirit Hall could meet its demise. He looked at Yi Tian and remarked, "It has been over a century since I traversed here. I have been part of the Spirit Hall for more than 60 years and have become a titled Douluo, soon to assume the position of elder. Even within the Spirit Hall, I rank among the top 50 in the hierarchy of power. Presently, there are several titled Douluos within the Spirit Hall, all possessing formidable strength, suppressing their rivals. Furthermore, there are 7 high-ranking worshippers, all of whom are beyond the realm of super Douluos. The Spirit Hall's foundation is extensive and deeply rooted in the people's hearts. Even if it were to be destroyed, it would likely take centuries, long after our generation has passed. If only it were as simple as you say, grandfather," Yi Tian replied with a bitter smile and a deep sigh. "Indeed, the Spirit Hall is powerful, but it seeks to dominate the entire Douluo world of soul masters. Thus, its adversaries are not limited to the 2 great empires, but also the various sects of soul masters. It is not that the Spirit Hall lacks strength. Rather, the reactionary forces are far too numerous." Yi Jiangwo chuckled lightly. "My dear grandson, you are fortunate to live under the Red Banner. Look at our great Eastern nation, the mighty bear of the North, which has broken through the layers of imperialist blockade and raised one red banner after another across the world." Speaking thus, Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard, filled with pride. "Over the years, as I have governed the province of Fasno, I have introduced numerous advanced production techniques from my past life. Now, the common people of Farouk no longer suffer from bitter alkali salt, but enjoy the white, fluffy snow salt. Ironware is no longer the exclusive domain of the nobility. Every household possesses an iron pot. During my administration, I focused on constructing several irrigation channels, transforming the arid plains into fertile fields, with grain yields increasing year after year. Local militia self-defense teams have been established in every city, and banditry has been eradicated. However, in the face of Yi Jiangwo's remarkable achievements, Yi Tian could not muster a smile, causing the proud expression on Yi Jiangwo's face to gradually fade. Observing his grandson's demeanor, Yi Jiangwo's confusion was evident. "My dear grandson, it seems you have something to say?" Yi Tian lifted his gaze, a hint of emotion in his voice as he said, "Grandfather, you may not be aware that the great red nation surrounding the Arctic, the Bear of the North, fell apart not long after your passing. A 1,000-mile dam collapse is due to an ant's nest. A vast and extraordinary force inevitably crumbles from within. The Spirit Hall, although a striking banner upon the land of Douluo, which instills fear in its enemies and terror in the wicked, is ultimately doomed by its own folly." Yi Jiangwo felt a shock within at the mention of the once mighty Red Nation collapsing. That nation was one of the twin stars of Blue Star civilization and a guiding mentor for the Eastern Great Nation. He had not anticipated its demise shortly after his passing. Upon reflection, he realized that the Bear of the North had only existed for just over 70 years. Suddenly, Yi Jiangwo began to draw parallels to the Spirit Hall. The current Spirit Hall, in terms of organizational strength and ideological enlightenment, could not possibly compare to the Bear of the North. Could it truly be, as my dear grandson suggests, that the Spirit Hall is on the verge of collapse? The very thought made Yi Jiangwo's beard quiver. He quickly shook his head in denial. After all, as a titled Douluo, he ranked among the top 50 in the power hierarchy of the Spirit Hall, a prominent figure in its governance. With his status, any disturbance within the central authority of the Spirit Hall would reach him immediately. Yet, the Spirit Hall still appeared vibrant and thriving, continuously compressing the living space of the 2 great empires. The lower 4 sects of the 7 major sects in the soul world had long been suppressed by the Spirit Hall, their power rendered insignificant. The foremost sect, The Hotline sect had retreated from the world over a decade ago. Even the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, still active on the continent, had begun to behave submissively. Yi Jiangwo could not fathom how such a powerful and flourishing spirit hall could possibly collapse. My dear grandson, are you perhaps being overly pessimistic? The spirit hall has such a vast foundation, with the spirit hall sub-branches having spread to every city on the continent. The current pope is unique in the continent, having cultivated to a titled Douluo with twin martial souls and innate full soul power. My dear grandson, you may not realize this is a world where individual prowess transcends that of armies. The spirit hall, such a colossal force, is not only thriving, but, even if it were in decline, as long as the Pope Bibi Dong remains, the spirit hall can endure. Tian softly. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they must possess matching wisdom. Is the bear of the north not strong? The nuclear weapons in its possession could annihilate the earth thrice over, yet it too has become but dust in the annals of history. It can be said that the spirit hall's demise is inextricably linked to the foolishness of its higher-ups. The grand worshipper Tian Douluo, instead of seizing the opportunity to sweep the continent while at the peak of his cultivation, is consumed with thoughts of further ascension to divinity. Now, alas, he has become an old man. Our Pope is equally foolish, a woman in her 40s still entangled in romantic troubles. And her foolish disciple, the future heir of the Spirit Hall, has repeatedly let enemies slip away. Entangled in love troubles? Yi Jiangwo instinctively stroked his beard, his expression turning grave. After a moment of recollection, he remarked, I have indeed heard of the romance between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaojiang. I initially thought it was merely a fleeting episode in the Pope's life, not realizing its profound implications. It seems this world truly mirrors the tales you have read. My dear grandson, so, does this mean the Spirit Hall is genuinely defeated? Yi Tian's words left Yi Jiangwo utterly astonished, to the point where, long after, his aged face still bore an expression of shock. The Spirit Hall, such a colossal force, could genuinely perish. One must remember, the Spirit Hall had been established over a millennium ago by the angel god. Its history is indeed profound. Its foundation is not inferior to the two great empires. In fact, one might argue it far exceeds them. After all, the Spirit Hall has divine beings lending their backing. Yi Jiangwo found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how the formidable force he had devoted over 50 years of service to, one that had become akin to family, could be on the precipice of annihilation. It cannot be a mere illusion, he mused. Yi Tian shook his head, continuing, Grandfather, as a high-ranking member of the Spirit Hall, have you ever heard of the soul-hunting plan? Indeed, Yi Jiangwo replied, recovering from his initial shock as he settled into a chair, his expression grave. I have heard of the soul-hunting plan. It is an audacious scheme aimed at the extermination of powerful sects within the soul world, proposed by the previous pope, Qian Xuanji. This plan was instrumental in systematically dismantling the lower sects of the soul master world. However, it soon backfired. During an attempt to assassinate the Hotline, he sustained severe injuries. Not long after, the previous pope passed away. Subsequently, the grand priest, Tian Douluo, sealed away this reckless plan. Does this bear any relation to the downfall of the Spirit Hall? Yi Jiangwo inquired, lifting his gaze to Yi Tian, his curiosity piqued. After all, these events transpired years ago, and had it not been for Yi Tian's mention, Yi Jiangwo would have struggled to recall them. The connection is profound. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, explaining, in less than 5 years, the soul-hunting plan will be reinstated. The Spirit Hall will assemble all of its titled Douluo and launch a ferocious assault on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The outcome will be a Pyrrhic victory for the Spirit Hall. Grandfather, your earlier statement was entirely accurate. This plan is indeed tantamount to a one-for-one exchange. It is astonishing how reckless those high-ranking officials in Spirit City are. Truly a hasty decision. Yi Jiangwo sighed, realizing that chaos was, without a doubt, looming over the continent. My dear grandson, how shall we respond to this? Rubbish allies cannot carry the burden. Let us rebel. Yi Tian's youthful eyes brimmed with sincerity. What? Yi Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing his grandson's rebellious words. For a moment, he struggled to accept this notion, exclaiming, has the situation deteriorated to such an extent? Alas, my dear grandson, I have dedicated my life to the Spirit Hall. I never imagined I would find myself opposing it so swiftly. Yet, a flicker of hope remained within Yi Jiangwo. Though the Spirit Hall's activation of the soul hunting plan will incur a loss of elite combatants, surely the enemy will also suffer corresponding losses? That may be true, Yi Tian replied, shaking his head earnestly. However, there is one critical aspect the Spirit Hall has overlooked. Their number of title Douluo is fewer than that of their adversaries. The soul hunting plan has ultimately squandered the Spirit Hall's advantages, tipping the scales and becoming the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiangwo felt a chill run through him, yet he still clung to a glimmer of hope. My dear grandson, that cannot be right. I have navigated the Douluo world for over a century. While there are hidden title Douluos, I am well aware of the general distribution of elite combatants. Starting with the Spirit Hall, there are a total of 15. Yi Tian chuckled lightly. Allow me to calculate the number of title Douluo among the Spirit Hall's enemies. Let's bolster their reputation, shall we? First, the top sect, the Hotline sect, boasts 9 title Douluo whose power rivals that of the Spirit Hall's offerings. Ye Viangu no dit solemni. I anticipated the Hotline sect to be formidable, possessing at least 5 title Douluo. I did not expect them to have 9. Suddenly, he raised his head and asked, My dear grandson, is the ancestor of the Hotline sect, Tang Chun, still alive? No, Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. Indeed, Yi Jiangwo's expression turned serious. The Hotline sect has been lying low, amassing strength. He stood up, deep in thought, gesturing for Yi Tian to continue. Yi Tian nodded slightly. The second-ranked 7 treasure, Glazed Tile School, has 2 title Douluo, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has 1, all well known across the continent. Additionally, there is Dugabo from the Heaven Do Empire, and the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire is also a title Douluo. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire is a title Douluo as well. Ye Diangu gaspit in astonishment. Only now do I realize that the Spirit Hall faces so many enemies, and indeed lacks any notable advantage. However, if we tally them up, that amounts to only 14 title Douluo, while the Spirit Hall has 15. Thus, we maintain an edge. Do not be hasty, grandfather. Yi Tian gently pressed down with his hand. This data is merely the surface count. But do not forget, war is a catalyst for growth. In the past, our Eastern nation emerged from a conflict armed only with rudimentary weaponry. Before the war, even the likes of the British, Russians, Japanese, French, Germans, Americans, Italians, and Austrians, not to mention smaller nations, could tread upon us. Yet today, the Eastern nation stands as one of the most pivotal players on the world stage, commanding respect from all other forces. Indeed, Yi Jiangwo felt a surge of pride at this statement, for it was the great nation he had once helped to build. War is certainly a catalyst for growth, but must growth solely benefit the enemy? Ye Viangu kantarit. Can the Spirit Hall not grow as well? Yi Tian shook his head, sighing. This is precisely one of the key reasons for the Spirit Hall's impending failure. In the world of Douluo, innate talent ultimately reigns supreme. Talent is akin to the industrial capabilities of our Blue Star. In Blue Star, those long-established powers have been industrialized for nearly a century, and once war breaks out, they can swiftly ramp up production of countless aircraft and artillery. However, nations lacking industrial capabilities are like water without roots. Even if they purchase vast amounts of weaponry before the war, they will inevitably fall behind. This vivid metaphor struck Yi Jiangwo deeply, illuminating the truth Yi Tian subtly implied. The Spirit Hall's talented individuals are outnumbered by those of the Soul Master sects. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiangwo had to stroke his beard in acknowledgement of this undeniable truth, lamenting, My dear grandson's words have indeed awakened me. Those Soul Master sects possess strong legacies of martial spirits. Each generation can reliably produce 1 or 2 title Douluo, while the Spirit Hall casts a wide net. The innate talent of the commoners is exceedingly elusive. In the past 40 years, only Bibi Dong has emerged as a title Douluo from among the common folk. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Thus, once the Spirit Hall initiates aggressive strategies, it is destined for defeat. The Spirit Hall may appear superficially stronger than the various sects, yet it foolishly seeks to dominate the continent in a short span, alienating all factions and isolating itself from every force. This will inevitably provoke a fierce backlash from these opposing factions. Thus, it is not that the Spirit Hall lacks strength, but rather that it is foolish, oblivious to its own advantages and recklessly charging forward. Its demise is an inevitable outcome. With every word spoken by Yi Tian, Yi Jiangwo felt his mood grow heavier. Ultimately, he sank heavily into the chair by the bedside, stroking his beard, his expression grave as he lamented, prosperity must inevitably lead to decline. How could I have failed to notice? Behind the flourishing spirit hall lies such a significant crisis. My dear grandson, must we truly abandon the spirit hall and conspire with those soul master sects that oppress the common people? If that is the case, I would rather retreat with you into seclusion than accept it. I have lived my life with integrity. I cannot become a mere opportunist for the sake of trivial fame and fortune. Yi Tian chuckled lightly. Grandfather, you are titled Douluo, one of the figures standing at the pinnacle of the continent. Moreover, you are now a high-ranking official, possessing wealth and influence. We are embarking on a dreamlike journey. What matters is that Yi Tian paused, pointing his head. True power lies not in strength, but in ideology. After all, I have attended high school and studied political textbooks. I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable. He smiled nonchalantly. If the higher-ups of the spirit hall lack wisdom, do we not possess it? Yi Jiangwo's eyes widened, and then he stroked his beard and laughed heartily. We hold more than just the strength of a titled Douluo. We also have two minds equipped with the most advanced ideas. His demeanor shifted, reminiscent of his youthful exuberance when he boldly challenged the status quo. While they contend for dominance over this continent, we shall not be left out. To ensure the well-being of the common people, we cannot rely on outsiders. It must be us. To be honest, hearing your words has enlightened me greatly. Yi Jiangwo patted his forehead. Self-reliance is key. Power stems from the barrel of a gun. The knowledge I acquired in my youth has not been wasted. These years have seemingly passed in vain. Thankfully, I called upon you, dear grandson. Otherwise, I would have wasted countless years in hesitation. The spirit hall can go to hell. Yi Tian quickly intervened. Grandfather, you are being foolish. Chapter 4. Grandson, how did you know I have a system? Yi Jiangwo, puzzled by his grandson's words, asked. You just said that the spirit hall is doomed. The higher-ups are all fools. Only by rebelling can there be a way out. Why then? Do you say I am foolish for suggesting rebellion? Initially confused, Yi Jiangwo gradually gained clarity and smiled. Are you worried that I might rise up right now? Rest assured, my dear grandson, I understand the principle of building high walls, accumulating grain, and waiting patiently to claim the throne. Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard, already contemplating the future. We have 5 years, which is ample time. You and I shall use the Fasnuo province as our base to secretly develop for 5 years. When the world changes, we will rise up together, first seizing the affluent Barak kingdom and occupying the abundant Lima plains. After consolidating our resources, we will gradually encroach upon other provinces of the Tiando Empire. As he spoke, Yi Jiangwo's brow furrowed increasingly, culminating in a soft sigh. We have no roots in Douluo, nor do we have a family to rely on, and the soul masters who support us are few. This path of rebellion is indeed challenging. I only regret that I did not prepare sooner. It seems we cannot afford to slacken our efforts during this golden 5-year period. Grandfather, the rebellion I speak of is not like that. Yi Tian sighed softly. You are like the spirit hall, completely abandoning your advantages and isolating yourself. Such a rebellion would likely see the spirit hall's forces arrive at our doorstep before we even begin. The spirit hall will not allow a title-level powerhouse to openly rebel. Let me share a secret. The spirit hall has long been plotting against the 4 great kingdoms of Tiando. These nations have already been infiltrated by the spirit hall. When the world changes, there will be no Barak, only the spirit empire. No wonder Yi Jiangwo appeared to understand, sighing. It seems the spirit hall has already been scheming this. However, this also suggests that war is unavoidable. By the way, my dear grandson, you say I've abandoned my advantages. What advantages do I possess? Yi Jiangwu inwided, puzzled. Certainly, your current position and identity, grandfather. Yi Tian replied with unwavering conviction. My position? Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard, probing. Having power makes things easier? Indeed, that is one aspect Yi Tian did not deny. Consider this, grandfather. You are now a titled Douluo. You just mentioned that in a month, you will be officially appointed as an elder of the Spirit Hall. Individuals of elder rank are enough to rank among the top 20 in the Spirit Hall's power hierarchy. That is not untrue. Yi Jiangwo mused thoughtfully as he stroked his beard. Yi Tian continued, Grandfather, you possess another hidden advantage. Your relationship with the Spirit Hall has lasted for over a century. Your roots are deep and strong. A person like you would seem utterly incapable of betraying the Spirit Hall in the eyes of outsiders. Yi Jiangwo pondered this. I had not considered that. However, my unwavering loyalty is to my beliefs, not to the Spirit Hall. If these old fools at the Spirit Hall have forgotten the original intent of joining, then let the Spirit Hall perish. At this point, Yi Jiangwo appeared to have a sudden realization. He looked at Yi Tian, contemplating, my dear grandson, your notion of rebellion. Does it involve me climbing to the peak of power within the Spirit Hall and usurping it? Yi Tian's youthful face revealed a cunning smile. Indeed, nothing escapes your notice. Grandfather, since the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall are foolish, they do not deserve to control it. Only by placing you in a position to influence the Spirit Hall's decisions can we prevent it from descending into the abyss. Hearing the term abyss, Yi Jiangwo inhaled sharply. Having spent a century traversing this alternate world, he had devoted his life to the Spirit Hall. He truly did not wish to witness the destruction of the Spirit Hall. As his grandson had foretold, since the core decision-makers of the Spirit Hall could not lead it toward a brighter future, why should he not take control instead? After careful consideration, Yi Jiangwo sighed. What you propose may indeed be the best course of action. On a personal level, if the Spirit Hall perishes, we shall both become prisoners, victims of the ravages inflicted by those soul master families. I brought you here to enjoy a prosperous life, not to languish in a dungeon. From a broader perspective, the foolish decisions of the Spirit Hall's core decision-makers will not only fail to save the people from peril, but will also lead to countless wars ignited by the ambitions of the two great empires once the Spirit Hall is destroyed. Without the Spirit Hall, how many innocent lives will be lost to chaos and noble oppression? For both personal and ethical reasons, I must strive for greater heights. Yi Jiangwo, once a man of indecision, now radiated a newfound vigor upon establishing his goals. His aspirations had crystallized, leading him to reflect. There are two positions capable of influencing the decisions of the Spirit Hall. The first is the Pope, the nominal supreme ruler of the Spirit Hall, typically held by the young. At the ripe age of 120, I have no chance at that. The second is the Grand Offering, the pinnacle of combat power within the Spirit Hall. This position has remained unchanged for 3 centuries. It is high time for a change. Yi Tian expressed mild astonishment. Grandfather, the Grand Offering, Tian Douluo, is a title Douluo of level 99. You and T happen to possess a system, would you? Yi Tian muttered, almost himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiangwo's beard twitched as he swiftly looked around. Once assured there were no eavesdroppers, he relaxed. In a hushed tone, he inquired, how did my dear grandson come to know this? Yi Tian's eyes widened, and his expression shifted to one of shock. He internally mused, so my grandfather is the protagonist. I have read about it, grandfather, he replied, equally secretive. Indeed, I possess a system, Yi Jiangwo revealed, contemplating the lack of need for concealment from his grandson. Upon my arrival in this world, I heard a distinct sound, initially believing it a mere figment of my imagination. To my surprise, it marked the inception of a system in my mind that allowed for skill enhancement through repetitive practice and enabled exchanges in a marketplace. My ability to summon you, dear grandson, is also a boon of this system. He glanced around once more, lowering his voice. This system is fundamental to our legacy in the Douluo realm and must remain our secret. Chapter 5. The Supreme Martial Soul, the Demon Sovereign. At his grandfather's discreet warning, a glimmer of joy illuminated Yi Tian's face. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Rest assured, grandfather, I heard nothing just now. Yi Jiangwo's aged face softened with gratification, followed by a nostalgic sigh. After more than a century, my dear grandson, you have indeed matured. The strife in this alternate world is merciless. While it is simple for us to survive, achieving greatness is a formidable challenge. Since you have surmised the existence of the system, I see no reason to hide any longer. Yi Jiangwo retrieved a card from his storage ring, emanating a radiant 9-colored light and exuding an aura of ancient profundity. The card was adorned with intricate patterns that glimmered with an enchanting brilliance, featuring golden lines that formed the image of a spiraling dragon, vividly captured upon its surface. Yi Tian was taken aback by the golden card, which proved difficult to gaze upon directly. This is a martial soul card, Yi Jiangwo declared with conviction. It is a gift I received from the system. Upon fusion, it will grant you the supreme martial soul, the sovereign. I had intended to find the perfect moment to present it to you, but it appears that now is the time. He handed the martial soul card to Yi Tian. Upon hearing the name sovereign, Yi Tian felt an inexplicable compulsion to accept the card. Strangely, he found himself able to see its details clearly this time. The card vividly illustrated a green, evil dragon, its imposing head coiling at the center, with 12 octagonal talismans embedded along its sinuous body. Isn't this the sovereign from Jackie Chan Adventures? Yi Tian exclaimed. The sovereign, a malevolent dragon from the east, had once ruled the world for centuries and wielded the power of 12 talismans, each immensely potent. Moreover, the sovereign could summon a shadow army, a formidable force concealed in darkness. Reflecting on this, Yi Tian silently marveled at the sovereign's supremacy, even in this alternate realm. How do you know the origin of this card, dear grandson? Yi Jiangwo inquired, astonished. Since acquiring the card, he had sought information about the sovereign, but found none. Yet, his grandson discerned its source at a glance. Yi Tian nodded gently. The sovereign is a powerful evil dragon from the east. Hearing the word powerful, Yi Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard. It seems this supreme martial soul is indeed suited for you. Absorb it, and I shall guard you from outside. With that, he exited to avoid disturbing his grandson. All right, Yi Tian confirmed. Though he recognized the sovereign as the villain from Jackie Chan Adventures, he had always believed that power bore no intrinsic good or evil. Its true nature depended on its wielder. Despite the sovereign's infamous saying, as everyone knows, I never keep my promises, Yi Tian admired the character's emphasis on trust, as the sovereign had never broken his word, even to the protagonist Jackie Chan. Thus, he resolved to fuse with the sovereign's martial soul. With his grandfather providing protection, Yi Tian felt no trepidation. He focused intently on the martial soul card, took a deep breath, and declared, "Let it begin." With a firm grip, the card transformed into a stream of light. Entering Yi Tian's body, his dantian began to swell rapidly, devoid of any pain, as a golden power emanated from the card, enveloping his dantian in a gentle embrace. Simultaneously, Yi Tian's spiritual sea underwent a transformative evolution. Once imperceptible, his spiritual sea expanded rapidly under the influence of the martial soul card's energy, evolving from a mere trickle into a vast marsh, ultimately becoming a vibrant green lake. To Yi Tian's astonishment, he could perceive every minute detail within a 20-meter radius, even observing ants diligently scurrying in a nearby cave. Moreover, this range of spiritual detection seemed to be expanding further. However, upon encountering an immense external spiritual force, Yi Tian's spiritual power began to retract and ceased its expansion. Is this the purity of spiritual power one experiences upon awakening a martial soul? Yi Jiangwo mused outside the door, surprised. He recalled that he had only attained such a level of spiritual power at the age of 48. His grandson was indeed surpassing his predecessors. Yi Jiangwo silently reflected on the legacy he had built, providing his beloved grandson with such a rich foundation of talent. The sole master families of the Douluo continent had accumulated knowledge over millennia. Surely, they possessed their share of prodigies. An hour later, Yi Tian emerged from the room. Upon seeing him, Yi Jiangwo was taken aback. Dear grandson, you have grown taller. It seems this martial soul card is truly extraordinary. Yi Tian nodded in agreement with his grandfather's assertion. After merging with the martial soul card, his physique was no longer frail. Yi Tian felt an abundance of strength coursing through him, capable of effortlessly lifting a weight of 1,000 jin. What is your innate soul power? Yi Jiangwo inquired, directing his gaze towards Yi Tian. Level 20, Yi Tian replied without hesitation. Acceptable, Yi Jiangwo remarked, lightly patting Yi Tian's shoulder. Your innate soul power is quite average in Douluo. Do not be discouraged with my guidance. It won't be long before you emerge as one of the continent's most formidable talents. Hearing this, Yi Tian grinned broadly, unable to contain his delight. Grandfather, your method of motivation is rather cliché. As far as I know, in the past millennium, only Tian Rinxue has possessed innate soul power at level 20, and she awakened her divine martial soul, not through her own efforts. Yi Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, then stroked his beard sheepishly. You've seen through me. Your starting point is quite high. I worry whether you'll be able to grow steadily. Remember, there are always those stronger than oneself. Do not reveal your trump cards. Tian nodded solemnly at his grandfather's counsel. Rest assured, grandfather, I can navigate the depths of Douluo. Externally, I will declare my innate soul power to be level 8. Very well, Yi Jiangwo replied, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Tian had indeed matured. Some matters no longer required his direct intervention. At that moment, a guard rushed in with urgency. Reporting to the master, Elder Yueguan from the Spirit Hall is about to arrive in the Fasnuo province. Ye Viangu Mointainit Akam Demanor. Waving his hand dismissively. I understand. You may leave. Once the guard departed, Yi Jiangwo revealed a hearty smile, turning to Yi Tian. Elder Yueguan is likely here to escort me to Spirit City. It appears my elder coronation ceremony is imminent. Yi Tian chakit likely. Then I shall extend my early congratulations. Grandfather, on your advancement to the elder position. Chapter 6. The invitation from Juhua Pass. Grandfather is about to be promoted to elder. At the gates of Fasnuo City, Yueguan stood alone on horseback, gazing at the towering city walls. He had visited Fasnuo province a decade prior, when it was beset by refugees. Now, it bore the semblance of a second prosperous Balak. No wonder His Holiness the Pope instructed me to personally escort Yi Jiangwo to Spirit City. This bishop truly possesses remarkable capabilities. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, such personal invitations need not fall upon me. Yet His Holiness places great importance on Yi Jiangwo. Not only is Yi Jiangwo an exceptional governor, he has also ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Though Pope Bibidan has reigned for over a decade, his foundation is fragile, making him no match for the Elder Hall. Among his trusted title Douluo subordinates, only he and Gue may remain. In this context, courting a newly promoted title Douluo carries significant weight. Moreover, Yi Jiangwo's family lineage is untainted. The Pope has personally reviewed Yi Jiangwo's dossier, noting his graduation from the Spirit Hall's affiliated Soul Master Academy and his subsequent achievements on the continent, culminating in his elevation to Soul Master. Having served in the Spirit Hall for over 80 years, loyalty is undoubtedly paramount. A figure who embodies loyalty, strength, and governance is rare even within the vast expanse of the Spirit Hall. Hence, Pope Bibidan has issued an unequivocal directive to Yueguan. Protocol must be upheld, and no errors must occur. As Yueguan prepared to enter the city, the ordinarily unyielding gates of Fasnuo City were suddenly pushed open by several strong men. Before his eyes, a grand procession of officials emerged from within the city. At the forefront stood an elderly man accompanied by youth, evidently the civil and martial officials of Fasnuo province. The arrival of Elder Yueguan had gone unannounced, leaving him entirely unprepared. Reflecting on the past, he recalled several encounters with Elder Yueguan. 3 years prior, when he returned to the Spirit Hall to report, it was Elder Yueguan who guided him in paying respects to Her Holiness, Pope Bibidan. Ye Diangu, invigorated, stepped forward towards Yueguan. Yueguan was inwardly astonished. He had kept this journey concealed from everyone. How did Yi Jiangwo know? Ha, we are all family here. Brother Jiangwo need not stand on ceremony. Yueguan responded with a hearty laugh, performing a respectful gesture towards Yi Jiangwo. Although Yi Jiangwo remained a bishop and Yueguan was an elder, such formalities were unnecessary. Yet, given that Yi Jiangwo had now attained the rank of title Douluo and was soon to be promoted to elder, and considering his seniority, the Pope had emphasized the importance of etiquette. Therefore, Yueguan did not exhibit any airs of superiority. I have heard that Brother Jiangwo has risen to title Douluo, which has delighted His Holiness, prompting me to come and express my congratulations. I also extend an invitation for you to return to Spirit City with me to accept your elder appointment. Yueguan stated directly, producing a silken decree from his robe and presenting it to Yi Jiangwo. This is the personal edict of His Holiness. Yi Jiangwo accepted the decree with both hands, engaging in customary pleasantries. His Holiness's intentions are deeply appreciated. I thank you in advance. Simultaneously, Yi Jiangwo nudged Yi Tian beside him, revealing the true purpose of today's gathering, introducing his grandson. In the world of Douluo, he was indeed a grandfather now. Xiao Tian, quickly greet Elder Yueguan. Yi Tian approached slowly, bowing. Greetings, Elder. Yueguan hesitated, observing the youth's age and appearance, which indeed resembled Yi Jiangwo as grandson. However, he had never heard of Yi Jiangwo having any descendants. Prior to his arrival, Yue Guan had thoroughly reviewed Yi Jiangwo's dossier and found no mention of any progeny. Yi Jiangwo's face bore the marks of time. This is my only living relative, my beloved grandson, named Yi Tian. Yue Guan softened his expression. Why have I never heard brother Jiangwo mention this? Yi Jiangwo initially wore a contemplative expression, then his brow relaxed, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly, waving his hand. It is merely a sorrowful matter, best left unspoken. Sensing Yi Jiangwo's demeanor, Yue Guan refrained from probing further. Yet his mind began a race. The Pope had been troubled about how to win Yi Jiangwo over, for he was solitary and unencumbered, making him a formidable figure without any ties. With the existence of a grandson, however, the situation shifted. With attachments, one tends to proceed with caution. Contemplating this, Yue Guan's gaze turned towards Yi Tian. He could not help but express admiration for this young boy of about 7 or 8 years. Brother Jiangwo's grandson certainly appears to be a remarkable talent. May I inquire about his innate soul power level? What does he study? Yue Guan regarded Yi Tian, his thoughts becoming increasingly animated. Yi Jiangwo's martial soul was merely an ordinary scythe. Through perseverance and luck, he had fortuitously ascended to title Douluo. It was unlikely that his direct descendants would possess high innate soul power. For a youth of such modest talent, gaining admission to a prestigious academy would be akin to climbing a mountain. He indeed has the privilege of the elders to place Yi Tian in the most prestigious academy of Douluo, the Wuhuan Temple Academy. 8th level, Yi Jiangwo stated. 10th level, Yi Tian repeated. Yi Jiangwo's aged visage contorted as he cast a knowing glance at Yi Tian. Had Yi Tian, in his bewilderment from traversing worlds, forgotten the earlier counsel to remain low-key? Despite his grandfather's hint, Yi Tian chose not to disclose anything in front of Yi Guan. The mention of a 10th level was a result of his careful contemplation. After all, his grandfather would be vying for the position of the great offering in the future. Having a grandson with innate full soul power would signify that Yi Jiangwo's family would possess a prodigy to inherit the mantle a century hence. The benefits reaped from followers would thus be sustained, granting Yi Jiangwo a greater advantage. Yi Tian adopted a languid demeanor and addressed Yi Jiangwo. I am but a humble soul, possessing innate soul power of the 10th level, yet I have not attended school and am currently accompanying my grandfather. Familiar with the storyline, Yi Tian understood that Douluo's current education model was still in its exploratory phase, lacking systematic techniques and mature instruction. It was far more efficient for him to cultivate on his own. In any case, he had no desire to attend school. Yu Guan was not surprised by the contrasting words of the grandfather and grandson. After all, even geniuses must conceal their talents. Yi Tian, being so young, evidently did not grasp this yet. Wait, 10th level? Yu Guan seemed to have caught a pivotal point, his face filled with astonishment as he blurted out. Does this not imply innate full soul power? Innate soul power determines one's talent. And Yu Guan's delayed realization stemmed from the fact that it had been far too long since the continent had seen a genius with innate full soul power. A 10th level on the continent was indeed as rare as phoenix feathers, an exceptional occurrence. Congratulations, Brother Jiangwo. I did not expect you to have such a remarkable grandson. Yu Guan clasped his hands in salute, his lips parched. He suddenly felt a tinge of envy towards Yi Jiangwo, who, at over 100 years of age, had unexpectedly acquired such a treasure in his grandson, especially one with innate soul power at the 10th level. It was akin to striking gold. At nearly 60 years of age himself, Yu Guan found his own family's younger generation lacking in capability, and within the Wuhuan Temple, he had yet to find a promising disciple to carry on the legacy. Such a talent would bring the title of Douluo within reach. Once Brother Jiangwo assumed the position of elder, his responsibilities would undoubtedly become increasingly demanding, making personal instruction of his grandson a daunting task. Why not let me recommend sending Xiao Tian to the Wuhuan Temple Academy? As an elder who had held a high position for many years, Yu Guan quickly adjusted his mindset, suppressing any lingering envy and shifting to matters of persuasion. Despite the fact that with Yi Tian's strength, the old fogies at the Wuhuan Temple Academy would undoubtedly be clamoring for him, Yu Guan believed that personally intervening could yield no harm and might even forge a beneficial connection with Yi Jiangwo. Ha! That suits me perfectly, Yi Jiangwo chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. The Wuhuan Temple Academy was indeed the foremost academy on the continent. with its teachers all being at least of sole emperor rank, a place he had once gazed upon longingly in his youth. Now that his beloved grandson had traversed into this world, he naturally desired the finest educational resources. Grandfather, I believe that the path of cultivation should rely on oneself. Attending the academy would merely squander time, Tian retorted, genuinely reluctant to go. Upon hearing this, Jiangwo felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Tian had indeed matured, understanding the need to play the part of a child in front of outsiders. Tian, the academy can impart a wealth of knowledge. He replied, this matter requires no further discussion. I will make the decision. Jiangwo's eyes twinkled with affection as he regarded Tian, then turned to Yuguan. Bowing slightly, I must express my gratitude to Elder Yuguan for this. Brother Jiangwo, you are too kind, Yuguan replied, clasping his hands together as if recalling something. By the way, Brother Jiangwo, what type of martial spirit does Tian possess? Knowing this will help assign him to the appropriate class. Hearing this, Jiangwo's face swelled with pride. This is not a hidden secret. He possesses a top-tier dragon-type martial spirit, the Holy Lord. Yuguan was once again struck by astonishment. Innate full soul power, a top-tier martial spirit, and a dragon at that. What an extraordinary prodigy. Chapter 7. Bibi Dong learns of Yi Jiangwo's talented grandson. Yuguan personally traveled to Fastnuo City, not only to pay respects to Yi Jiangwo, but also with the mission of investigation, to ascertain whether Yi Jiangwo truly lived up to his name and possessed exceptional governance abilities. Soon, the news Yuguan gathered began to spread like snowflakes through the Wuhuan Temple scouts toward Wuhuan City. Within Wuhuan City, the elder responsible for intelligence, Ghostly Charm, upon receiving Yuguan's urgent message, despite it being after hours, hastened directly to the Pope's palace without returning home. The Pope's palace, located in the southern part of Wuhuan City's central square, was not grand or imposing. Rather, its historical weight rendered it somewhat antiquated and desolate. Inside the palace, a woman adorned in palace attire, wearing a crown, sat in silence, her eyes closed, lost in thought. This woman was the most revered figure of the Douluo continent. Bibi Dong. At this moment, an elderly man of considerable stature and authority was also present in the palace, yet even he remained silent in her presence. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hall, drawing nearer. Without raising her head, Bibi Dong's voice, tinged with fatigue, inquired, Ghostly Charm, what brings you here at this late hour? As a super Douluo of level 98, Bibi Dong stood on the precipice of the world's pinnacle, possessing twin martial spirits. Her mental prowess was extraordinarily formidable. From a moment Ghostly Charm entered, she had sensed his presence. Despite having worked side by side for over a decade, Ghostly Charm still dared not meet her gaze. This woman was simply too terrifying and commanded immense respect. In response to her question, Ghostly Charm replied cautiously, Your Holiness, I have received news from Elder Yuguan. You had previously instructed that upon receiving any news, I must report it without delay. With that, he reverently presented a sealed letter. Ah, so it is news from Elder Yuguan. Bibi Dong lazily opened her eyes, her attire casual, yet her icy demeanor still sent shivers down the spines of those within the palace. As she adjusted her position, her beautiful gaze fell upon Ghostly Charm, who held the letter. With a delicate wave of her slender hand, the letter floated effortlessly through the air, landing gracefully in her grasp. As she unsealed the letter and scanned its contents, a delightful smile graced her lips. Ha! Even before entering the gates of Fastnuo City, Yi Jiangwo had already discovered me. Thus, I had no opportunity to observe him secretly. This cautious nature of Yuguan has led to this outcome. Bibi Dong's expression was inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Upon hearing this, Ghostly Charm felt a knot tighten in his chest. Yuguan shared a close relationship with him, and, at this moment, he felt compelled to defend his friend. He stepped forward respectfully, saying, Your Holiness, I have been responsible for intelligence work for many years. Among the various intelligence divisions of the Spear Hall, only the intelligence agency in the Fastno province boasts the highest accuracy in the information it transmits. This indicates that Yi Jiangwo's capability in managing intelligence is indeed remarkable. My subordinate believes this matter cannot be blamed on Elder Yuguan. It can only be said that Yi Jiangwo is exceptionally talented, and his ability to establish an intelligence network is formidable. I share this sentiment. The robust elder, standing nearby, also interjected. Upon hearing this, Gue Mei's gaze subtly shifted. Unexpectedly, the Serpent Spirit Douluo, who had often been at odds with Yueguan, also spoke up to exonerate him. The Serpent Spirit Douluo continued, Your Majesty, I have always felt that such an important task as clearing the soul master factions of the four great kingdoms should be entrusted to someone as capable as Yi Jiangwo. I am of advanced age. Suddenly, Bibi Dong cast a frosty glance. This caused the Serpent Spirit Douluo to swallow his remaining words. Bibi Dong stated indifferently, The tasks I assign must be completed. Those sects that choose not to join the Spirit Hall should not be coddled. Their annihilation is warranted. The Serpent Spirit Douluo felt a chill run down his spine and no longer dared to evade responsibility, nodding in agreement. Working alongside this woman always gave him the feeling of impending doom. Hui Mei inwardly scoffed, realizing that the Serpent Spirit Douluo was merely attempting to shirk this bloody and arduous task. Gui Mei approached the dejected Serpent Spirit Douluo, saying, Elder Serpent Spear, you consider yourself advanced in years. Yet do you know that Yi Jiangwo is already 110 years old this year? What? The Serpent Spirit Douluo exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief. Yi Jiangwo is that old already. To advance to a title Douluo at over 100 years old is nothing short of miraculous. The Serpent Spirit Douluo was entirely oblivious to the fact that Gui Mei was mocking him. His attention was wholly consumed by Yi Jiangwo's age, which piqued his interest in meeting this remarkable centenarian who had attained title Douluo status. He had been stuck at level 92 for over a decade, making no progress. Perhaps he could exchange experiences with him. At this moment, Bibi Dong set down the confidential letter in her hand and glanced at Gui Mei. Elder Gui Mei, the letter from Yueguan mentions that Yi Jiangwo has a grandson with exceptional talent. Are you aware of the details? Gui Mei carefully recalled and stepped forward, stating, This is something I have only recently learned. According to the intelligence agents who witnessed it firsthand, Yi Jiangwo's grandson is an exceedingly rare innate full soul power possessor. An innate full soul power, a talent that appears only once in several centuries. The Serpent Spirit Douluo's face was painted with astonishment. He then took a step forward and said, Your Majesty, if such a genius were to join our Spirit Hall, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I propose that I be dispatched immediately to recruit him. The Fastno province is conveniently close to the four great kingdoms. Gui Mei sneered, Old man, are you looking to take on a disciple or to find a son-in-law? Your intentions are crystal clear. What? Are you no longer daunted by the arduous task of traveling to the four great kingdoms? You insolent brat. What do you know? The Serpent Spirit Douluo scoffed, raising his chin arrogantly. I am duty-bound to serve the Spirit Hall. Do not project your sordid thoughts onto my noble intentions. The Serpent Spirit Douluo, unfazed, calmly retorted. He belonged to the type of Spirit Hall higher-up who had completely resigned himself. As a title Douluo, unless he committed an egregious act of betrayal, he would not face dire consequences. With no expectation of rising in rank and stagnant in strength for decades, he harbored no aspirations. Even when meeting the Pope or the High Priest, he did not feel compelled to impress. It is said that as long as one does not desire leadership, no one will assume that role over them. The Serpent Spirit Douluo disregarded Gui Mei's furious gaze and directly addressed Bibi Dong. Your Holiness, rest assured, I am very reliable in my endeavors. This genius will certainly be within my grasp. Yi Jiangwo has been a part of the Spirit Hall for nearly a century. His grandson is destined to be a talent of our Spirit Hall. Is there any need for you to recruit him? Gui Mei gave the Serpent Spirit Douluo a disdainful glance, finding no need to elaborate further. She had encountered many slothful individuals, but this was the first time she had seen someone so deluded. It was truly eye-opening to discover that even after decades as a title Douluo, he still entertained such fanciful notions. An innate full soul power of level 10 would be a coveted treasure, sought after by even the most esteemed of priests. How could it possibly fall into the hands of a mere 92-level title Douluo? Ah, I see. The Serpent Spirit Douluo, appearing enlightened, remained undeterred and calmly stated, Your Holiness, I request permission to proceed to the four great kingdoms without delay. It would be best to quell those troublesome soul master factions as swiftly as possible. Still unwilling to give up, the Serpent Spirit Douluo, Gui Mei could see through the Serpent Spirit Douluo's deception. His intention was not to quell the soul master factions in the four great kingdoms. He sought to detour to the Fastno province in search of Tian. Enough. Bibi Dong could no longer tolerate the old man's lingering. If it weren't for the lack of capable subordinates, she would not have allowed him to drag on this conversation. I consent to your early departure to the 4 great kingdoms. Go home and prepare. The Serpent Spirit Douluo rejoiced, rarely bowing to Bibi Dong. I accept my orders. He turned and disdainfully glanced at Gui Mei. Elder Gui Mei, one must have aspirations. Who knows, they might just come true. Gui Mei restrained her laughter, nodding in reluctant agreement. This old man seems unaware that Yi Jiangwo and his prodigious grandson Yi Tian are about to embark on a journey to Spirit City. Even if he arrives in Fastno City, he will find it devoid of life. Old man, you often slack off and neglect the news. It serves you right. Chapter 8. This Rose Hotel in Soto City sounds quite familiar after the Serpent Spirit Douluo departed. In the Grand Hall, Bibi Dong leaned against the throne. Rising from her seat to fix her gaze on Gui Mei, over the years, I have mentioned Yi Jiangwo in your presence and Yueguan more than once. How is it that I have never heard of Yi Jiangwo having a grandson? Sensing the evident accusatory tone in Bibi Dong's words, Gui Mei felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He bore an irrefutable responsibility for the intelligence work of the Pope's Hall. I have failed in my duties. Gui Mei finally spoke, lowering his head. Is it possible that this might be a scheme from other sects? Or could Yi Jiangwo's grandson be connected to hostile forces, potentially jeopardizing Yi Jiangwo's loyalty? Bibi Dong coldly probed. Upon hearing this, Gui Mei bowed his head even lower. I will investigate immediately. Bibi Dong nodded indifferently, instructing, ensure this matter is handled discreetly. Yi Jiangwo's loyalty is evident, a fact I cannot deny. I do not wish for a suddenly emerging youth to cause our Pope's Hall to lose a title Douluo. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome, I have already decided to take Yi Tian as my disciple. An 8-year-old genius is highly moldable. Regardless of his origins, Yi Tian will undoubtedly become the most radiant talent of the Spirit Hall in the near future. Gui Mei's heart tightened, and he cautiously inquired, what if we discover that hostile sects are influencing Yi Jiangwo? Bibi Dong looked up at the ancient, lofty ceiling and replied coldly, annihilation. As you command. In front of the Rose Hotel in Soto City, Xiao Tian. This hotel has splendid decor. How about your grandfather takes you inside to rest? In the carriage, Yi Jiangwo lifted the curtain to scan the surrounding streets, then turned to glance at his grandson inside. 2 days prior, the grandfather and grandson had set out from the Fastnuo province. Because Yueguan had other tasks assigned by the Pope, he needed to journey to the Starry Forest. Thus they parted ways. Yi Jiangwo took Yi Tian to the Spirit Master City alone. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Yi Tian had already caught a glimpse of the words Rose Hotel from the corner of his eye, and he couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Wasn't this the place where Sangu encountered Dai Mubai? However, he couldn't ascertain the current timeline. Perhaps the encounter had already passed, or perhaps it was yet to happen. This was inconsequential. What mattered was that Yi Tian remembered this was a hotel for couples. Yi Jiangwo, being rather traditional, might become upset if they were to enter such a place. It was too ostentatious and did not suit their temperament. Yi Tian shook his head, realizing this was an oversight on his grandfather's part. Yi Jiangwo nodded in agreement and said, very well, let us stroll around the city a bit. Xiao Tian, since you have just crossed over, I will take you to appreciate the scenery of Soto City. We need not rush to the Spirit Hall. Yi Jiangwo personally jumped down from the carriage, shielding his eyes from the glaring sun, and surveyed the surroundings. In my younger days, as a deacon of the law enforcement hall, I have been here a few times while pursuing evil spirit masters. That was over a decade ago, and it seems not much has changed. Ye viangu sikit in nostalgia. Yi Tian stretched lazily and followed his grandfather's lead down from the carriage. He looked around at the merchants clad in coarse linen, hawking their wares, and felt immensely content. Grandfather, are there any delicious foods around? Indeed. Yi Jiangwo replied with a jovial smile, recalling that it was rare for his grandson to speak up. After a moment of thought, he said, I remember there are 2 large gathering areas for commoners just around the corner, filled with local delicacies. Back in the day, even when I was pursuing evil spirit masters without much money, I could still find enough to eat. Yi Tian's interest was piqued immediately. In these past 2 days, with you around, I have feasted on various heavenly materials and bizarre beasts, but I have yet to sample the local delicacies. That is easily remedied. Yi Jiangwo replied with a faint smile. Coachman, take us to the commoner area ahead. Upon hearing the words commoner area, the coachman hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile, saying, "Sir, there isn't much worth seeing there. Perhaps it would be better to avoid it." The coachman, being a local of Soto City, was aware of Yi Jiangwo's intention to explore the area and reminisce about the past with his grandson. Hence, he hadn't brought any servants along. Yi Jiangwo chuckled lightly. "I, too, am an ordinary person. Why should we not go?" The coachman hesitated, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and then lowered his voice. "Sir, I see you have a kind face, so I am warning you out of goodwill. That area is the territory of the soul masters of the Unhappy. Unhappy is the largest gang in the area. If you go there, you might find yourself stripped of every last coin." Yi Jiangwo snorted coldly. "Who dares to rob me?" Known for his disdain of evil, Yi Jiangwo declared, "Coachman, do not fret. Take us there." The coachman, unable to dissuade him, fell silent and led them onward. Inside the carriage, Yi Jiangwo rolled up his sleeves, expressing his anger. This world of Douluo is anything but peaceful. When you are out in the world, do not emulate my fervent disdain for evil. Once you possess strength, you can intervene when you see injustice. Leaning lazily against the carriage wall, Yi Tian replied, "With grandfather here, what injustice is there that cannot be righted?" Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard and chuckled. "There is wisdom in your words. But while you can rely on me at home, who can you depend on when you are out in the world? When you venture outside, proclaim your grandfather's name, and the path will open wider." Yi Tian laughed heartily. "What a good grandson I am." Yi Jiangwo was both amused and exasperated by his grandson's words. Suddenly, a harsh voice called from outside, "Stop. I command you to halt. Do you know this is the territory of the Unhappy Soul Masters?" "Yes, yes, I know. I will leave immediately," the coachman stammered, panic-stricken. "Huh, do you think you could just leave?" Yi Tian lifted the curtain and saw that the narrow alley had been surrounded by 7 or 8 young men wielding knives. The leader, with a dragon tattoo on one arm and a tiger on the other, had a sharp face and an arrogant demeanor. "Why waste words with them, big brother? Just rob them and offer them to Lord Unhappy. Do I need your reminders?" The sharp-faced man retorted, slapping the brash man who spoke. His gaze then turned to Yi Tian. "Oh, look, there's a little one and an old man in the carriage. This will be a big score." At the mention of gold coins, the surrounding gaunt youths licked their lips in unison. It had been a year since they had encountered such a lucrative opportunity. The coachman trembled in fear, wishing he could cry tears of despair. He had hoped to safely deliver the esteemed passengers to their destination, earning a substantial fare, but instead, he had stumbled into the clutches of the Unhappy's influence. In the commoner area, who didn't know of the Unhappy's wicked reputation? The coachman, his legs quaking, pleaded, "Gentlemen, please. Let's go." "Let you go? Do you take us for fools? You came right to us. If we don't kill you this time, you should consider yourself lucky. If you can withstand this kick, I'll let you leave." The sharp-faced leader grinned ominously as he raised his foot to deliver a brutal kick, one that could easily end the frail coachman's life. Bang! The sound that resonated was not the coachman's scream, but rather the sickening crack of bone. The sharp-faced man howled in agony. "Huh? My leg." Yi Tian watched the scene unfold with a lazy demeanor, feeling no need to intervene with his grandfather present. Grandfather? Just let it continue. If that kick had landed, the coachman would have been done for. If these thugs don't die, what's the point of leaving them alive? "Not I," Yi Jiangwo replied, shaking his head as he pointed toward the second floor of a nearby tavern. A peach pit just flew from the second floor and broke that youth's leg. The person who threw it was incredibly swift, at least a soul Douluo in strength. It is only natural that you, at level 20, cannot see the afterimages. So this is the prowess of a soul master? Truly impressive, Yi Tian remarked, his interest piqued. He decided he must see what was happening at the tavern ahead. Chapter 9. The Serpent Spear Douluo seeks a disciple. This was a dilapidated and with only a sign indicating it served food and drink. The peach pit had just been thrown from the second floor of this very establishment. Yi Tian ascended the stairs to the second floor of the inn. Pushing open the window, he glanced down at the street where they had been intercepted. The coachman had long since vanished. The 7 or 8 gang members sprawled on the ground, each howling in agony, though their cries had grown faint by the time they reached the second floor. What had inflicted their suffering? Merely a few peach pits. In the narrow alley, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, none daring to step forward to intervene. Of course, no one felt bold enough to openly cheer or applaud. They merely whispered amongst themselves, "They deserve it. Those gang members have bullied and harassed others far too often." Because of their presence, our businesses in these alleys have become untenable. Keep your voice down. The ruthless one is likely on his way. The second floor of the hotel lacks private rooms, with 8 or 9 tables occupied by diners scattered about. Most patrons are gathered near the windows, gazing at the scene of the confrontation. Being distanced from the chaos amplifies their discussions. I had anticipated this day for those ruffians. Yet the recent events unfolded with such swiftness that I scarcely grasped them. Who could possibly capture such a moment? Everyone is aware of the merciless nature of the ruthless one. The assailant must have been well prepared. However, the grandfather and grandson are in dire straits. Unable to find the culprit, the ruthless one will undoubtedly target them. Enough of this chatter. The victims have arrived. A diner caught sight of Tian and Jiangwo, and silence fell immediately. Upon this revelation, the patrons turned their gazes toward the duo, casting sympathetic looks in their direction. Soon, a timid diner called for the waiter to settle the bill and hastily departed. The remaining diners, no longer inclined to observe from the windows, gradually returned to their seats. All the previous conversations had reached Tian's ears, yet he showed no intention of leaving. With a grandfather who is a titled Douluo, he pays little heed to a character like the ruthless one. His gaze shifted to a solitary figure seated at a nearby table by the window. The individual, a burly middle-aged man, nay, an elderly gentleman, bore visible wrinkles on his brow. "Thank you for your assistance, soul friend. May I inquire your name?" Tian continued to observe the old man. Jiangwo stepped forward first and offered a respectful gesture. The elderly man, leisurely enjoying his sunflower seeds, merely glanced at him with a dismissive chuckle, shaking his head as he lightly placed the peeled almonds onto a plate. In this world of wanderers, what need is there for prior acquaintance? I see that you two are not of ordinary stock. Even if I do not intervene, you shall likely evade this calamity. So there is no need for gratitude. The recent assault was indeed a casual act by the Spirit Douluo, who was en route to the Fastno province to recruit the talented Tian, stopping here merely for a meal and a moment's rest. He fortuitously stumbled upon the grandfather and grandson in distress. As a titled Douluo, the Spirit Douluo would not permit such occurrences under his watchful eye. "It seems you, soul friend, possess a certain temperament," he remarked. Tian smiled faintly and took a seat directly across from the Spirit Douluo. "You refer to me as a soul friend. Yet your grandson is quite the rascal," Jiangwo chided. "Ah, we are all soul masters. That term suits us well." The Spirit Douluo laughed heartily, his gaze turning to Tian. "You are far more amusing than your grandfather." Seeing this, Jiangwo stroked his beard and chuckled. "My grandson is a bit mischievous. I hope you will bear with him. We have endured quite a journey and have grown rather hungry." Tian, noticing the dishes on the table, wasted no time and began to eat. The Spirit Douluo watched with interest, amused by the audacity of the boy. However, he refrained from intervening until Tian had eaten his fill. After a contented belch, Tian inquired, "Those people downstairs who bully the weak, why does the soul friend spare their lives?" The Spirit Douluo chuckled, crossing his legs and reclining back. "Young friend, you possess the strength of a level 20. You could easily deal with those miscreants. Why not take action?" The audacity of this young lad was amusing. Since his ascension to title Douluo, no child had dared speak to him so directly. Leisurely sipping his tea, Tian mirrored the Spirit Douluo's posture. "Naturally, I am fishing. If I were to simply crush these small fry, how would I lure in the bigger fish behind them? In that case, not only would the local bullies remain, but they would also retaliate with renewed vigor." The Spirit Douluo laughed heartily, reaching for a clay-sealed wine jar beside him. "Young friend, do you partake in wine?" "Why not?" Tian replied, downing the tea in front of him with a decisive gulp. With a loud clap, he placed the cup before the Spirit Douluo, signaling for a refill. Jiangwo observed without intervening. He trusted his grandson's judgment, particularly in the presence of such a formidable elder. The Spirit Douluo, amused, poured wine for Tian. The boy stood up, raising his cup. "To this fortuitous meeting with a soul friend, akin to finding a kindred spirit, I offer this toast." Tian drank deeply, the bitter and fiery liquid causing him to cough. "What sort of wine is this? It's quite potent." He quickly followed it with a few bites of food. The Spirit Douluo chuckled lightly. "This wine is brewed from grain that is on the verge of spoiling. Only in this remote commoner district could one find it. Even I do not dare to drink it all at once." He took a leisurely sip himself. "Would you care for another cup?" "Not at the moment," Tian replied. returning to his meal. Given your and your grandfather's attire, it appears you are embarking on a long journey. Where are you headed? Do you have a master? The Spirit Douluo inquired casually, intrigued by the boy. He was eager to recruit the talented Tian for the Fastno province, but saw no rush at that moment. This young lad was quite entertaining and might even be worthy of being a registered disciple. I am about to enroll at the Wuhuan Academy, so my grandfather is taking me to Wuhuan City. However, if you wish to be my master, you should refine your skills for a few more years, Tian responded, withholding the truth. Since the old man was reluctant to reveal his name, there was no need for him to fully open up. It was prudent to maintain a degree of caution. As for the mention of a master, it was evident that the elder had intentions of taking on a disciple. But Tian had no such inclinations. One grandfather was quite sufficient. Jiangwo, meanwhile, offered a respectful gesture. My grandson is rather brash. I hope you will overlook it. The Spirit Douluo smiled lightly. This young lad was so audacious about attending the Wuhuan Academy. He had even contemplated taking him as a registered disciple. If the boy were to learn of his title as a Douluo and an elder in the Wuhuan temple, he might regret his earlier words. Yet, since the boy had spoken, it seemed they were not fated to be master and disciple, and the Spirit Douluo had little desire to extend the invitation further. After all, the title Douluo carries a burden of identity. To date, the only registered disciple of the Spirit Douluo is but one. The weighty gift has been personally declined by the recipient. One cannot blame him for not offering an opportunity. Since the young friend is unwilling, let it be. The Spirit Douluo leisurely sipped his wine and smiled casually. Chapter 10. Guidance from a spear, unbeknownst to him. Dear soul friend, at such an advanced age, where do you intend to venture? When out in the world alone, particularly at your age, one must take care of oneself, Tian remarked with a light laugh. This seemingly unwarranted inquiry warmed the heart of the Spirit Douluo, having been a titled Douluo for many years. Even his own family members sought him only for flattery or to ask for promotions and assistance in obtaining spirit rings. Since the passing of his wife, very few have shown genuine concern for him. The Spirit Douluo took another sip of his drink and sighed. Indeed, at my age, it is not easy to be out on business. However, the cruel woman managing the family affairs is exceedingly harsh. The tasks assigned by her are ones I dare not refuse. I can only toil day and night, burdened by this aging body, dealing with these troublesome matters. What kind of family is this? That wicked woman truly lacks respect for the elderly and love for the young. If I were in this family, I would certainly teach her a lesson. Tian interjected with a smirk. Before his transmigration, Tian too had been working overtime daily, to the point of exhausting himself and succumbing to cancer at a young age. He never anticipated that in Douluo, the situation would be even more ruthless, with even the elderly not spared. By the way, my soul friend, from your earlier action, it is apparent that your strength is quite formidable. What matter could possibly be so troublesome to a skilled individual such as yourself? Upon hearing this, Jiangwo interjected, My dear grandson, do not pry too deeply. Having roamed the continent for many years, Jiangwo understood that some matters were better left unexamined. The Spirit Douluo chuckled, finding no fault in the exchange. After all, venting about Bibi Dong with a young child would not attract any reproach. Haha, it is not particularly significant. I suppose sharing it is harmless. However, even when speaking with someone as young as Tian, the Spirit Douluo dared not disclose his true intentions. What if someone reported him? While he did not fear for his life, incurring Bibi Dong's wrath could lead to dire consequences. He modified the task assigned by Bibi Dong. Recently, the family business has expanded into the Bala Kingdom, but several competitors there conduct the same business. The cruel woman in charge of the family has sent me to persuade those competitors to join our family. Tian scoffed. Those competitors have operated there for years, thriving on their own. Why would they easily join your family and become subservient? Indeed, it is a pity that the wicked woman pays no heed to such matters. The Spirit Douluo lamented. It would be far better for everyone to coexist peacefully. My visit will surely spark friction with those competitors. At that point, physical confrontation may be unavoidable. I detest such violence. The Spirit Douluo gulped down a cup of bitter wine, sighing. It was not that he feared retaliation from the Spirit Master's sex. Rather, he worried that if violence erupted against them, his reputation within the Spirit Master community would be tarnished. This was what troubled the Spirit Douluo most. Every title Douluo bears a burden of identity, and he was no exception. As a title Douluo, he valued his name. Yet, He could not defy BB Dong's orders, which truly vexed him. With this thought, the Spirit Douluo took another hearty sip of his drink. So, dear soul friend, you are determined to deal with these competitors? Tian mumbled while eating. I have no choice. The family has so many mouths to feed. If our business fails to generate profit, the family risks disbandment. The Spirit Douluo replied with a furrowed brow. Though he had not been involved in the Wuhuan Temple's specific affairs for many years, he was aware that the temple's recent expansion had resulted in immense financial drain, creating a vast black hole. Presently, the Wuhuan Temple's income was barely sufficient. This was the true reason behind BB Dong's actions against the four major kingdoms' spirit master sections. The four kingdoms have always focused on commerce, with most commercial industries controlled by the royal families and spirit master sections. The royal families had long been covertly dominated by the Wuhuan Temple. Only the sects that had entrenched themselves locally for many years remained untouched. Due to its reputation, the Wuhuan Temple found it difficult to confront these sects directly. However, with the temple's finances dwindling, it was imperative to find new sources of income before impending disaster struck. These spirit master sects had to be eliminated. This operation, personally overseen by the Spirit Douluo, underscored BB Dong's seriousness regarding the matter. Is your family not concerned about inciting the enmity of competitors? While rivals are indeed foes, it is not necessarily to the point of enmity. Should the majority of competitors unite against you, even if you acquire the Balik Industries, it would be difficult to establish a foothold. Yi Tian commented, frankly, the woman managing your family appears rather dim-witted. Indeed, the Spirit Douluo wholeheartedly agreed with the young man's observation. He had not anticipated that this child, merely 7 or 8 years old, possessed such astute insight. He saw through the flaws in BB Dong's policy with remarkable clarity. Had BB Dong possessed such wisdom, he would not have been led into a situation that could ruin his reputation. That wretched old woman. The Spirit Douluo took another sip of bitter wine, lapping his tongue. I have advised that wicked woman that while swallowing competitors may yield immediate gains, in the long run, it would surely plunge the family into wrongdoing. But she only fixates on immediate benefits and refuses to listen. Hence, this troublesome task has fallen upon me. After saying this, the Spirit Douluo cheerfully asked, I wonder, young friend, if you have any methods to help me navigate this predicament? The Spirit Douluo did not genuinely expect the child to offer any solutions. He simply found the banter amusing. There are certainly methods, Yi Tian replied, treating it as a common business conflict. In his past life, he had witnessed such scenarios countless times. Oh, upon hearing this, the Spirit Douluo became intrigued, unable to suppress a smile. What could a mere child propose? He was eager to hear. After all, even the core of the Wuhuan Temple had agonized over this difficult operation for half a year, gathering intelligence and mobilizing troops, meticulously planning. Aside from contemplating a large-scale resistance from the Spirit Master families, followed by a harsh crackdown from the Wuhuan Temple, they had not conceived a second strategy. The young boy had merely listened once and claimed to have a solution. Truly, he was a fearless newcomer. Then I shall eagerly await your analysis. The Spirit Douluo laughed heartily. At that moment, the newly served dishes at the hotel arrived. The Spirit Douluo's appetite awakened, and he seized a chicken leg to devour. Yi Tian smiled and remarked, the marketplace resembles a battlefield. Competition, friction, and acquisition are commonplace. Given that your family relies on this industry for survival, taking the step to merge, despite its negative connotations, is a necessary course of action. From the perspective of the entire family, this cannot be deemed a mistake. Upon hearing Yi Tian's thorough analysis, Snake Spirit Douluo felt a surge of admiration for him. The youth, it seemed, had a considerable amount of talent, which explained his arrogance. He tentatively guided the conversation, yet from my standpoint, this poses a challenging dilemma. First, it is a directive from the family that I cannot defy. Second, I am reluctant to resort to force. Third, I do not wish to bear a tarnished reputation in this industry. Can you help me resolve these 3 issues? Yi Tian nonchalantly slurped down half a bowl of noodles and replied, your 3 dilemmas can be distilled into a single issue, profit. If joining your family yields sufficient benefits, your competitors will likely flock to you, thus resolving the matter effortlessly. Snake Spirit Douluo, upon hearing this, felt as if he had suffered a bout of constipation only to be unblocked by a loaf of bread. Everyone understands the obvious. If there are enough profits to be shared within the family, why would we need to acquire them? We could simply keep the profits for ourselves. Do you not have a more concrete solution? His interest waned significantly. Nonetheless, It was commendable that a child of merely 7 or 8 could grasp such concepts. Snake Spirit Douluo silently shook his head, realizing he had hoped a child might provide him with answers. It was unrealistic to expect to have one's cake and eat it too. If such opportunities existed, he would have seized them long ago. Once again, Tian slurped his noodles, speaking indistinctly. Chapter 11. Snake Spirit Douluo. I have come to a realization. Then do share the method that incurs the least cost. Snake Spirit Douluo felt somewhat embarrassed after being outmaneuvered by the younger boy. Tian continued. If you wish to preserve your reputation while successfully completing this task, there are indeed ways to achieve that. Your family desires to absorb competitors for immense profits. In truth, everyone shares this ambition. Since you do not wish to tarnish your reputation, why not employ a proxy? A proxy? Snake Spirit Douluo was taken aback. He had heard the term before. He recalled that blacksmiths wore gloves to protect against molten metal. Upon hearing this, Tian suddenly recognized he had introduced a term that did not exist in this world. Not a problem, he explained calmly. By using a proxy for unsavory tasks, you can avoid tarnishing your own hands. Once the task is complete, you can simply remove the gloves and remain untainted. Snake Spirit Douluo's face flushed slightly. Isn't that framing someone? I'm not that kind of person. Indeed, I believe you are not. Tian replied earnestly. Let's not dwell on this. Let us eat. Ahem. Snake Spirit Douluo suddenly adopted a more sincere tone, rubbing his hands together. I would like to hear more. Ahem. I did not imply that I would use it. I merely meant to say that I want to prevent myself from being framed in the future. As a titled Douluo, Snake Spirit Douluo was indeed burdened by his status. If someone older than him had suggested this strategy, he would have eagerly sought their guidance. However, the youth before him was simply too young. As a grand titled Douluo, seeking advice from a mere child would be humiliating if anyone were to witness it. Nevertheless, seeing Tian fall silent made him anxious. Young friend, how exactly should this proxy strategy be executed? He had begun to regard the young boy with newfound respect, astonished by such an ingenious strategy. He was determined to learn it. Seeing that Tian remained unyielding, Snake Spirit Douluo decided to swallow his pride. Clenching his teeth, he smiled more amiably. Haha, young friend, do enjoy your meal. Tian replied. Strategies are akin to a sharp blade. There is no absolute right or wrong. It depends on the situation in which they are applied. I merely express gratitude for your assistance, and thus shared this to help you address your current dilemma. I would not typically disclose such information to others. Your words ring true. Snake Spirit Douluo raised his thumb in approval, eager to ensure Tian continued speaking. Tian finished the noodles in his bowl and said, In fact, I've already mentioned the method. Since you seem to be somewhat muddled, allow me to clarify. It is necessary to elucidate the matter. Snake Spirit Douluo smiled. I'm only 70 years old. What do you mean by muddled? As the proverb goes, greed leads to downfall. Your family seeks to acquire competitors for greater profits. Whether acknowledged or not, everyone harbors the same thoughts. The reason your family dares to act while others do not is due to your superior strength. This sentiment was indeed true. Snake Spirit Douluo wholeheartedly agreed. It struck at the heart of the matter. The spirit hall was merely more powerful, which aroused the apprehension of all Soul Master sections. In the past, when the Hotline sect was strong, the Soul Master sects actively sought collaboration with the Spirit Hall to target the Hotline sect. Tian continued. Since your family aims to develop its industry in Balak and absorb local competitors, the strategy should not be to enter the Balak market directly. Instead, you should covertly support the second-ranked family to challenge the top family. The second family, having developed over many years, must possess considerable strength. Yet as the second family, they are undoubtedly restricted by the top family in both overt and covert ways. Thus, a natural discord exists between them. Once the second family suddenly gains substantial strength, whether for the long-term development of their family or immediate profit, they will seek to absorb the top family, monopolizing the market for greater gains. At this point, Tian smiled slightly. Once the second family becomes the new top family, a new second family will inevitably emerge. Whether driven by crisis or ambition, new conflicts will arise. Your family merely needs to continue supporting the new second family. After 2 or 3 cycles, the top family will undoubtedly control half of the industry's resources. The other competitors will surely find themselves in a precarious position. Do I need to continue? Tian asked, raising his head. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Snake Spirit Douluo was captivated by this strategy, clapping his hands in applause. How had he not thought of such a brilliant approach? Let these sects engage in mutual destruction. What concern was it of the Spirit Hall, or himself, Snake Spear Douluo? It was truly ingenious. Ha! Snake Spear Douluo laughed heartily. He envisioned the monumental fruits of his labor laid before him. As he elegantly plucked them from the branches, his hands no longer sullied. Previously, Snake Spear Douluo had been indifferent to accolades because the rewards never matched the effort. Take the current task, for instance. Should he take action and eradicate the rebellious sects within the Four Kingdoms, his reputation in the entire Soul Master realm would be irreparably damaged. This was a price Snake Spear Douluo was not willing to pay. After a lengthy pause, the Serpent Spear Douluo emerged from his self-satisfied reverie, declaring, naturally, I know what to do next. I shall lead my fellow companions to vanquish that detestable, ambitious leader and restore peace to the Balak market. I can also seize this opportunity to highlight the hazards of this incident and establish a new organization afterward. Thus, my family will reign supreme in this industry. Truly splendid. Young friend, your method is remarkable. The Serpent Spear Douluo continued to praise, even contemplating taking the young boy before him as his disciple. Young friend, do you truly not wish to become my apprentice? His eyes sparkled with eagerness as he fixed his gaze on Yi Tian. Old man, with someone like you, don't even think about it. Yi Tian replied with a dismissive shake of his head. Upon hearing this, the Serpent Spear Douluo's nostrils flared in irritation. Blind to the truth. I am an elder of the Spirit Hall. He was tempted to reveal the truth to the youth before him, yet he restrained himself, burdened by an important mission that required discretion. If his identity were to be exposed, it could jeopardize his task of assimilating the sects within the Four Great Kingdoms. That malicious woman, Bibi Dong, would surely make him regret it. The Serpent Spear Douluo mused silently. This boy is destined for the Spirit Hall Academy. He may escape the monk, but he cannot escape the temple. When I complete my mission and return, I shall personally recruit him at the academy. Revealing my identity then will surely leave him astounded. With this thought, a scoff escaped him. Since you are unwilling, very well. Your previous words have indeed aided me in resolving a conundrum. I do not wish to owe a favor to a mere child. How about this? You are heading to the Spirit Hall Academy, are you not? I have a cordial relationship with the head instructor, Ling Yuan. I shall provide you with a recommendation letter to ensure your admission. Chapter 12. Let this old man play the part as he spoke. The Serpent Spear Douluo procured a sheet of paper from his storage space. Using his soul power as ink, he swiftly scrawled a hasty letter. Take this. No need for thanks, fellow soul friend. Yi Tian was about to express his gratitude, but Yi Jiangwo quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands and stroking his beard as he accepted the letter. He then shot Yi Tian a serious look. Yi Tian shrugged in resignation, choosing to remain silent. Time was of the essence. The Serpent Spear Douluo had matters to attend to in the Fasnuo province and excused himself. Waiter, bring the bill. He lazily rose from his seat. Although the meal had taken quite some time, it was entirely worth it, for he now felt assured about his journey to the Four Great Kingdoms. If he could also take Yi Jiangwo's grandson as his disciple in the Fasnuo province, his ambitions would be fulfilled. Waiter, bring the bill. He called again, but received no response. Looking around, he noticed the other patrons were hushed in fear, and at the entrance of the second floor stood a group of menacing figures. The leader, disheveled with a flamboyant outfit and a thuggish demeanor, shouted, You two old men and this young brat, stand at attention. Ahmed Boule, half an hour ago, who struck my subordinate. Step forward, and I shall ensure you receive a proper burial. As he spoke, 5 glaring soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and other colors flickered ominously beneath him. The surrounding diners were paralyzed with fear, not daring to utter a word or even raise their heads, terrified of meeting Boule's gaze. A 5-ring Soul King could be considered a top-tier expert in the region. Are you finished? The Serpent Spear Douluo asked indifferently. Finished? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Boulu seethed, enraged that the old man dared to speak to him in such a tone. Mind your manners in your next life. With a flick of his sleeve, the Serpent Spear Douluo conjured a dark green spear imbued with overwhelming pressure, which materialized instantaneously with a resounding crash. It was so swift that its trajectory was undetectable. In the next moment, Boulu vanished without a trace. The diners, stunned, looked around in confusion, only to realize that the window had been thrown wide open, and Boulu, along with his lackeys, were pinned outside against the wall, a sight of utter defeat. By the time the patrons regained their composure and glanced back at the spot where the serpent spear Douluo had stood, he had already disappeared, leaving only his words lingering in the air. I have no mood for this. I shall not settle the bill. Of course. The innkeeper, hidden in a corner, hurriedly bowed to the empty space. Let this old man play the part of a fool. Glancing at the candied hawthorn outside, Tian expressed his admiration. Innkeeper, my grandfather will settle the bill for the meal we had. Without waiting for a response, Jiangwo tossed a gold soul coin and left the inn with Tian in a carefree manner. After they had walked for some time, Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. Tian, be cautious when you are out in the world. Do you know that the Spirit Hall Academy is renowned as the continent's premier institution? Even the offspring of ordinary soul Douluo families cannot gain admission easily. The soul friend we just encountered, who so casually offered you a recommendation letter, is certainly no common individual. If you can turn down such a tempting offer, would that not raise suspicions? Tian, remember, sometimes refusing what should not be refused can lead to calamity. Tian, with his hands tucked in his pockets, turned back to glance at Jiangwo, a carefree smile gracing his lips. Grandfather, I have long recognized that the old man is extraordinary. The mere ability to write a letter granting me admission suggests he is likely an elder of the Spirit Hall. My apparent mischief is merely a guise, a means to pave the way for your future. Consider, grandfather, how hard you have worked over the years, earning the title of a model worker at the Spirit Hall. If I were to be a dazzling prodigy, it would surely incite envy among the petty individuals, possibly leading to unforeseen troubles. While you stand as a shield against these unscrupulous types, it could inadvertently complicate our grand endeavors. If I appear unruly, it may provide a sense of balance for those with ulterior motives, allowing me to grow safely. This is indeed true. I have traversed the Douluo continent for many years and understand the difficulty of guarding against such scoundrels. It seems I have misjudged you, Tian. Upon hearing this, Jiangwo's furrowed brow began to relax as he stroked his beard. With your intellect, our grand ambitions shall surely come to fruition. However, Tian, how can you ascertain that the soul friend we just met is an elder of the Spirit Hall, based solely on a letter of recommendation? Jiangwo inquired, puzzled, for even he could not discern the other's hidden strength or origin. Tian chuckled. Only in the Spirit Hall would a title Douluo be so brazenly commanding. The congregation of the Wuhuan Temple, comprising a cadre of venerable yet reclusive individuals, rarely ventures beyond the confines of the Wuhuan city. It is only the elders, occupying a rather ambiguous position, who traverse the expanse outside. This analysis bears considerable merit. Jiangwo, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly lifted his head. Listening to you, Tian, I am reminded of a remark made by a fellow soul master during our meal, a venomous matron, cautioning that one must be wary when stepping outside. Upon uttering these words, Jiangwo promptly swallowed his speech, only to realize moments later as he tapped Tian's forehead. You little rascal, teaching your grandfather a lesson. Observing the scene, Tian hastily sprinted ahead, and after gaining a significant lead over Jiangwo, he turned back and called out, Grandfather, hurry. I wish to witness the splendor of the Wuhuan Temple. At the Qibao Lili sect, nestled amidst majestic mountains and picturesque scenery, the sect leader was approached by Chun Xian, who entered a room adorned with elegance, clutching an invitation from the Wuhuan Temple. Before him sat a cultured middle-aged man, dressed in loose-fitting cultivation robes, seated in meditation. After a brief interlude, he opened his eyes, slowly lifted his hands resting on his legs, gathered his energy, and exhaled gently. He rose and moved to the office area, where he took the invitation from Chun Xian and settled into a chair. Ning Fengji perused the contents of the invitation. After finishing, he set it on the desk. Noticing Ning Fengji's pensive expression, Chun Xian inquired about his thoughts. Sect leader, do you suspect there might be ulterior motives behind the Wuhuan Temple's invitation to witness the elder promotion ceremony? In the past decade, several elders have been promoted within the Wuhuan Temple, yet never has there been such a grand occasion inviting all major sects to observe. Uncle Chun, you are being overly cautious, Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head. This promotion ceremony is indeed unique. I have heard that the elder being promoted to title Douluo is named Jiangwo, who is said to be 110 years old this year. It is quite remarkable for someone of such age to achieve the rank of title Douluo, making him the first in centuries. As he spoke, Ning Fengji retrieved a document from his desk drawer and handed it to Chen Xian. This information was obtained from the Fasnuo province regarding Yi Jiangwo. His talents have attracted the attention of Bibi Dong, and he has a grandson with innate full soul power, rumored to possess an exceptionally powerful martial spirit. As Chen Xian examined the information, his brow furrowed deeper, and he remarked, "Is this information reliable?" Yi Jiangwo has managed the affairs of the Wuhuan Temple in Fasnuo for years, transforming the arid land into fertile soil. I have indeed heard of his extraordinary capabilities. However, I have never heard of grandson. The existence of this Yi Tian, with innate full soul power, is rather difficult to believe. Ning Fengti noted that Yi Jiangwo's grandson has only recently come to light. The information regarding his innate full soul power comes from the governor of Fasnuo and was reportedly revealed by Yi Jiangwo's grandson himself, so it should be quite accurate. Ning Fengji recounted the details relayed by the governor. After listening, Chen Xian chuckled. It appears that when Yi Jiangwo spoke of being an 8th level, he intended to downplay his abilities. Little did he know, his grandson would inadvertently reveal the truth. Now the entire continent is aware, and this young man's disposition is rather unremarkable. Yet Ning Fengji's expression grew increasingly grave. The Wuhuan Temple already has a genius like Bibi Dong, which has burdened us in the upper 3 sects for over 2 decades. Should this Yi Tian mature, he may become the next Bibi Dong. Heaven help the Wuhuan Temple. Ning Feng Ti Si Ket Heavidi. Chen Xian reassured him. There is no need for concern, sect leader. Given this young man's temperament, it may well be the Wuhuan Temple that faces difficulties as he grows. Cultivation relies not solely on talent, but also on comprehension and resilience. Clearly, those who readily expose their trump cards lack steadfast character. Yi Tian and his ilk are but ephemeral. Let us hope that is the case, Ning Fengji replied, his anxiety evident. So, shall we respond to the Wuhuan Temple's invitation? Tian Xin Yin Gui. Indeed, we shall accept. We must seize this opportunity to observe the strength of the Wuhuan Temple, particularly that prodigy Yi Tian. Additionally, compile a comprehensive report of the recent happenings on the continent and send it to the Haotian sect. Understood. Chapter 13. Meeting Bibi Dong in the early morning. Within the courtyard of an inn, beneath the shade of a banyan tree, Yi Jiangwo completed a set of Ba Duan Jin, his body exuding warmth. He gazed at the system panel, watching the proficiency level refresh at 11, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. After loosening his shoulders, he approached Yi Tian, who was diligently sketching landscapes under the eaves. Xiao Tian, the youthful spirit of a scholar does not suit the Douluo continent. The dawn of each day is crucial. Do not neglect your cultivation. Grandfather, I am indeed practicing, Yi Tian replied with a hint of exasperation, setting down his brush. The master is a demon sorcerer. You must understand that sorcerers primarily engage in ranged attacks and typically do not train their physical forms. My first soul skill is called drawing talismans, which allows me to craft 12 distinct talismans. I am currently honing my ability to create these talismans. Yi Tian's martial spirit was drawn from the system, thus he did not require hunting for soul rings. It was akin to the reincarnation of a soul beast. Once he reached a cultivation bottleneck, he would automatically acquire soul rings. Yi Tian possessed innate soul power of level 20 and had already obtained 2 soul rings. The first, named drawing talismans, enabled him to craft talismans named after the 12 zodiac signs, corresponding to the 12 abilities of the master. The power of the talismans increased with the infusion of soul power. The second soul ring was associated with fire, reflecting the master's identity as a demon of flame, granting the ability to manipulate fire. The intensity of the flames also escalated with the increase of soul power. Yi Tian had already tested this, with his level 20 strength. The flames reached temperatures of 700 to 800 degrees, capable of melting bronze, but insufficient to liquefy iron. It seems the martial spirit your grandfather chose for you is quite exceptional. I have yet to witness your prowess. Perhaps you could demonstrate? Ye Diangu eagerly requested. Yi Tian nodded solemnly, keen to ascertain his own strength. Turning to a banyan tree thick enough for 2 people to encircle, Yi Tian inhaled deeply. He raised his hand and summoned soul power to draw a talisman in midair. His index finger, like a nimble sprite, traced elegant arcs imbued with the remnants of soul power. Gradually, an octagonal lattice materialized, upon which a dragon suddenly appeared. Dragon explosion, Yi Tian shouted. In an instant, the lattice vanished, and a resounding crash echoed as the banyan tree emitted the sound of splintering wood fibers, toppling towards the nearby building. Yi Jiangwo reacted swiftly, arresting the falling tree mid-air with a mere gesture, then effortlessly casting the broken trunk beyond the inn's courtyard. This commotion attracted the attention of numerous travelers, who curiously opened their windows to glimpse the spectacle outside. However, when the travelers beheld the stout banyan trees, the fractured roots, and the large leaves that had trembled and fallen in the courtyard, they were frightened and hastily shut their windows. This place is not suitable for lingering. Let's depart. Yi Jiangwo cast a glance around and hurriedly left with Yi Tian. Along the way, Yi Jiangwo remarked to Yi Tian, with your recent display, you could rival the Four-Ring Soul Sect. At the age of 20, you possess such prowess. If the Soul Master community were to discover this, little Tian, you might not survive until dawn. You must understand, this world operates under the harsh laws of survival of the fittest. I do somewhat regret not stopping you from revealing your soul power to Elder Yuan. Grandfather, rest assured, I shall not recklessly engage in danger before I become a soul sage. Yi Jiangwo continued, to become a grand offering. One must not only possess strength and achievements, but also have a talented heir to inherit your legacy and will. This way, those who ally with you will feel secure. You always think ahead of me, little Tian, Yi Jiangwo chuckled, stroking his beard. Then let us, grandfather and grandson, gradually ascend to the pinnacle of power within the Spirit Hall. Yi Tian smiled softly. As for me, I shall remain laid back for now, embracing the role of a carefree youth without scholarly pursuits. Ah, you rascal, Yi Jiangwo laughed, gesturing towards the Spirit Hall's holy city. It is merely this. This was Yi Tian's first impression upon entering the Spirit City. The streets and walls, long overdue for a fresh coat of paint, bore the marks of time, some areas exuding a sense of history, while others reflected neglect. The roads were uneven. Traveling by horse-drawn carriage would certainly be uncomfortable. Fortunately, those who resided within the Spirit Hall were primarily soul masters, and everyone moved swiftly, alleviating the need for any strange technologies to convert soul power into horsepower. The Pope, being quite frugal, had not undertaken any grand constructions during his reign. Yi Jiangwo expressed his admiration for Bibi Dong, despite having met her only a few times. He truly appreciated her. Thanks to the Spirit Hall's strategy of awakening souls at the grassroots level, the number of soul masters on the continent has rapidly increased in recent years. However, the Spirit Hall's swift expansion has also led to mounting financial pressures. Yi Tian shook his head. Such rapid expansion may not necessarily be a boon. Much of it serves merely to adorn others. The likes of Sango, who once thrived on the Spirit Hall's support only to turn against it upon growing up, are certainly not anomalies. Distributing funds to soul masters may lead them to believe they are entitled to it, rather than recognizing it as a gift from the Spirit Hall. Those born in Tiando and raised within the Tiando Empire, attending its schools, will naturally feel a sense of belonging to Tiando. If one day the Spirit Hall boldly declares, I shall unify the Tiando Empire, your time is over, most soul masters from Tiando will likely not welcome the royal forces. Conversely, many may echo sentiments of loyalty to their homeland while turning their weapons against the Spirit Hall. The leadership of the Spirit Hall has failed to recognize that their targets are not merely the Tiando Emperor and the nobility, but the entire empire and its diverse populace, who have long identified as subjects of the empire. The path to unification for the Spirit Hall is far more complex than a mere battle. Extensive ideological groundwork remains to be done. Ahead lay the Pope's palace, an ancient structure. Yi Jiangwo pointed towards it, and Yi Tian followed his gaze. Upon entering the Spirit Hall Square, they glimpsed the central hub of the Spirit Hall. The square bustled with many passers-by, mostly devotees there to pay their respects. At that moment, a girl with pink hair and a short skirt navigated through the crowd, heading directly towards the grandfather and grandson. Yi Jiangwo immediately adjusted his attire and clapped Yi Tian on the shoulder, saying, Our escort has arrived. Once we enter the Pope's palace, do remember to be courteous. Of course, Yi Tian replied with a cheerful smile, secretly planning how to leave a lasting impression on Bibi Dong. As the Pope, she wielded the highest power on the continent, and this was a splendid opportunity. Missing this chance would hinder his grandfather's ascent. The wars across the continent had not lasted many years. He needed to influence the core of the spirit hall, ensuring that his grandfather gained entry with sufficient influence. Hulaina has met with Her Majesty and was instructed by the teacher to welcome you, the girl said, smiling warmly. Yi Jiangwo nodded slightly. Thank you, Saintess. Bibi Dong, possessing twin martial souls and an intellect far surpassing that of an ordinary title Daw, would undoubtedly perceive the presence of any experts near the Pope's palace. Yi Tian's eyes glimmered. Even without having read the novels, upon hearing the title Saintess, he instantly recognized the individual before him. Hulaina, the fox martial soul. Indeed, she appeared youthful, her eyes sparkling. Yet, she seemed to harbor romantic notions. You must be little Tian, right? Hulaina smiled gently, leaning closer, seemingly eager to ruffle Yi Tian's hair. We're not acquainted. Yi Tian swiftly retreated behind his grandfather. Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Your grandson seems a bit shy, Your Majesty. He is still young and has yet to see much of the world. He needs guidance. Yi Jiangwo opted not to elaborate further, fully aware that Yi Tian was being deliberate. The grand palace of the Pope was soon passed. Knock, knock. Hulaina rapped on the study door. Teacher, Her Majesty has arrived. Come in, a youthful voice responded, though its age was indiscernible, falling within the realm of youth. The door swung open, and Yi Tian squinted against the light streaming in, spotting a fair-skinned woman in palace attire who set her documents aside to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, and the air was thick with the dignified aura of authority, prompting Yi Tian to instinctively avert his gaze. He steeled himself, determined not to show weakness. He wished to leave a courageous impression on Bibi Dong. With the persona of a mischievous child, he felt he could get away with anything. After all, what malice could a child possess? A smile gradually graced Bibi Dong's stern visage, her violet eyes softening, concealing her past sharpness. In the letter from Yue, he praised your grandson for his extraordinary demeanor. Today, meeting him in person is indeed as he described. Our spirit hall has gained yet another prodigy. Your Majesty is too kind, Yi Jiangwo replied with a slight bow, his efforts to maintain composure unable to mask his undeniable joy. To receive praise from one of the most powerful figures on the continent meant that little Tian's future was already tenfold brighter than his own. Who wouldn't he wish for their grandson to have a promising future? I have heard that little Tian has yet to enroll in school, Bibi Dong inquired, aiming to ease into conversation. Indeed, Yi Tian responded candidly. This child, Hulaina chuckled, the more I see the great ones, the more spirited he becomes. Whatever shyness he had moments ago has vanished. Bibi Dong paid no heed to Hulaina's mild teasing and, upon hearing Yi Tian's reply, shifted her focus back to him. May I see your martial soul? I cannot. My grandfather has forbidden anyone from viewing it. Chapter 14. My evaluation is based on defense. When did I ever say such a thing? Yi Jiangwo pondered to himself, uncertain of what grand scheme his grandson was concocting. Having lived 2 lifetimes, with an actual age nearing 2 centuries, Yi Jiangwo's thoughts were seasoned with maturity. Yet, this also bore its drawbacks, rendering him somewhat resistant to new ideas. At times, he found it challenging to comprehend the peculiar thought processes of Xiao Tian, often only able to patch up the gaps in Yi Tian's plans as needed. Xiao Tian, the emperor is not a stranger. Since grandfather has spoken, allow me to show you. Yi Tian nodded, raising his head to face Bibi Dong with utmost sincerity. Would your Majesty prefer to see my martial soul in my left hand or my right? Could it be a twin martial soul? Bibi Dong's eyebrows arched in surprise, as this had not been mentioned in the letter from Yuguan. Let's begin with the left hand, she casually decided. In the presence of Yi Jiangwo, she could hardly question why he had not informed her earlier. As a pope, maintaining an air of dignity was paramount. Thus, she opted to allow the mystery to unfold gradually. Ah, nothing at all, Yi Tian exclaimed as he extended his left hand, as if performing magic. And what about the right hand? Bibi Dong struggled to contain her amusement. Still nothing appeared as Yi Tian extended his right hand. Hulaina, standing nearby, was unable to suppress her laughter. It had been years since anyone dared to bamboozle her in such a manner. Xiao Tian. Yi Jiangwo shot a fierce glare at Yi Tian. The latter shrank back, adopting an innocent demeanor as he revealed his martial soul. A sphere of phosphorescent light manifested in his palm, revealing a mini dark green holy lord that spun in and out of visibility amidst the glow. Is this a beast martial soul? Hulaina asked, her surprise evident. Shouldn't a beast martial soul manifest in a beastly form? Indeed, it should, Tian replied earnestly. However, I feared that revealing my true form might tear my clothing. Displaying oneself before your majesty in such a manner would surely be unrefined. Your martial soul is rather unique, Hulaina remarked, intrigued. Your line of thought is quite unconventional. Bibi Dong's eyes curved into crescent moons as a gentle smile graced her lips. I have heard that you have yet to enroll in school. Since you possess a beast martial soul, you shall join the Battle Soul Department of the Martial Soul Academy. I have already notified them. The new semester has commenced for 2 weeks. Do not delay your studies, and you may enroll tomorrow. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Yi Jiangwo bowed once more. Yet, Yi Tian appeared somewhat glum. Bibi Dong took note of this. At school, you will have the opportunity to meet many new classmates. She gestured towards Hulaina. This young lady is your senior. If you have any questions at school, feel free to seek her guidance. Little Junior, you can invite your sister to play on the weekends. Hulaina beamed a warm smile, waving at Yi Tian. However, he seemed frightened and hid behind Yi Jiangwo. We are not familiar, hey. Don't come near me. That will bring me misfortune. Hulaina pouted, huffing disdainfully as she made a fierce face at Yi Tian. Bibi Dong, however, did not display any urgency in taking on a disciple. As she often said, one must proceed with patience. Rushing would only yield adverse results. She had already met with the academy regarding this matter, ensuring that those who were unworthy of being disciples were excluded. As the hour grew late, Bibi Dong suggested, Jiangwo, why not stay and join us for dinner? This was customary when a high-ranking official returned to Martial Soul City to report. As the Pope, she had to maintain certain social niceties. Typically, other bishops accompanied such visits, but this time, only Bibi Dong remained with Yi Jiangwo, indicating that something significant was afoot. Yi Jiangwo was aware that he was likely on the verge of being promoted to elder status, destined to remain in Martial Soul City to oversee central administrative affairs. He understood that he must soon shoulder greater responsibilities, though he had yet to ascertain the specifics. Could it involve the formation of a new army of soul masters? This thought reminded him of recent rumors regarding the Martial Soul Palace's intention to establish several legions, composed entirely of soul masters. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Jiangwo's demeanor remained courteous and proper. How delightful! I have been quite hungry, Yi Tian exclaimed, bouncing with joy. Hulaina smirked mischievously. Children are not allowed at the table. You're talking about me. I'm already grown up. Yi Tian insisted earnestly. Hulaina rolled her eyes in disbelief, clearly unamused by his attempt at deception. The dinner was simple, with few dishes served. Such high-standard dinners primarily served to express concern rather than to indulge in excess. After a few bites, Bibi Dong, seated at the head of the table, initiated the day's political discussion. She did not send Hulaina and Yi Tian away, for both were individuals she intended to cultivate with care. Their education would extend beyond martial souls to include matters of governance. I have heard that Bishop Jiangwo has demonstrated notable governance in Fasnuo City, with commendable achievements. As you're about to enter the central administration, what are your thoughts on the current policies of the Martial Soul Palace? I believe there are 2 key areas in need of improvement, Yi Jiangwo began. Firstly, the conflict between ecclesiastical authority and local governance. During my tenure in Fasnuo, my relationship with the provincial governor could not be described as harmonious. At the very least, we were often at odds. Many policies faced obstruction from the governor. Secondly, there is the issue of economic decline. The tax revenue for the Martial Soul Palace has 2 main sources: religious taxes from the 2 empires, which account for 40% of our income, and taxes from our own jurisdiction, primarily head taxes, which constitute 60%. Head taxes do not refer to a per capita tax, but rather encompass a method of taxation based on population. Despite the religious taxes from the empires remaining unchanged over the years and our jurisdiction's revenue steadily increasing, when compared to the pace of the Martial Soul Palace's expansion, it is evident that we are on a downward trajectory, ultimately becoming a significant burden. In summary, the current policies of the Martial Soul Palace require steady progress. With a focus on reforming the finer details, Yi Jiangwo concluded. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in his analysis. After hearing his insights, she gained a clearer understanding of Yi Jiangwo's capabilities. While his ideas were not groundbreaking, they were certainly valuable. What he articulated aligned with her recent motivations for taking action against the four great kingdoms. The areas directly governed by the Martial Soul Palace were far too limited to provide sufficient tax revenue to support its vast expenditures. Expansion was imperative. Hulaina interjected. The teacher has long recognized these two issues. However, the conflict between ecclesiastical authority and local governance fundamentally reflects the tensions between the Martial Soul Palace and the two great empires. Our relationship with the empires is inherently delicate. It is prudent to maintain the status quo in this regard. Having spent so much time alongside Bibi Dong, Hulaina's insights rivaled those of an exceptionally accomplished provincial governor. Regarding the second point, the teacher is already preparing to conduct a tax investigation within the jurisdiction of the Martial Soul Palace. An investigation? Ye Diangu Inuit Perpliet. Yes, Hulaina affirmed with a nod. The continent has enjoyed nearly a century of peace, leading to a significant population increase. The teacher flipped through a century's worth of tax records and discovered little significant growth. Last year, he conducted a census of the population in Soul Master City and astonishingly found that 1/3 of the population had gone unaccounted for. This was in Soul Master City. The ratio would likely be even higher in more remote areas. Yi Jiangwo's aged face flickered with concern. The income of the Spirit Hall primarily relies on head taxes. Hidden individuals naturally equate to diminished tax revenue. 1/3 is not a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian refrained from glancing at Yi Jiangwo's expression. It seemed that his grandfather's remarks were merely reflective of others' actions. This interview in the capital could only earn his grandfather's score of 50 out of 100. Such a score would hardly lead to a promotion. It was no wonder that after all these years, his grandfather remained merely a bishop in a remote and impoverished region. His methods and insights were commendable, having lived 2 lives, yet his eloquence left much to be desired. Yi Tian racked his brain, preparing to assist his grandfather in remedying the situation. He raised his eyes to see Jiangwo praising Bibi Dong. Your Majesty, the Pope, indeed thinks further than I do. Yi Tian interjected directly. Grandfather, didn't you tell me that one must speak with integrity? You certainly did not say that before. Did you not mention that the policies of the Spirit Hall were utterly flawed? Yi Tian said with earnest sincerity. Huh. Hulaina tilted her head in shock. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. When did I ever say that? Ye Viangu Hufit Gudering. He was bewildered by his grandson's unexpected comments. However, upon reflection, he realized his grandson was no mere child of 8. His mind was even more agile. Such words must have been carefully considered. Yet, he immediately apologized to Bibi Dong. For after all, this was a reckless critique of the Pope's policies, dismissing her achievements over the years. Continuing down that path could lead to dire consequences. Your Majesty, forgive my grandson's thoughtless words. He is but a child and speaks without understanding. Yi Jiangwo quickly offered. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed further. Does childish innocence imply that what Yi Tian said holds some truth? Compared to Yi Jiangwo's evasiveness, Bibi Dong found more credence in the words of a child. At that age, how could one fabricate lies? Coincidentally, Yi Tian shared the same sentiment. At my age, how could I possibly lie? Yi Tian looked at his grandfather with wide, innocent eyes, blinking earnestly. Grandfather, one must be honest. Surely, one cannot utter falsehoods before the Pope. Yi Jiangwo glared at Yi Tian, about to speak, but was halted by Bibi Dong's gesture. The implication was clear. The Pope wished to inquire personally. Yi Jiangwo, understanding the situation, actually looked forward to how his grandson would respond. Hulaina was already grinning from ear to ear, setting aside political views. Yi Tian's actions were a complete boon for his grandfather. Little Tian, Bibi Dong said, a pleasant smile gracing her face as her delicate fingers beckoned him closer. Come, come. Yi Tian almost instinctively approached Bibi Dong. Holding his head high, he took a deep breath. Your Majesty, you smell delightful. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback, but that look quickly faded. Oh no, the teacher has been teased, Hulaina whispered gleefully, her smile growing even brighter. Bibi Dong gently ruffled Yi Tian's hair. Little Tian, you mentioned your grandfather is quite dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall's policies. Do you know why? Cough, cough. Yi Jiangwo cleared his throat. Grandfather, are you unwell? Yi Tian rushed over, concerned. Bibi Dong smiled at Yi Jiangwo. Since Bishop Jiangwo is feeling unwell, Laina, please escort him to rest. I too should take a break. Yi Tian's expression flashed a moment of panic, quickly turning to Bibi Dong as if seeking permission. Of course, it was all an act. Oh really? Is that so? You don't want to smell a little more? Cough, cough. Even Hulaina found herself coughing at this. Teasing is not appropriate for a teacher. It could lead astray the young. Naturally, she kept her thoughts to herself, aware of the situation. Ah, is that permissible? Yi Tian felt a moment of internal struggle. Glancing between his grandfather and Bibi Dong. It is permissible. Hulaina held back her laughter, thinking, this little one truly lacks composure. Yi Jiangwo, meanwhile, coughed even more vehemently. Little Tian, I am unwell and must depart. Do not linger, return early. Before the Pope, Yi Jiangwo had a feigned frailty. After all, the Majesty requested him to act ill, and he had no choice but to comply. Yet, behind his weary eyes lay deep-seated worries, an implicit anxiety regarding the impending revelations his grandson might unveil. Exiting the hall, Yi Jiangwo let out a silent sigh of relief. My acting skills are quite commendable. Inside the hall, after watching his grandfather leave, Yi Tian promptly settled beside Bibi Dong. Hulaina edged closer. Little Tian, who do you think is more delightful, your sister or the teacher? Are you trying to trick me? Is that even a question I can answer? Yi Tian turned his head away. Laina, please do not pose such tricky questions. Bibi Dong's gaze shifted back to Yi Tian. Little Tian, what did your grandfather tell you? Could you share with me? Yi Jiangwo was indeed concealing something. However, Bibi Dong felt it was of little consequence. After all, Yi Jiangwo had served as an official in the Spirit Hall for many years. Now that he had entered the central authority, it was wise to be cautious. For Bibi Dong, this was merely an unnecessary adjustment period. She only hoped Yi Jiangwo would extend her more trust. Well, my grandfather said I cannot let others know. Yi Tian, find difficulty. Am I considered others? Bibi Dong leaned closer, her voice gentle. Did you not see? Your grandfather must heed my words. Rest assured, whatever you say shall remain between us. Really? Yi Tian raised his eyes, blinking. Of course, little brother. How could your teacher deceive you? Hulaina stifled her laughter, taking the opportunity to ruffle his hair. Little Tian, you're the best. You won't forget, will you? Hulaina subtly teased. Are you trying to trap me? Who said I forgot? I remember very clearly. Yi Tian insisted. Very well. Then tell me, what flaws do you see in the current policies of the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to extract the truth of Yi Jiangwo's views on the Spirit Hall from Yi Tian. Trapped. Yi Tian similit ignardly. My grandfather often tells me that the Spirit Hall has 3 fatal weaknesses. First, the system is chaotic. Any Soul Master can join the Spirit Hall, which is even inferior to Soul Master sections. Second, it has detached from the common populace, falsely presenting itself as their representative, but in reality, it is a thoroughly exploitative organization that disregards the well-being of ordinary people. Thirdly, to be oblivious to the identity of one's adversary is akin to a headless fly, flailing about aimlessly, without the internal fortitude to confront domestic challenges and the external threat of foreign foes. Such a force is destined for extinction. Are you jesting? Hulaina's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this something an 8-year-old would articulate? What do you mean by jesting? These are the words of my grandfather, not mine. Yi Tian shrugged nonchalantly, claiming indifference. It was his grandfather who would appear foolish. Bibi Dong, too, found herself ensnared in contemplation. She recalled Yi Tian's propensity for uttering statements that took her by surprise. Even with a psychological expectation, this discourse ignited a flicker of indignation within her. Were the words spoken by this child not worthy of her ire? Had he not been but a mere boy? Bibi Dong believed she would have been incensed enough to dismiss him. Such arrogant proclamations. Yet, these remarks came from the lips of a mere 8-year-old. Bibi Dong found herself unable to remain furious, allowing time for contemplation. Were Yi Jiangwo's assertions entirely erroneous? It seemed improbable. Yi Jiangwo had exhibited a level of maturity that, in their encounters, he refrained from broaching such matters. This alone illustrated his understanding of the zeitgeist, thus leading to divergent political opinions. However, the hidden viewpoints he refrained from expressing were worlds apart from Bibi Dong's understanding. In her perspective, the Spirit Hall was steadily advancing, on the brink of unifying the continent. Yet, Yi Jiangwo told his grandson that the Spirit Hall would eventually meet its demise. The disparity was monumental. With such profound confusion, Bibi Dong suppressed the tumult in her heart and inquired. The Spirit Hall has operated for nearly a millennium. How can you claim its system is chaotic? Tian did not respond directly, but instead posed a question to Hulaina. Where are you from, sister? I hail from the Tiando Empire and the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom. Why do you ask? If you inquire about me, I certainly do not comprehend. Tian shook his head. My grandfather once posed a similar question to me. He said that joining the Spirit Hall, for the vast majority of soul masters, is merely a form of occupational identity. It is akin to a blacksmith joining a blacksmith's guild. When war erupts, most blacksmiths will forge weapons for their own nation, even if, for certain reasons, these blacksmiths join an opposing faction and take up arms against their foes when they traverse their homeland and witness their familiar terrain. Their hearts will invariably belong to this land and the people they know within it. Hulaina fell silent. Bibi Dong was also rendered mute. Yi Jiangwo was subtly ridiculing her policies of expanding the Spirit Hall's influence since her administration began. Could it be that she was genuinely mistaken? This doubt quickly took root and blossomed within Bibi Dong's mind. Chapter 16. Simulating Ordinary Soul Masters and Their Choices. Observing Bibi Dong lost in thought, Yi Tian offered a gentle smile. After all, he was speaking from the perspective shaped by the insights of countless scholars in the future. Bibi Dong had not studied these concepts, and thus found it entirely normal not to comprehend. Unexpectedly, her expression mirrored that of the Pope at that time. When my grandfather shared these thoughts with me, I too was perplexed. However, he provided an example. Please share with us, Bibi Dong urged. Genuinely uncertain of Yi Jiangwo's perspective, it was evident that he was critiquing the rapid expansion and lax management of the Spirit Hall since her assumption of leadership. Yet, was this not the very intention of the Spirit Hall? Was she truly to stand idly by and disregard the soul masters emerging from humble beginnings, tightly closing the gates of the Spirit Hall to them? This was evidently not the vision Bibi Dong held for the Spirit Hall. Yi Tian suggested, we could have Sister Hulaina simulate a scenario. You want me to simulate? Hulaina pointed to herself, intrigued. How would that work? Yi Tian explained. Imagine, Sister Laina, that you are born into a modest family with siblings. Your family has been composed of commoners for generations, and suddenly, at the age of 6, you awaken your soul power, albeit at a modest level of merely 2 levels. What would you do? Is there even a need to ponder? Most likely, I would be awakened by the steward of the Spirit Hall branch. The steward would recommend me to enroll in the local Spirit Hall Academy. Thanks to the policies of the Spirit Hall, I would receive a stipend of 2 gold soul coins each month. While this may not grant me substantial resources, it would certainly alleviate the issue of basic sustenance. However, with a 2-level talent, it seems unlikely I could enter a prestigious Soul Master Academy, right? Hulaina pondered. Her brow furrowed, for this was far removed from her reality. Indeed, Yi Tian nodded gently. After graduating from the basic academy, you would have approximately 3 paths to choose from. The first would be to pursue an elusive path of advancement, which necessitates a significant amount of resources. Ordinary employment would not suffice. You would need to join an adventurer's group and explore various realms of the continent in search of opportunities. The second path would be to seek the patronage of a powerful noble and become a guest scholar. The third option would be to join the Spirit Hall. Hulaina lowered her chin in contemplation. To gamble on a chance for elusive fortune through adventure is akin to walking a bloody knife's edge. I have my parents, siblings, and I certainly would not choose that route. Hulaina chuckled. Among the remaining 2 options, I would certainly select to join the Spirit Hall. Indeed, Yi Tian nodded. Assuming you join the Spirit Hall after graduation, and by fortunate chance, you find a mentor. Within a few years, you ascend to the second ring. Through your mentor's connections, you become a distinguished steward. Would that not be splendid? Hulaina beamed. It seems the steward earns around 10 gold soul coins a month. Does it not? That would be quite sufficient for a family of commoners. With that income, I could support my family and even purchase a few acres of land. Precisely. Yi Tian nodded. Subsequently, your brother has also grown up, although he did not awaken his soul power, thanks to your influence. He has attended school for a few years and can recognize some characters. As your family owns land and your parents are aging, your brother would not be able to work far from home. Why venture far afield? Hulaina shook her head. I would help my brother find work locally, allowing him to care for our parents. Is that not a good plan? Yes, quite admirable. After all, this is a simulation. Anything is possible. Yi Tian did not argue. He continued. Time swiftly passed, and 20 years went by. Your parents have grown old. Your siblings have established their own families, each with their own children. They continue to benefit from your position as a soul master, securing stable employment within the local spirit hall sub-branch or the government. I find this scenario utterly perfect. Hulaina exclaimed with a hint of excitement, turning to Bibi Dong. Teacher, is this not precisely what the spirit hall aims to achieve? Without the spirit hall, these soul masters' talents might remain forever buried. Yet, through the platform provided by the spirit hall and their own efforts, they have transformed their family status. Bibi Dong smiled faintly, offering no reply. She understood that this simulation would inevitably serve as a critique of the spirit hall. Yet, she pondered, could there truly be fault in such an outcome? Continue the simulation, little Tian. Bibi Dong was eager to discover the answer. Certainly. Tian nodded. After several more years of this blissful existence, one day, the spirit hall suddenly issued a decree mandating the withdrawal of all soul masters from the branches and sub-branches within the territories of the two great empires. Why is that? Hulaina tilted her head in confusion. Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong's expression froze momentarily before undergoing a dramatic transformation. Who told you this? She demanded. My grandfather, Tian replied, shrinking back as if he had lost his voice. What is wrong, teacher? Hulaina seemed to sense the unusual tone in her teacher's voice. It's nothing, continue. I merely recalled some unpleasant memories, she said. Little Tian, should I withdraw as well? Hulaina glanced at Tian. Yes. The orders from the spirit hall are quite urgent. As a junior soul master, you may not fully grasp the reasons behind it. Thus, you have two choices. 1, to withdraw. 2, to remain. Withdrawing is not an option, as one cannot defy the orders of the spirit hall. Hulaina immediately made her choice. Tian continued to simulate the scenario. After the withdrawal, war erupted across the continent, pitting the spirit hall against the two great empires. The sects within the soul master community also chose sides shortly after the outbreak of hostilities. Va? Is that even possible? Hulaina murmured. The continent has maintained peace for a century. How could there be war? Bibi Dong remained silent, choosing not to address Hulaina's confusion. She had not anticipated that Yi Jiangwo would foresee the war. Although the spirit hall and the two empires maintained a facade of peace, both sides were secretly ramping up military preparations. This quiet escalation had gradually become more overt. It is well known that once the suspicion of military expansion arises, the numbers of their armies will only swell, leading to an inevitable conflict triggered by a single incident. The ominous clouds of war were drawing near the continent. It's merely a simulation. Just follow little Tian's line of thought. Bibi Dong spoke. Very well. What happened after the war? Hulaina inquired. Tian replied. As a second-ring soul master, you became the captain of a small soul master squad, tasked with gathering intelligence for the army. The spirit hall, leveraging its formidable offensive capabilities, swiftly advanced, approaching your homeland. The empire, desperate to resist the spirit hall, began extensive conscription. Your brother, considering the land of your homeland and the elderly parents in need of care, chose to remain. Unfortunately, your brother, along with his son and your sister's son, were forcibly conscripted, becoming soldiers of the empire. Coincidentally, the spirit hall prepared for a strong assault on that region, amassing a large army for an ambush. Your unit happened to be among them. You now have the following choices. 1. Choose to defect and join the empire's ranks to defend your homeland. 2. With great pain, remain silent, fighting for the justice of the spirit hall, knowing that war brings death. 3. Quietly warn your brother to keep his distance. I have to choose. At that moment, Hulaina, still in her teens, found herself engulfed in turmoil. There was hardly a choice to be made. Defecting from the spirit hall, as the holy maiden, how could she possibly do such a thing? Even in simulation, it was unacceptable. Remaining silent was agonizing. Those were her loved ones. Watching her family perish while she survives, what meaning would that hold? Quietly informing her brother was akin to defection. Moreover, wouldn't he being a deserter also be a death sentence? It seemed that informing was equally fatal. How could she choose? Hulaina glanced at Tian, then at Bibi Dong. Little Tian, what would you choose? Hulaina decided to abandon her dilemma. Yi Jiangwo must have simulated this with Tian before, so Tian must have made a choice. I didn't reach that point. I chose not to withdraw. Oh, why? Hulaina was taken aback. In truth, there was hardly any choice at all. Because from the moment one became a soul master, the goal was to ensure a better life for one's family. If the family is lost, What is the point of living? Even if one chooses to withdraw, the second option is entirely unfeasible. Is the spirit hall truly fighting for justice? If it were for justice, why would such agonizing choices exist? As for the third option, it was impossible. The battlefield is fleeting. How could one quietly inform their family? To protect them, defection was the only path. This isn't right. Hulaina shook her head. Since war is bound to break out, it must not happen overnight. Why not bring my family to the spirit hall? Coincidentally, everyone seems to think this way. What about transportation? How vast is the spirit hall? Would the empire allow them to pass? In the homeland, you can cultivate a few acres to sustain yourself, but at the spirit hall, how would you eat? Live on the northwestern winds? Of course, that is not my opinion. It's what my grandfather told me. Tian quickly added a clarification. If there is an issue, consult my grandfather. Hulaina's spirit immediately waned, muttering, why must there be war? Bibi Dong, who had been silently observing the entire exchange, remained quiet. Was the system of the spirit hall truly flawed? In an instant, Bibi Dong fell into self-doubt. Yi Jiangwo's 3 incisive political views struck like sharp blades into her heart. Merely the first point made Bibi Dong feel that the chances of victory in war diminished by 30%. What of the second point regarding detachment from the commoners, and the third regarding the enemy? Bibi Dong had lost the desire to continue listening. She urgently needed answers to the first question. Laina, little Tian, I am feeling rather fatigued today. Please take little Tian down to rest. Very well. Hulaina understood the profound impact this day had on her teacher and chose not to say more. The next day, before the Pope's hall, Gue Mei and Yu Guan exchanged glances, both feeling apprehensive. His Majesty summoned us. What could it be about? Gue Mei inquired. How would I know? Yu Guan responded with concern, fearing it might be related to the mishap during his mission to the Stardo Forest. A few days prior, after inviting Yi Jiangwo to the Spirit Hall, he had not returned, but had been ordered by Bibi Dong to the Stardo Forest to hunt the transformed 10,000-year soft bone rabbit. Unfortunately, he had failed, falling short by a hair's breadth. Feeling the pressure, Yu Guan prepared to explain. Upon entering the hall and after exchanging formalities, Yu Guan spoke first. Your Majesty, although I secretly ventured to the Stardo, there were 2 10,000-year ferocious beasts accompanying the transformed soft bone rabbit, which is why I was unable to succeed. However, I have learned their dwelling place, and I assure you that next time will succeed. Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly, I understand. Capturing this 10,000-year soul ring is not a task that can be accomplished in a day or two. Countless failures have already occurred. Bibi Dong had grown accustomed to this. Holding her scepter, she stood from her throne, casting a stern gaze upon Gue Mei and Yu Guan. You have been assisting me in managing the affairs of the Spirit Hall for many years. Please share what are the current shortcomings of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong had scarcely slept the previous night. Yet no matter how she pondered, she could not find a way to counter Yi Jiangwo's assertions. She felt fortunate that there were individuals like Yi Jiangwo who remained clear-headed, yet harbored resentment that even such individuals, knowing the truth, remained unwilling to speak candidly. What has become of the Spirit Hall? Could it be that only Yi Jiangwo has noticed? Thus, she summoned both Gue Mei and Yu Guan, who had served her in the center for many years and were well acquainted with the Spirit Hall's circumstances. Bibi Dong was eager to hear the genuine opinions of the two. Her response left Yu Guan momentarily stunned. It was not merely a matter concerning the soft bone rabbit. It made things much easier. There was no need for restraint. They could express themselves freely. Bibi Dong began to speak and explain the context of them both. Yesterday, I met with Bishop Yi Jiangwo, who presented some astonishing new perspectives on the Spirit Hall. However, since this pertains to reforming the policies of the Spirit Hall, which is a grave matter, we must keep avenues of communication open and not rely solely on one viewpoint. Upon hearing this, Gue Mei and Yu Guan felt their tensed hearts ease considerably. Gue Mei bowed and said, Your Majesty, I believe Yi Jiangwo is merely new to the Spirit Hall's core and is eager to make a name for himself. The Spirit Hall has a legacy of 1,000 years, and all systems have precedents to follow. As long as we strictly adhere to the laws laid down by our ancestors and work diligently, the Spirit Hall will inevitably unify the continent. Yu Guan nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. Although Yi Jiangwo possesses talent, he cannot escape the trivialities of politics. He is simply seeking promotion. So your Majesty need not pay him much mind. At this, Bibi Dong felt a pang of sorrow and lightly touched her forehead. Even two foolish pigs must express themselves differently, no? She hoped that the two of them were merely seeking self-preservation, like Yi Jiangwo, and did not wish to speak too much. Do you not wish to hear what Yi Jiangwo had to say? Bibi Dong inquired. Hui Mai chuckled. What more could he say? It is merely that there are corrupt officials beneath the spirit hall, who pay lip service while acting contrary. While these matters may sound infuriating, how could such a vast organization as the spirit hall be without a few parasites? Your Majesty need only address specific issues. There is no need to mobilize the masses. Bibi Dong's expression turned icy. If Yi Jiangwo were merely pointing out these matters, I would not have summoned you both. He stated that the very system of the spirit hall has decayed, that we no longer represent the interests of the common people, and we do not even know who our enemies are. If this continues, the spirit hall will be on the brink of destruction. Outrage flickered on Gue Mei's face. Preposterous. Yu Guan's expression was hardly better. This Yi Jiangwo is indeed speaking nonsense. I cannot believe I once praised him in my letter. Yu Guan shook his head. It appears that while he possesses capability, his character may be somewhat lacking. Your Majesty should admonish him before considering any appointment. Bibi Dong sighed softly. Indeed, having been in a high position within the spirit hall for so long, one's reactions to such words become rather uniform. Let me ask you both. If the spirit hall were to initiate a war now, what would be our chances against the two great empires? At least 80%. Yuan declared proudly. This conclusion was not mere boasting on his part. In terms of elite combat power, organizational capability, and military preparedness, the Spirit Hall had a decisive advantage over the two empires. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's greatest asset lay in its Spirit Masters. When the Spirit Master legions emerged, who could rival them? Even if it were not 80%, 75% was assured. Gue Mei interjected. The Spirit Hall is currently strategizing against the four great kingdoms. Once we secure those kingdoms, it will be akin to severing the two arms of the Tian Empire. With taxes and population under the Spirit Hall's control, we will be like a tiger with wings. In this give and take, the two great empires will inevitably be weakened. With such a Spirit Hall, how can we not emerge victorious? 75% is indeed the most conservative estimate. But what if the Spirit Masters below do not support us? Bibi Dong scoffed. How could that be? Yu Guan immediately refuted. Your Majesty, if you say such things, it would be a fundamental misunderstanding. We are a Spirit Master organization. If the Spirit Masters do not support us, who will? To say that Spirit Masters do not support the Spirit Hall is akin to declaring the Spirit Hall dissolved. Without Spirit Masters, how can we contend with the two great empires? Gue Mei shook his head, lamenting how Yi Jiangwo had spun such flowery words as to speak grandly before the Pope. Bibi Dong, however, chose not to respond further. A knowing smile crossed her lips. It was time for the two before her to experience the shock of simulating a spirit master. She slowly returned to her throne, her gaze leveling with the two, and spoke softly, less engaged in a simulation. Imagine both of you came from ordinary families and possessed low innate spirit power. By the way, you have siblings. After the simulation, Yu Guan and Gue Mei found themselves at a crossroads. How to choose? One ventured hesitantly. I dare say that most spirit masters would choose their family. They exchanged bitter smiles, realizing that Yi Jiangwo truly had a keen insight. Gue Mei found himself genuinely impressed. Having risen from the grassroots, only he could analyze the issues of the Spirit Hall with such clarity. Yu Guan remarked with a sense of admiration. It seems our Pope has indeed acquired a rare talent. Bibi Dong noted, now that the answer has been revealed, let us proceed from there. First, what aspects of the current system of the Spirit Hall require reform? Second, why is it said that the Spirit Hall has become detached from the common people? Third, who is the enemy of the Spirit Hall? Gue Mei stepped forward, a pained expression on his face. Your Majesty, the first question is not something that can be resolved in a day or two. Moreover, even if we were to reform the system, it cannot be pushed solely by our papal hall. We need the nod from the Elder Hall. We should discuss this with the Elder Hall. The Grand Elder, Tian had long since secluded himself in pursuit of enlightenment. Currently, the secular affairs of the Elder Hall were managed by the Second Elder, Golden Crocodile Daw. Gue Mei continued. As for the second and third questions, I do not agree with Yi Jiangwo's assertions. How has the Spirit Hall become detached from the common people? Each year, we spend vast amounts of gold soul coins on subsidies for Spirit Masters. Are those funds being embezzled? I doubt anyone would dare touch that money. nor has any spirit master reported not receiving their due. I concur with that, Yuan nodded. The Spirit Hall sends many personnel each year to every village on the continent to awaken spirits. If that is not for the common people, then which of the two parasitic empires is truly for the people? Yuan chuckled. Gue Mei nodded. Yi Jiangwo's words do seem somewhat alarmist. And regarding the third point, the Spirit Hall is unaware of its enemies? Surely, even an 8-year-old child would not say such a thing. Who else could be the enemies of the Spirit Hall? The two great empires and the Spirit Master sects. The armies and Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall should sweep across the land, erasing them from the map entirely. Bibi Dong's eyes flickered. What the two expressed was precisely what she had pondered throughout the night, but had failed to grasp. If the system of the Spirit Hall were flawed, Bibi Dong would readily admit it. She had come to understand this during the night. Those in power often become blind to their own circumstances. The two great empires, with their millennia of legacy, had become utterly corrupt. Had the Spirit Hall, with its own millennium of legacy, not fallen into the same decay? Only those within could not perceive the whole picture. However, she remained perplexed by the second and third points. Could it be that Yi Jiangwo was truly being alarmist? Chapter 18, Bibi Dong. Then tell me if you would. At the Yi residence, Yi Jiangwo, freshly promoted to title Douluo, was about to oversee the central affairs of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall was exceedingly generous, bestowing upon them a grand villa. In the living room, Yi Tian reclined on the sofa, indulging in the delectable delicacies procured from the Spirit City by the servants. Indeed, the culinary delights of Spirit City were truly remarkable. Yi Tian mumbled through mouthfuls. Across from him, Yi Jiangwo shook his head, his aged visage betraying an inscrutable expression, oscillating between laughter and sorrow. Little Tian, did you truly only mention those 3 points to Bibi Dong? He queried. Would I dare to deceive you, Grandpa? Yi Tian replied. You certainly have the audacity to declare before Her Majesty that the Spirit Hall is on the brink of collapse. Yi Jiangwo sighed, fully aware that his grandson had stirred a significant hornet's nest. However, regardless of the consequences, even if the sky were to fall, he would bear the burden for him. A smile returned to Yi Jiangwo's face, for the position of elder mattered little to him. Power held no allure. All that mattered was his grandson's well-being. Even if it meant severing ties with the Spirit Hall, it was of no consequence. Master, the Saintess Hulaina requests an audience. I have instructed her to wait in the guest room, announced Butler Fu, impeccably dressed in a new tailcoat, as he approached Yi Jiangwo. Having served Yi Jiangwo for many years, Fu was well aware of the significance of the Saintess's identity and promptly ushered her to the guest room rather than leaving her in the hallway. Yi Jiangwo chuckled at Yi Tian, stroking his beard as he rose. The main event has arrived. It seems I cannot escape this. It's all right if the sky falls. You shall bear it, Grandpa, Yi Tian said nonchalantly, brushing crumbs from his snacks onto the floor. Please tidy up, Fu. He then hurriedly followed his grandfather towards the guest room. Upon seeing Yi Jiangwo approach, Hulaina stood and offered a slight bow. Her gaze shifting from the elder to Yi Tian, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Little Tian, I specifically came to find you. The Haagen-Dazs Kingdom presented us with a batch of exquisite ice pops yesterday. My teacher thought you would surely enjoy them. Thus I was sent to fetch you. Is that so? Thank you for your kind offer, but I do not fancy cold treats, so I shall pass, Yi Tian replied, retreating a couple of steps at Hulaina's radiant smile, feeling as though he were staring at a ghost. Avoid associating with someone infatuated. It leads to unhappiness. Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard twice. Your Majesty's kind intentions should not be dismissed. Whether you wish to partake or not, you should still go. At that moment, Yi Jiangwo discerned that Bibi Dong likely had not fully grasped those 3 points, feeling too bashful to summon him. It was fortuitous that Yi Tian could serve as an intermediary, a role he eagerly welcomed, for his grandson was far more articulate than he. Hulaina pouted, letting out a soft huff, her brows knitting slightly. Am I truly that daunting? Why does Yi Tian always keep his distance from me? Well, with the invitation from your Majesty, it would be impolite to decline, wouldn't it? She said, her expression softening into a mischievous smile as she leaned closer to Yi Tian. Later, you shall sit beside my teacher. Ah, is that permissible? Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise, quickly glancing around. I did not mean to imply that. Ah, yes, indeed. Hulaina's mischievous grin widened, realizing the young boy had a fondness for such arrangements. In the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong, deep in contemplation with her chin resting on her hand, rose upon hearing the announcement. Her violet eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she clapped her hands. Several beautiful maidens emerged from the inner hall, presenting fruits and pastries in a seamless flow before Tian. Once the offerings were laid before him, the maidens gracefully withdrew. Bibi Dong approached Tian, taking his delicate hand and guiding him to sit. Little Tian, you truly are impressive. Was it you who imparted the strategies employed by the Serpent Spear Douluo? Serpent Spear Douluo? Tian was momentarily bewildered, as he had never encountered him. Hulaina clarified. The Serpent Spear Douluo wrote to say he received guidance from a great master. The sects within the four kingdoms are now in utter disarray. Could it be that the elderly gentleman is the Serpent Spear Douluo? Tian suddenly recalled an old man he had advised in a tavern in Soto City a fortnight ago. Indeed, he intended to take you as his disciple, but you rejected him. It was only after he traveled to the Fasno province that he realized, Hulaina added with a smile. Could it be that he traveled to Fasno specifically to recruit me? Tian pondered in astonishment, now curious about when the Serpent Spear Douluo had taken an interest in him. Indeed, by the way, the strategy you taught to the Serpent Spear Douluo, was it imparted to you by your grandfather? Hulaina inquired. Of course, it was a product of my own ingenuity. Naturally, my grandfather taught me. Tian declared proudly, his face alight with satisfaction. Bibi Dong appeared contemplative, realizing that Yi Jiangwo had anticipated everything. He merely refrained from voicing it. Such talent as Tian's was indeed a boon for the Spear Hall. After sorting through her myriad thoughts, Bibi Dong remarked, recently, you mentioned 3 shortcomings of the Spear Hall. Regarding the first, concerning systems, I have begun to grasp the necessity for reform. The recruitment and management of spirit masters can no longer remain disorganized as before. Before she could elaborate on the other 2 points, Tian interrupted with delight. This is delicious. He seemed oblivious to their discussion, raising a piece of flaky pastry to reveal his gleaming white teeth as he bit into it. Why is the filling pink? It resembles something from a technological marvel. Hulaina laughed. This is called lotus leaf pastry, and the filling is made from lotus seeds blended with rare ingredients, resulting in this color. Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled. She had just engaged in a discussion about Spirit Hall governance with a child. Truly, all of this stemmed from Yi Jiangwo's wisdom. Tian merely happened to be closer to the source of knowledge. Realizing this, she decided to directly question Yi Jiangwo, but it seemed futile. It was far better to extract information from Tian directly. Little Tian, what does the pastry taste? Bibi Dong inquired, her smile brightening. Of course, it is delicious. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tian beamed, his joy radiating. If you wish, you may take a few boxes with you when you leave. But Tian hesitated, suddenly feeling conflicted. Grandpa said one must not take others' belongings without merit. What I am gifting you cannot be considered taking. Bibi Dong chuckled, amused by the child's naivety. Let us do this. Answer a few of my questions, and consider these pastries as rewards for your responses. All right. Tian straightened up, a satisfied smile adorning his face. In their hearts, both Bibi Dong and Tian simultaneously thought, the trap has been set. Chapter 19. Tian enlightens. The Spirit Hall cannot compete against its enemies. Bibi Dong fixed her gaze on Tian as he agreed, saying, Xiao Tian, you previously mentioned that the Spirit Hall has distanced itself from the common people. Yet, the primary mission of the Spirit Hall has always been to serve the populace. Tian shook his head. My grandfather has stated that the Spirit Hall is an organization dedicated to the soul masters, not the commoners. The moment a commoner becomes a soul master, their status changes. This pertains to the stratification of society. Stratification? Hulaina murmured softly. It was a term not taught in school, a concept beyond her comprehension. Even Bibi Dong, the Pope, fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the term. Stratification likely refers to social status. Indeed, Tian smiled, giving Bibi Dong a thumbs up. My grandfather explained that commoners are referred to as such because they wield no power. Common signifies the ordinary, while people refers to the laboring masses, the fundamental members of society. Together, it denotes ordinary beings capable of labor. Their voice is monopolized by the landholding nobility, and their avenues for advancement are completely obstructed. They remain as they are from birth to death. What the commoners see is merely what the landholding nobility wishes them to see, and what they do is dictated by the desires of the nobility. The existence of commoners serves solely to satisfy the whims of the aristocracy. They are like vassals bound to the land, eternally shackled. Thus, what significance does the Spirit Hall hold for these commoners? No matter how grand the Spirit Hall may be, it only has branches and sub-branches within the cities. Soul Masters are beyond their reach, and the subsidies meant for Soul Masters are but objects of envy for them. It is said that a noble lord might even shout, "These funds must come from you commoners." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, as Yi Tian's voice was abruptly silenced. Hulaina's eyes widened in indignation. These nobles are truly despicable. They deserve to be cursed. For her textbooks, she knew of the nobility's malice, and that Soul Masters were meant to uphold justice by defeating such individuals. However, Hulaina had never truly grasped the meaning of her studies until today, when Yi Tian's words illuminated the significance of Soul Masters. It is to vanquish these parasites. My grandfather once said, there is something even more repugnant than the nobility. Who? Hulaina's anger surged. The Soul Masters, Yi Tian replied. Huh? Hulaina froze, incredulous. That cannot be. Soul Masters have little interaction with the commoners. How could they be worse than the nobility? Yi Tian inquired, where does the Spirit Hall's income originate? From taxes levied by the two great empires and their territories, Hulaina answered. Exactly, Yi Tian replied lazily. Soul Masters do not engage in production. Yet they are individuals who need food, drink, and training, all of which require substantial funds. This money can only come from taxes. The taxes from the two great empires and the territories under Soul Masters cannot just appear out of thin air. Thus, they are essentially siphoning the blood of the commoners. Moreover, these taxes cannot be collected directly by the empires themselves. They must be extracted by the lesser nobility from the commoners. Hulaina seemed to grasp the concept. Are you suggesting that these nobles would use the name of the Spirit Hall to extort the commoners? Yi Tian chuckled. Do they need to borrow? A portion of the taxes collected is already allocated to the Spirit Hall. These minor nobles are not foolish. When they collect taxes, they cannot simply tell the commoners, I want to collect. If they did, they might find themselves at the mercy of an enraged commoner one day. They require finesse. For in a sense, commoners are also the property of these nobles. Hulaina contemplated this, her mind conjuring images of the nobility's true nature and thoughts such as, blame the Spirit Hall. The Soul Masters protect you and collect a few coins. What is wrong with that? This is the money of the Soul Masters. If you want to vent, direct your ire at them, not me. If you refuse to pay, how can you support the Soul Masters? Bibi Dong also understood, taking a deep breath. The corruption within the Spirit Hall had reached a point of necessary reform. Without change, it would truly perish. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, I seemed to grasp the underlying truth. It is the nobility, not the Soul Masters, who wield the power to communicate with the commoners. Hulaina, deflated, raised her eyes to Bibi Dong. Teacher, does that mean whatever the nobility does, the commoners believe? This seems utterly unreasonable. In a certain sense, yes, Bibi Dong affirmed, articulating each word. Power does not lie in right or wrong, but in singularity. When a lie is told 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. Bibi Dong was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. The Spirit Hall, having distanced itself from the commoners, was indeed perilously close to extinction. Previously, her confidence in the impending war stemmed from her belief that the hearts of the people resided within the Spirit Hall. As long as the Spirit Hall waved its banner, the populace would inevitably rise and topple the decaying empire. Now, it seemed nothing more than a fanciful notion. How tragic that the vast power of the Spirit Hall was only understood by Yi Tian's grandfather, Yi Jiangwo. What misfortune for the Spirit Hall! Yet, it was also their fortune that one individual comprehended the truth. Otherwise, the millennia-old foundation of the Spirit Hall might truly be destroyed by Bibi Dong herself. Bibi Dong lifted her teacup, taking a sip to calm her tumultuous emotions. Then she inquired Xiao Tian, what about the third point? Are not the enemies of the Spirit Hall the two great empires and the various sects? The various sects in the Soul Master community resemble tumors of varying sizes, monopolizing resources without contributing. They neither purge the evil Soul Masters nor support justice. They do not benefit the common Soul Masters nor nurture newcomers, hoarding the resources for their own selfish desires. The two great empires, as representatives of noble interests, need no further elaboration. They're deserving of the utmost condemnation. Is it not right for the Spirit Hall to eradicate such individuals? Tian nodded, yes, absolutely. Once these individuals are eliminated, peace will prevail in Douluo. I believe they all deserve death. However, the question remains, can the Spirit Hall prevail against them? Hulaina laughed. Little brother, who told you that? The Spirit Hall cannot defeat them? The Spirit Hall is the strongest on the continent. The strongest, do you understand? Hulaina brandished her small pink fist, fiercely declaring, one punch for each little one. Cannot defeat them? Bibi Dong also smiled, unable to deny that Yi Jiangwo's insights always surprised her. The Spirit Hall being the strongest is a widely acknowledged fact across the continent. A single chopstick is easily broken, but 10 cannot be snapped. Yi Tian, serious as ever, bit into an ice pop, speaking in a muffled tone. I believe the Holy Pope understands better than my grandfather. Once war breaks out, the entire continent will become the enemy of the Spirit Hall. Even the most insignificant creatures would take a bite at the Soul Hall's spirit masters upon encountering them. My grandfather once remarked that regardless of whether they possess high-level combat prowess, mid-tier soul masters, or even low-ranking armies, the Soul Hall cannot overpower the two great empires and the sects of soul masters. Yet, paradoxically, the Soul Hall believes itself to be the strongest on the continent, while the two empires perceive themselves as being at a disadvantage. On the battlefield, victory is never achieved by the weak over the strong. It is always the strong that prevail over the weak. As the ancient military adage states, arrogance leads to defeat. The Soul Hall embodies both traits. In the end, Yi Tian had finished his ice treat, leaving Bai Dong deep in thought. Schechter Gveiset, Bibi Dong's strategic countermeasures. Elders Hall, a place typically dedicated to the cultivation and affairs of the esteemed. At this moment, the conference chamber of the Elders Hall was filled with a row of imposing elders. At the forefront, the golden crocodile, Douluo, furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the woman seated in the highest position. Bibi Non. Are these words indeed from Yi Jiangwo? Bai Dong, her eyes radiating authority, replied calmly. To be precise, they originate from Yi Jiangwo's grandson, Yi Tian. However, ultimately, they are still the words of Yi Jiangwo. It appears that Yi Jiangwo is indeed worthy of cultivation. The golden crocodile, Douluo's frown deepened. Yi Jiangwo has presented the Soul Hall with a formidable conundrum. 3 points, each capable of jeopardizing the Soul Hall's existence. Beside Bibi Gong, Yuguan wore a grim expression. What right does a junior have to speak here? The sixth elder, Tian Douluo, remarked with a darkened visage. I do not wish to inherit such a mess when I become an elder. Yuguan's eyes blazed with fury. He had long harbored disdain for this group of elders who stood idly by. It seems today is the day to teach them a lesson. Tian Douluo's soul power began to boil, enveloping him. Do you fear me? Both Gue Mei and Yuguan rose simultaneously. What a super Douluo. We have faced him before. Enough. The golden crocodile, Douluo, pressed lightly with his hand, unleashing golden soul power that immediately forced Yuguan and Gue Mei back into their seats. Tian Douluo's soul power was likewise suppressed into his body by an overwhelming pressure. We are here to discuss solutions, not to engage in combat. The second elder, Golden Crocodile Douluo, lifted his gaze to Bai Dong. He held a neutral stance towards this woman. He neither favored her nor despised her. Her actions over the years have been evident, her authority growing stronger. Without compromising core interests, the Golden Crocodile Douluo was willing to extend some courtesy. Since the Pontiff has already been informed of the issues raised by Yi Jiangwo, I assume there are plans in place? Bibi Non replied coldly. The first point raised by Yi Jiangwo concerning systemic flaws is fundamentally about the loyalty of Soul Hall's spirit masters, who may not be devoted to the Soul Hall. Therefore, I believe the Soul Hall should emulate the sects of soul masters by establishing a hierarchy of outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and true inheritors. The outer disciples may not face requirements, but entry into the inner circle must involve a rigorous vetting of identity, background, and lineage, with increasing strictness for advancement. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo nodded in agreement. Indeed, the fact that the sects of soul masters have endured for millennia alongside us indicates that their systems must possess certain advantages. We must ensure the integrity of the Soul Hall's core leadership. The other elders nodded in affirmation. Tian Douluo remarked, Yi Jiangwo's words serve as a reminder. What the Pontiff stated earlier is also agreeable to me. Let's put it to a vote. He raised his hand. Agreed. Agreed. The assembled titled Douluos cast their votes in favor. The leaders of the Pontiff's Hall and the Elders' Hall were Bai Dong and the Golden Crocodile, Duo, respectively. In truth, as long as both agreed, the other Douluos would not voice any objections. Even if there were dissenting opinions, they would merely remain as opinions. This meeting was essentially aimed at unifying the stance of the two halls. With the first systemic issue addressed, attention turned to the second point. I have some thoughts regarding the second issue of distancing from the common populace, the Golden Crocodile, Douluo stated. He continued, based on Yi Jiangwo's description, we are fundamentally being exploited by the nobility. The commoners have fallen prey to the slander of the aristocrats. In my view, we should send the Soul Hall's officials to every grassroots village to promote the merits of the Soul Hall. However, at this moment, the Soul Hall has not yet severed ties with the two great empires. The content of the promotion must be carefully considered. This is a commendable approach. Zivent Elda Jiang Montak Douluo nodded. Even Yi Jiangwo mentioned that the commoners have been deceived. Our Soul Hall collects but a fraction of taxes. The bulk lies with the two great empires. We must not shoulder this blame. We should clarify the accounts and present them to the commoners. Moreover, the funds we collect are not squandered. They are fully allocated to support soul masters. Bibidong interjected to clarify. The number of awakened soul masters among the common populace is merely around 50 to 70%, despite their large base. The aging gaze of the Golden Crocodile, Duo, turned to Bai Dong. Pontiff, do you find merit in my strategy? Bai Dong nodded. Promotion is indeed a viable method. Yet, it is insufficient. The Soul Hall must alleviate the burdens on the common populace. Are you suggesting a tax reduction? Have you lost your mind? Tian Douluo sprang to his feet, his voice booming. He was in charge of the Elders' Hall finances and was acutely aware of the current predicament of the Soul Hall. Otherwise, there would be no covert actions against the four great kingdoms. Is the Pontiff suggesting that the Soul Hall should hasten its demise? Without funds, how can we support our soul masters? Without soul masters, how can we discuss the annihilation of the two great empires? We initially aimed to serve the commoners. Is it so wrong to make them endure a little hardship? Tian Douluo's voice was loud and his spittle flew. If the commoners do not receive tangible benefits, any promotion would be a futile endeavor. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo raised an eyebrow. Not siding with Tian Douluo, but inquired peacefully, can the finances of the Soul Hall still sustain us? Reducing the budgets for the Elders' Hall and Pontiff's Hall should not pose significant problems. You certainly know how to sacrifice your own people. The previously quiet third elder, Qing Wan Douluo, suddenly chuckled. Bai Dong remained unfazed, instead locking eyes with the Golden Crocodile, Douluo. What do you think, second elder? Agreed, the second elder replied coolly. The Grand Elder had previously instructed that as long as it did not jeopardize core interests, he would support Bai Dong as much as possible. It is merely a small reduction in funds. It is not a significant issue. Then let us deliberate on the third point, the Golden Crocodile, Douluo proposed. The third point concerns the identity of the Soul Hall's enemies. This notion had been thoroughly contemplated by the Golden Crocodile, Douluo, who indeed felt that the Soul Hall was currently taking significant strides. Each generation has its own mission. Unifying the Douluo continent is a feat that no power has accomplished in millennia. The Spirit Hall aspires to achieve its ambitions within a mere few decades. A task not easily accomplished. Given this, perhaps it is wise to temper our expectations. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo remarked, the enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand in the light. Having lived for 236 years, I have pondered this matter. Since my birth, the number of exceptionally talented individuals capable of ascending to the rank of titled Douluo in the various Spirit Master sects is not necessarily fewer than those within our Spirit Hall. There are many reclusive talents out there, particularly from sects such as the Hotline clan, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan. I find it hard to believe they lack depth. As the old saying goes, one cannot consume a whole pig in a single breath. Let us focus our efforts on the Heaven Do Empire. Once we have conquered it, the Star Luo Empire will be but a mere acquisition. Upon hearing the Golden Crocodile, Douluo's strategy, Bibi Dong nearly burst into laughter. The Star Luo Empire is a formidable entity, not a fool. Does no one understand the concept of mutual dependence? Does the second elder truly believe the Star Luo Empire would stand idly by while the Heaven Do Empire is annihilated? Or is no child's play? We must not place our hopes on the folly of our enemies. After being reprimanded by Bibi Dong, the golden crocodile, Douluo, frowned slightly. Since the Pope does not concur with my words, surely there must be a better strategy. It is not necessarily superior, Bibi Dong replied lightly, but at the very least, it does not rely on others for hope. The greatest advantage of the Spirit Hall lies in its spirit masters. In my view, the two empires can be disregarded. However, the Spirit Master community must be unified. Once the Spirit Hall has absorbed the Spirit Master realm, the two empires will be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo turned to the third elder, the Qingwan Douluo. Qingwan, you have traveled extensively in recent years. How confident are we against the Spirit Master sects? The Qingwan Douluo pondered for a moment before replying, 80%. He scanned the room with his gaze. Currently, with the Haoyan clan remaining hidden, the Spirit Master sects on the continent are but scattered fragments. We only need to grow from weakness to strength, defeating them one by one. Unifying the Spirit Master realm within 10 years is not a daunting task. After hearing the Qingwan Douluo's explanation, the golden crocodile Douluo felt reassured. Since this is the Pope's proposal, I shall agree. Does anyone have any objections? The assembled titled Douluos remained silent. If that is the case, this meeting shall conclude for today. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall Academy, Hulaina pointed ahead to Tian. The second-year campus is just up ahead. The Spirit Hall Academy organizes classes according to the number of spirit rings, and Tian, possessing 2 rings, was placed in the second year. However, Tian showed little interest in attending school. As he looked around the second-year campus, he saw a variety of students engaged in various training regimens, which only intensified his sense of boredom. In this era, the education provided by the Douluo Spirit Master Academies remains quite rudimentary, lacking a systematic approach or specialized cultivation methods. It can be summed up as practice without guidance. Sister Nana, please take me to the library instead. I wish to explore that first, Tian expressed, favoring an understanding of Douluo's history over cultivation. Although he was familiar with the plot lines from his previous life, those were merely stories of a few individuals. To grasp the grand tapestry of the Douluo era, studying history would be the wisest choice. Conveniently, as a force with a legacy spanning a millennium, the Spirit Hall possesses one of the richest collections of books on the continent, much of which is housed within the Spirit Hall Academy. You enjoy reading? Hulaina remarked, giving a thumbs up. That's a commendable habit. Unlike me, who is almost immune to books, I can hardly focus on them. Yitian Simidit Ganti. I suggest you read more romance novels to boost your immunity. Romance novels, the ones about love? Hulaina asked curiously, as she typically spent her time either training or assisting her teachers, leaving little time for reading. Yes, the sweet kind that makes your heart flutter. Yitian replied with a slight grin. Perhaps I could give that a try. Hulaina pondered aloud. As they approached an ancient building, a deep voice resonated before they could enter. Hulaina respectfully presented the token belonging to Spirit Hall students and led Tian inside. You only need to show your token to enter the first 3 floors of the library, which mostly contain classics and autobiographies of Spirit Hall's predecessors. Above the 3rd floor, do not venture without caution. Powerful guardians protect that area. Also, show respect to the elderly gatekeeper. He is the former dean of the Spirit Hall Academy, now retired, but well-versed in the path of spirit cultivation. If you have any cultivation-related questions, feel free to consult him. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Nana. I'll keep that in mind. Tian nodded, then swiftly darted into the library filled with a myriad of books. Hey, slow down, wait for me. Hulaina called, but she soon found herself unable to locate Tian amidst the shelves. Phew. After hiding in a corner, Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Being alone indeed brought a sense of peace. In the Douluo continent, where spirit masters are revered, the Spirit Hall Academy, as the cradle of spirit masters, is particularly esteemed. Consequently, the vast library was nearly devoid of people. Tian slowed his pace, weaving between the bookshelves in search of his desired volumes. Finally, after navigating through 3 collection rooms, he discovered the book he sought nestled within the crevice of a shelf. It was covered in a layer of dust, made of silk, and its pages were worn and weathered, suggesting it was quite old. Though the title was unremarkable, Tian carefully flipped through it, realizing it was likely a compilation of verses from an ancient bard. The poems within were filled with archaic expressions and obscure characters, making them difficult to comprehend. Tian mused. This book must be at least 700 or 800 years old. It suits my purpose perfectly. With that, Tian pulled out an array of tools from his storage space, including a pen, a magical eraser he had received from his grandfather, and aged water he had purchased at a high price from the antique market in Spirit City. After using the eraser to modify the text, he picked up the pen, lowered his chin in contemplation, and inscribed a prominent title, The Rebirth of the Spirit Hall by Confucius. After writing, Tian retrieved a blue pill from his storage space, hoping that the one given by his grandfather had no adverse effects. This blue pill, exchanged from the system, promised to enhance his writing speed 100-fold. He swallowed it in one gulp, took a deep breath, and began to write fervently. In the text, Confucius reflected on his life, noting that by the time he was born, the radiant glory of the angel god had long faded. The Spirit Hall had become a hollow shell, largely forgotten by many. As he approached the twilight of his years, the newly established Spirit Hall had already been in existence for 135 years. Confucius himself, as a soul, Douluo, was among the core leadership of the Spirit Hall's resurgence. In his writings, Confucius elaborated on the arduous choices faced during the rebuilding of the Spirit Hall, from harboring illusions about the Soul Master's sex to being pursued by them, and from seeking refuge with the two great empires to later being deemed a threat and subjected to a great purge. The journey was fraught with challenges. For a time, the newly formed Spirit Hall could only evade capture in the Stardow Forest, surviving in the crevices of existence. After rigorous theoretical and practical validation, the Spirit Hall ultimately chose to rely on the most powerless civilians as its foundation for growth. They discreetly selected talented children from the vast, yet neglected countryside, nurturing their potential. Once the commoners harbored aspirations, their fighting spirit became unquenchable. When they acquired wealth, they would staunchly protect their possessions from noble plunder, becoming the most loyal supporters of the Spirit Hall. Tian's knowledge from his past life was limited to high school textbooks, lacking in substantial depth. Fortunately, the thick volumes allowed him to articulate the theories clearly through Confucius's voice. At the conclusion of the book, Confucius painted a vision of a beautiful future world, which he termed Great Harmony. The text read, "The path of the Great Way is for the world to be shared. Select the virtuous and capable. Uphold trust and foster harmony." As the final word was inscribed, Tian's right hand had grown numb, devoid of color. Indeed, hastiness bore its own perils, he mused. Subsequently, he skillfully aged the book, returning it to its original place. This tome would serve as a pivotal starting point for him to transform the Spirit Hall. Chapter 22. Allow me to share a tale, everyone. Please quiet down. Let's welcome a new classmate, Tian, from the second year of the Battle Soul Department at the Spirit Hall Academy. Standing quietly beside the teacher at the podium, Tian drew the attention of most students. However, the second-year students were still somewhat lost in their own world. They glanced briefly at Tian before being captivated by a figure outside the window. "The Holy Maiden has descended upon our class. She is looking at Tian at the podium." "Who is Tian?" "I do not know." Murmurs began to circulate beneath the podium. Hotline, the belle of the Spirit Hall Academy, naturally attracted a significant portion of attention wherever she went. "Tian, please take a seat in the middle," the teacher instructed. "All right, teacher." After Tian settled down, Hotline turned to leave, and the classroom chatter gradually subsided under the teacher's guidance. The lesson commenced in earnest. In these times, Soul Masters relied heavily on practical combat training. Classes held in the classroom were primarily theoretical. Tian had little interest in practical combat, and was even less inclined to attend these flamboyant theoretical lectures. Resting his head on the desk, he counted the months. It was now April, with 3 months remaining until the Academy's summer break in July. 3 months was ample time to revise 2 or 3 dozen books. Tian resolved to leave no obscure texts in the library unexamined. Merely revising one book would not suffice to achieve his goals. A reliable theory must be corroborated by numerous interconnected theories, and a credible history must resonate through various historical texts. He aimed to inscribe Confucius's experiences within every ancient tome, ensuring that this fabricated history would forever be etched in the annals of the Spirit Hall, serving as a crucial theoretical foundation for his future endeavors. Nothing holds greater persuasive power than a narrative rooted in genuine history. Time sped by while he dawdled, and the class soon concluded. As the teacher exited the classroom, a burly boy with a menacing gaze stood before Tian, flanked by several other boys. Is there something you need? Tian lazily lifted his head. Brother Yi, please do not misunderstand. I have a naturally expressionless face, the burly boy said with a hint of eagerness. I am Tuobahong, a 27th level battle soul master from the Sacred Dragon sect and the leader of the second-year Tianlong Society. I would like to invite you to join us. Tianlong Society? Tian could not suppress a chuckle. Even second-year students are forming cliques now? If you want me to join, you should at least explain the society's purpose. Purpose? Tuobahong appeared momentarily taken aback. A slender, dark-skinned boy beside him chimed in, Brother Hong, it's about the future goals of the Tianlong Society. Tuobahong raised his chin. What else would it be? Naturally, to seize the top spot on the soul ranking. Soon, a group of young students began to introduce the Tianlong Society to Tian. After listening to their chatter, he finally grasped the essence of what they were saying. The so-called Tianlong Society was akin to the Shrek 7 monsters, formed to participate in competitions within the school or undertake various tasks. Given the large student body at the Spirit Hall Academy, a single team could comprise 20 or 30 members, resembling a student organization. The soul ranking referred to the competition rankings within the Spirit Hall Academy. To encourage a competitive atmosphere, the Academy offered handsome rewards to those who ranked on the soul ranking each month. Are you feeling a bit tempted? The Tianlong Society is currently ranked 10th among the second-year students. Tuobahong maintained his fierce demeanor, while Tian confirmed that he truly had a blank expression. Are you done speaking? Tian asked earnestly. Yes, I am done, Tuobahong replied. Well then, I shall not participate. Tian stretched lazily and returned to resting on his desk. I knew you would be tempted. Tuobahong's small eyes widened in surprise. Are you toying with me? I am not. Tian shrugged, reclining once more. If you keep this up, I might just get angry, and you would find it hard to handle. Tuobahong raised his voice slightly. The students gathered around Tian quickly retreated upon hearing this. Everyone step back. Tuobahong is about to get angry. You won't want to be around when that happens. Seeing Tuobahong's sudden change in demeanor brought a smile to Tian's face. Let me see just how difficult it could be. Tuobahong then revealed his soul ring and smacked it against his forehead. A large bump immediately formed on his head, causing tears to stream down his cheeks. Tuobahong fell to the ground, rolling about in pain. After a moment, he sat up, articulating clearly, Tian, I will tell my grandfather that you bullied me. You are finished, Tian. My grandfather is the leader of the Sacred Dragon sect, a soul Douluo. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tian reconsidered the soul ring he was about to release. Well, you seem to be skipping the fight, huh? No wonder the other students scattered. Tian delivered a playful kick to Tuobahong's backside. Coincidentally, my grandfather was also a soul Douluo, but now he has ascended to a title Douluo. Just as Tuobahong was about to express his anger again, he paused. Upon hearing these words, the boy ceased his circling, his eyes wide with shock as tears flowed down his cheeks like a gentle river, and he began to weep. Why does your grandfather possess greater cultivation than mine? Tian, you are bullying me. Woe is me. This time he truly cried. The classmates, drawn by the sound, returned to the classroom. The thin, dark-skinned boy looked at Tian with a face full of sincerity. Tian, how ruthless you are. Tuobahong is a patient. He is incapable of defending himself. How could you bully someone so helpless? A chorus of disdainful glances and murmurs arose from the classmates. Tian lightly rubbed his forehead. What had begun as a mere act of bullying had devolved into a spectacle of mockery. With such companions, the Spirit Hall indeed has a promising future. Tian couldn't help but feel a wave of inexplicable sentiment. Enough of this lying around. As an apology, let me tell you a story, shall I? Really? Tuobahong immediately ceased his sobbing, much like a child who had taken pain relief. Indeed, the logic of children cannot be measured by adult standards. Tian felt he hadn't performed well enough in front of the adults. In a group of 3, there must be a teacher for me. Truly, one learns throughout life. Speak quickly, don't dawdle, urged Tuobahong, sitting on his small stool, cracking the sunflower seeds he had taken from his pocket. His eyes wide with anticipation for Tian's performance. The classmates all settled in, gazing up at Tian. They chimed in unison. Please, don't start with the tale of a broken engagement. We're tired of those. A daughter living in a doghouse is also a bore. At this point, Tian found himself in a quandary, astonished by the picky tastes of these young children. Lowering his chin in contemplation, Tian perched on the table, cleared his throat, and began. Very well, let me tell you the tale of an old man and 7 plant-type spirit beasts. Once upon a time, on the distant Hulu Mountain, an old man was foraging for herbs. By chance, he stumbled into a cave, where he rescued a pangolin. The pangolin revealed to the old man that it had inadvertently breached the mountain and released a monstrous creature. This creature was a pair of million-year-old ferocious beasts, one known as the snake spirit and the other as the scorpion spirit. Chapter 23. The porcupine Douluo, and the mission at this point, the snake spirit, with a face as sinister as its namesake, seized an opportunity when the third child was distracted. With a sharp sound, it unleashed 3 steel forks, which seemed destined to strike the child. Yet, the sturdy third child, brimming with soul power, was no mere decoration. He boldly stepped forward, seizing the forks with his hands. With a series of resounding cracks, he effortlessly sliced the forks into fragments. The scorpion spirit, witnessing this, fled in terror. The children below were utterly captivated by this thrilling tale, their eyes glued, unwilling to blink lest they miss a single detail. As Tian reached this point, he glanced out of the window. The sky was darkening. Caught up in the story, his throat had grown parched. Truly, classics are timeless. Even in another world, they would wield great power. The hour had grown late. It was time to return home. Tian's tone abruptly shifted as he hastily concluded. To know what happens next, you must wait for the next installment. Goodbye, little friends. With that, he dashed out of the classroom, leaving behind a group of bewildered youths. Where is Tian? He.s. run away. Is the story over? It can't be, called out Tuoba Hong, who was sprinting after him. Tian, not daring to look back, quickened his pace. At the academy's entrance, the tall Hulaina stood to the side, her gaze scanning the passing students until it landed on the approaching Tian. Hey, Tian, over here, she called, waving her hand. Whoosh! Tian dashed past. You can't escape. Come back, shouted a strong and intimidating boy trailing behind. In the Spirit Hall square, Hulaina caught up to Tian, her chest heaving as she confronted him. Why did you run? Initially startled by her voice, Tian thought Tuoba Hong had caught up, but upon seeing Hulaina, he regained his composure. My grandfather summoned me home for dinner. I was afraid of being late. Goodbye, Laina. With that, he turned and fled. Hulaina swiftly grasped the back of Tian's collar. Your grandfather is in the papal palace. How can you go home for dinner? And what about that boy chasing you? Were you being bullied? Although she expressed concern, she reconsidered. After all, Tian was a prodigy with innate full soul power, not likely to be so easily cornered. Thank you for your concern, Laina. As you can see, nothing has happened, Tian shrugged. Seeing that Tian was reluctant to elaborate, Hulaina abandoned her inquiries and took his small hand. The teacher is looking for you. You must not run off again. Hulaina dismissed it as mere childish mischief. Upon arriving at the papal palace, Tian quickly spotted his grandfather, Jiangwo, alongside the enigmatic Gui Mei and Aline. Unnamed elderly man. They were gathered around a map, engaged in discussion. The distance was too great for Tian to overhear their conversation. All the elders are here. It's been a while, porcupine grandfather. Hulaina greeted them with a slight bow. Jiangwo and Gui Mei nodded in acknowledgement. The portly porcupine Douluo chuckled. It's been half a year. The tide of sea spirit beasts along the southern coast of the Spirit Hall has finally receded, allowing me to return. Have you discovered the cause? Hulaina inquired. It seems to be the deliberate driving away by the evil demon tiger shark group. Porcupine Douluo replied gravely. Unfortunately, the leader among them is a 10,000-year-old soul beast, deeply entrenched in the ocean, making it perilous for me to approach. However, we have amassed considerable spoils in repelling the beast tide, and thankfully, there have been no economic losses. I brought back many treasures, all stored in the Elders' Hall. You can select a few, little Nar. The porcupine pearls are beneficial for your soul cultivation. I will certainly go. Thank you for your concern, porcupine grandfather. This must be the grandson of brother Jiangwo. Porcupine Douluo remarked, his gaze settling on Tian, astonished. Brother Jiangwo, you've acquired a fine seedling. With innate full soul power, it will be easy for him to become a super Douluo. A smile broke across Jiangwo's aged face. To reach such heights requires effort. Talent is merely the icing on the cake. As he spoke, Jiangwo gestured toward Tian, formally introducing the elderly man. Yi Tian, this is your porcupine grandfather. Hello. Grandfather, Yi Tian said, unusually obedient. Good grandson, Porcupine Douluo beamed, his round face radiating warmth. He then retrieved a piece of dark metal from his storage space. For our first meeting, I haven't prepared any special gifts. This unknown metal was obtained during my expedition to investigate the evil demon tiger whale group. Consider it a meeting gift. This metal emanates a life force, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Living gold, Yi Tian exclaimed, correctly identifying its true nature at first glance. The most remarkable feature of this metal is its vitality. Not only does it possess the ability to replenish the life force of its wielder, but it can also siphon the essence of unconscious beings for its own use. The condition for this extraction is the absence of consciousness. Should there be even a hint of resistance from awareness, the extraction becomes impossible. This understanding is largely attributed to Yi Tian's familiarity with the storyline of Douluo. He is also aware that a millennium hence, the rare spirit gold will be fashioned into a carving knife, ultimately coming into the possession of the fated one, Hui Yuhao. However, that is a matter for the future, and Yi Tian cannot ascertain whether this piece is the same as the one destined to become a carving knife. Nonetheless, what truly matters is that he is about to acquire a piece of spirit gold. Gratefully, he reached out to accept it, knowing that such opportunities to obtain a treasure are exceedingly rare. With the spirit gold in hand, he can finally attempt to utilize the rat talisman spell. The first soul ring of the Holy Lord's martial spirit grants him the ability to draw 12 talismans, though the process is not without its challenges. Thus far, Yi Tian has only successfully inscribed the dragon and rat talismans. The rat talisman bestows life abilities upon inanimate objects, yet his skill in talisman crafting remains rudimentary. The rat talisman he produced lacked sufficient vitality, merely allowing a deceased small animal to move briefly. Now, with the spirit gold providing a source of life, he is eager to experiment once more with the rat talisman to see if it can truly bestow genuine life upon the lifeless. At that moment, Bibi Dong emerged from the back hall, her gaze authoritative as she approached the throne. Having greeted her teacher and the monarch, everyone bowed in respect. Bibi Dong's eyes swept across the assembly as she spoke with a hint of indifference. I have summoned everyone here for two matters. First, the promotion ceremony for Elder Yi Jiangwo is imminent, and the Spirit Hall has invited various sects to witness it in Seoul City. We must prepare for their arrival. The second matter, her gaze shifted to Yi Tian and Hulaina. The sects within the Four Kingdoms are increasingly at odds, and war is on the horizon. Recently, they have proposed a competition to settle their disputes and determine their standings. The Spirit Hall has received a request for assistance from a second-rank sect, the Quanfeng sect, and we shall send both Nana and Yi Tian disguised to participate with the support of the Porcupine Douluo as their guardian. Chapter 24. I just attended one day of school, and you want me to go? Inside the Grand Hall, Yi Tian cast a glance at Bibi Dong atop the steps of the throne, observing her solemn demeanor. It was clear she was not jesting when she mentioned his participation in the competition. Oh dear, my stomach aches, he suddenly declared, collapsing onto the floor. In his mind, he recalled the tumbling technique he had learned from Tuoba Hong earlier that day, putting it into practice. Have you eaten something bad? Hulaina, who had intended to assist, shot him a disapproving look, but found herself at a loss with Yi Tian's antics. We must hurry to the Ballot Kingdom for the competition. Hulaina sighed, brushing her forehead. No worries. I have some healing methods that could help. The portly Porcupine Douluo interjected, brandishing a needle. As Yi Tian rolled on the ground, he caught a glimpse of the needle, which appeared to be a quill from the Porcupine Douluo's martial spirit. The quill looked dark and sharp. Strange. I suddenly feel better, Yi Tian exclaimed as he stood, dusting himself off. With gratitude, he looked at the Porcupine Douluo. It must be the iron piece you gave me that healed me. Is that so? The Porcupine Douluo stroked his chin, puzzled, as he was unaware of the iron's healing properties. Bibi Dong observed this exchange with a slight smirk. The little rascal was being sent to Balak for gilding. Competitions are inherently dangerous, and she was reluctant to permit the still-maturing Yi Tian to engage in such perilous activities. Her intention was simply to help him gain some merit, allowing him to become her disciple without controversy. After all, as a pope, taking a disciple attracted thousands of watchful eyes. If she were too lenient, it would not only disappoint her subordinates, but also subject Yi Tian to scrutiny, something Bibi Dong wished to avoid. Beside them, Yi Jiangwo watched his grandson's poor performance, his face reddening with embarrassment as he glared at Yi Tian. Little Tian, no jesting in front of the monarch. Understood, Grandpa. I will be more mindful next time. Yi Tian nodded vigorously, realizing his act was lacking. Upon hearing this, the porcupine Douluo appeared to understand Yi Tian's sudden recovery. He put away his quill and said with a jolly smile, now that the minor ailment is resolved, let us be on our way. Wait, on our way. Yi Tian's eyes widened. Porcupine Grandpa, what are you saying? We're going to Balak. The porcupine Douluo looked bewildered, as if time had reversed. Did the Pope not just mention this? I never agreed to go. Competing is out of the question. I have barely revised one ancient text from the library. My goal is to complete at least 20 before the summer ends. If I go to Balak, my plans will be ruined. Yi Tian hastily jogged to his grandfather's side, tugging at his robe in frustration. Grandpa, I don't want to go to school anymore. After just one day, you're sending me to compete 1,000 miles away. If I stay a few more days, will you have me guarding the waterway on a deserted island? Just as you said, this spirit hall is too merciless and lacks compassion. At this, the grand hall fell into an abrupt silence. After a long pause, Hulaina widened her eyes. The spirit hall is merciless? Are you disparaging the spirit hall? You little rascal. The porcupine Douluo's chubby face quivered slightly, unnoticed by others. Jiangwo, your grandson is indeed a natural critic of the spirit hall. I am impressed. Little Tian, are you feeling unwell? The ghostly Douluo beside the porcupine Douluo attempted to alleviate the awkward tension. Fever often leads to delusions. Surely, His Holiness will not take offense at a child's words. The ghostly Douluo glanced at Bibi Dong, whose eyes narrowed meaningfully from her throne. Ye Viangu, noticing the sudden shift in atmosphere, felt a tinge of embarrassment creep across his aged face. Fever? I am dressed warmly. I cannot be feverish. Yi Tian replied earnestly, looking quizzically at the ghostly Douluo. Ahem. The ghostly Douluo seemed to choke on his words, covering his mouth as he coughed incessantly. Indeed, it was I who said that. Yi Jiangwo's booming voice shattered the strange tension. For the sake of his grandson, he would bear the brunt of it. Whether it was worth the risk, he was uncertain. Regardless, he had already absorbed most of the rhetoric his grandson had provided. If it came to cursing, he could manage that as well. As Yi Jiangwo's words echoed, the Tian and Gu Mi simultaneously turned their heads to survey their surroundings, as if they had not heard his previous statement. Hulaina then gestured towards Yi Tian with her delicate pink fists, her exquisite eyes set in an expression of fierce defiance. Yi Tian, seemingly frightened, recoiled behind Yi Jiangwo. What brings you to speak thus, Your Eminence? Bibi Dong's gaze remained steadfast, her demeanor authoritative yet her voice gentle, devoid of any trace of anger. Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, the words that had surged in Yi Jiangwo's throat were abruptly quelled. He held deep respect for the Pope. Initially, Yi Jiangwo had resolved to be audacious for the sake of his grandson, yet Bibi Dong continued to treat him with courtesy, further complicating Yi Jiangwo's ability to speak freely. After careful consideration, he clasped his fists together and bowed. I beg your majesty to overlook my moment of anger. Such words of resentment, dear Jiangwo, are rather excessive. I interjected, unable to remain silent. The respect shown to you by the majesty is considerable. Over the years, you have ascended in rank, and the Spirit Hall has invested considerable effort in your development. What then is there to resent? Upon the dais, Bibi Dong resumed her seat on the throne, her narrowed eyes suggesting an understanding of all that transpired. Dear Jiangwo, it seems today as political discourse has wearied you. Perhaps it is best that you retire and rest. With a heavy heart, Yi Jiangwo cupped his fists in farewell and turned to leave, a palpable sense of melancholy enveloping him. Grandfather, wait for me. Yi Tian hurried to catch up. Little Tian, you must stay, Bibi Dong said, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Yi Tian halted abruptly, his face a mixture of shock and concern. Little Tian, today marks your turn. Hulaina smirked, playfully mimicking the gesture of her pink fists. The rotund, Tian Douluo, scrutinized Yi Tian, contemplating the misdeeds committed by Yi Jiangwo over the years, pondering why he should have a grandson who seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. Little Tian, I truly appreciate your candidness, Bibi Dong expressed, struggling to find words of praise for the boy. This child possesses a disarmingly naive sincerity. With a confident stride, she descended the steps, staff in hand, approaching Yi Tian. I harbor no ill will toward your grandfather, so do not be afraid. Bibi Dong endeavored to appear gentle, astonishing the nearby. Your holiness, you can still exhibit tenderness. It had been years since he had witnessed such a sight. I am not afraid, Yi Tian asserted, lifting his chin defiantly, almost on tiptoe. What discontent do you harbor towards the spirit hall? Might you share? Bibi Dong inquired with a kind smile. I have presided over the spirit hall for many years. Perhaps your insights could guide me in making improvements. Is that so? Yi Tian nodded, indicating his understanding. Then allow me to share my thoughts. My grandfather asserts that those who issue decrees from the spirit hall are indeed extraordinary, akin to a sleeping dragon or a phoenix chick. Take, for instance, the recent decree mandating that grassroots personnel promote the spirit hall's policies. Does that not seem absurd? Furthermore, the selection of spirit masters necessitates a thorough background check. Might as well close the gates of the spirit hall entirely. Isn't sleeping dragon, phoenix chick a compliment? Hulaina scratched her head. Though she had limited education, she understood the phrase. Not any longer, Yi Tian declared with conviction. Chapter 25, Yi Tian, I shall likely never become a consecrator. Is there truly an issue with the decrees issued by the spirit hall? Upon hearing this, he expressed his confusion. He had recently returned from the southern jurisdiction of the spirit hall and had conducted extensive readings on the latest policy directions. Yi Tian's 2 points were clear to him, both of which had been recently promulgated. The decree stated that the spirit hall's taxation had long been obscured by unscrupulous nobles, fostering negative sentiments among the populace. To better inform the common folk, various spirit hall branches were instructed to delve into villages and promote the tax policies. Moreover, the spirit hall had accompanied this decree with a tax reduction policy. This decree had neither incited public unrest nor burdened the people, and it even implemented tax reductions. Surely, this would yield some positive effect on the commoners, would it not? Grandfather, there is no issue with the policy. I must take my leave. My grandfather is calling me home for dinner. Yi Tian cast a few glances out the window at the lush, moonlit scenery, hastily making his exit. Not so fast. Hulaina laughed, seizing the little fellow before he could escape. Yi Tian flailed helplessly in midair. Since your grandfather has just departed, and dinner is not yet prepared, why not continue our discussion? Once we finish, I shall reward you. Now, Yi Tian, suspended in midair, extended his small hand and blinked earnestly. I cannot resist you. Hulaina sighed lightly, releasing Yi Tian from her grasp and rummaging through her storage space. Here, this is for you. A vividly lifelike Q-ing-L-ing-L-N-Pi-N materialized before Yi Tian. It was a flower from the plant-type spirit beast, Q-ing-L-ing-T-ing, which bloomed only once every 1,000 years, yielding a single flower each time. Though not an actual dragon scale, it would greatly benefit your cultivation. Thank you, Sister Nana. Yi Tian's demeanor brightened instantly as he placed it into his storage space. The shift in expression was remarkably swift. Hulaina puffed out her cheeks. Now continue speaking. Little Tian. Bibi Dong smiled amiably. Gu am I, from an unknown source, brought a chair for Bibi Dong. Yi Tian looked up and remarked, You are all rather foolish. This is easy to understand. A wealthy person standing before a beggar boasts about their grand and spacious home. What do you suppose the beggar would feel? If I were the beggar, I would surely give that rich person a beating. The rotund laughed heartily. This child, Yi Tian, is quite amusing. Indeed, it is true. No matter how splendid the spirit hall may be, if the commoners cannot partake, what use is there in promotion? Real benefits must be presented for them to feel inclined to listen. Does the tax reduction not represent a genuine benefit? Inquired. This is a significant matter for the people. How could it not capture their attention? What is a tax reduction? Yi Tian tilted his head in inquiry. Is it to prevent them from drinking water? It is a tax reduction, Hulaina explained, taking Yi Tian's little hand and spelling it out for him, which signifies a decrease in the funds extracted from the commoners. Yi Tian, you truly must apply yourself in your studies. Oh, so it means to demand less money from the commoners. Yi Tian appeared enlightened, looking up to ask, who collects taxes from the people? It should be the local nobles. Mused, lowering his chin in contemplation, having had little recent engagement with grassroots governance. Then it is not us who hold the power, it is the nobles who decide. The nobles are aware that you earned 10 silver spirit coins this year and demand 9 from you. Will you comply or not? The nobles declare that out of those 9, 5 are owed to the spirit master. Do you dare refuse? Very well, Today the spirit master will come and say that henceforth only 4 are required. The next day, the noble arrives and claims the spirit master misspoke yesterday. Those who understand will understand, and for those who do not, I shall say no more, extending a hand. What will you do? Pay the money? Hulaina tentatively remarked, isn't it obvious? See, I told you, it's quite comprehensible, even for someone as dim-witted as you. Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Dim-witted? Hulaina gritted her teeth, exasperated. This little brat truly needs a proper thrashing. The sea pig Douluo raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Brother Jiangwo is indeed remarkable. I am greatly astounded. Naturally, the sea pig Douluo attributed this insight to Yi Jiangwo's teachings. He couldn't help but lament. The commoners are but sheep, easily slaughtered at the whim of the nobility. Tax reductions merely provide the aristocrats with another excuse for their avarice. Huimai concurred, stating, the Pope comes from humble beginnings. He is most familiar with this matter. Policies should be discussed with the Pope. Generally, the Spirit Hall's policies would involve elder participation in the review process. Yet, at this moment, Yi Jiangwo was not yet an elder, a glaring oversight. Sigh. Bai Dong had remained silent, observing Yi Tian with a contemplative gaze. Knowing her well, Gui may recognize that the Pope was deep in thought. The path has not strayed too far, Bai Dong murmured before raising her head and addressing Gune. Issue an immediate order to all branches and sub-branches to cease promotional policies. We shall deliberate on this matter further. What about the tax reduction strategy? Gui Mei inquired. Taken aback. Proceed as normal. The commoners have grown wise. When the truth is revealed, the nobility's greed will incite boundless hatred among the populace. Compared to the Spirit Hall's financial struggles, Bai Dong yearned more to witness the populace's wrath against the aristocrats. Understood, Hui Mei replied, turning to draft an official document in the inner hall. Xiao Tian, Bai Dong gently crouched down to pat Yi Tian's head, speaking softly. What about the second policy? The Spirit Hall investigates backgrounds to ensure that those joining do not harbor animosity towards it. The inquiry into their backgrounds guarantees that they have committed no misdeeds since becoming Soul Masters. Such individuals are worthy of the Spirit Hall's resources. Is there a problem with that? In that case, my grandfather will be an elder of the Spirit Hall. That should count as a pure background, right? I'm only 8, yet I'm already studying at the Spirit Hall. Doesn't that also count as a pure background? So, can I become an elder in the future? I asked my grandfather, and he said I could. I said I could too. My grandfather is a titled Douluo. How could I not? Yi Tian answered himself, his face brimming with pride. The sea pig Douluo chuckled heartily, Such youthful ambition. With your talent, becoming a worshipper is not entirely out of reach. However, as he spoke, the sea pig Douluo seemed to grasp something, his voice trailing off. Yi Tian shook his head, sighing, Grandfather Sea Pig, I probably won't become a worshipper, as worshippers also have their own grandchildren. Bai Dong slowly stood up from before Yi Tian, her eyes gradually igniting with anger. No wonder the suggestion from the golden crocodile Douluo passed so easily in the meeting. The Elder Hall, splendid. Bibi Dong's chest heaved with intensity. Hui Mei, at your service. Upon hearing Bai Dong's cold command, Gui Mei hurriedly stepped out from the back hall. Investigate the descendants of the worshippers thoroughly. Furthermore, the cancellation of the investigation policy. Any soul master with no negative reputation may enter the Spirit Hall's training sequence. Your Holiness is truly late. I must return. Yi Tian gazed at the sky, worried. Nana, please see Xiao Tian off, Bai Dong said, striving to regain her gentle demeanor before Yi Tian. Your Holiness. Regarding the matter of participating in the competition in the Barak Kingdom, the sea pig Douluo hesitated. I have changed my mind. Xiao Tian is still young. Let him stay in the Spirit City for a few more years to grow. For the competition, let Yin, Heir, and Xiaoyu attend. Understood. Chapter 26. Xiao Tian. Grandfather only wishes for your safe growth. At the Yi residence, at the dining table, Yi Jiangwo held a bowl of rice porridge, his aged face etched with contemplation. So, Your Holiness has retracted the recently issued decrees? Yi Tian nodded. I did not anticipate Bai Dong's fervent desire for reform. We pointed out the shortcomings of the Spirit Hall, and within a month, Bai Dong issued decrees in the name of the Pope. Unfortunately, neither the Pope nor the worshippers grasped the essence of these shortcomings, which lie within the Spirit Hall itself. The current decrees are merely a panicked response to an ailment. Yi Jiangwo's expression turned grave. Though that is indeed the case, Xiao Tian, Your statements prompted Bai Dong to retract the decrees. Such abrupt shifts in policy are hardly commendable. Isn't this approach rather radical? I do not share that sentiment, Tian replied, munching on his food. Allowing the ailment to persist is preferable to the quackery of hasty remedies. Yi Jiangwo set down his bowl, fixing his gaze on Tian. I may not have participated in the recent decrees, but I am aware that there are primarily 3 points. The first concerns promotion and tax reductions. The second involves strict scrutiny during Soul Master promotions. The third, which was secretly issued and known only to the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall, aims to address the greatest enemy of the Spirit Hall, which is the Soul Master sections. The Elder Hall is involved in this policy. Now, with the visible policies not having been discussed with the Elder Hall, and the direct order to retract them issued, it will inevitably widen the rift with the Elder Hall, further splintering the already discordant higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. Let them be divided, Tian said nonchalantly, continuing to eat. After all, the Spirit Hall is vast. Even if they fracture, none would dare to wage war against it. A blessing in disguise. Perhaps this division will lead the Tiando, Xinghua, and various sects into a state of complacent numbness. Yi Jiangwo shook his head. Worry etched in his aged eyes. Engaging in self-destructive acts is best avoided. Grandfather, you must understand that every conflict eventually reaches a breaking point, Tian interjected. Shaking his head, do you expect the worshippers to willingly relinquish power to Bai Dong? Or for Bai Dong to allow the worshippers to directly govern the Spirit Hall? Yi Jiangwo sighed. The current state of the Spirit Hall is such that the Pope seeks to incite reform for the sake of power, while the worshippers, long entrenched in their positions, refuse to relinquish their privileges. Both sides are indeed brimming with resentment. It truly seems to be developing into a trend of irreconcilable differences. I believe they are all the same, Tian noted. The higher-ups of the Spirit Hall are arrogant, failing to recognize their own faults, only extending the blade of policy outward rather than addressing their own shortcomings. What they lack is a proper reckoning. Yet the policies you propose for that reckoning are too radical. They might easily dismantle the Spirit Hall. Yi Jiangwo mused, stroking his beard. Had I not been driven out by the Pope today, uttering those words would have likely fostered discord, even if your holiness did not chastise me. Although we, as a grandfather and grandson, may not be in immediate danger within the Spirit Hall, we would find ourselves in an awkward position, deterring others from approaching. Without utilizing some drastic measures, this heap of mud that is the Spirit Hall cannot be propped up. Tian smiled gently. The Spirit Masters hold immense respect for the Spirit Hall, joining it out of their yearning for strength and the desire to ascend as high-level soul masters, rather than genuinely endorsing the Spirit Hall's goal of existing for the common folk. When I mentioned the Great Purge plan to you, it was not my intention to instigate a bloody cleansing within the Spirit Hall. Rather, it aimed to awaken the higher-ups to a crucial truth. The Spirit Hall is a fragmented entity. Its adversaries arise from within. Recognizing a problem often bears greater significance than merely solving it. What if His Holiness the Pope truly adopts such an approach? Yi Jiangwo's aged face displayed a blend of helpless seriousness. Would that not render us, grandfather and grandson, more abhorrent than the evil soul masters? Little Tian, you must remember that those in power are often ensnared in confusion. Bibi Dong, despite holding the position of Pope, is continually overshadowed by the Elders' Council, which can distort her actions. The thoughts of those in elevated positions are inscrutable. To speculate is one thing, but to take it as truth is another. They not only manipulate situations, but are also ensnared by them. Yi Tian remained silent. What if Bibi Dong truly believed it? Would that not be even better? One cannot achieve greatness in a single breath. In my humble opinion, little Tian, it would be best for you to focus on writing theoretical texts. I deem it a gentle and commendable breakthrough. Do not fault your grandfather for not supporting your more radical methods. I merely wish for your safe growth. As he spoke, Yi Jiangwo retrieved 2 pristine erasers from his storage ring and handed them to Yi Tian. These are what I recently exchanged for after enhancing my training in the systems marketplace. Take them. Thank you, Yi Tian replied as he accepted them. I'm heading to rest now. Go ahead. Yi Jiangwo kindly waved his hand, bidding farewell to his departing grandson. Watching the silhouette of his grandson fade away, Yi Jiangwo gently shook his head. Little Tian's understanding of this world remains insufficient. The path of soul master cultivation is inherently rebellious. To become a titled Douluo is a journey fraught with blood and fire, particularly among the offerings of the Spirit Hall, which young soul master did not once revel in bloodshed. The number of slaughtering prodigies is beyond count. Yet, as they age, they become wary of their reputations and lives, feigning amiability and refraining from action. However, it does not mean they lack fangs. The Great Purge is akin to snatching food from a tiger's jaws. It is destined to provoke backlash. Yi Jiangwo chose not to elaborate to his grandson, wishing not to dampen Yi Tian's confidence. In 30 years, when you have matured, those offerings will have aged further, and by then, I shall have reached my zenith. The form the Spirit Hall takes will ultimately rest in your hands. With that thought, Yi Jiangwo shook his head and entered the courtyard. He planted his feet firmly, channeling his energy to his Tian, allowing his soul power to swirl around him. System. Enhance attributes. A decade is a fleeting moment. I seek to seize the day. In his bedroom, Yi Tian placed the 2 treasures he had acquired that day on the table by the window, preparing to begin his training. He was well aware of the narrative's progression. The speed of ascension to divinity is not merely indicative of exceptional talent. It is akin to enlightenment. Who can predict when one might attain such divinity? Every fleeting moment now is invaluable and must be utilized to its fullest. Before Yi Tian lay 2 treasures. One was the azure dragon vine flower, gifted by Hulaina, resembling the scales of a dragon. The other was the life gold, bestowed by the porcupine Douluo. The azure dragon vine flower, possessing draconic blood, could emit a faint trace of dragon energy. When Hulaina presented it to him, she mentioned it might aid in his cultivation. Indeed, it proved beneficial. For the moment Yi Tian accepted the azure dragon vine flower, he absorbed that minuscule trace of dragon energy. His martial soul, the Holy Lord, is a true Eastern dragon. In the original narrative, the Holy Lord had previously absorbed dragon energy from other siblings. Thus, Yi Tian found no surprise in being able to absorb the dragon energy of Douluo continent. However, while it is understandable for animals to possess dragon energy, why would plants? Yi Tian suddenly recognized a blind spot, and a vision of a dragon entwined with a plant appeared in his mind. He promptly shook his head, dispelling the disturbing thought. Indeed, the nature of dragons is not to be judged by conventional wisdom. They dare to confront even grass. The millennia-old azure dragon vine flower contained exceedingly scant dragon energy. It vanished almost instantly. Yi Tian felt somewhat disheartened. The soul power boost provided by this azure dragon vine flower was a mere 0. 1 level. If one were to regard it as a rare heavenly treasure, a millennium-old treasure elevating a top-tier martial soul power by even 0. 1 level is already remarkable. Yet, the scarcity of the azure dragon vine flower renders it impossible to acquire in bulk. Others may not be able to obtain it in quantity, but I wonder if I can. The outline of the horse talisman flashed in Yi Tian's mind. The horse talisman is one of the 12 abilities of the Holy Lord, governing healing powers. The saying a dead horse is treated as a living one refers to the horse talisman. With the azure dragon vine flower now reduced to a mere scale, it should not be unreasonable to attempt a healing process, right? Yi Tian gazed at the azure dragon vine flower, extending his index finger to sketch a symbol in the air. Soon, the outline of the horse talisman materialized before him. Under Yi Tian's control, the conjure horse talisman soared toward the azure dragon vine flower. The azure dragon vine flower visibly transformed, exhibiting signs of revival as wisps of dragon energy emerged. However, in the next moment, the soul power within Yi Tian's Tian surged instinctively, and the dragon energy was instantaneously absorbed. The azure dragon vine flower wilted once more. This is troublesome, Yi Tian murmured, realizing that his martial soul passively absorbed the surrounding dragon energy. He glanced at the life gold beside him and suddenly devised a plan. Life gold can bring forth a surge of life energy, effective not only for humans, but also for soul beasts, especially plant-type soul beasts. Given their closer connection to nature, plant-type soul beasts utilize life energy more efficiently. Yi Tian placed the azure dragon vine flower atop the life gold and once again released the horse talisman. A miraculous scene unfolded. The seemingly resurrected azure dragon vine greedily absorbed the surrounding life energy, continuously transforming it into dragon energy to nourish itself. The life vitality of the azure dragon vine, bolstered by the life gold, burst forth even sprouting a green leaf. Simultaneously, Yi Tian's martial soul was not to be outdone, greedily absorbing the dragon energy from the azure dragon vine in a siphoning manner. As the azure dragon vine flower began to wither again, Yi Tian immediately shut off the absorption from his entire meridian system, halting the further wilting of the azure dragon vine flower. However, it seemed to have consumed a significant amount of its essence, as the regrowth of the azure dragon vine flower was exceedingly slow. Yi Tian glanced outside. It was already deep into the night. Starting tomorrow, I shall observe the changes in the Qinglong vine flower. Yi Tian lay on his bed, resting with his eyes closed. The next morning, he returned to his desk, where a voice of astonishment erupted. The horse talisman is effective. Indeed, a dead horse can be treated as a living one. Remarkably, the Qinglong vine flower had taken root. Overcome with excitement, Yi Tian stepped out of his bedroom, fetched a flower pot, and personally planted the Qinglong vine flower within. As he sensed the soil, the 2 leaves that had sprouted during the night swayed gently towards him. Consciousness? Quickly, offer me some dragon energy, Yi Tian commanded tentatively. A wisp of azure dragon energy wafted from the leaves. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Delightful. The 2 leaves swayed again, leaning towards the side of the desk. Seeking the essence of life, are we? No matter, the essence of life is of no use to me for now. Yi Tian approached the desk, picked up the essence of life, and placed it in the flower pot as a ballast. The Qinglong vine immediately reacted with exuberance, sprouting another leaf. He placed it on the balcony, urging it to grow well as he prepared to go to school. Farewell. Alas, as a second-grade elementary student, not attending school would be quite unusual. At the Wuhuan Temple Academy, there were no general studies for second-graders today. The students were all in the training grounds, meditating and practicing. Igor has arrived, someone called out. The meditating students opened their eyes in unison. Igor, I miss you, cried Tuo Bahong, rushing forward with open arms. Hold on. Yi Tian stepped back. Such close contact between boys is inappropriate. You are being discriminatory. Tuo Bahong's face turned red with evident anger. Not at all, Yi Tian replied with a slight smile, countering. Yiga, you haven't finished the story about the old man and the 7 plant-type soul beasts from yesterday. What happened to Sanhua? And the snake spirit and scorpion spirit? Yes, Yiga, please continue. The students gathered around, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The tale of the Calabash brothers was simply captivating. They all rose early, eagerly waiting for Yi Tian to arrive at the academy. Certainly, I am in search of a renowned book titled The Rebirth of the Wuhuan Temple. If anyone can find it at the bookstore, I shall share the story of the plant-type soul beasts exclusively with them. Of course, the book did not exist yet, as Yi Tian had only recently completed it. However, with enough inquiries, it would undoubtedly surface. Is it well known? Tuo Bahong thought, puzzled. How come I have never heard of it? Little brat, you have only been studying for a few days. Yi Tian shot him a glance. How about this, Yi Ge? I will ask my grandfather to help me find it when I get home. You tell me a segment of the story first. A prepayment, if you will. Yi Tian nodded. Splendid. Sanhua is so powerful. He will surely defeat the scorpion spirit. Yi Ge, I really like you. The children were ecstatic. The notion of practicing was quickly forgotten as they surrounded Yi Tian. Standing amidst them, Yi Tian clasped his hands behind his back, declaring ahem. The story shall continue. Now, Sanhua arrived at the entrance of the monster's lair, shouting, Monsters, return my grandfather. The monsters, seeing Sanhua's formidable physique, dared not open the door. One by one, stone doors slammed shut, blocking Sanhua's path. Though Sanhua was strong, he was ultimately limited in strength, and soon found himself bound by soft ropes and swiftly carried into the cave by the monsters. The students gasped at this unexpected outcome, incredulous. But Sanhua is so strong. How could he be captured? Tuo Bahong exclaimed, frustrated. Sanhua is clearly so formidable. Why? Those wretched monsters. Indeed, those monsters are utterly despicable. Yi Tian said with a nonchalant gaze, Dear friends, do you wish to rescue Sanhua? Yes. The students gritted their teeth. Those monsters are too vile. I wish I could help Sanhua right now. Well, here's your chance. Go to the major bookstores in Wuhuan City and help me find that book. Be quick. Yi Tian smiled. If you're slow, Sanhua might be lost forever. Farewell. Without waiting for the students to react, Yi Tian slipped into the library. Good day, sir. Yi Tian greeted the doorman respectfully, as previously instructed by Hulaina. Upon entering the library, he pulled out a plethora of tools, randomly selecting an ancient book. After erasing its contents, he inscribed several grand characters. The Life of Confucius. This book was straightforward in its title, recounting Confucius's life. It lacked theoretical construction, merely narrating his life from the perspective of contemporaries to affirm his existence. Tian intended this book to inspire hope. Confucius's grand life deserved an entrance that was both unremarkable yet tinged with a touch of the fantastical. Those who achieve great deeds must first endure hardship, labor, hunger, and deprivation, thus honing their will and strengthening their resolve. The age-old adage resonates with the hearts of men. Tian did not shy away from methodically writing. Confucius's family was impoverished, lacking even a bathtub, forcing his mother to bathe in the river. One day, a mystical bird flew by, carrying an egg, which later led to Confucius's birth. Time passed, and 2 weeks flew by. During this period, Tian supplemented numerous fabricated historical materials, mutually corroborating them. Gradually, the life of Confucius was etched into the student library. However, there remained a significant flaw. The tablet honoring Confucius was not located in the Elder Hall. After all, by common logic, such a high-ranking official from the Wuhuan Temple should at least have a memorial tablet, right? Without it, it could be considered fraudulent. Tian was not anxious. The hall for placing tablets was not a secretive place. He had ample opportunities to submit the tablet. Tian, do you not wish to tell stories anymore? You are deceiving us. One day, Tuoba Hong, with reddened eyes, rushed over. I had my grandfather scour every major bookstore in Wuhuan City, and that book you mentioned does not exist. Oh, I might have remembered incorrectly. How could I possibly deceive you? Allow me to finish the upcoming story. The existence of the book was irrelevant. It was enough for the bookstores to know that someone was seeking it. Thus, Tian's objective had been achieved. It was also time to reward the children with stories. Chapter 28. The Qinglong Vine, Contributing Dragon Energy. In the evening, Tian, weary and exhausted, departed from the academy. He had completed the tale of the Calabash brothers, yet the children were still left wanting, bombarding him with questions. Why didn't Grandpa turn the snake's spirit into a soul ring? Because the snake spirit has a sister who is more beautiful. Did the Calabash brothers not marry? No. Why did they transform into mountains? Because the serpent spirit has a sister, you fool. Tian had no choice but to once again employ his running escape technique to leave this place of chaos. After traversing several streets, he suddenly spotted a bookstore and approached it. The proprietor, a slender middle-aged man clad in a long robe, was using a feather duster to clean the dust from the shelves, seemingly preparing to close the shop. Excuse me, do you have the book Rebooting the Spirit Hall? Tian inquired as he entered the store. The middle-aged owner glanced at him, shook his head, and patiently explained, "We do not possess that book. Many have come searching for it in the past 2 weeks. Is that so?" Tian's demeanor shifted to one of timidity, revealing a hint of disappointment upon hearing this. The owner, with a resigned smile, elaborated, "This small shop also handles printing services. Whenever a new book is published, we are always informed in advance. Judging by its title, it seems to be an ancient text. You might have better luck searching at the library." Really? A flicker of hope ignited in Tian's eyes. Indeed, the library in Spirit City is the most likely place to find that book, the owner encouraged, adding, "Furthermore, if you manage to locate it, bring it here, and I will reward you with 5 gold soul coins." Given the recent influx of inquiries regarding this book, the owner believed there was potential profit to be made. "All right, I will search the library thoroughly," Tian said, his spirits lifted as he left the bookstore. After crossing several more streets, he passed by the Spirit Hall Square, which was already undergoing renovations. People bustled about, arranging flowers, while a pair of enormous wings, emblematic of angels, was being transported to the square's center under military escort. Hundreds of individuals were working together to erect the grand wings, all in preparation for the upcoming promotion ceremony of Bishop Yi Jiangwo next week. Since Bibi Dong's appointment, the Spirit Hall had been tightening its budget for all celebrations. The last time such a grand event was held was 5 years ago during the coronation of the Saintess. Time truly flies. It has been 5 years since the last grand celebration, the busy crowd remarked. Indeed, Spirit City grows more prosperous by the year. Tian mused as he turned his gaze away from the angelic wings and continued onward, traversing the western street of the square before returning home. In the courtyard, Yi Jiangwo was practicing the 8 brocades. Upon noticing Tian, He raised his hands slowly, grounding his energy. Approaching Yi Tian, he said, "Little Tian, I heard from the Saintess that you have not participated in any of the weekly friendship matches held by the Academy. While writing theory is important, one must not neglect cultivation. In this day and age, the identity of a soul master is far more advantageous than that of a theoretical master. I have no interest in those fruitless competitions," Yi Tian replied as he settled onto a bench in the courtyard, gazing up at his grandfather. "I've always stated that cultivation in Douluo relies on combat. It is not suitable for a demon sorcerer, but you are a prodigy with innate full soul power, and the grandson of a titled Douluo. His Majesty has been closely monitoring your growth. It matters not, grandfather." Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Cultivation alone will not save the spirit hall. I shall save myself the worry. With you around, my strength cannot be too lacking." This pragmatic response brought a smile to Yi Jiangwo's aged face. "My earlier words were not intended to pressure you, little Tian. As long as you have a sense of balance in your heart, that is sufficient. By the way, there has been a surge of sect forces visiting the embassy on East Street. They have been invited by the Spirit Hall to observe. With so many people, the dynamics will inevitably become more complex, so you should refrain from venturing there for now." "I understand, grandfather." Yi Tian stretched and yawned. "Just have my meals sent to my room later. I'll take a rest now." Upon returning to his bedroom, Yi Tian habitually headed to the balcony. The azure dragon vine, under his careful nurturing, had grown to 1/2 meter long and even developed many small offshoots. However, it posed a slight inconvenience as the vine possessed a degree of mobility and continually climbed towards the bedroom instead of seeking sunlight. Each time he returned home, he had to relocate it. He did not indulge it, simply tossing the vine outside the balcony. After all, the azure dragon vine would adjust itself. "Contribute dragon energy," Yi Tian shouted at the azure dragon vine. The vine responded instinctively, contracting as a cloud of green gas began to emanate from it. This mass was equivalent to the essence of 2 azure dragon vine flowers. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, feeling his soul energy swell significantly, far more swiftly than through meditation. It must be said, the life force of the golden essence of living beings is indeed formidable, continuously supplying energy to the azure dragon vine, which in turn provided him with an endless source of dragon energy. Excellent. After extracting the energy from the azure dragon vine, Yi Tian casually sketched a few talismans and tossed them to the vine as a small form of compensation. The next day, on the weekend when there was no school, Yi Tian lay sprawled on his large bed, sleeping soundly. "Is little Tian here?" A female voice suddenly called out, followed closely by Yi Jiangwo's voice. Sensing the disturbance, Yi Tian rolled over and covered his ears with the blanket. "It seems inappropriate for me to intrude." The voice of the girl expressed a hint of timidity. "No trouble at all," Yi Jiangwo replied cheerfully, his tone warm and inviting. "Little Tian, we have a guest." His voice magnified several times, compelling Yi Tian to reluctantly rise from his slumber. Peering through the balcony, he beheld a verdant young girl standing gracefully in the sunlight, accompanied by the frail, elderly Yi Jiangwo. The girl, with flowing blue hair, locked eyes with Yi Tian, her appearance suggesting she was around 13 or 14 years old. After a brief moment, Yi Tian stepped outside. He recognized this girl, but could not recall her name. Gazing up at the tall, blue-haired girl, her large eyes blinked adorably. "You young rascal." Yi Jiangwo chuckled, stroking his beard. "This is Yi Lingling, the young master of the Nine-Heart Sea Lotus family. I have a long-standing friendship with her grandfather, and today she is visiting for the first time in Spirit City. Little Tian, why don't you take Lingling around for a tour?" With that, Yi Jiangwo turned and departed. He felt there was little to discuss with the younger generation and preferred to let them interact freely. "Hello," Yi Lingling greeted, feeling somewhat shy as it was her first time visiting friends alone. "I'm not feeling well. Oh, so tired. Perhaps we should just sleep together," Yi Tian teased, making a face as he headed back toward his bedroom to continue his nap, leaving Yi Lingling in a state of confusion in the courtyard. Her face had flushed slightly from Yi Tian's words, but as he disappeared from view, the rosy hue gradually faded back to normal. Yi Tian, however, paid no mind to the girl behind him. Life is but a fleeting moment, akin to a passing parade, gone in an instant. First, prioritize your own comfort. Time ticks away relentlessly, and soon it approaches noon. The glaring sunlight pours into the bedroom. Yi Tian, however, maintains his vigor, stretching languidly as he rises from bed. Upon opening his eyes, he glances at the Qinglong vine outside. Has it slipped in again? Tian gets up, seizing the vine, and menacingly declares, "If you come in again, I'll squeeze you dry." He carelessly tosses it out of the window. To Tian's surprise, beneath the window sill stands Lingling, solitary and still. Tian's bedroom is on the first floor, and right outside the window lies a petite garden. He hadn't anticipated that Lingling would linger for so long without leaving. Their eyes meet. Recalling their earlier words, Tian is the first to avert his gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "I didn't mean to intrude into the garden," Lingling stammers, her cheeks now even rosier than before as she apologizes softly. "It's of no consequence. Just be mindful in your next life," Tian retorts, giving the Qinglong vine a light smack. He hastily exits the bedroom, heading towards the street beyond the courtyard. He has no desire to play house with the charming young lady before him. Not having lunch, upon seeing his grandson retreating, Jiangwo calls out from a distance, "Not hungry, Tian ripli is kurti." This young lad, with a beautiful sister visiting, has even forsaken his meal. Jiangwo mutters to himself, slightly worried. Turning back, he notices Lingling standing nearby, holding flowers, seemingly dazed. Wasn't little Tian with you just now?" "And no," Lingling whispers, lowering her head. Jiangwo's aged face reveals a look of astonishment, amplifying his concern. Chapter 29. This book is excellent, but cannot be published, Brother Yi. I knew you would come. In the hall of Martial Spirits Academy, a dark-skinned youth beams with excitement. Brother Hong has led our Tianlong Society into the top 5 of the preliminaries. This summer tournament in Martial Spirit City, our second-year group is in first place. Perhaps. We are indeed the Tianlong Society. Tian casts a glance at Tuoba Hong's loyal follower. Memories of Tuoba Hong's recent invitation flooding back. That fellow, unsure of where he learned such antics, had publicly gifted him a bouquet of roses to set the mood. Just thinking about it gives him goosebumps. Little Black. You must remember that fate has already marked everything in the shadows. Little Black's name is Zhang Xiaohong. His sister, Zhang Ping, seems to be a competent soul master. But Tian finds it unworthy of his attention. What does that mean? Zhang Xiaohong scratches his head. It means you ought to work hard. Goodbye. Tian deems himself too occupied to indulge in leisurely competitions. What does that mean, Brother Yi? Zhang Xiaohong continues to scratch his head, but unfortunately, Tian has already walked away. Hello, sir. In front of the library, Tian greets the gatekeeper as usual. He strides into the library, adeptly making his way to a corner, picking up the long-neglected book titled The Rebirth of the Hall of Martial Spirits. After a month of diligent effort, the derivative works from the Rebirth of the Hall of Martial Spirits have reached over a dozen volumes. Even if someone were to enter the library in search of other books, Tian is confident that no one would recognize this as a recently penned work. It's time for you to see the light of day. Tian takes the book in hand and completes the borrowing procedure. Exiting the Hall of Martial Spirits Academy, he traverses several streets until he arrives at the bookstore he passed yesterday. Inside, the owner is still dusting off the shelves with a feather duster. Tian, on tiptoe, approaches the counter. "Boss, could you take a look? Is this the book?" Upon seeing Tian, the boss immediately recalls their previous conversation. Yesterday, he had mentioned that anyone who finds the Rebirth of the Hall of Martial Spirits would receive a reward of 5 gold soul coins. "Oh, you found it?" The boss seems mildly surprised. Tian rubs his eyes, appearing as though he has lost a night's sleep. "I am a second-year student from the Hall of Martial Spirits Academy. I happened to encounter this book in the library, hence my familiarity with it. So, it's the little genius from the Hall of Martial Spirits." The boss is astonished, setting down the feather duster and seriously taking the book from Tian. In these times, soul masters are valuable, and soul master geniuses even more so. "Little genius, please have a seat while I assess it." The boss fetches a small stool for Tian, then returns to the counter to retrieve a pair of reading glasses, putting them on to examine the book closely. He occasionally comments, "The paper made from crushed silk was only used when the papermaking technique was first invented. It's an expensive method. The binding is also peculiar. This type of stitched binding is rarely utilized anymore due to the declining cost of paper. It must be an ancient book." Of course, it's an ancient book. Tian smiles faintly within. He has erased the original content of the ancient book and rewritten it. Not even the most advanced isotope measuring methods could expose it. Is this the recently popular rare edition of an ancient book? The boss muses to himself, flipping through its pages. He is captivated by the content at first glance. Chapter 1. Where does power come from? Chapter 2. The flaws in the architecture of empires. Chapter 3. The decline of the Hall of Martial Spirits. The author, named Confucius, critiques societal issues and presents various theories, leaving the boss muttering in disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? The boss had not anticipated that the Hall of Martial Spirits had a history of decline 800 years ago. He was even more astonished to discover that the Hall of Martial Spirits had actually thrived due to the support of the common people. Everyone knows that the Hall of Martial Spirits is a haven for noble soul masters. He never imagined that commoners could have any connection to it. The boss, overwhelmed by shock, finds it hard to extricate himself. Tian remains patient, quietly seated on the small stool as he waits. An hour later, the boss finally completes an overview of the entire book, reluctantly returning it to Tian. The boss seems to have seen through the vicissitudes of life, shaking his head as he pulls out 5 gold soul coins from his pocket, placing them on the table. Young lad, this is your reward. You may take the book back. My little shop 1TB printing it. Why not? Tian pockets the gold coins, his large eyes wide with curiosity. The risk is too great. The boss shakes his head. He runs a store, not a death-defying venture. The content of this book is too shocking, too ahead of its time. It harshly critiques the nobility and the soul master families, which would not be tolerated by them. Tian feels a touch of dissatisfaction as he traverses several streets, arriving at another well-known bookstore. Half an hour later, after receiving an identical response, Tian emerges with 2 gold coins and the ancient book once more. At the third shop, he receives 10 gold coins instead. Do I really need this little money? By the riverside, beneath the willow tree, Tian weighs the coins in his left hand, glancing at the book in his right, letting out a soft sigh. The world operates on profit. He silently reflects. When profits exceed 300%, capital will trample everything. Tian returned the book, rebooting the soul hall to the library, and ventured into a secluded corner. He picked up paper and pen, inhaled deeply, and began to inscribe the words Hulu Brothers. Having previously narrated this tale to Tooba Hong and others, Tian found the process particularly fluid. To adapt to this world, he made some modifications, such as transforming monsters into ferocious beasts and reimagining the Hulua as plant-based soul beasts reincarnated. Despite Tooba Hong's prestigious family background and their exposure to many extraordinary tales, they remained captivated by the Hulu brothers, indicating that this story holds significant market potential in Douluo continent. The essence of a classic lies in its enduring appeal. Since rebooting the Soul Hall could not be published, he contemplated a different approach, allowing the bookstore to earn some profit and fostering an addiction to the story. Ultimately, whether to publish or not would be at his discretion. Tian had considered leveraging his grandfather's connections to issue tens of thousands of copies through an official decree, but that would alter the meaning of the endeavor. There is a fundamental difference between being compelled to discover the truth and doing so of one's own accord. He was in no rush. He could afford to wait. At that moment, a familiar female voice broke the silence. Tian looked up to see Hulaina standing nearby. Unlike her usual demeanor, she was adorned in a form-fitting gown, exuding an air of nobility and a demeanor that suggested she preferred solitude. Indeed, one's appearance can significantly influence perception. Tian quickly tucked away his paper and pen before she could approach. Sister Nana, is there something you need? Of course, Hulaina replied, casting him a disapproving glance as she noticed his hasty movements. During the college's summer competition today, I heard a second-year student shout fiercely from the arena. If Tian hadn't shown up, you wouldn't have won at all. Now, many students are buzzing with curiosity about who you are. Tian forced a smile. He did not seek fame. You're popular, little Tian. Having garnered quite a following in just a few days, she teased. What good is a group of admirers? He shook his head. If they were female fans, perhaps I would consider it. There are quite a few girls participating in the competition, Hulaina noted. With your looks, even if you don't win the championship, you'd attract a legion of fans. She squatted down, smiling sweetly at the charming young man before her. Female fans are of little use. If I had male admirers, I might consider participating, Tian replied, shaking his head again. Hulaina remarked, Chapter 30, fainted. Tian found himself being dragged away by Hulaina, unable to resist her stronger hold. It feels as if you're forcing me into a noose, he quipped. Absolutely not. She responded coldly, looking down at him. You're the best, Nana. Believe that if you must, she retorted fiercely. After 8 attempts to escape during their 2-block journey, Tian would have vanished had she not been more powerful. Am I truly that frightening? Hulaina mused, touching her fair face. Not at all. You are the best. Nana, he assured her with wide eyes. Holding your hand feels like honey. Without it, my legs feel like they've been greased. Hulaina narrowed her eyes, half smiling. Tian remained obediently silent as they walked. They soon arrived at the northern side of the Soul Hall Plaza, where an ancient arched door made of white marble awaited them. This is it, Hulaina said, pointing to the character's purple bamboo garden adorning the door. Yet she showed no intention of releasing his hand. She feared that if she let go, he might flee once more. She squatted down, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped as she gently ruffled his hair. Perform well later, and I shall reward you afterward. Tian gazed at her lovely face before his attention drifted downward to her ample bosom. Hulaina noticed his gaze, her cheeks flushing as she stood up. You little rascal know too much. Don't overthink it. I doubt it is that, he retorted, hands behind his back as he stepped toward the purple bamboo garden. The gathering organized by the Soul Hall was a small-scale event where the most talented individuals from various sects had come to observe, accompanied by their family elders. They aimed to test the prowess of the younger generation from each sect. Although labeled a gathering, it was essentially a sparring competition disguised as a social event. After all, what is there to celebrate among soul masters? Combat and improvement are the true pursuits. This gathering held another significance. It was orchestrated for Tian to gain recognition. Having missed the opportunity to shine in the 4 Great Kingdoms competitions, Bibi Dong had instructed Hulaina to subtly guide events so that Tian could impress the talented individuals from various sects, thus facilitating his future recruitment as a disciple. Due to the time spent searching for Tian and delays along the way, the banquet had already commenced. The young talents of various sects, who seldom met across the continent, quickly established rapport, their age and vigor fostering camaraderie. Within the purple bamboo garden, an atmosphere of excitement prevailed. What does the dragon sect amount to? Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the diamond mammoth. Isn't that you Tianheng? After a few days, he appears to have deteriorated. One ignorant fool, some even left in a huff, unable to withstand the atmosphere. Tian observed the chaotic scene unfolding and couldn't help but smirk. Is this a gathering? What is happening here? Hulaina's expression hardened as a chill emanated from her. A figure clad in the Soul Hall's uniform emerged, bowing respectfully. A title member from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has arrived, claiming to enhance the gathering's excitement by placing 3 severely injured top-tier soul beasts in the purple bamboo garden. Before we could restore order, the talented individuals began a brawl. The black-clad figure leaned closer to Hulaina, whispering, it was the blue lightning tyrant dragon's sect's instigation. I suspect they conspired beforehand. After stepping back respectfully, he added, these individuals are all from top-tier sects. We cannot intervene. Should any mishap occur, we would bear the consequences. Hulaina's beautiful eyes sparkled with intensity. Her fists clenched tightly, crackling with tension. These were the elite talents of renowned sects. It was unlikely they would shed blood over a few thousand-year-old soul beasts. She inwardly sighed, suspecting that the plan had been leaked. The talents were unwilling to reveal their true strength. Thus they banded together in deception. As she pondered, Hulaina was startled to find Tian sprinting toward the entrance. Little Tian, stop right there. She barked fiercely. Tian immediately halted in his tracks. Having fled numerous times, Tian was acutely aware that with his current strength, even with the hastening effect of the rabbit talisman, he could not outrun Hulaina. Sister Nana, I merely have a pressing need. Tian turned back with a smile. Hold it. Hulaina was already infuriated by the disruption of her plans, and Tian's insolence only intensified her agitation. All right then. Tian, ever perceptive, understood the gravity of the situation. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind Hulaina's fury, he knew better than to provoke further. The Holy Maiden is coming. Hulaina's earlier shout had drawn the attention of several talented individuals. Almost immediately, one of the prodigies recognized her. The identity of the Holy Maiden was self-evident, radiating an unparalleled nobility. Furthermore, with Hulaina's natural beauty and captivating martial spirit, she had become the dream goddess of many aspirants. Is that really the Holy Maiden? She is indeed breathtaking, but quite fierce. For many of these prodigies, it was their first encounter with their idol, and the exhilarating contrast between dreams and reality left them entranced. Who is that young man called Tian? How dare he provoke the holy maiden? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. He must be the grandson of Yi Jiangwo. Otherwise, how could he be so audacious? The mention of Yi Jiangwo only fueled the chatter, as he was the first elder to have hosted a grand coronation ceremony since the ascension of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Top sects had come specifically for this occasion, and even those unfamiliar with Yi Jiangwo understood that he would undoubtedly become a pivotal figure within the Spirit Hall. Naturally, the grandson of such a person would attract considerable attention, and his reputation had spread far and wide. The young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Tianheng, approached the holy maiden with a graceful demeanor. Upon recognizing him, Hulaina raised an eyebrow. The instigator of the disruption was likely connected to this young man. Nevertheless, as a representative of the Spirit Hall, she maintained her decorum. So, you are Yu Tianheng? Very well, I shall remember you. Hulaina's tone was gentle. Her eyes narrowed slightly. I have long heard of the holy maiden's unparalleled beauty, and indeed, it is as I expected. I truly hope to spar with you. Yu Tianheng replied with a cheerful smile, his youthful exuberance revealing his naivety. Hulaina's eyes narrowed further. Despite never having showcased her abilities publicly, her reputation as a genius and her cultivation level were well known throughout the continent. This Yu Tianheng, merely a few years her junior, and yet only at the spirit ancestor level, was clearly no match for her. His words reeked of provocation, likely intended to set a trap for her. At this moment, many prodigies in the purple bamboo garden turned their attention toward them. Those who had received prior information were already discussing the situation. Yu Tianheng had reached the pinnacle of spirit ancestor before his arrival, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's lightning was known to counter all forms of allure. If the holy maiden suppressed her power, she would undoubtedly be unable to match Yu Tianheng. Conversely, if she did not suppress it, striking down the weak would tarnish her reputation. As Hulaina's fist crackled ominously, contemplating her response, Yi Tian stepped forward, discreetly activating the first soul ring of the Holy Master, drawing a talisman in the air. He gazed up at Yu Tianheng, who stood at an imposing height of nearly 1.8 meters. He was crafting the monkey talisman, which possessed the power of 72 transformations, allowing one to morph into any object. Of course, with Yi Tian's current abilities, the transformation could only last for a few dozen seconds, yet that was sufficient. Big brother, you are quite handsome. Yi Tian chuckled. You have a discerning eye. Yu Tianheng stroked his chin, chuckling ominously. However, big brother, your pants have fallen. At this, Yu Tianheng tightened his legs and quickly looked down. The act of pulling someone's pants down was something he had done often in his youth. But being humiliated in front of a gathering of prodigies was utterly unacceptable. He was acutely aware that this little brat had no good intentions. Thus, he swiftly grasped his pants and looked down, relieved to find them still in place. You dare to deceive me? Yu Tianheng glared, his voice turning cold. Oh, I must have misseen. Yi Tian feigned sincerity, his expression embodying contrition. Just as Yu Tianheng was about to forgive the boy, he was abruptly interrupted by the laughter of the surrounding prodigies. What is happening? Yu Tianheng's expression darkened. He had come to challenge Hulaina and impress the gathered sect geniuses, not to engage in banter with this child. As he scanned the crowd, he was horrified to realize that many were laughing at him. Brother, why have you turned into a turtle? A younger disciple exclaimed. In that moment, Yu Tianheng's face flushed with anger, and his features contorted in disbelief. On his forehead, a talisman in the shape of a monkey, faintly glowing, was all too visible. Upon hearing the mockery, Yu Tianheng felt a surge of humiliation and rage, and in that instant, he spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 31. The notorious Yi Tian East Street Embassy Alley. Temporary residence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Tianheng, drenched in sweat, felt surrounded by peers who were mercilessly mocking him. I'm dying of laughter. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Hello everyone, I am Yu Tianheng, the young master who has been training for 2.5 years. My martial spirit is a turtle. Laughter erupted. What a joke. He dares to challenge the holy maiden? Stop laughing, stop laughing. Yu Tianheng shouted in rage. You are awake, Tianheng. The robust Yu Yuanjin rushed forward, his expression pained. As the current leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Witnessing his grandson lying in bed filled him with regret for bringing him to the spirit city. Hearing that deep voice, Yu Qianheng calmed down slightly, his chaotic gaze scanning the surroundings. He realized he was in the bedroom. Tianheng, you have been unconscious for 2 days. I was terrified, Yu Yuanjin exclaimed, gesturing toward a blue-haired girl beside him. You must thank your classmate, Yi Lingling. If she had not been at the East Street Embassy and used her 9-heart seed to heal you, who knows how long it would have taken for you to wake? Not at all, Yi Lingling replied, lowering her head. Upon realizing her presence and recalling the earlier events, Yu Qianheng felt a mix of shame and anger, turning his head away to avoid meeting her gaze. Yu Yuanjin's voice resonated. Tianheng, you must train your mental fortitude. To be provoked into fainting by a mere child is quite unbecoming. Do not mention that Yi Tian, Yu Qianheng shouted in anger. Yi Tian, pray for yourself. Do not let me encounter you alone. All right. Yu Yuanjin nodded with a pained expression, glancing at Yu Qianheng. Is Yi Tian really the one? Yi Lingling raised her confused gaze upon hearing that name. The silhouette of a young boy emerged in her mind. Before the window, the boy fiercely declared, If you dare to come in again, I will drain you. At the thought of this, Yi Lingling's face instantaneously flushed crimson. Only Yi Tian could provoke Yu Qianheng to faint. In the East Street Embassy Alley, within the temporary residence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, oh father, I truly regret not attending the banquet, she lamented. Just thinking about Yu Qianheng turning into a turtle made her want to laugh. That scene was simply hilarious. Speaking of which, that little rascal named Yi Tian is undoubtedly full of mischief. I must seize the opportunity to meet him. Ning Rongrong, with her long hair cascading down her waist, clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, her father, who was engrossed in his official documents, glanced up at his little princess, tossing his pen into the pen holder and shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, Rongrong, do you think this is a good thing? Yu Qianheng represents the face of our sex power. The banquet at the Purple Bamboo Garden brought our sex reputation to shame before the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong continued to giggle, unable to contain herself, as she walked behind her father, gently massaging his shoulders. Yu Qianheng only represents the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. It has nothing to do with our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji chuckled bitterly, shaking his head and opening his mouth, but ultimately refraining from arguing with his little princess. This time we came to Spirit City with considerable wealth, all entrusted to your grandfather Qinshin. Spirit City is renowned as the first city on the continent, its prosperity far surpassing that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. If it weren't for this invitation from the Spirit Hall, I wouldn't dare let you come alone. Take your time to explore, as opportunities may not be plentiful in the future. I don't want to go. Ning Rongrong shook her head. This wretched place is not as prosperous as my academy's location in Soto City. The entire street is dilapidated. Even Balak City is 100 times better. Ning Fengji caught the key words in her complaint and felt a tightening in his heart. The Spirit Hall has grown stronger each year, with increasing tax revenues. Such a powerful Spirit Hall has even neglected the repairs of the Holy City. It is self-evident that the Spirit Hall's funds are likely spent on military preparations and recruiting Spirit Masters. Is war approaching? Ning Fengji pondered anxiously, lightly tapping his forehead. It is a pity that the Haoyan sect would rather act as a tortoise, severing their own limbs, than take up the banner of resistance against the Spirit Hall. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School possesses astonishing wealth, being an auxiliary sect, it ultimately stands alone. Sighing at this thought, Ning Fengji shook his head repeatedly. Father, why are you sighing? Ning Rongrong leaned against her father's shoulder, tilting her head and acting coyly. Did I make you unhappy? Father, do you want to learn more about the Spirit Hall? I can go out and take a look, can I? Ning Rongrong's thoughts began to wander. However, Ning Fengji was too preoccupied to attend to his precious daughter, waving her off. I have official matters to attend to. You may go play. Fine. Ning Rongrong puffed out her cheeks, dejectedly exiting the room. Yi Tian, look, it's Yi Tian coming. Is he the one who caused the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's young master to faint? Who else could it be? He has truly relieved our Spirit Hall's burden. Upon entering the Spirit Hall Academy, Yi Tian was immediately met with the gaze of those around him. Yi Guer, a renowned figure. I knew you were no ordinary person. On his way to class, Tuoba Hong suddenly sprang out from an obscure corner, appearing before Yi Tian with an imposing demeanor. A promising young man like you should lead a powerful organization like the Heavenly Dragon Association. I have decided to relinquish the position of president to you. With you at the helm, our Heavenly Dragon Association will become the golden second generation of the Spirit Hall. Soon, the Pope will personally crown us. Right now, Tian halted, fixating his serious gaze on Tuoba Hong. In future battles, I will transform others into green-faced turtles, and you will step forward to take the hits. If you can't endure it, just lie down and roll over, allowing your grandfather to come to your aid. Tuoba Hong scratched his head. Yeet gur. We can't call for grandfathers during a competition. That would be an out-of-bounds foul, and we'd be penalized. Before Tuoba Hong could finish, Yi Tian covered his ears and continued walking. Igor, wait for me. Tuoba Hong exclaimed in a hurry. I won't listen. I won't listen, turtle reciting scriptures. After finally catching up to Yi Tian, Tuoba Hong noticed Yi Tian heading toward the classroom and stopped him. Igor, there's no need to go to class today. The theoretical lesson has been canceled. His Holiness the Pope is inspecting the Spirit Hall Academy today, and we will definitely have a practical lesson. The Pope cares deeply for the Academy's students, visiting almost every semester. Tuoba Hong, a second-year student, had already garnered experience. Yet Yi Tian did not look back. He was not going to the classroom. The library was in that direction. Chapter 32. Do nobles have any special qualities? In the library, Yi Tian's work on the Calabash brothers was nearing completion. The current task was to revise and modify some details to make the story more accessible. He divided the story into two parts, based on the animation he had watched in his past life. The first part was the one told to Tuoba Hong and his friends, while the second part was titled Calabash Little Golden Warrior. These two entertaining stories would be pivotal for his bookstore success. While immersed in the entertainment stories, Yi Tian did not halt his work on theoretical books. The mind is the most potent weapon. His grandfather aspired to seize power from the Spirit Hall. Undoubtedly, this was the key for both him and his grandfather. However, it was evident that the more powerful the intellectual weapon, the more challenging it was to comprehend. The book Rebooting the Spirit Hall was rather dry, with certain barriers to understanding. It was suitable for dissemination among students, spirit masters, and the noble class. They inherently possessed a certain level of knowledge to help them grasp the tedious theoretical concepts. However, the common people were not so fortunate. If impoverished commoners had not awakened innate spirit power, they would find it impossible to even attend school. These commoners might never have encountered a small city like Notting in their entire lives, let alone been educated. People tend to focus on what they are inclined to notice. Yetian silently musit. Commoners would not concern themselves with intricate theoretical knowledge. Their focus would be on whether the next rainfall would be good, if any pests had recently appeared, whether they could yield more crops next quarter, and if they could pay various taxes by the year's end. As for spirit masters, that might merely be a whimsical thought while resting in the fields. A theoretical ancient book written by a spirit master from 800 years ago would be a fanciful notion beyond fanciful thoughts. Is nobility truly inherited? Yi Tian repeated once more. The soul master is born with their abilities. Can this be altered? What of nobility? What of social class? Are commoners destined solely to toil in the fields, bound to another's land from birth to death? After much contemplation, he understood what he must write next. The Rise of the Great Chu, King Chun Sheng. Yi Tian began to pen his thoughts. In the author's section, he resolutely inscribed anonymous. Such a controversial book is best left without a name attached. Under Yi Tian's deft hand, a brand new world gradually unfurled upon the parchment. It was a realm devoid of soul power, christened as the Nine Provinces. From the emperor to the common folk and the myriad nobles and merchants. All were but ordinary beings. The emperor of the Nine Provinces was named Qin Ershi, whose father was the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, who unified the continent. The narrative described the aftermath of Qin Shi Huang's demise, depicting impoverished peasants from Luzhu being conscripted for labor, led by the robust Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, today's township, where they encountered a torrential downpour. Faced with the issue of missing the deadline, the law of the Qin decreed that failure to comply would result in execution. Pressured by the authorities, the people had no choice but to revolt. Thus, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang chose to rise in rebellion. Yi Tian refrained from embellishing the tale. In his view, this segment of authentic history was already uplifting enough. After all, what could be more compelling than the assertion that nobility is not a birthright? Adding flourish would only render the story superficial. The saga of the late Qin and early Han was extensive. Tian intended to divide it into several parts, releasing them incrementally. That very afternoon, he completed the first installment, recounting the inception of the Chu-Han conflict, the uprising of Chen Sheng and Wu Guan. The piece commenced with Chen Sheng lamenting in the fields. How can the sparrow know the ambition of the swan? And crescendoed with the question of nobility's inheritance. It concluded with Chen Sheng's hubris leading him to slay a fellow villager, distrust his subordinates, and ultimately meet his demise, a conclusion that evoked deep reflections. After school that afternoon, Yi Tian traversed familiar streets to a bookstore. The owner, dusting with a feather duster, greeted him with a warm smile, remarking, "The young genius from the Spirit Hall Academy has come to purchase a book?" Having previously worked with Yi Tian on the printing of Rebooting the Spirit Hall, the owner remembered him well. Yi Tian retrieved a thick stack of paper from his storage space, the ink still wet. With wide eyes, he stated, "I am here on behalf of someone to propose a transaction." The owner smiled, taking the papers from Yi Tian's hands. "Is this a manuscript? I shall examine it closely." "Young genius, why don't you take a seat and wait a moment?" He then went to the counter, retrieving his glasses to scrutinize the manuscript. As he read, he remarked, "Quite impressive, an alternate history that sidesteps political risks." He then mused, "The protagonist Chen Sheng truly has spirit, yet his fate is not unjust." Ultimately, the owner offered his assessment. "This unique world without soul power is quite innovative, but the character of Chen Sheng does not quite merit the title of protagonist. For this manuscript, I can only give a mediocre evaluation. The bookstore will have to bear some risk if this book does not sell. I will buy it for 7 gold soul coins." The decision lay in Yi Tian's hands. The deal was struck. Although he recognized that the story of the Chu-Han conflict was worth far less than the price. He understood this was merely the beginning of their collaboration and felt no urgency. Having received the gold coins, Yi Tian exited the bookstore. The owner, not overly concerned with the manuscript, called an apprentice and handed it over, saying, "This manuscript's worldview is quite innovative. It could serve as a cover piece for a monthly publication, Monthly Wonders." "Yes," the apprentice replied respectfully. At the Yi residence, during dinner, Yi Jiangwo inquired about Yi Tian's school life. "I heard from Nana that His Holiness the Pope visited the Spirit Hall Academy today, yet I did not see you there." "I went to the library," Yi Tian replied, pushing his rice around his bowl. "You child," Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard, "in all of the Spirit Hall, only Hulaina can engage closely with His Holiness. Given that His Holiness seems quite invested in you, I suspect he may wish to take you as his disciple. I do not wish to become love-struck." Yi Tian shook his head. "Moreover, once you become the Grand Offering, how can Bibi Dong remain unscathed as the Pope? Her ambition is to unify the continent, and she will undoubtedly rely on soul masters to achieve her goals. While she professes to act for the commoners, it is really for the soul masters among them. My grandfather and I are destined to overturn this world and forge a new path. If our philosophies diverge, will you strike down your master, or will he strike you down?" Hearing this, Yi Jiangwo's expression turned serious as he set his chopsticks down and pondered. Could our choices lead to such catastrophic consequences? Yi Tian sighed. "I do not know, nor do I wish for it, but it is prudent to prepare for the worst. Grandfather, do use your connections to secure a hidden island in the East Sea. Should chaos ensue, we would at least have a refuge." Compared to the century it took his grandfather to achieve the rank of title Daw, Bibi Dong's training speed could only be described as meteoric. By such comparisons, she was likely to ascend to divinity before 20 years had passed. Not just likely, Yi Tian, familiar with the plotline, recognized this as an inevitable event, and it appeared that it wouldn't even take 2 decades. "I will keep the matter of purchasing the island in mind." Yi Jiangwo nodded thoughtfully. He then raised his head and continued, "Today His Holiness summoned me to discuss important matters and also sought my opinion. Currently, Gue Mei oversees intelligence operations, while Yu Guan commands the military strength of the Pope's Hall. The positions I may choose from are 2. The first is a financial role, serving as the Elder of Finance, a position of considerable weight. The second is rather trivial, the Elder of Officials, responsible for appointing officials within the Spirit Hall across various regions. You should understand that the Elder Hall frequently parachutes officials down. Thus, the Spirit Hall has little authority in appointments. Which position do you believe I should choose?" Chapter 33. Hope. What does the Pope think? Yi Tian inquired, raising his gaze. "Since the Pope has offered you these 2 positions, he must have a preference." Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard in contemplation. The financial pressures on the Spirit Hall have been mounting in recent years. All of this burden falls upon His Holiness alone. And naturally, he desires a capable aide to share the fiscal responsibilities. However, His Holiness also seeks to rectify the governance and reclaim the authority to appoint officials from the Elder Hall. Hence, he has presented me with these two choices. According to His Majesty's intentions at that time, I feel that I am more inclined to take on the responsibilities of financial affairs. Yi Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, the finances of the Spirit Hall are in disarray. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to actions against the four great kingdoms. Thus, His Holiness wishes for you to shoulder this significant burden. Precisely, Yi Jiangwo affirmed, that was His Majesty's intention. Yet, I believe you should also oversee the appointment of officials. Do you think I should cultivate more relationships with officials, grandfather? Yi Jiangwo pondered, then nodded affirmatively. One or two individuals cannot accomplish great things. That is not the case. Yi Tian shook his head. The Spirit Hall is vast. Cultivating relationships with a few or even dozens of officials would yield little benefit. Consider the ancient dynasties. The Minister of Personnel appointed thousands of officials annually. How many of those appointments truly reflected the minister's will? They were primarily the emperor's decisions. In essence, the minister had no real power to appoint officials. Listening to you, I realize that the minister's role is even less significant than I thought. Why then do you suggest I select this position? Yi Jiangwo fell into contemplation, cautiously inquiring, could it be that the minister's duties are relatively light? After observing for a while, His Holiness might entrust the financial responsibilities to me as well. You are mistaken, grandfather. Bibi Dong would not grant you such authority. Yi Tian finished the last morsel of rice in his bowl and remarked, the minister's greatest power lies not in appointments, but in evaluations and rulemaking. Many officials in ancient times were dismissed following annual assessments conducted by the minister. If any official is found with a blemish on their record, even a mere suspicion could compel them to resign. While you may not have the final say in appointments, removing an official for misconduct is merely a matter of your word. Even the Pope or the offerings have no say in that matter. Additionally, you could establish stricter evaluation rules. Those who manage to remain under such stringent assessments would be those who align with the prescribed standards, which is precisely what we need. Therefore, the power of official appointments is relatively insignificant. I had not considered this. Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard and chuckled. I shall respond to His Holiness tomorrow. The crux of financial affairs indeed lies in governance. I willingly accept the position of minister. Then allow me to congratulate you in advance, grandfather. Yi Tian smiled gently. In a bookstore, the proprietor, wielding a feather duster, surveyed the shelves housing their publication, Monthly Tales, and shook his head. After its release, it had only been displayed for 2 days. Many had paused to peruse it, yet purchases were limited to a handful of regular customers. The novel's innovative worldview could not compensate for its lack of a compelling narrative. The proprietor sighed. The world of the Qin is indeed innovative. But Chen Sheng's story is rather mundane. Most regrettably, the protagonist ultimately meets his demise, succumbing to arrogance. The author has committed every cardinal sin of storytelling. Such a tale is far too dull, too lackluster to garner popularity. I fear this venture may lead to losses. Excuse me, do you have any good books lately? At that moment, a stoic-looking young man approached. The proprietor, eager to assist, cheerfully recommended, this is our monthly publication, Monthly Tales. Perhaps you might take a look, young master. The young man flipped through a few pages before placing the book back on the shelf, shaking his head. What is there to see in a world devoid of soul masters? The proprietor quickly responded with a smile. We have plenty of other titles in stock. Never mind. I'll take this one. The young man casually selected a book with illustrations, paid, and exited the store. Sighing, the proprietor lamented as he put away the unsold Monthly Tales from the bestseller shelf, preparing to display other titles. At that moment, a sweating apprentice approached the shopkeeper. Boss, several of our rural branches have a book that is selling like hotcakes. The managers have sent people to collect copies. Finally, we have a bestseller. Which book is it? We must print more quickly. We cannot allow other bookstores to seize the opportunity. A wave of exhilaration washed over the proprietor. It was about time he made some profit. The apprentice wiped his forehead and managed to catch his breath. It's this month is Monthly Tales. What? The proprietor's face displayed disbelief. Are you certain you heard correctly? Absolutely. The branch managers are resting in the back courtyard. If you don't believe me, you may ask them yourself. Upon hearing this, the proprietor became convinced. Someone, go print more copies. This is an exclusive opportunity, he declared loudly. Wonderful. This book is truly exceptional. Are nobles and royalty born to their status? In the rural areas of the Spirit Hall, several young farmers wielding hoes surrounded a young man in plain garments, marveling. Da Qing is on the rise. Chun Sheng shall be king. If only there were no soul masters or nobility. Indeed, the labor falls upon us. Several children, around the age of 10, chimed in discussion. In the midst, the young man in plain clothes caressed the book, lamenting, if only I could read. What I just recounted were merely tales I heard from the storyteller, and I've already forgotten much of it. Otherwise, I could have shared it more vividly. In another village, Heir, a soul master apprentice, also held a copy of monthly tales. As a soon-to-be graduate from the junior academy, Heir possessed one soul ring. Regrettably, his innate soul power was too low, causing him to fail the entrance exam for the Advanced Soul Master Academy. He would likely need to find a job soon. However, even without employment, Heir could still receive a gold soul coin monthly from the Spirit Hall. A single gold soul coin would afford him a decent living. Each time Heir returned to this dilapidated, primitive village during his holidays, witnessing the busy figures in the fields filled him with an indescribable sense of melancholy. He felt as though something was missing in this village, and something was lacking within himself as well. Initially, he believed it was due to his limited education. Thus, he immersed himself in books, yet found no answers. However, today, upon seeing this book, he suddenly felt a moment of enlightenment. Are nobles and royalty truly born to their status? The positions in this world should not be fixed. What I lack is hope. Chapter 34. The Appointment of Elders. BB Dong's agreement once again, it was the weekend. Tomorrow would mark the day of grandfather's elevation to elder. On this afternoon, in the Pope's Palace Gardens, a small banquet was about to commence. It was a gathering for the elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall to meet with Yi Jiangwo. From this point onward, they would all serve the Spirit Hall together. This banquet was intended for everyone to become acquainted. It is also a customary practice of the Spirit Hall. As the grandson of Yi Jiangwo, Yi Tian naturally attended. He followed closely behind Hu Laina, holding a cloth bag. In front of him, Hu Laina stood on her tiptoes, picking cherries from the tall cherry tree. As she plucked the fruits, she sighed softly. The promotion ceremony held by the Spirit Hall for your grandfather conveniently facilitates the meeting of those sect leaders. According to the intelligence reports from the past 2 days, these sects have gathered frequently to strategize against the rise of the Spirit Hall. Yi Tian, holding the cloth bag in one hand and eating cherries with the other, did not lift his head or respond. Hu Laina picked a handful of cherries and turned back, ready to set down the bag, only to see Tian rummaging through it. Hu Laina's hand paused in midair, her eyes widening as she glared at Yi Tian. I didn't steal any, Yi Tian quickly exclaimed, stopping his smacking of lips and opening the bag wide. You're infuriating. Hu Laina shot him a glance, only to realize that Yi Tian had devoured all the larger cherries. She immediately lost her desire to continue picking. However, recalling that she still needed to bring some to her teacher, she restrained her anger. If you steal again, I'll hang you from the tree. As a soul master prodigy and a saintess, no one dared to defy her, though her temper was inversely proportional to her beauty. She had simply never revealed it while often staying by BB Dong's side. Seeing Hu Laina on the verge of exploding, Yi Tian abandoned his task, throwing the bag to the ground and clutching his stomach. Sister Laina, my stomach hurts. Before he could finish, Hu Laina let out a cold laugh. Oomph. BB Dong truly has you well trained. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly drew their attention. Not far away, Tianjun Douluo, dressed in splendid robes, wore a stern expression as he regarded another woman with purple hair, though she was not in ceremonial attire. Her exquisite figure made Yi Tian recognize her at a glance as BB Dong. BB Dong spoke with an indifferent tone. Naturally, I must put a stop to matters detrimental to the Spirit Hall. To retract all agreements we reached is hardly beneficial for the Spirit Hall. Where is its credibility? Tianjun Douluo was visibly enraged, evidently questioning her abrupt order last week to halt the Spirit Hall's new policies. BB Dong maintained a calm demeanor, replying coolly, Are you questioning the authority of this pontiff? I am merely stating facts. Tianjun Douluo pressed on, though his tone softened slightly, as it was clear that his status was insufficient to confront the pontiff directly. Yi Tian glanced sideways at the silent genie Douluo, quickly realizing that he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Credibility? Bibi Dong sneered. Qianjun, you should take a good look at the candidates for promotion to bishops in recent years. How many of them are not from your esteemed sect? Qianjun Douluo fell silent, as this was an irrefutable truth. The bishop position was equivalent to a provincial governor in the empire, a significant official. Each of the 7 high-ranking priests had descendants. Given the limited number of bishop positions, if one family secured 1 or 2, they would occupy nearly half. Bibi Dong continued coldly. The reason the Spirit Hall has endured to this day is precisely because it does not rely on familial bloodlines for succession like other Soul Master sections. This allows the Spirit Hall to attract a greater influx of fresh talent, leading to its current achievements. Do you wish to turn the Spirit Hall into your family's domain? The high-ranking priests have already done so. Qianjun Douluo longed to retort with her words. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Enough. We are here to dine, not to bicker. The ever-silent genie Douluo interjected at the opportune moment, halting Bibi Dong's verbal assault. Your brother is correct, Qianjun Douluo quickly conceded, a look of apology crossing his face. Young Yi, the second high-ranking priest, beckoned. Hearing this, Yi Tian pulled a wry smile. Though it was evident he was not being called, this second high-ranking priest certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Second high-ranking priest, Yi Diangu, who had been present all along, approached and bowed respectfully. I have heard that you have made significant achievements in the Fasnuo province. Perhaps you could enlighten us on how the Spirit Hall might navigate its financial crisis. Yi Tian perked up his ears to listen, unable to suppress a smile. Thankfully, his grandfather had been prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiangwo spoke. I believe the Spirit Hall should learn from the 4 great kingdoms, nestled between 2 empires. These kingdoms have limited resources. For instance, the Balik Kingdom, with only a vast plain, is surrounded by mountains that cannot sustain a large population. Yet, Balik thrives on its geographic advantages and prosperous commerce, having become the wealthiest among the 4 great kingdoms. Oh, are we to abandon cultivation altogether and run off to trade? The third high-ranking priest, Qingwan Douluo, scoffed. Cultivating as a soul master is incredibly time-consuming. Any ambitious soul master would not idle their days away. If soul masters were to engage in commerce, their cultivation would inevitably decline, leading to grievances over time. Yi Jiangwo continued. Business must be approached with principles. Essentials like iron and salt are crucial for the populace, yet the price differences based on location can be immense. In coastal regions or salt lakes, salt is as cheap as cabbage, whereas in remote areas lacking salt mines, it is as costly as oil. During my time in Fasnuo, I personally witnessed local nobles earn nearly 1,000 gold soul coins from just a few carts of salt. The Spirit Hall could choose to specialize in such trades, yielding great profits and alleviating financial pressures. Excellent. Genie Douluo laughed heartily, clearly impressed by Yi Jiangwo's insights. Qianjun Douluo's eyes sparkled with interest. Brother, the demand for salt and iron across the land is vast, especially salt, a daily necessity. This represents a long-term business opportunity. I am willing to take charge of establishing a salt and iron monopoly for the Spirit Hall. Qianjun Douluo stepped forward. At his status, he lacked for resources, yet he needed to think of his family and descendants. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Producing a super Douluo is a stroke of fortune. Among his descendants, the likelihood of another arising is uncertain. However, if they could rely on the vast economic source of salt, it would secure prosperity for generations. Your intentions are commendable. Leave this matter to your subordinates, Genie Douluo remarked, frowning slightly as he sought to temper Qianjun Douluo, not wanting to appear foolish before Bibi Dong. Indeed, the younger generation should be given more opportunities, Qianjun Douluo conceded reluctantly. Seeing the atmosphere gradually warm, Bibi Dong approached with a calm demeanor. I wish to appoint Yi Jiangwo as the financial elder. What say you, second high-ranking priest? However, Genie Douluo found this position quite suitable for Yi Jiangwo. The Elder Hall and the Pontiff Hall were realms of political power. Yet, the Spirit Hall must continue to thrive, and capable individuals deserve to be placed in significant roles, which Genie Douluo acknowledged. I find this unsuitable. Yi Jiangwo firmly declined. Chapter 35. The Struggling Youthum? Bibi Dong cast a puzzled glance. What was Yi Jiangwo up to? The Elder Hall would not easily agree to the Pontiff Hall's appointments. the esteemed elder of finance, a figure of significant stature among the elders, had invested considerable thought into securing this position. Unexpectedly, Yi Jiangwo outright rejected the offer. Noticing Bibi Dong's frown, he quickly elaborated, "Your Holiness, it is said that governance relies on officials. To elevate the Wuhuan Temple to greater heights, we must first address the matter of our officials." Recently, the Pope had tasked him with deliberating between governance and finance. He now had his answer, governance. Upon hearing this, Tian Douluo, who stood nearby, nearly burst into laughter but managed to restrain himself. The notion of governance was amusing. Everyone knew that most senior officials in the Pope's court were appointed by the worshippers. The position of elder of governance was merely a fade. Only someone like Yi Jiangwo, who had just entered the core of the Wuhuan Temple and was unaware of the power dynamics, could utter such idealistic sentiments. "Brother Jiangwo, you truly embody the model of our Wuhuan Temple," Tian Douluo remarked with a smile. Qingwandao, another worshipper, joined in the mirth, suggesting, "Second brother, in my humble opinion, considering Jiangwo's sincere intentions, perhaps we should acquiesce." "What do you think, Your Holiness?" A frown creased Bibidong's brow. These two were clearly attempting to ensnare the inexperienced Yi Jiangwo in the complexities of the Wuhuan Temple's power structure. Yet, she could not state this outright. Instead, she gently advised, "Jiangwo, take your time to ponder this matter. In my view, you're more suited to oversee the financial realm. I have made my decision, and I kindly ask for Your Holiness's approval." Yi Jiangwo replied, bowing respectfully, exuding an air of ambition. "I concur," said the second worshipper, narrowing his eyes. This was a choice made by Yi Jiangwo himself. Even if he later regretted it, he could not blame anyone else. Seeing Yi Jiangwo's resolute stance, Bibi Dong refrained from further objections. Since she intended to reform governance, she had indeed encouraged him to choose between finance and governance. However, witnessing Yi Jiangwo handle financial matters with such ease, she felt a pang of regret, believing he was more suited for the central financial role. Nevertheless, she resolved that with Yi Jiangwo's capabilities, he might still achieve something significant as elder of governance. "Very well, I too agree," she concluded. "Thank you, Your Majesty, and the second worshipper for your support." Yi Jiangwo expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Meanwhile, Yi Tian, who had been observing, gave his grandfather a thumbs up while munching on cherries. After the banquet, at the Yi residence, Yi Jiangwo inquired, "Xiao Tian, did I expose any weaknesses today?" "Excellent. Not only does the senior management of the Wuhuan Temple now recognize your capability to manage finances, but they also perceive your genuine intentions. Indeed, however, as I have just assumed office, my approach must be gentle and persuasive. I shall summon a group of loyal guards trained in Fastno to conduct discreet investigations. Once I have gathered evidence, I will address these worshippers accordingly." Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard, his gaze profound. As a person from another world, he had not been able to cultivate loyal guards over the years, yet he had amassed a group of exceedingly loyal attendants. "Grandfather, you need not be so diplomatic. I have always maintained that your role is to demonstrate to like-minded soul masters that the Wuhuan Temple has an upright senior official who genuinely cares for the people. Our objective is to seek allies. That is our primary concern. The secondary task is to sever the worshipper's influence. Are you suggesting that I maintain today's approach, akin to the fervor of a new official taking charge? While such enthusiasm may have its drawbacks, it will also earn you greater respect from the Pope's court, making it a path of negligible risk." Yi Jiangwo inhaled deeply. The power struggle is truly unfitting for someone of my disposition. Were it not for the sake of this continent, I would gladly retire at once. Yi Tian similit faintly. "Grandfather, having chosen this path, there is no turning back. Even if you opt for retirement now, in decades when the Wuhuan Temple faces defeat, you will still be held accountable by the victors. We do not wager on the future. The future will wager upon us." Indeed, Yi Jiangwo sighed once more. Once the bow is drawn, there can be no turning back. Let us ascend to greater heights. Shaking his head, he departed for the study to compose a political treatise. As Yi Jiangwo left, Yi Tian returned to his own chamber. He opened the balcony door, and the flourishing qinglong vine immediately parted to reveal a pathway, swaying its leaves in a welcoming gesture. A month had passed since planting the qinglong vine, now grown to 5 meters in length, thriving remarkably. Yi Tian had consulted the Encyclopedia of Plant-Type Soul Beasts and discovered that such growth typically required at least a century. Furthermore, the intelligence exhibited by the Qinglong vine far surpassed that of a century-old plant-type soul beast. This phenomenon could not merely be attributed to the absorption of life force. Could it be an additional effect of the talisman's power? Tian pondered, yet he lacked a definitive answer. He decided to focus on his daily requests. With a resonant hum, the Qinglong vine trembled, releasing a surge of dark green dragon energy, which Tian inhaled, instantly amplifying his soul power. With a vibrant hum, he felt a surge within, breaking through yet another layer of his level. He had reached the 27th level, drawing closer to 30. A faint smile graced Tian's lips as he casually tossed a few healing talismans to the Qinglong vine. With a decisive clap, he shut the balcony door and lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, in a distant village, a young boy named heir, burdened with a pack, gazed longingly at his thatched roof home, tears glistening in his eyes. Softly, he muttered, "I am an unfilial child. Perhaps I shall never return to my hometown." His meager savings amounted to merely 3 golden soul coins, hidden beneath his bed to help his parents through difficult times. He had intended to inform his parents of his departure, but the thought filled him with dread. Instead, he left behind a letter, laden with falsehoods, claiming he could not advance to a higher soul master academy and wished to travel the continent in search of opportunities. Now, he stood alone, devoid of wealth, with only a single book in his pack. For days, he had wrestled with his thoughts, ultimately arriving at a decision. A person's life may weigh lightly like a feather or heavily like a mountain. The world has long suffered under the nobility's reign. What the Wuhuan Temple hesitates to do, I shall undertake. He aimed to provide hope for the common people. Do the lords and nobles possess anything more than us? Chapter 36. The continued publication of books, entranced by the boss the following morning, on the day of Yi Jiangwo's elder coronation ceremony at the Yi residence. Yi Tian stretched lazily, carelessly gesturing in the courtyard. In the distance, a few servants idly gathered together, engaging in casual conversation while occasionally casting glances in Yi Tian's direction. The young master was indeed diligent, rivaling the esteemed master himself. A day's plan begins with the morning. They mused with such a mindset. The young master's future is bound to be bright. Overhearing this, Yi Tian concluded his training. The servants were hired by Yi Jiangwo from the Spirit Soul City, and among them were undoubtedly some spies intentionally getting close to the grandfather and grandson duo. This was actually a tactic initiated by Yi Jiangwo after Yi Tian's warning. Despite all precautions, it is often challenging to guard against treachery from within. As a man of high standing, Yi Jiangwo was inevitably a target of envy. Rather than allowing the enemies to remain in the shadows, he preferred to draw them close. Yi Tian, for his part, often took this opportunity to display exaggerated training performances in front of the servants. Although the servants outwardly showed respect and praised him, Yi Tian could frequently detect disdain in their eyes. Perhaps they believed he was merely a child who could not perceive their expressions. In any case, Yi Tian chose to disregard their sentiments, as it suited his purposes perfectly. Just like a moment ago, when he performed clumsily, the servants nearly lauded him to the heavens. Yi Tian merely smiled in response. Today was the weekend, and since it was also his grandfather's coronation ceremony, Yi Jiangwo had left early in the morning, leaving Yi Tian behind. Such a grand event meant that the central figure, Yi Jiangwo, would be inundated with well-wishers, naturally neglecting his own grandson. Thus, Yi Tian had no intention of attending the ceremony, opting instead for a leisurely sleep. As the sun approached its zenith, he turned and stepped into his bedroom, retrieving a stack of manuscripts. The manuscripts were divided into 2 piles. The first was thick, containing the story of the Calabash brothers, specifically their battle against the Snake Spirit and Scorpion Spirit. The second pile was thin, comprising only a dozen pages, detailing the second part of the legend of Chu and Han, which recounted Liu Bang's uprising following the death of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the subsequent surge of rebellions across the land. However, due to space constraints, Yi Tian focused primarily on the detailed account of Liu Bang's rebellion, along with a more elaborate depiction of Xiang Liang and Xiang Yu's uprising, as well as some accounts of the noble revolts from the 6 kingdoms. The narrative of the legend of Chu and Han was extensive, and there was no rush to complete it all at once. He decided to publish these 2 pieces first. Yi Tian glanced at the manuscripts and murmured to himself before stepping outside. The bookstore was situated near the Spirit Hall Academy. Typically, Tian traversed the Spirit Hall Plaza to reach the academy, and today he followed the familiar path. Before he had traveled halfway, he noticed a throng of people in the distance, their voices merging into a cacophony. Surrounding buildings were not particularly tall, allowing him a glimpse of the half-angelic wings soaring in the sky above the central plaza, a testament to the grandeur of the Spirit Hall and the significance of his grandfather's coronation, which had indeed drawn a crowd. Tian shook his head and turned into a narrow alley, making his way toward the academy with practiced ease. Along the way, he encountered few individuals, likely all en route to the ceremony. Even those he did see were hastily heading towards the Spirit Hall. As he walked, he slowed his pace to listen to their discussions. "I hear His Holiness the Pope will make an appearance. Truly, she is as beautiful as a divine angel. Yet no angel can prevent my little shop from losing money. Taxes have risen sharply in the Holy City in recent years. If this continues, I may just pack up and return home." Let us hope that the newly appointed Elder Jangwo can bring some fresh perspectives to the Spirit Hall. Indeed, the fees at the docks have skyrocketed as well, leaving little profit. "I have 2 vessels docked at home, too fearful to set sail." Another voice chimed in, expressing regret. "I heard that during Elder Jangwo's governance of Fasno, he earned great acclaim. Such a distinguished elder deserves quick promotion. Come on, let us hurry. If we delay any longer, we won't even be able to squeeze into the plaza." With that, the pedestrians hurried past. Tian quickened his own pace toward the Spirit Hall Academy. After navigating through familiar alleys, he arrived at the bookstore. Upon seeing Tian, the proprietor set aside his feather duster, beaming with a smile. "Ah, the little genius has arrived. Please come in." Inviting Tian inside, the owner remarked, "I hear today is Elder Yi Jangwo's coronation ceremony. Why didn't you go to witness it? It's a rare event, the coronation of a titled Douluo, something that happens only once in decades." Tian similed. "There were too many people. I couldn't get in." The owner nodded in understanding. Having experienced similar frustrations in his youth while attempting to attend the coronation of Elder Snake Spear, "I arrived before dawn, yet still couldn't get in. It wasn't until 2 years later at the Spirit Hall's anniversary celebration that I finally caught a glimpse of Elder Snake Spear." At this point, the owner chuckled. "So, little genius, are you here to buy books?" Tian's eyes widened as he retrieved the manuscript from his pocket, shaking his head. "No, I'm here on someone else's behalf to deliver manuscripts." The owner's face lit up with joy. "The moment you walked in, I knew." He accepted the manuscripts with both hands, instructing his apprentice to bring Tian 2 plates of rice cakes while he made his way to the counter, retrieving his reading glasses to examine the manuscripts. The first manuscript he reviewed was The Legend of Chu and Han, Part 2, Liu Bang's Uprising. After a brief glance, the owner nodded repeatedly, saying, "Although changing the protagonist is a risky move, the world of the Qin dynasty presented here is quite novel. The sales of this story will surely prove promising." He then set the manuscript aside, stating, "I am willing to raise the price from the previous 7 gold soul coins to 10. Tian readily agreed, knowing the owner had a good reputation in the area and would not deceive him. Their collaboration was indeed pleasant. The owner smiled, then picked up the second manuscript. The Calabash Brothers? He scrutinized the title, shaking his head. Such a short title is unlikely to attract sales these days. Nevertheless, he patiently turned to the first page, reading, "On the distant Calabash Mountain, an old man was foraging for herbs when he inadvertently stumbled upon a cave where he rescued a pangolin. The pangolin informed the old man that he had inadvertently broken through Calabash Mountain and released a monster." Initially skeptical, the owner gradually nodded, impressed by the straightforward and accessible language of the story. He then felt a sense of ease, recognizing the fortune of the old man encountering the miraculous calabash seeds. However, his expression shifted to concern as the old man was captured by 2 ferocious beasts. Yet soon after, he rejoiced, exclaiming, "This 6th child is truly clever." The proprietor was utterly engrossed, oblivious to the passage of time. "Boss, it's noon. I must return home for lunch." Tian stretched and yawned. The boss finally closed the book, snapping back to reality. A glance outside revealed the sun perched high in the sky. Chapter 37. Nobles and soul masters do not require blacksmiths, but overturning them requires it. The boss sighed. "This book has captivated me immensely. Although its straightforward language and simplistic characters seem geared towards children, My decades of experience in publishing tell me this story is indeed suitable for all ages. With a hint of excitement, he rubbed his hands together and earnestly inquired, "Young genius, has your patron made a price offer for this book? It truly is remarkable." The boss, though uncertain of the price, had already resolved to act. Should the author demand a high fee, he would negotiate a price close to the market value. Conversely, if the offer was low, he would counter with a higher bid to prevent the author from feeling shortchanged once the book became a bestseller. Profit must be secured, and the client must be retained. Without hesitation, Tian replied, "My uncle stated that he requires 30% of the sales." 30%. The boss's eyes widened in disbelief. After deducting printing costs, that share would equate to almost 80% of the profits. In this era, book printing necessitates plate carving, laboriously engraving characters in reverse onto wood. The wood, once inked, deforms quickly. If mass printing is undertaken, the plates wear out within days and require recarving. Not to mention the additional costs of transportation, sales, staffing, and inventory. The boss's mind raced, calculating the figures with clarity. With a rueful smile, he remarked, "Young genius, that price is quite steep. You must understand that in this day and age, any moderately successful book will soon be replicated by nearby bookstores. Here, we are merely taking advantage of the initial release." 20%. Tian promptly lowered the offer by 10%. The boss's mind whirred once more. Even at 20% of sales, he would only see a net profit of 50%. After accounting for operational costs, his earnings would dwindle to less than 10%. Furthermore, popular books are often quickly copied by other stores, rendering this profit negligible. Young genius, the boss chuckled again. Printing requires significant effort and expense for the plates, which deteriorate quickly. I must insist you lower your demand further. The profit is simply insufficient. Plates? Tian tilted his head, his eyes widening. Although paper had been invented in Douluo continent, movable type printing was evidently yet to be discovered. Printing costs were indeed high. You wouldn't be carving each character into individual stamps, allowing for easy arrangement for printing, would you? Tian casually suggested, aiming to expedite the dissemination of such theoretical knowledge. Stamps? Printing? The boss paused as if struck by enlightenment. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. What a brilliant idea. The concept of movable type printing is not difficult. It's the kind of thing one can grasp at a glance. Having spent years in the printing industry, the boss instantly understood the significance of Tian's suggestion and was elated. The words of this young genius were worth 100 gold soul coins. The raucous laughter attracted the apprentices from the bookstore's backyard, who peeked out. Typically, the boss would reprimand them, but this time he continued to smile. Young genius, you are absolutely correct. 20% of sales is agreeable. Additionally, my shop will offer you a guaranteed 50 gold soul coins, even if the book does not sell well. This amount will not be reclaimed. The boss immediately drafted a written agreement, presenting both the document and the money to Tian. The reason was simple. Movable type printing would significantly reduce printing costs. As a businessman, the boss understood the implications. Once he adopted movable type printing, his profits could soar to 40%. Moreover, not just with the Calabash brothers, but future publications would also see considerable profit increases. Hence, the boss was willing to provide Tian with a guarantee. Pleasant cooperation. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Tian pocketed the gold soul coins, casually tossing them into his storage space. He had already laid out the strategy for movable type printing. How to implement it was the boss's concern. Tian was untroubled by the prospect of the boss concealing the knowledge, for one cannot hide the truth indefinitely. Within months, it was likely that every printing shop in Wuhan City would adopt movable type printing. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Exiting the bookstore, Tian headed south, inquiring at several establishments for the location of the blacksmith street. If theory is a powerful intellectual weapon capable of transforming the world, then tangible physical weapons serve as the ultimate accelerators in this process. Familiar with the narrative, Tian understood that the Sangu had leveled the playing field between the two great empires and the Wuhuan Temple in terms of soul masters. In fact, one could argue they had surpassed it. After all, a soul master's death is final, whereas soldiers wielding weapons could be replaced swiftly. How could the Wuhuan Temple compete against the two empires? In terms of technological advancement, it was clear that they were at a disadvantage. This was not an isolated incident. Millennia later, Douluo continent would also succumb to the Sun and Moon Empire due to its technological shortcomings, leading to its annexation. As a product of compulsory education, Tian grasped the truth that scientific and technological advancement is the foremost productive force. He could not dismiss the significance of concealed weapons simply because he lacked the ability to create them, while Sangu had effectively utilized them. Learning from others is a means to improve oneself, he mused. The path ahead with his grandfather would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. All knowledge and insights must be transformed into formidable weapons. Power stems from the barrel of a gun. Tian sinently affirmed. This was indeed the essence of his visit to the blacksmith. History has proven that neglecting military power in favor of theoretical pursuits leads to fleeting moments of glory, akin to moths drawn to a flame. No matter how advanced the theory, without substantial strength to support it, it is merely a scrap of paper. Traversing two narrow alleys to the south, Tian arrived at a dilapidated street, where the sound of clanging could be faintly heard. A glance at the sign revealed the words craftsmanship. Tian shook his head, reflecting, it is often said that blacksmiths occupy a lowly status in Douluo continent. And this sight affirms that notion. He understood the reasoning behind it. It was not that Douluo did not require blacksmiths, but rather that in this era, fine forging relied heavily on physical strength, which correlated with the amount of soul power one possessed. Those with even a modicum of soul power had all flocked to become soul masters. Furthermore, the elite consumer demographic of the continent consists of soul masters and nobility. The soul masters, in general, have little need for forging, as it is deemed rather lowly compared to the rapid enhancement achieved through the cultivation of their martial spirits. As for the nobility, the continent has been devoid of warfare for over a century, and with both empires having established themselves for a millennium, the lands that could be distributed have long been allocated. Even in the event of conflict, the nobility cannot acquire territories through warfare as their ancestors once did, resulting in a significant decline in their appetite for battle. Consequently, weapons, as resources of war, have lost their lure. For the nobility, it is far more appealing to squander their wealth in indulgent pursuits than to invest in weaponry. As a result, the talented craftsmen are gradually being estranged from this trade, and the decline of the blacksmiths becomes inevitable. At present, Craftsmanship Street is one of the few streets in Spirit City housing the blacksmithing industry. Although society generally shows indifference to the blacksmithing profession and looks down upon its practitioners, iron remains essential for household items such as pots and pans. The standing army, while not suffering significant weapon wear during times of peace, still has its needs. The blacksmiths, therefore, manage to sustain their daily livelihoods through this demand. Tian gazed upon the sparsely populated street, his eyes deep in contemplation. With the nobility in power and the ascendance of the soul masters, the need for blacksmiths has diminished. However, to subvert the nobility and the soul masters, the role of the blacksmith remains indispensable. Chapter 38. Beneath the Sacred City. There exists a dubious blacksmith. Do you seek to forge ironware? After perusing several shops, Tian finally entered a modest blacksmith's workshop. The temperature indoors surged due to the nearby furnace, the red-hot charcoal casting forth vibrant flames. Before the forge stood a burly man, standing at 6 feet tall, his torso bare, with bronze skin and well-defined muscles. At that moment, he was hammering a glowing piece of iron, which Tian discerned to be a horseshoe. The blacksmith, with a simple and honest demeanor, smiled at Tian and inquired, "Did your parents send you here? Are you looking to purchase farming tools, or perhaps cookware?" The blacksmith then returned his focus to the horseshoe, continuing his rhythmic hammering. "I have heard that you are the president of the Blacksmithing Guild on Craftsmanship Street," Tian stated in a mature tone, reminiscent of a young adult. This surprised the blacksmith. Noticing Tian's youthful appearance, he initially dismissed the notion of him being just a boy. Instead, he recalled tales of the legendary dwarves, who, due to congenital ailments, retain a youthful visage throughout their lives, though their voices mature with age. Such titles are merely a sign of respect. The blacksmith chuckled and shook his head. "In terms of forging speed, I cannot compare to a Kuan from North Street. Regarding quality, I am outmatched by Old Huang from the back street." Hearing Tian's unimpressed tone, the blacksmith sensed that this seemingly childlike figure was indeed extraordinary. "If you wish to craft a refined weapon, you should consult Old Huang in the back street. My humble shop has a policy. We do not forge weapons," he replied, gently, while remaining focused on his work. Tian, unaware of the blacksmith's past and the reasons behind his reluctance to forge weapons, sought him out solely because he was the president of the local blacksmithing guild. Tian had no intention of causing trouble or seeking to recruit him. He merely wished to share his knowledge to enhance the local blacksmith's ironworking techniques. Akin to the dissemination of movable type printing, high-quality steel is essential for weapon manufacturing, and the current forging techniques in Douluo are inadequate, necessitating the transfer of knowledge to promote industrial advancement. Tian was not concerned about the potential leakage of the superior steelmaking techniques, since the existence of fine steel is akin to soul power. Utilizing soul rings as a medium to unleash abilities embodies the traditional soul master, while employing soul-guiding devices signifies technological advancement. The proliferation of steel merely elevates the quality of armor for the people of Douluo. In Tian's hands, it represents the true essence of weaponry. Pray tell, what is the price of fine steel? Tian seated himself in the designated resting area, observing the blacksmith intently. Dynasty, the blacksmith, a man, paused momentarily, his hammering ceasing as he regarded Tian with suspicion. My shop only forges farming tools and common ironware. We have no need for fine steel, he stated, attempting to deflect the inquiry. Moreover, I am not a soul master, thus unable to forge fine steel. At that moment, a woman's voice called from the back, a man, quickly fetch a diaper. The child has soiled himself. Approaching footsteps heralded the arrival of a woman cradling a wailing infant, who pushed aside the curtain separating the shop from the backyard. A man, bring a diaper. The woman paused mid-sentence, noticing Tian, and hesitated. Oh, it seems we have a guest. He can take care of it himself. Tian smiled gently at the child, remarking, what a lovely little one. However, this remark caused a man's expression to tighten with tension. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively between the woman and child, and shouted, do not take advantage of me. Using my wife and child as leverage is unacceptable. If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Tomorrow, I shall resign as president of the blacksmithing guild on Craftsmanship Street. You may do as you wish with it. A man's reaction to Tian's smile led him to believe that this youthful figure was indeed seeking confrontation. Tian found himself momentarily taken aback. What was a man doing? Reflecting on an earlier exchange, he discerned a detail. His smile towards the woman and child might have seemed overly mature, leading a man to perceive him as an extraordinary individual. Desiring to clear up the misunderstanding, Tian rose and addressed a man, President a man. I did not intend for my arrival to evoke any unpleasant memories or to provoke such animosity towards me. I can assure you that my visit here is not commissioned by any faction. I am merely a student from the Spirit Hall Academy, currently engaged in extensive research on ancient texts related to metalworking. I happened upon some insights and sought a blacksmith's workshop to verify them. Tian's sincere words successfully alleviated a man's tension. You are not affiliated with the white-clad steward Tian, are you? A man inquired suspiciously. Who is Tian? Tian replied, producing his identity token from the Spirit Hall Academy to show a man. A man cautiously accepted the token, discovering it bore the unmistakable insignia of the Spirit Hall Academy, which granted him peace of mind. It appeared that this young man was indeed just that, a young man. My apologies for the misunderstanding, a man said, ushering his wife and child into the back before bowing to Tian in apology. After this incident, Tian chose not to rush into discussing ironworking techniques with a man. With a subtle hint, what expression causes President Amon to be so vigilant? Surely the president has noticed that I am a student of the Spirit Hall Academy, and my family has some connections there. Perhaps this could be of assistance to you. President, of course, it would not be without recompense. You may need to spare some time to help me validate certain theories of crafting. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Amon's eyes, but it quickly faded. The young man is a genius from the Spirit Hall Academy, with a limitless future. It would be wise to tread carefully in these murky waters. To alleviate Amon's concerns, Tian delicately remarked, the president is merely expressing thoughts. Whether I can assist depends on my family's decision. Surely, this poses no harm to you, right? Only then did Amon relent, letting out a soft sigh. Then I shall speak with you, young sir. Tian is the white-clad steward managing the nearby streets. He has been notorious for extorting, accepting bribes, and bullying our blacksmiths. Recently, Tian has claimed to have received news that the 4 great kingdoms are on the brink of war and require a vast supply of weapons. He invited our craft street to join the Floating Merchant Association to provide them with arms. Isnt this good? Tian queried. I recall that within the Spirit Hall's jurisdiction, forging weapons privately is not prohibited. Amon's expression turned numb. Young sir, you may not be aware, but the Floating Merchant Association is said to be the asset of the white-clad Bishop Chen Yi, and Chen Xian is his nephew. The workers within the association are treated as slaves, consuming lives without remorse, forcing blacksmiths to toil day and night for rapid weapon production. 2 months ago, over 20 blacksmiths from Craft Street joined the association, and within less than 2 months, half of them have perished. I presided over their funerals and received not a single penny in compensation. As Amon spoke, his expression was filled with indignation, his sturdy chest heaving. Yet he dared not raise his voice, fearing ears on the walls. Is there no one to oversee such matters in Spirit City? Tian raised an eyebrow. Such occurrences transpire beneath the holy city? Amon sighed, shaking his head. Young sir, it would be best not to involve yourself. Do not jeopardize your own future. Tomorrow, I will resign from the presidency and close my shop, retreating to my hometown for a while. I have mentioned before that my family possesses some influence. A mere white-clad bishop is just the right target for me. Tian Juswa replied. Is it too much to expect my grandfather to seize a bishop's assets on his first day in office? Upon hearing this, Amon's eyes widened in astonishment. A mere bishop? Young sir, your family is. Amon exclaimed, but Tian merely smiled, not revealing too much about his background. I have overstepped. Amon quickly bowed in apology, his respect for Tian significantly increasing. Earlier, he mentioned he was researching crafting and required the assistance of blacksmiths. If there is any way I can be of service, do not hesitate to ask. If I alone am insufficient, I can summon the surrounding blacksmiths to assist. Amon's attitude towards Tian underwent a complete transformation, filled with flattery, for he realized that the young man before him was a formidable ally. Given his age, he did not appear to harbor ulterior motives. Perhaps he could leverage this young man to help the blacksmiths of Craft Street weather their challenges. If successful, his role as president would not be in vain. Tian gently pressed a hand down. It is not a profound matter. Your involvement alone suffices. Tian was disinclined to lecture the numerous blacksmiths. Since Amon was capable of serving as the president of the Blacksmiths Association, it indicated that he possessed a certain level of intellect. By the way, Tian inquired, do you have any fine steel in your shop? Please wait a moment. Amon's expression displayed a momentary struggle before he stood and entered the inner courtyard of the shop. Shortly after, he returned with several silver-white ingots of steel. I previously misled you by claiming we had no fine steel. I hope you can forgive me, Amon said apologetically, placing the fine steel before Tian. Tian retrieved a carving knife from his storage space. The tip of the knife was not made of any precious metal, but rather a diamond. Diamonds are exceedingly hard materials, capable of leaving marks even on steel. Tian was not well versed in the grading of steel, but he understood that the harder and more ductile the steel, the better it is. He forcefully dragged the diamond knife across the steel ingot, promptly providing his assessment. The hardness is adequate, with minimal carbon content. This is indeed good steel. However, its toughness is relatively poor, likely due to residual phosphorus and sulfur impurities that were not thoroughly removed. This ingot is suitable for crafting fine steel armor, as well as swords and spears. But using it to forge cannons poses a risk of explosion. Carbon, phosphorus, sulfur. Amon scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. These complex terms were completely alien to him. Tian stated earnestly, it's understandable that you do not comprehend. Impurities are inevitable in the steel-making process. You may consider the terms I just mentioned as different types of impurities. I merely categorize them further. Amon nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. These ingots are forged through 1,000 refinements. If you are dissatisfied, I can produce a batch of 10,000 refined ingots. Tian shook his head, chuckling lightly. In crafting, one must pursue both quality and quantity. 1 or 2 pounds of steel can indeed be refined 1,000 or 10,000 times. But what if we require thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds? Amon was astonished. Who would need such fine steel? Even the two great empires would not exhaust such a supply in decades. Tian smiled, offering no rebuttal. They may not exhaust it, which is why they are destined for defeat. Tian took out paper and pen from his storage space, swiftly sketching the outline of a tall furnace. Amon gazed at it with skepticism. This is a type of iron smelting furnace I discovered in ancient texts. I refer to it as a blast furnace. The blast furnace can significantly increase the temperature of iron smelting, thereby enhancing efficiency. As for the underlying principles, you may ponder them at your leisure. Tian did not wish to elaborate, as he doubted Amon would fully grasp the intricacies. After all, mastering the concept of oxidation-reduction reactions took him an entire semester. However, chemistry has the advantage that practical application is possible even without complete understanding. Noticing Amon's bewildered expression, Tian continued, of course. Merely increasing the height of the furnace improves smelting efficiency. To transform iron into steel, one must also eliminate the impurities. The lining of this blast furnace must primarily consist of dolomite. If unavailable, lime will suffice. Again, you can take your time to grasp the underlying principles. Alkaline hydroxides will absorb phosphorus and sulfur oxides. Dolomite, being a carbonate of manganese, exhibits superior absorption capabilities. Do you understand? Amon was still in a state of confusion. While he recognized the individual words, their combination nearly caused his mind to short-circuit. To build a blast furnace with dolomite bricks, and to produce fine steel directly from this furnace without further forging. Am I correct? After some contemplation, Amon grasped the key concept. He was somewhat familiar with dolomite, recognizing it as a commonplace material. In his youth, he had once assisted the Spirit Hall in the restoration of its palace for the sake of livelihood. The foundation of the Spirit Hall Plaza was paved with tiles carved from white cloud stone, of which there was an abundance in the mountains surrounding Spirit City. Moreover, as the young man had just mentioned, lime could also suffice. Lime was even more plentiful. One could simply find a stone and burn it to produce lime. Indeed, such was the case. Tian nodded gently, pushing the paper in his hand towards a man. A man hurriedly accepted it with both hands, only to naively inquire, "Young master, how tall is considered tall for this furnace?" Tian pondered the height of the villa at the Yi residence, perhaps over 20 meters. This height, in contemporary architecture, was not particularly daunting, yet it posed a challenge for antiquities. Tian smiled. "Today, I shall assist the Blacksmith Association in eliminating the floating commerce and the malignant Chen. President Man, do not let me down. After a few days, I will return to check on the experimental results." Upon hearing this, a man felt a tightness in his chest. Chen was, after all, the Archbishop. This child, seemingly around 8 years old, claimed he could resolve it in a single day. A man felt a mix of emotions. It was uncertain whether encountering such a significant benefactor was a blessing or a curse. However, one thing was certain. If things went awry and displeased this young man, the existence of the blacksmith city would likely be rendered unnecessary. "Rest assured, young master, I will exert my utmost effort to accomplish this," a man repeatedly assured Tian. Tian glanced at a man, shaking his head slightly. The latter had evidently misunderstood his previous words. When he said not to disappoint him, he meant that failure would not be a concern. After all, Tian's understanding of steelmaking was merely theoretical. He had never visited a steel mill. Nevertheless, the other party clearly regarded it as a transaction that must be fulfilled. This was acceptable, as it ensured that a man would indeed give his all. After contemplating for a moment, Tian decided against further explanation, waved goodbye to a man, and departed the shop. Chapter 40. Administrative efficiency. On the evening of Tian's departure, a man, a blacksmith who had resided in Spirit City for generations, experienced the true meaning of administrative efficiency for the first time. He was at Old Huang's blacksmith shop on Craft Street, discussing matters regarding the blast furnace. Old Huang listened to a man's words with skepticism. Did Tian truly claim he could help us with the floating commerce and the Archbishop? A man nodded earnestly. However, Old Huang shook his head, a pained smile on his face. But that is the Archbishop, at least a sole emperor, unfathomable in depth. Before he could finish, the ground trembled. The two men, startled, rushed outside, only to behold dozens of knights clad in golden armor, fully armed, approaching on horseback. They were the punishment knights. Being older and more experienced, Old Huang recognized the insignia of these armored knights immediately. The punishment knights belonged to the Papal Palace's punishment department, specifically tasked with dealing with officials of the Spirit Hall. A man exclaimed. Not only a man, but everyone in the surrounding blacksmith shops emerged, gathering to witness the spectacle. At the forefront, a knight clad in a crimson cloak reined in his mount, proclaiming loudly, "Archbishop Chen." who manipulated the floating commerce to exploit the villagers and oppress the commoners, has been brought to justice today. The punishment army will be stationed at the information collection booth under the Craft Street signboard. Those who report accomplices may proceed to do so. Chen Yi has truly been captured. Upon hearing this, Old Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. He is the Archbishop, a man, today's visitor to your shop. What kind of person is Yi Tian? This efficiency is indeed remarkable. A man felt a surge of vindication. His fists clenched as he struck the air vigorously. Well done. In response to Old Huang's inquiry, a man shook his head again. I do not know. Since Yi Tian has promised us, it has already been accomplished. Regardless of whether the blast furnace can produce fine steel, we must construct it. Old Huang flashed a toothy grin, his wrinkles crinkling with joy. This is easily arranged. Just say the word, and all the men on the street will cease work for 3 days. The blast furnace will surely be built. Indeed, a man nodded decisively. I shall gather everyone immediately. At the Yi residence, Yi Jiangwo was filled with indignation as he looked at his grandson. Xiao Tian, you were indeed correct. Chen Yi is truly a great corrupt official. This mere sole emperor archbishop, who governs only a few streets in Spirit City, has embezzled nearly 300,000 gold soul coins. Earlier that afternoon, after participating in the elders' awarding ceremony, Yi Jiangwo was approached by his grandson with news of a case. Without hesitation, Yi Jiangwo mobilized the punishment knights, capturing the floating commerce in one fell swoop. Across from him, Yi Tian meticulously examined the accounts, analyzing. The floating commerce's income primarily derives from smuggling weapons from the Spirit Hall. Chen Yi has worked in Spirit City for many years. His reach likely does not extend beyond its borders. Grandfather, you could follow this lead to investigate. It may yield significant results. I have the same intention. Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard. The floating commerce pretends to be a grain merchant, frequently trading between Spirit City and the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom. I have already reviewed their accounts, and indeed, the floating commerce has a legitimate grain business to conceal its operations. To this end, the Merchant Association has established numerous outposts and shops. I have dispatched personal guards along with the punishment knights to conduct round-the-clock raids on these locations. Your speed is truly remarkable, grandfather. Yi Tian smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The punishment knights are among the elite forces of the Papal Palace, composed entirely of soul masters, all at least at the third ring. Even if the floating commerce possesses extraordinary means, they cannot match the speed of the punishment knights. Let the new officials set ablaze the fires of action from day one. Yi Tian turned and returned to his bedroom, stepping onto the balcony and called out, "Contribute Dragon Chi." After absorbing the Dragon Chi, he comfortably drifted into slumber. Time passed swiftly, and half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Inside the Spirit Hall Academy, the usual frivolity was absent. The students walked hurriedly, their expressions filled with urgency. One morning, Yi Tian made his customary visit to the library. Tua Ba Hong approached, covering one eye, followed closely by his little companion, Zhang Xiaohe. Yi Gur, aren't you going to the training grounds to cultivate? The final exams are in a month. If you fail, you'll be eliminated. Each year, the academy expels 5% of its students. It matters not, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. Cultivation will not save the Spirit Hall. By the way, why are you covering your eye? Tua Ba Hong hesitated, unable to articulate his reason. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohe answered honestly. Hong Gur led our Tianlong club in the Summer League revival match and got beaten up. Tua Ba Hong's face flushed crimson. I was injured. How can I be considered getting beaten up? Hong Gur, you need not pretend. I saw it with my own eyes. The Lightning Gang's members were on top of you, hitting you. Next time, I will definitely fight back. Tua Ba Hong's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Then he remembered to feign pity. Gazing longingly at Yi Tian, Yi Gur, why not join the Tianlong Club and help us retaliate? Next time, for sure. Yi Tian smiled as he continued his way towards the library. Not far along the path, a female voice called out to him. Upon looking up, he saw Hulaina approaching with several senior students. You must be Yi Tian, my future junior brother? Queried a young man with fiery red hair beside Hulaina. She introduced him, saying, This is my brother, Xieyu, the foremost student of the Spirit Hall Academy. Yi Tian glanced at Xieyu, who stood at a towering height of nearly 6 feet. His face bore an air of arrogance, and he regarded Yi Tian with curiosity. Alongside Hulaina, There are not only Xiaoyu, but also 3 other males and a female, all exuding an impressive aura. Yi Tian surmised that this might be the embryonic form of the Spirit Hall team for the upcoming high-level Soul Master competition across the continent. However, he had little interest in befriending the Golden Generation. They were all favored subjects of the Spirit Hall, already bound to its destiny, striving solely for its success. Of course, there were exceptions driven by romantic pursuits, which could be simplified to Spirit Hall's combat power at 1,000. You must be mistaken. I am not, Yi Tian replied. And with that, he hurried away, leaving Xiaoyu in a state of bewilderment. Hulaina quickly stepped in front of him, pressing her hand on his head, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Are you that afraid? Every time you see me, you run away. Xiaoyu seized the moment to speak. I wish to consult you on a matter. I recently broke through to the Soul King realm and plan to venture into the Douluo Great Forest to hunt for soul rings. The instructor suggests you accompany me. It would be a good opportunity for you to broaden your horizons. I will inform Nana and the director Ling Yuan at the academy, considering it your final examination. Xiaoyu could discern that the instructor, Bibi Dong, had high hopes for Yi Tian. Do you take me for a child? Yi Tian retorted, his eyes wide in disdain. The Douluo Great Forest is fraught with danger. I can pass my exams at school just as well. With that, he swiftly dashed away while Hulaina was momentarily distracted, using his speed-enhancing charm to vanish without a trace. Fuming, Hulaina stamped her foot in frustration. What do we do now? She asked her brother. Xiaoyu, gazing thoughtfully in the direction Yi Tian had gone, replied, the instructor merely sought to consult Yi Tian's opinion. Since he is unwilling, I shall not press him. Internally, he harbored selfish thoughts. His sister had always been the favored one by Bibi Dong, with exceptional talent. Almost a predetermined heir. Now, with Yi Tian, who possessed innate, full soul power and a grandfather who was a titled Duo, Xiaoyu found himself at a disadvantage, having lost both parents at a young age. Yet, it appeared that he had overthought the matter. Yi Tian seemed unlikely to achieve greatness. Shaking his head, Xiaoyu turned to leave, followed by Hulaina, who hesitated before ultimately deciding against pursuing Yi Tian, departing alongside her brother instead. During the break, Tua Bahong approached Zhang Xiaohei, who was immersed in a book. What are you reading? He inquired, leaning in to flip the cover of the book. It read Weekly Strange Tales. Zhang Xiaohei held it up, exclaiming, Brother Hong, the tales of Chu and Han are riveting. Xiang Yu is truly a formidable warrior. Tua Bahong scoffed. Isn't that just a monthly edition turned weekly because it's sold so well? I've seen it at the bookstore, but I'm not interested. Look at this one. He produced a book from his spatial storage, eliciting envy from Zhang Xiaohei, who knew that spatial soul tools were exceedingly rare and far beyond his means. Tua Bahong waved the book in front of Zhang Xiaohei. See this? I bet Yi Tian read this. Zhang Xiaohei countered, but I still find the tales of Chu and Han more captivating. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang were commoners leading a rebellion. Chun Sheng was even elected as the king of Chu, and Liu Bang, a commoner, was able to command an army of tens of thousands despite facing dire circumstances. Zhang Xiaohei felt immense envy for that world devoid of soul power, where anyone could aspire to greatness. He harbored dreams of becoming a general, commanding 1,000 men. Alas, within the Spirit Hall, one needed to possess the strength of a soul king to achieve such a rank. His sister, Zhang Ping, had told him that his innate soul power was only at level 2, capping his potential as a grand soul master for life. Without soul power, what is there to admire? This book of the adventures of the Calabash brothers battling a million-year-old beast. Tua Bahong failed to understand Zhang Xiaohei's taste for such a mundane book, believing that tales of battling soul beasts were far more suited for boys. Regardless, Zhang Xiaohei declared, I simply think the tales of Chu and Han are more enjoyable, and turned away to read on his own. Tua Bahong rolled his eyes, turning his attention back to his own book, The Calabash Brothers. Meanwhile, in a mine somewhere in the Tiando Empire, a group of slaves toiled in hardship. In a corner, a gaunt young man asked another, even thinner boy, do you think the fish belly pill strategy truly works? The young man he referred to as second brother was none other than the heir, a dropout soul master who had left home recently. Since departing, he had been wandering in search of opportunities while diligently studying the events surrounding Chun Sheng and Wu Guang. His research had indeed yielded some insights. Was a Luozwa? Answer. A poor household, not just any poor, but one so destitute they lack even windows. Why initiate a rebellion? Answer. With no way out. The law would punish all. Only such a group would have the audacity to take up arms and challenge the vast Qin Empire. Furthermore, heir believed that Chun Shang's failure stemmed from his premature claim to kingship, making him a target for all. Additionally, fighting on open plains without advantageous terrain contributed to his swift demise. After much inquiry, heir had discovered a mine located at the border of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom and the Tian Empire, surrounded by towering mountains. It was a place where one could easily get lost. Moreover, the miners were all slaves, tormented day and night, their futures extinguished. Thus, heir disguised himself as a beggar, wandering near the mine. Despite his plans, when it came time for action, heir was filled with trepidation. He had nearly been discovered while trying to contact several prominent slaves. Fortunately, the guards mistook him for a slacker and merely whipped him a few times. Tonight was the night they would rise up. heir felt his legs tremble with anxiety, yet he feigned calmness. I have received a secret message from the Spirit Hall to rescue you. Do you think they would deceive you? What wealth do you possess? This question instilled confidence in the gaunt youth beside him, who nodded solemnly. I will follow second brother's lead. Watching the youth depart, heir let out a sigh. Upon his arrival, the young boy found himself in a precarious situation, surrounded by soldiers guarding the mining site, with no means to gain the trust of the enslaved individuals. His only reliance lay in his spirit ring and the status of being a spirit master. Thus, heir revealed his spirit ring, feigning to be a spirit master from the Spirit Hall, sent to rescue them. The slaves, devoid of suspicion, accepted him, willingly following his lead. People are inclined to believe what they wish to believe. Had the slaves contemplated even a fraction, they would not have trusted that the Spirit Hall would send a mere two-ring spirit master to liberate them. Is this the essence of hope? Heir mused softly. Immediately, his gaze sharpened, and his resolve solidified further. That night, in the slave dormitory, which was about to succumb to darkness, a youth prepared to retire when suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from heir, who fell into a fit, foaming at the mouth. The dormitory, a vast communal space, was instantly filled with dozens of numbed slaves drawn to the commotion. He is dying. There is no hope left. Let him pass, the slaves murmured apathetically. Yet at that moment, heir abruptly clutched his throat, mechanically rising, his eyes glazed over. He has risen from the dead. The slaves gasped, retreating in fear, their eyes wide with terror as they watched him. Heir, however, proclaimed with a resonant voice, I am the angelic deity. I, heir, have come by divine will to rescue you. He pointed at himself and continued, You have committed no grave sin, yet you have been reduced to slavery. Day and night, you toil without respite. Do you harbor no grievances? Do you lack the strength to resist? Initially startled, the slaves exchanged bewildered glances, confronted by this boy who claimed to be a divine entity and chastised them. However, more of them remained numb. One timidly spoke, They possess weapons. We cannot possibly resist. Another sobbed, kneeling, O angelic deity, my entire family believes in you. Why have you not sent a spirit master to save us? Indeed, we beseech you, angelic deity, send a spirit master to rescue us. Have compassion on us. A multitude of slaves knelt in supplication. For them, the spirit master was undeniably a figure of immense power, an unreachable higher being. To the slaves, a spirit master's intervention could quell all turmoil. Heir, deeply pained by their lamentations, thought to himself, Only one can save oneself. He feigned composure and shouted, Silence. I have cast a spell to elevate heir to the status of a spirit master. However, my divine essence is limited. I require your full cooperation with heir, who is my guardian. You must heed his commands. Do you understand? The slaves nodded vigorously. Now, pay attention to the entrance of the dormitory. Remember it well. After these words, heir slumped to the ground, prompting a throng of slaves to gather around him. Heir then feigned confusion, asking, What has transpired? At that moment, a gaunt youth, whom heir had secretly contacted, hurried forward, respectfully stating, Guardian heir, the angelic deity has just possessed you, transforming you into a spirit master to save us. Is it truly so? Heir's face displayed profound astonishment as he attempted to exhibit his spirit ring and martial spirit, revealing a spear as his martial spirit and 2 rings, one white and one yellow. Heir was utterly astonished. I have become a spirit master. I am indeed a spirit master. This reaction was genuine. Reminiscent of the day he first awoke to his powers at the age of 6. The slaves, having never witnessed such a spectacle, stared in disbelief. The angelic deity is real. Heir has truly become a spirit master. We are saved. Splendid. The spirit master's expressions shifted from numbness to hope, for they now had a savior in the form of a spirit master. Another individual, strategically placed, spoke up at the opportune moment. The angelic deity also mentioned there is something at the entrance. The slaves, now awakened to the possibility, rushed towards the entrance. A few began to dig, albeit unaware that the plan had begun to unravel. With a flicker of hope igniting within them, the slaves paid no heed to the inconsistencies. The hole grew larger until an one-eyed stone figure emerged, startling the slaves, who clamored to see. "Look, there are inscriptions." One slave, an accomplice of heir, shouted, despite being illiterate. Yet he proclaimed, "Do not underestimate the one-eyed stone. It incites rebellion across the mining realm. This is the will of the angelic deity." Heir stepped forward, seizing the stone figure, and cried out among the slaves, "The angelic deity shall only save those who heed his will. Only those who listen to his commands shall live. Will you heed the will of the angelic deity?" "We will." The slaves, driven by their desire for survival and the collective mentality, surged with newfound determination. "Very well. This guardian shall lead you forth. Charge!" Heir bellowed. "Charge!" The slaves, invigorated with fighting spirit, rallied behind Heir and charged towards the soldiers' quarters. Chapter 42. The Douluo Alliance in the Spirit City. The final examinations for the Spirit Hall Academy approached. Coinciding with the weekend, it was time for the second-year students to face their trials. The students approached the examinations with a sense of reverence, for this was the culmination of the summer semester. And 5% of the students were destined not to advance to the next grade. Tuoba Hong and his peers arrived early at the examination site, the Spirit Hall training ground, awaiting their turn. The training ground served not only as a venue for combat, but also featured a grand observation platform. For many lower-grade students, the written and combat assessments were typically conducted here. Tian arrived late, with a fried dough stick in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other, her lips glistening with oil. "Igor, I saved you a seat over here," Tuoba Hong exclaimed, rising from the front row as he spotted her. "No need for formality," Tian replied, taking a sip of her soy milk and nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you." "Huh?" Tuoba Hong scratched his head, momentarily perplexed, before retorting, "You should be thanking me. The proctor is here," Zhang Xiaohei from the second row whispered. In deference to the instructor, Tian finished her last sip of soy milk and sat up straight. The head instructor had also arrived, as Zhang Xiaohei reminded again. A stern woman with long wine-red hair, clad in a fitted professional skirt, approached with authority. "This is disastrous. I was hoping you and Xiaohei would guide me later." Tuoba Hong lamented, his face drawn. He had never taken the theoretical classes seriously, merely skimming through to pass. "Igor, please don't cover your exam paper." Tuoba Hong pleaded softly, fully aware that Tian had frequented the library throughout the semester. Thus, a seat was deliberately reserved for Tian. "I am not good at studying, so do not copy my answers," Tian reminded with sincerity, a rare moment of seriousness from him. This semester, he had not engaged in any studying. "Are we still brothers?" Tuoba Hong asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Suit yourself," Tian replied with a genuine smile. The exam papers were soon distributed, and Tian confidently wrote down his name before proceeding to answer the questions. The first question, naturally, was a multiple-choice query. What type of soul beast is the azure bull python? Options included plant, battle, animal, and insect. Tian closed one eye and answered effortlessly. The second question pertained to the title of Grand Soul Master, asking which type of soul ring a Grand Soul Master could enhance: purple, black, red, or yellow. He closed the other eye as well, responding with ease. The third question was historical. The Spirit Hall has a long legacy, dating back to 2,000 years ago when the angel god ascended. Tian did not even glance at the question anymore. Beside him, the towering Tuoba Hong was engrossed in copying Tian's answers, seated at the adjacent desk, benefiting from his height advantage. Tuoba Hong could see all of Tian's responses and thought to himself, he claims not to know anything, yet his speed of answering suggests otherwise. Igor simply does not want me to copy. Thankfully, I am tall. The more he copied, the more pleased he felt. Haha, this time I will be second. Let us see who dares to call me foolish. Yi Tian was the first to submit his paper. The supervising teacher, Ling Yuan, took the paper and, upon seeing the name, frowned. It's only been half an hour. Are you sure you do not wish to double-check? The knowledge required for a second-grade exam was common knowledge for Ling Yuan, and she immediately discerned that Yi Tian was answering randomly. Ling Yuan had come to this examination room primarily to observe Yi Tian, given his unique background and talents, which warranted her attention. However, this first encounter left Ling Yuan with an unfavorable impression. Despite joining midterm, he should not have been completely clueless. Clearly, he had not taken the exam seriously and appeared too frivolous. No need. Yi Tian made a face at Ling Yuan as he exited the classroom. Ling Yuan was from the Elder Hall, and her purpose for monitoring was evident. She was there to observe him. Thus, Yi Tian was determined to grow in a manner that would align with the Elder Hall's expectations. In Yi Tian's view, concealing his true abilities was more crucial than revealing them. Until he had grown stronger, he did not wish to expose himself. No one wanted the grandson of a political rival to be a model student, exemplary in both character and scholarship. Moreover, the truth was that Yi Tian had not studied at all. The difference between guessing and answering earnestly was merely 10 points. As Ling Yuan watched Yi Tian walk away, she placed the paper on the lectern, her lips curling into a hint of disdainful amusement. Next came the combat exam, where soul masters battled against century-old soul beasts. The supervising teacher would evaluate the combat process and ultimately assign an average score. Yi Tian was drawn to fight a 132-year-old firebird. This time, Yi Tian did not hold back. He sought a swift resolution. Utilizing his second soul skill, he inhaled deeply and exhaled a burst of flames, instantly incinerating the century-old soul beast. Truly, a top-tier martial spirit. The fire-breathing skill was undeniably impressive. This was Yi Tian's first display of prowess. I always knew he was remarkable, gasped the students in astonishment. The supervising teachers exchanged remarks, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he is a favored child of His Holiness the Pope. This battle time broke the Academy's century-old record. Yi Tian received a perfect score, and a teacher raised a sign to announce the evaluation results. Witnessing the entire scene, the director Ling Yuan crossed her arms and offered only a faint smile. A simple mind can only reach the limits of a soul master. He is unlikely to achieve greatness. What a pity that Elder Yi Jiangwo, who serves so faithfully, has such a grandson. One cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. Ling Yuan shook her head and ceased her supervision. She needed to report back to the second elder promptly, drawing the attention of the Spirit Hall's leadership. Not only the talents of the Spirit Hall were at stake with the final examinations, but another matter soon arose. Even the Elder Hall inquired. This audacious rogue dares to use our Spirit Hall's name to swindle. Sixth Elder Tian Duuluo was seething with anger. Last month, a labor strike occurred at the border of the Tiando Empire and the Hajdas Kingdom, led by a group claiming to be the Angel Army. They asserted that the Angel God had bestowed a divine mandate upon them to rise against the Tiando Empire. Their leader, known as heir, was rumored to be a secluded soul sage. The words angel and rebellion struck fear into the hearts of the lower officials of the Tiando Empire, and they dared not intervene. News quickly reached the imperial capital, Tiando City. The Tiando Emperor was enraged and issued a decree. The Tiando Empire has enjoyed prolonged peace. The people are content. This brigandly heir spreads heretical words, misleading the masses. I command the surrounding nobles to prepare their troops and apprehend the ringleader. Simultaneously, a delegation was dispatched to the Spirit Hall to inquire about their stance. The Tiando Emperor was fearful that the Spirit Hall was involved, for the Tiando Empire lacked the strength to confront them. Moreover, another wave of envoys from the Tiando Empire had already journeyed day and night to the Xinghua Empire to prevent any sudden aggression from the Spirit Hall. In a matter of days, the Douluo continent was engulfed in turmoil due to a mere labor strike. When Yi Tian arrived at the Papal Hall in search of his grandfather, he chanced upon this meeting with the envoys. The envoy was the Tiando Emperor's brother, named Xuexing, a rotund man with a distinct mustache. His expression was grave as he glanced at Tian Duuluo and then at Pope Bibi Dong seated upon the throne. So, the Angel Army is impersonating the Angel God? The Spirit Hall is not involved at all? Bibi Dong replied coolly. The belief in angels permeates the continent and is not under the control of the Spirit Hall. This is entirely normal. Please convey to Emperor Shui Yi that such disruptive brigands must be eradicated, and there is no need to inform the Spirit Hall. Prince Xuexing felt a wave of relief wash over him and bowed, stating, "I shall remember your words. I will not trouble your holiness further." Prince Xuexing had received the assurances he sought, and thus considered his diplomatic mission fulfilled. After completing the formalities with Bibi Dong, he turned to depart the Grand Hall. Chapter 43. It is precisely you, seventh elder. Once Prince Xuexing had walked far enough away, Tian Douluo erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, merely a small-time rabble-rouser. The Tiando Empire has been like ants on a hot stove these days, flailing about. It seems they have truly decayed to the utmost." Upon saying this, Tian Douluo reined in his laughter and turned serious, inquiring, "Your Holiness, is there truly no involvement of the Papal Hall in this matter?" "No. Do not make me repeat myself for a third time," Bibi Dong replied coldly. "That is well. Our Spirit Hall's preparations are still incomplete. It is unwise to allow the Tiando and Xinglua nations to become overly agitated over a trivial matter. What are Elder Yi Jiangwo's thoughts on this?" Bibi Dong chose to ignore Tian Douluo, instead directing her gaze towards Yi Tian's companion, Yi Jiangwo. The likes of the cuttlefish Douluo and others were filled with envy. Yi Jiangwo had indeed become the foremost favored individual in the eyes of His Holiness the Pope, having remained by the Pope's side for many years. They had never witnessed Bibi Dong seeking them out first. Yi Jiangwo stepped forward and stated, "I have compiled recent intelligence regarding the rebellion in the Tiando Empire. Those so-called Angel Army members are merely miners rising up against the local nobility, who have oppressed them mercilessly, leaving them with no means of survival. They are merely using the name of angels to bolster their cause. Such matters tend to grow increasingly dire. The Spirit Hall need not issue statements to defend itself in various locations, but rather inform the two great empires and restrain the spirit masters in the areas of rebellion." Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. The commoners' uprising is like water without roots. Once the Tiando Empire's suppression forces arrive, it will naturally dissipate. The Spirit Hall and the two great empires are still in a state of diplomatic relations, so it is unwise to take advantage of their misfortunes. The group then discussed several specific implementation details before dispersing. Once outside the Grand Hall, Yi Jiangwo finally turned his attention to his grandson. "How did you fare in today's examination?" "I ranked last in the written test, but scored full marks in combat," Yi Tian replied candidly. "Little Tian, you are currently under the scrutiny of the higher-ups. Ranking last in the written examination seems a bit excessive, does it not?" Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Not all." Yi Tian shook his head. "Whether at home or in the academy, there are hostile forces monitoring me in the shadows. Given my performance this semester, it is hardly surprising to rank last, especially since I genuinely lack knowledge." Yi Tian's expression remained calm. Yi Jiangwo seemed to understand. "You heard the discussions in the hall just now. What are your thoughts?" The two had arrived at the office of the Papal Secretariat, the institution responsible for the appointment of officials within the Pope's court, currently headed by Yi Jiangwo. He led Yi Tian into his office and retrieved 2 reports from his desk. "Take a look, it's quite intriguing." The reports were a compilation of recent intelligence curated by the Spirit Hall's intelligence department, specifically for senior officials. Yi Viang. This soul master, namely heir, possesses quite the knack for deception. According to the reports, he deliberately buried a stone beneath the miner's dormitory before the uprising, inscribed with the words, "Do not speak of the stone man's single eye, for the miner shall rise against the heavens." Yi Tian examined the details in the report with great interest. The divine gifted soul master has quite the imagination. Inciting a rebellion among the miners is no small feat, he remarked. "I still have an elite guard of several hundred stationed in the Fastnuo province. Should we assist them?" Yi Jiangwo inquired. Yi Tian shook his head. "The reason Li heir chose for the uprising is too sensitive, as it falsely implicates the Spirit Hall. The rebels are not oblivious. Once they realize the Spirit Hall remains inactive, their morale will undoubtedly wane. Given the sensitivity of their cause, the Tiando Empire will spare no effort to suppress them. I suspect the Tiando Emperor will dispatch elite legions to assist in the crackdown. Within 3 months, they will surely be defeated. You could select a trusted confidant to infiltrate their camp, providing them with some financial support, while advising their leader to remain hidden in the mountains. Although they may not grow stronger, at least some of their forces can be preserved. In this era of Douluo continent, where technology is scarce, as long as they retreat into the mountains where transportation is difficult, even an elite legion, let alone a titled Douluo, would struggle to find them. Modern military radars and advanced aircraft are far more effective than a tidal Douluo, yet they too would falter in the mountainous terrain. Let be done. Yi Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Just then, the rotund cuttlefish Douluo knocked and entered, holding a thick stack of documents. Not long ago, the Pope ordered me to assist Elder Jiangwo in investigating the Floating Merchant Association. We have made some progress regarding their arms trafficking. A portion of the weapons indeed originated from the Spirit Hall's garrison, which is not a mere regiment of a few thousand men, but a standing army of over 100,000, stationed in the southeastern military camp of Spirit City, representing the Spirit Hall's primary military force. Last year, during the turmoil caused by the sea soul beasts, it was the cuttlefish Douluo who led the army to restore order. The two great empires have enjoyed a long period of peace, leading to a decline in military preparedness, and the Spirit Hall is no better off. However, the authorities are often oblivious to their own shortcomings. The higher-ups in the Spirit Hall only see the critical weaknesses of the two empires, neglecting the festering wounds within their own ranks. The arms dealer, named Su Hua, is a disciple of the Seven Offerings in the Elder Hall. His master, Chun Li, is the third disciple of the Seven Offerings, age 78, a sole Douluo, and the cardinal responsible for the Hajdas Kingdom. The weapons trafficked by the Floating Merchant Association are likely being orchestrated by Chun Li. However, this individual is exceptionally cautious and has concealed himself well. We have been unable to procure any evidence. The white-clad cardinal, Chun Yi, who was apprehended recently, could he be related to Chun Li's family? Indeed, the cuttlefish Douluo affirmed. Chun Yi is considered Chun Li's nephew, and the blacksmith Chun Xian, who plunders the streets, is also of the Chun Li lineage. At this point, the cuttlefish Douluo appeared somewhat troubled. This matter involves the Elder Hall, and His Holiness is quite upset, yet there is also hesitation. Not long ago, the Pope's court and the Elder Hall experienced significant discord over policy. If another incident were to arise, future orders may be obstructed by the Elder Hall. His Holiness instructed me to inquire as to Elder Jiangwo's course of action. The cuttlefish Douluo clearly wished to distance himself from matter, although his subordinates were involved. As a military commander, he bore some responsibility. However, the cuttlefish Douluo preferred to be the one to accept punishment rather than serve as an investigator to uncover the truth. Sometimes, it is far easier to sweep matters under the rug than to clarify them. Even His Holiness seemed uncertain. What business did they, as lower-ranking elders, have meddling in such affairs? All were officials in the Spirit Hall. This time, it was directed at the Seven Offerings, but who knows what might happen next time. The Seven Offerings could very well turn their sights on one of them. When would this cycle of vengeance ever end? Seeing Yi Jiangwo contemplating, the cuttlefish Douluo assumed he too wished to avoid involvement. Thus, he suggested an easy way out for Yi Jiangwo. We can only say that the Seven Offerings have been negligent in selecting their disciples. The Seven Offerings have dedicated so many years to the Spirit Hall and value their reputation. We should give them some leeway. Besides, Chun Li is very well concealed. Even if we were to investigate, it would likely be difficult to find any beneficial evidence in the short term. It would be best to let the Seven Offerings handle it themselves, allowing the disciple Chun Li to return the embezzled funds over the years. In this way, the Spirit Hall suffers no losses, and the Seven Offerings save face. This matter could be resolved perfectly. Yi Jiangwo cast a glance at his grandson. Yi Tian squinted and smiled. Instantly, Yi Jiangwo understood and declared in a booming voice, I have always detested those who embezzle and act unlawfully. If we let one go today, tomorrow we may let another escape. We might as well divide the Spirit Hall and let everyone pocket their share. Allow me to disclose something to you, Elder Cuttlefish. I am targeting the Seven Offerings. Upon uttering these words, he was utterly taken aback. In that instant, a wave of admiration surged within him, and he clasped his hands in respect, saying, Brother Jiangwo, you are indeed a paragon for our generation. I shall take bold measures this time and immediately return to apprehend Chun Li's disciple. Chapter 44. The Scheme of the Offerings as the night deepened. Yi Tian followed his grandfather home. Beneath the moonlight, Yi Jiangwo walked ahead, pondering before he spoke. Today, the Chun Li pointed out by the is a disciple of the Seventh Offering, currently overseeing the educational affairs of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom. This individual is exceedingly vigilant. He ensures that any tasks assigned to his subordinates are executed without his direct involvement. Before Elder could conduct his investigation, I had already dispatched my personal guards to the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom for inquiries, yet they returned empty-handed. Yi Tian leisurely trailed behind Yi Jiangwo. Is grandfather worried about not finding anything? Yi Jiangwo shook his head and replied, not quite. Even if Chun-Li operates with utmost cleanliness, the profits from arms trafficking will ultimately lead back to him. By examining the accounts, Chun-Li cannot escape. It will merely require some effort. Yi Tian caught up with his grandfather and remarked, grandfather seeks to solve the case swiftly. Elder suggestion to let the seventh offering handle Chun-Li is indeed a commendable strategy. Although Chun-Li is cautious, he will undoubtedly heed the words of his master. The seventh offering. These offerings are protective of their reputations. Elder's method can be adapted. Yi Jiangwo's interest was piqued. How shall we alter it? There is no need to inform the seventh offering beforehand. Grandfather can send someone to spread rumors about Chun-Li's embezzlement throughout the streets and alleys. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiangwo raised an eyebrow and smiled, instantly grasping the implications of Yi Tian's words. Public opinion can be a sharp blade. Even unfounded rumors, once disseminated, can lead to an irreparable stain. Moreover, this is indeed a case of embezzlement. Yi Jiangwo pointed at Yi Tian, saying, you, my boy, are truly full of clever schemes. Yi Tian smiled slightly. This has nothing to do with me. It is all orchestrated by you from behind the scenes. Yi Jiangwo squinted. So, you believe the offerings will blame me for this? It seems so, he continued, walking ahead with his hands clasped behind his back. Nothing in this world comes without a price. However, for the sake of purging the spirit hall of its corruption, I shall bear this cost. In the Elder Hall, within the demons subduing Douluo's residence, a middle-aged man, bearing injuries on his face, reported with trepidation, Ancestor, all the accounts of our floating commerce have been completely seized by that old Jiangwo. A multitude of personnel have been arrested, including my second junior brother, who was in charge of finances. He was killed on the spot for merely resisting. Had I not fled swiftly and received assistance from Uncle Chun-Li, I fear I would not be standing before you now. Seated leisurely, the seventh offering, the demon subduing Douluo, sipped his tea, his tone indifferent, as if listening to a tale. Did Chun-Li send you? Has he been captured? The middle-aged man respectfully replied, no. Uncle Chun-Li rarely personally involves himself in the commerce of weapons. Since that old Jiangwo found no evidence, he had no choice but to release him. Those who frequently walk by the river inevitably get their shoes wet. Gather the remaining disciples and head north to Tian for a few years, the seventh offering said. Reclining in his rocking chair with eyes half closed, the middle-aged man was taken aback, then sorrowfully knelt. Ancestor, are you abandoning us? Do I need to explain further? Depart, came the curt reply. The middle-aged man hesitated but lacked the courage to offend the venerable ancestor, gradually retreating. Once the middle-aged man left, bang, the seventh offering crushed the teacup in his hand and abruptly stood up. This Jiangwo has only been an elder for a few days. This is intolerable. When I was an elder, Jiangwo was still crawling in some corner. At that moment, the door to the inner room swung open, and the thousand Douluo, frowning, approached. He had been at his younger brother's side, but refrained from coming out due to the presence of outsiders. The thousand Douluo expressed his dissatisfaction. The Hall of the Pope has gained another title Douluo, and I wonder what they think of themselves to dare act against us. Elder brother, although Chun-Li is merely my nominal disciple, the demon subduing Douluo vented his frustrations to his elder brother. This is clearly a ploy to establish authority over me. I cannot tolerate this. The floating commerce contributes hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins to the seventh offering annually. Thus he holds a favorable view of Chun-Li, this sensible nominal disciple. Although I believe my disciple understands the importance of self-preservation and should be safe, can we, as brothers, just stand by idly? The demon subduing Douluo spoke with anger. The second offering does not wish to escalate matters with the Hall of the Pope. Thousand Jun Douluo sighed. This is not merely a conflict. It is an obvious provocation. Chun-Li is not just my disciple, but also my face. The face for the offerings. Do you think Jiangwo can embarrass us? Thousand Jun Douluo, hands clasped behind his back, gently patted his younger brother's shoulder, demon subduing. After all these years, you have made no progress. You have become an offering, yet you still react with such fury at the slightest provocation. Let Chun-Li endure for a while. In the coming days, reflect on how you should proceed. I am unwilling. The demon subduing was ablaze with anger. What is Jiangwo? After all, he has only been in the spirit city for a few days. Does he think that becoming a title Douluo grants him free reign? He is still too naive. Thousand Jun Do recognized his own temper, but could only play the peacemaker before his younger brother. The second offering had stated that any conflict with the Spirit Hall must receive his consent. If you feel that Zhang Wo has overstepped, and your conscience feels burdened, do not let me hinder you. Go and seek the second offering. Thousand Jun Douluo was compelled to invoke the second offering to restrain his brother's reckless actions. He believed that the matters concerning the floating commerce could not solely be attributed to Zhang Wo. There must be hidden machinations at play, led by Bibi Dong, who may have already dug a pit for his foolish brother to fall into. Elder brother, after all these years, you have never spoken in my favor. The demon subduing Douluo's voice was hoarse. Is it not merely to seek the approval of our second brother, the second offering of the Elder Hall? I will go myself. I do not believe you will obstruct me over such trivial matters. No need to go. I remain here. Just then, a resonant voice echoed from outside. The aged face of the golden crocodile Douluo lifted, exuding an imposing presence. Are you looking for me? No need to search. Let us discuss it here. The demon subduing Douluo's defiance immediately diminished, his face reflecting reluctance. Second offering, my brother. Come and arbitrate. Is Zhang Wo not using me to establish his authority? I have already sent someone to the Haagen-Dazs kingdom. If he cannot find evidence, let this matter pass. The golden crocodile, Douluo replied coolly. As the demon subduing Douluo prepared to protest, Thousand Jun Douluo stepped forward. Let the second offering concern himself with the trivial matters of demon subduing's incompetent disciples. The golden crocodile Douluo smiled. It seems I must rely on you two brothers. Over the past few months, that old rascal, the serpent spear Douluo from the Papal Hall, has been thriving in the four great kingdoms, apparently guided by someone. The strength of the soul master sects in the four great kingdoms has diminished. Some have fled, some have perished, and the remainder has been nearly consolidated by him. The wealth of the four great kingdoms surpasses even that of the current Wuhuan Temple. Such a fertile land must not fall into the hands of that woman, Bibi Dong. It is high time for our Elder Hall to dispatch a suitable candidate to take charge of the four great kingdoms. Who do you two consider appropriate? The golden crocodile Douluo squinted as he spoke. I recommend the demon slayer Douluo. The Thousand Jun Douluo instantly comprehended his elder brother's intention. Assisting the demon slayer in managing the Floating Merchants Association would not come without cost. In return, he would have to contribute to the Elder Hall as well. It was fitting to send his own younger brother, the demon slayer, to handle this, allowing him to distance himself from the center of affairs and avoid causing trouble that would require his older brother to clean up after him. However, the golden crocodile Douluo, with a kindly smile etched on his aged face, consented. As summer vacation commenced, Yi Tian's life continued as usual. Each day, he visited the Wuhuan Temple Academy to write and revise theoretical policies, while also crafting counterfeit ancient texts. His life was exceedingly fulfilling. On this day, it was once again time to submit his work. Yi Tian carried his manuscript to the bookstore, only to find it bustling with activity, unlike its usual tranquility. Boss, do you have a copy of the deluxe edition of Gore Brothers? Certainly. Boss, is there any more of Gourd Little Gold? Yes. I'll fetch it right away. Boss, I've been waiting for over 10 days for my order of weekly Strange Tales. Why hasn't it arrived yet? This time, the boss did not respond. For he had spotted Yi Tian. He immediately instructed his apprentice to manage the bookstore and squeeze through the crowd to Yi Tian's side. Young genius, please come to the inner courtyard. Inviting Yi Tian to the courtyard, the boss donned his reading glasses and began to review the manuscript. His concern was not for the quality of Yi Tian's work, but rather because he had become an ardent fan of the literature. As the boss perused the manuscript, he remarked, the segment where Xiang Yu burned his boats and fought with his back to the river truly astonished me. I had underestimated it. This type of ensemble narrative, which focuses on multiple protagonists, tends to be slow to warm up. Nowadays, Weekly Strange Tales is not only popular in the countryside, but has also gained immense popularity in the Wuhuan city and other major cities, all thanks to the serialization of Chuhan legend. Recently, I even heard that the soul saintly heir who raised the banner of rebellion at the border of the Tiando Empire is a great admirer of this book and has offered a bounty of 10,000 gold soul coins for the author's identity. Yi Tian, seemingly indifferent, sat on a small stool, picking at his nose. Noticing Yi Tian's demeanor, the boss chuckled. Is the author of that manuscript truly just your friend? Indeed, Yi Tian replied earnestly, blinking his eyes. Your friend is indeed a remarkable talent, the boss exclaimed. After finishing the latest installment of Chuhan Legend, the boss set down the manuscript and picked up another one. The first page of this new manuscript caught his attention. Journey to the West? Is this a new novel? Yes, Tian nodded slightly. He did not wish to elaborate. Everything was contained within the text. Due to the previous book's success, the boss patiently began to read. The language was accessible, describing a world called the Nine Provinces, where soul power was abundant, and everyone could cultivate. The protagonist, Sun Wukong, was a stone transformed into human form. By a twist of fate, he discovered the Water Curtain Cave and was proclaimed the Monkey King, witnessing the birth and death of his fellow monkeys. He sought immortality and apprenticed himself to the Bodhi Patriarch, mastering the 72 transformations and the Somersault Cloud. Afterward, he retrieved the treasures from the East Sea, including the Rui Jingubang. The story abruptly halted at the point where Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in heaven. Is that all? The boss looked dissatisfied, rummaging through nearby manuscripts, yet finding no continuation. That's all there is, Tian replied, munching on the fruit platter brought by the apprentice. The boss proposed. Now that the bookstore has adopted movable type printing, costs have significantly decreased. I can offer your friend 30% of the sales. 30%? Tian shook his head. The boss sighed. Is this price not acceptable? Tian raised a finger. Just 1%. Really? The boss's eyes widened in disbelief. Was he truly so fortunate? If the other party accepted only 1% of the sales, he would reap nearly 80% pure profit. This was no ordinary book. It was a veritable money-making machine. However, this book must be published alongside the manuscript of Journey to the West. Tian retrieved the revised manuscript of rebooting the Wuhuan Temple from his storage ring. Hearing this, the boss understood. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The boss recalled his impression of rebooting the Wuhuan Temple, feeling a twinge of apprehension upon seeing it again. He whispered, "Has your friend not mentioned that this book discusses the eradication of the nobility? There are countless nobles in both empires and within the domain of the Wuhuan Temple." The boss shook his head. The feudal system of nobility had persisted for thousands of years. Over 90% of the land on the continent, including that of the Wuhuan Temple, belonged to the nobility. The distinction lay in the fact that in the two empires, nobles held most official positions, while in the Wuhuan Temple, soul masters occupied the majority of such roles. Although the proportion of nobles serving as officials in the Wuhuan Temple had gradually decreased, it did not imply that they wielded no power. Publishing this book would surely offend them. My small shop cannot bear the consequences. My friend said it is entirely up to you, boss, Tian stated, continuing to enjoy his fruit platter without any argument. Seeing Tian so carefree, the boss found himself in a dilemma. Tian sighed softly, appearing impatient, and waved his hand. Never mind. I'll just earn some pocket money for running errands. I'm off to browse other bookstores. I need to find a buyer soon and report back home. Wait. The boss quickly blocked Tian's path, smiling apologetically as he produced 10 gold soul coins from his pocket. This is for the young genius to buy some snacks. As for rebooting the Wuhuan Temple, we could discuss it. The boss, fearing the manuscript might slip away, gritted his teeth and ultimately agreed. He had initially intended to publish Journey to the West in Weekly Strange Tales, hoping to create a best-selling magazine. However, it seemed wiser to publish it as a standalone book and sell it discreetly. After all, a 10% commission on sales as a manuscript fee is a cost that, even without the use of movable type printing, still allows for a profit. Upon hearing this, Tian was pleased with the generous offer from his subordinate. A smile crept into his heart. When profits surpass a certain threshold, capital will trample everything. A harmonious collaboration ensued. In the papal hall, the weary Bibi Dong was attending to official matters. Not far away, the elder Gay may occasionally emitted sounds of astonishment. Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow and inquired nonchalantly, "Elder Gay May, have you encountered something of note?" Upon hearing her voice, Gui May hurriedly closed the book in hand and stepped forward, reporting, "Your Majesty, I was instructed to monitor the miners' uprising in the Heaven-Do Empire a few days ago. I have gathered a substantial amount of intelligence and organized some insights. Please take a look." Gui May respectfully offered the book. Bibi Dong's soul power enveloped the book, drawing it into her hands. It bore the 4 prominent characters, monthly tales. Clearly, this was an earlier version of the publication before it underwent revision. Gui May continued respectfully. I heard that the leader of the uprising has offered a bounty of 10,000 gold soul coins for the author of this book. Hence, I purchased a copy. Upon reading, I discovered it is a magazine typically authored by many contributors. I suspect that the leader of the uprising is actually seeking the author of the legend of Chu and Han. Why? Bibi Dong's expression grew weary. She had no desire to peruse the book. The uprising leader, heir, followed a strategy nearly identical to that depicted in this publication. I surmise that it was after reading this book that heir instigated the miners' revolt. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's demeanor stiffened, and she involuntarily began to leaf through the book in her hands. Chapter 46. Guiding the blast furnace iron smelting. The task of publishing this book was entrusted to the bookstore. Tian found himself momentarily unencumbered. It had been nearly 2 months since he imparted the blast furnace iron smelting technique to a man, and he intended to pay a visit. He arrived at Craft Street, navigating his way to a man's shop with ease. President Aman was engrossed in his work at the forge. Upon noticing Yi Tian's arrival, he hastily set down his tools, bowing deeply with a look of profound gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for ridding the people of their troubles. The blacksmiths of Craft Street have entrusted me, their president, to extend their greetings to you. Alas, I have not been able to convey their sentiments all this time. The gifts in the backyard are a small token of their appreciation, and I hope you do not find them lacking." As he spoke, a man prepared to head to the backyard to retrieve the gifts gathered by the blacksmiths for Yi Tian. Yi Tian raised a hand. "No need for that. How is the blast furnace coming along?" Hearing this, a man's face flushed in the small square of Craft Street. "We constructed it according to your instructions, but we have not succeeded in smelting iron." Yi Tian beckoned. "Take me to see." "Certainly." A man felt a weight lift off his shoulders at Yi Tian's lack of reproach and hurriedly led the way. A man harbored deep admiration for the benefactor of Craft Street, but he was also filled with trepidation. For a single word from Yi Tian could bring the white-clad bishop to justice. Such a figure, a six-ring soul emperor, commanded great reverence. Yi Tian's power, evidently, surpassed even that by 6 rings. Should he be displeased, a man feared that his own misfortune would be the least of his worries. He would feel a sense of guilt towards Craft Street. Craft Street was modest in size. The central square, while referred to as a plaza, was essentially a depression used for refuse. Atop this depression stood a stone-constructed furnace, towering at least 20 meters high, resembling a chimney, imposing and grand. Below the furnace, an elderly man with a stooped posture wore a troubled expression as he gazed at the furnace. Behind him stood 2 robust blacksmiths. "Old Huang, the young master has arrived." A man alerted. Old Huang turned, spotting Yi Tian, and promptly bowed. "Young master, you truly are accomplished at such a young age. I am Huang Jin, commonly referred to as Old Huang." Yi Tian nodded lightly. Stepping forward to circle the furnace, he inquired, "Have you ever ignited the furnace?" Old Huang pointed to the brown iron ore nearby, offering a wry smile. "This month, we have ignited it over 10 times, but the temperature seems insufficient, and no molten iron has emerged." Yi Tian opened the furnace door, preparing to enter. Old Huang interjected, "Young master, it's filled with ash and charcoal. You might dirty your clothes." Unfazed, Yi Tian proceeded inside. Shortly, covered in dust, he emerged holding several pieces of ore and charcoal that had been placed inside earlier. The charcoal was dense and seemed to be made from hardwood. Yi Tian was uncertain whether coal existed in the Douluo continent, but the historical use of charcoal in iron smelting indicated it could generate adequate heat, thus it was likely not the primary issue. Yi Tian then picked up some iron ore, asking, "What is the yield of this iron ore? Has it been smelted before?" Old Huang replied, "This iron ore was collected from the western mountains of the Spear Hall city, with a yield of approximately 3%, classified as high-quality ore. Craft Street has consistently purchased this type of ore." "I see." Yi Tian nodded, circling the furnace once more. He pointed to the air inlet. "The inlet of this furnace is too small. It requires manual bellows. The process of blast furnace iron smelting does not rely solely on high temperatures, but rather on carbon monoxide, generated through combustion for reduction, requiring a greater volume of oxygen than traditional iron smelting methods. Furthermore, Yi Tian recalled, the temperature for charcoal smelting is somewhat lower. It cannot rely solely on iron oxide. A certain amount of pig iron is also necessary." Old Huang hesitated, for the idea of using already smelted iron to continue smelting was foreign to him. Listen to the young master, a man urged. Old Huang forced a bitter smile, realizing he had no choice but to comply. How could he refuse? A single word from this young master could spell disaster for all of Craft Street. Observing their apprehension, Tian withdrew a pouch filled with gold soul coins from his robe, estimating there were around 200 coins, earnings from his recent writing endeavors. He handed it directly to a man, stating, "The raw materials needed for the blast furnace do not require high-quality iron. Scrap iron will suffice. These 200 gold soul coins will serve as funds for purchasing iron." "That won't do." A man immediately protested, waving his hands. "Young master, you have already assisted Craft Street. We cannot accept your money. Moreover, 200 gold soul coins would suffice to purchase over 1,000 pounds of quality iron." Yi Tian smiled gently. "If you refuse, simply do not keep it for yourself. Other blacksmiths also need to support their families. Furthermore, this pouch of gold soul coins is not entirely for purchasing iron. Call a few skilled blacksmiths here to assist. Some of this will be for their wages." Hearing this, a man found it difficult to refute and could only nod in agreement, turning to visit each blacksmith to purchase scrap iron. Yi Tian then directed Old Huang to lead a few apprentices in modifying the air inlet. Since this was an iron smelting experiment, precision was not of utmost importance. Old Huang went to the neighboring street to acquire several hollow bamboo poles to use as pipes. He used yellow clay to secure the pipes at the air inlet. "Rest assured, young master, I've already sent my apprentices to borrow bellows from various households. Soon, gather a few robust young men to connect the bellows made of sheepskin from various families together, ensuring that anyone standing there would be blown away." Yi Tian smiled silently. In this world, the technology of gearboxes had yet to illuminate. The principle of the bellows was merely akin to that of a balloon. One first inflates the sheepskin balloon and then compresses it to expel the air from the sheepskin box. How could such a mechanism generate substantial wind power? In the future, it might be worthwhile to consider constructing the blast furnace by the riverside, utilizing a water wheel as the source of blowing power. Before long, a man led a group of robust men toward them, each carrying a considerable amount of scrap iron. "Let us toss it all into the furnace," Yi Tian instructed, pointing to the stairs leading up to the furnace. "Listen to the young master." A man nodded solemnly. A while later, the bellows arrived, but each family's bellows were incompatible with the bamboo tubes. A man simply needed to buy sheepskin and invite the tailor from the neighboring street to sew the various bellows together on the spot. After much effort by afternoon, the bellows were finally connected. The ore and charcoal were thrown in, and everything was prepared. "Light up." Yi Tian revealed his second soul ring and conjured a flame, tossing it into the furnace. "Pull the bellows." Old Huang shouted. Dozens of strong men began singing as they rhythmically operated the bellows. The flames danced higher with the cadence of their voices, and the 20-meter-high furnace began to emit its first plume of thick smoke. Smelting iron was indeed a laborious task. Under ordinary circumstances, from the start of the smelting process to the emergence of molten iron, it would take at least 10 hours. Even with a blast furnace, it would require no less than 6 hours, and such a large furnace could not be operated without at least 20 people. At this moment, with the additional manpower for working the bellows, they exceeded 50 in total. Almost all the blacksmiths from Craftsmanship Street had come to assist. Some were adding fuel, others directing, while the rest took turns working the bellows. This continued until nightfall. The fiery flames illuminated everyone's faces through the gaps in the furnace. The robust men, drenched in sweat due to the heat, worked shirtless. "Young master, the women have brought some food. You should eat." A man approached with a hearty smile, extending a large palm with a meat sandwich wrapped in oil paper. Nearby, the children delivering the food gazed enviously, unable to suppress their salivation, clearly aware that this was a rare delicacy for them. Yi Tian, witnessing this scene, smiled and accepted it, offering it to a little girl even younger than himself. After indulging in delicacies, it's quite good to have some coarse grains. Chapter 47. The essence of the gun barrel is a weapon that transcends time. "All right, I'll go get it now." A man said nothing further, for he truly could not provide anything better than the meat sandwich. The furnace required constant fueling and airflow, so the dozens of men had no time to eat. Each family contributed some food, and the men seized their brief moments of rest to hastily consume their meals before returning to work. Yi Tian munched on his rations while calculating the time. 7 hours had already passed since they began smelting. The duration of the iron smelting process was evidently longer than he had anticipated. However, Since they had come this far, they could not abandon the task midway. He secretly contemplated that he would later provide additional wages to the craftsman. Unbeknownst to him, the 200 gold soul coins he had given, after purchasing the scrap iron, were sufficient for the craftsman's wages for half a month. Before long, the night deepened. "The iron is ready. The iron is ready," Old Huang shouted excitedly. A man, who had been operating the bellows, rushed forward, unable to continue his task. "It's really coming out. Young master," a man exclaimed with delight. The drowsy Tian was awakened by this jubilant voice and hurried over. Indeed, he discovered that molten iron was flowing out of the pre-buried discharge trough, glowing like liquid gold. "This first batch is all pig iron. Let us use this crucible to catch it. We'll switch to another crucible shortly." "Understood." A man nodded seriously. Time continued to pass, approaching dawn. The first iron smelting in the blast furnace was finally complete. Yi Tian calculated the time. It had taken a full 19 hours, longer than traditional furnace smelting by half. Logically, the blast furnace should not take longer than a traditional furnace. Perhaps it was due to the furnace being new and requiring some time for heat absorption. Yi Tian sipijulatit. At this moment, the somewhat exhausted Old Huang approached, holding a piece of cut iron, astonished. "Young master, what kind of smelting method is this?" "The iron produced is truly fine steel." Old Huang had dedicated his life to blacksmithing. Just by observing the texture and weight, he could discern the quality of the iron. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that this piece of fine steel had not undergone any forging. Yi Tian smiled and pointed to the furnace. "This method is known as blast furnace smelting." Indeed, advanced technology often appears deceptively simple. Old Huang sighed once more, then gave a bittersweet smile. However, advanced technology also brings its own burdens. This fine steel is hard, making it quite laborious to forge into items. Furthermore, a single furnace can produce 7,000 to 8,000 pounds of fine steel. It would take us a decade to sell that much fine steel on Craftsmanship Street. No matter. Yi Tian waved his hand and summoned a man, then addressed the two. "If you continue to be mere blacksmiths, you will remain on Craftsmanship Street for life. Would you like to work with me? Of course, you would still be blacksmiths, but your lives would be entirely different from now on." A-Man and Old Huang exchanged glances. Old Huang inquired, "May I ask, young master, could I freely use the fine steel to forge weapons?" At this age, still blacksmithing, if not for financial reasons. It would be due to pure passion. Old Huang belonged to the latter. Yi Tian smiled. "Not only can you forge weapons, but you can also craft sickles and hammers." "Sickles and hammers?" Old Huang was perplexed. Yi Tian did not elaborate further, but turned to A-Man. "A-Man, what about you? Are you willing to follow me?" A-Man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and bowed. A man born in this world should ride the long winds and break the waves. "I am willing to follow the young master." A-Man did not wish to be a blacksmith for life. He had become a blacksmith merely because his father was one. Now, as a new father, he felt the weight of responsibility heavier than ever. A-Man also aspired to secure a brighter future for his child. Although A-Man's forging skills were not remarkable, he was capable and loyal, earning the respect of the surrounding blacksmiths, who elected him as the president of the Craftsmanship Street Blacksmith Association. Yi Tian was aware of this, which is why he believed that a man was a promising talent suitable for a managerial position, and being a blacksmith was somewhat beneath him. Yi Tian retrieved several bags of gold soul coins from his bosom, a sum he had earned from his writing, approximately 5,000 in total. He tossed the entire amount to a man without hesitation. "Take this money and find a river where a water wheel can be built. Next to it, construct a furnace and 5 additional ones." "5?" a man exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Young master, isn't that a bit excessive? There are not many criminals mining in the West Mountain. If these 5 furnaces are to smelt iron, even with the ore transported from the West Mountain, it may not suffice. Moreover, fine steel is expensive and difficult to sell. Young master, you won't make a profit." Yi Tian silently noted the lack of criminals in the West Mountain and then replied earnestly, "I am engaged in academia, not concerned with profit. The iron produced does not require your assistance in selling. You may find a discreet location along the river to build a warehouse. Simply store the smelted iron there." Once again, a man exchanged glances with the old man, astonished by the generosity of 5,000 gold soul coins. It was evident that this young master was indeed affluent. "I have noted everything you said, and I will not fail in my mission," a man stated with reverence as he accepted the gold soul coins from Yi Tian. Grandfather, are the criminals mining in the West Mountain? Yi Tian inquired the following day upon arriving at his grandfather's office. Yi Jiangwo set aside his work, stroking his beard thoughtfully before responding. Recently, I reviewed several cases from the Department of Punishments, and indeed, some unconnected criminals have been exiled there. Some who wish to reduce their sentences voluntarily apply to work in the mines. Mining there for a year can offset 3 years of their sentence. However, the area is often plagued by soul beasts, and the workload is exceedingly heavy, with a death rate exceeding 1/3 per year. Yi Tian, maintaining a smile, remarked, "That is utterly inhumane. Could we request the Hall of the Pope to dispatch troops to eliminate the soul beasts?" "That could be arranged," Yi Jiangwo nodded, then shook his head, "but, as you understand, most of the time, it is the managers who disregard human life. Those miners cannot fight off the soul beasts, nor can they outrun them. How many would actually get devoured by soul beasts? These managers are truly despicable." Yi Tian felt a surge of indignation. "Since you mentioned it, Grandfather, I will prepare to send a few trusted individuals to investigate and also to rectify this disorder." Yi Jiangwo immediately took out a blank document and began writing. Given his high position, there were some matters he no longer needed to handle personally. "Why the sudden interest in the West Mountain mines, little Tian?" "Ye Viangu Kuidiot." Yi Tian replied, "I heard that the iron or output from the West Mountain mine has been stagnant, and I wish to improve it." This piqued Yi Jiangwo's interest, and he looked up in surprise. "Little Tian, do you intend to venture into the iron mining business?" The Hall of Spirits is currently secretly implementing a monopoly on salt and iron within its jurisdiction. Though not publicly announced yet, it will be within the next 6 months. This policy was proposed by me. If you wish to engage in business, consider other avenues. If you're set on iron mining, you might look to the Fastno province. Yi Jiangwo had presided over the educational affairs of the Fastno province for a decade. As a transmigrator with a keen business mind, he had accumulated considerable assets there, including several large mines. The Fastno province, being part of the Tiando Empire's administrative district, was naturally outside the jurisdiction of the Hall of Spirits policies. Rest assured, I have no intention of selling iron within the Hall of Spirits jurisdiction, Yi Tian assured. In truth, he had no plans to sell. Rather, he envisioned establishing the Hall of Spirits City as a stronghold for weapon development. Being the holy city of the Hall of Spirits, it inherently possessed a higher security level, free from the threat of destruction by the two great empires. Additionally, as a holy city, the Hall of Spirits City attracted talents. Most individuals, barring a few reclusive exceptions, aspired to reside in better-conditioned large cities, and it was evident that the Hall of Spirits City offered such conditions. Consequently, Yi Tian also intended to place the Weapon Development Center around the Hall of Spirits City. Once the technology matured, craftsmen could be dispatched for training, subsequently traveling to more affordable locales like the Fastno province for production, achieving 2 objectives at once. Since you do not wish to engage in business, why then are you so fixated on the iron mines? Yi Jiangwo asked, puzzled. Yi Tian chuckled. Grandfather, have you forgotten? Power emerges from the barrel of a gun. What does a gun represent? It signifies weapons that transcend the era. We cannot solely rely on the system of the Hall of Spirits to ascend to greatness. We must also possess our own armed forces and acquire weapons capable of contending with high-ranking soul masters. In Chapter 48, Soul Masters mine more quickly. Yi Tian remarked that to produce weapons, iron ore and development were essential. Grandfather, you should know that in a brightly lit room, the area beneath the lamp is the darkest. The most dangerous place is often the safest. I plan to conduct weapon development in the Hall of Spirits City. Hence the iron, or output, must also keep pace. Yi Jiangwo chuckled at his grandson's bold conspiratorial words from across the desk. Little Tian, this is the Pope's office. Next door are His Holiness's people. Yi Tian immediately composed himself. Yi Jiangwo raised a hand to calm him. I have long used my soul power to shield our surroundings. Weapons are necessary, and we must also win over soul masters. We cannot drive them to our opposition. Otherwise, we would be following the path of the Hall of Spirits. I am well aware of that. Yi Tian nodded. Good to hear. I was worried you might stray. Yi Jiangwo mused, stroking his beard. Soul masters are a group that reveres strength, so our own power is equally significant. It determines our distance from the soul master community. After instructing Yi Tian, Yi Jiangwo set aside the decree he had just written concerning the rectification of the West Mountain mines and retrieved another sheet of paper to draft a new decree. The essence of the decree stated, "The Floating Merchant Guild is guilty of corruption and grave sins and shall be severely punished, with all members dispatched to the West Mountain for mining." Upon completion, Yi Jiangwo flicked the decree in his hand, lamenting, "Many of the criminals apprehended by the Floating Merchant Guild are soul masters, and they predominantly belong to the Seventh Elder faction. Soul masters often receive leniency in their punishments. Even if imprisoned, they enjoy special treatment. Sending them to mine will be a first. I estimate I will face backlash from political rivals for this. But if it means bringing these corrupt individuals to justice, it is worth it." Yi Tian remained unfazed. Soul masters are undoubtedly more efficient than ordinary criminals at mining. This can be seen as indirectly contributing to the Hall of Spirits. As they conversed, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Yi Jiangwo instructed. The door opened to reveal the porcupine doll. "Brother Yi," he greeted with a bow, a wry smile on his face. "There has been new progress regarding the Floating Merchant Guild case, unbeknownst to the identity of the individual responsible. A pamphlet detailing Chun Li's actions has circulated throughout the entirety of Wuhuan City. The seven elders, incensed, have summoned Chun Li to meet them in Wuhuan City." Upon hearing this news, Yi Jiangwo and Yi Tian exchanged knowing glances, a smile of unison playing upon their lips. The pamphlet had been embellished by Yi Tian, with Yi Jiangwo arranging its printing. It was evident that the two of them were behind this endeavor. "Evil deeds beget evil retribution," Yi Tian remarked in agreement. The Sea Pig Douluo whispered, "I had an audience with the seven elders this morning, and it struck me that their anger does not seem solely directed at Chun Li. The seven elders have always been narrow-minded. Retaliation is likely imminent." He then glanced at Yi Jiangwo, clearly surmising the identity of the pamphlet's distributor. Who among the populace of Wuhuan City would dare to oppose the seven elders? Only Yi Jiangwo, who has earned the respect of His Majesty the Pope, would possess such audacity. Yi Jiangwo, however, would not confess to his involvement, maintaining a calm demeanor as he stated, "The Wuhuan Temple has its own laws. Harboring criminals is tantamount to committing a crime. I trust that the seven elders, as esteemed members of the Wuhuan Temple, will manage this matter appropriately. Otherwise, I shall feel compelled to assist the seven elders with their cleanup." The Sea Pig Douluo felt a surge of respect. Yi Jiangwo was indeed bold. As he spoke, Yi Jiangwo produced a freshly penned decree and handed it to Yi Tian, conspiring aloud, "Xiao Tian, assist me in delivering this decree to the punishment department." Yi Tian accepted it, while the Sea Pig Douluo's expression darkened. It was evident that this would pique his curiosity, though he chose to refrain from inquiring. Nevertheless, his eyes could not resist darting towards the decree. Upon a mere glance, he was taken aback. "Brother Jiangwo, you must reconsider. The Floating Merchants Association consists largely of the seven elders' disciples. Sending them to mine in the Western Mountains would be tantamount to throwing the seven elders' dignity to the ground. Has Jiangwo lost his senses? While the pamphlet's distribution could be overlooked as long as it remains unacknowledged, mining is a different matter entirely. Forcing the disciples of an esteemed elder to dig? Well, their honor. Sea Pig Elder, your perspective is flawed. If those individuals valued their dignity, they would not engage in corruption. Should we fail to impose severe punishment, what becomes of the innocent commoners who have suffered? Where lies the credibility of the Wuhuan Temple? How can we instill a sense of reverence in the other officials of the Wuhuan Temple?" The Sea Pig Douluo nodded lightly, acknowledging the truth in Yi Jiangwo's words. Yet he shook his head. "While you speak truthfully, Xiao Tian, your youth blinds you to the intricacies of human relationships within this vast Wuhuan Temple. When will the cycle of vengeance cease?" In the Sea Pig's view, Yi Jiangwo's unwavering integrity rendered him naive, even extending to the manner in which he raised his grandson. Yet this world is ill-suited for those who embody such righteousness. Deep down, the Sea Pig Douluo held a fondness for Yi Tian, recognizing his intelligence and exceptional talent. Given time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a brilliant star within the Wuhuan Temple. The Sea Pig Douluo could not bear the thought of such a luminary being extinguished prematurely, for that would spell misfortune not only for Yi Jiangwo, but for the Wuhuan Temple as well. Hence, the Sea Pig Douluo felt compelled to offer a word of caution to Yi Jiangwo, even if the latter insisted on proceeding with his course of action. A preemptive warning could mitigate potential losses. He spoke softly to Yi Jiangwo. His Majesty the Pope has always favored Xiao Tian and wishes to take him as a disciple. Brother Jiangwo, why not seize this opportunity and submit a formal request? Bibi Dong, as the Pope and the daughter-in-law of the great elder Tian Douluo, holds a significant position. With such a figure as a supporter for Yi Tian, even if the entire elder hall turns against him, he would not become a pawn in political games. Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard, squinting as he replied, "Such a fortuitous opportunity is indeed appealing. However, it ultimately hinges on the will of His Majesty. This matter is beyond my control." Seeing Yi Jiangwo not dismiss Bibi Dong's offer for Yi Tian, the Sea Pig Douluo exhaled in relief. He had feared that Yi Jiangwo might scornfully declare, "My son of the Qilin, how could he become another's disciple?" Should that occur, the Sea Pig Douluo would truly be at a loss for words. Indeed, the Sea Pig Douluo nodded in agreement. It is best for His Majesty to take the initiative in this matter. With Yi Jiangwo's acquiescence, everything became manageable. The Sea Pig Douluo felt reassured. With Yi Tian as a bridge, the political relationship between His Majesty the Pope and Yi Jiangwo would strengthen, alleviating his concerns that Yi Jiangwo might become a target for political strife and remain unfulfilled. The Sea Pig Douluo asserted, "Since Brother Jiangwo seeks to rectify the current state of the Wuhuan Temple, I, as an elder, must also contribute. It is time to address the rats within the military. What the Soul Masters? I shall send them to mine as well, allowing them to experience the consequences of their shamelessness. With Yi Jiangwo standing at the forefront, my efforts to eradicate corruption will face significantly less external pressure, providing an opportunity to solidify my military authority. The determination of Elder Sea Pig is indeed a fortunate affair for our Wuhuan Temple. We are not alone in this endeavor." Yi Jiangwo laughed heartily. "Brother Yi, there is yet another matter." The Sea Pig Douluo had not come solely regarding the 7 elders. He had, in fact, received an urgent summons from Bibi Dong, inviting Yi Jiangwo to accompany him. The Sea Pig Douluo stated His Majesty the Pope has invested considerable effort in controlling the 4 great kingdoms. Yet the second elder recently bypassed the papal hall and dispatched a multitude of experts to the 4 great kingdoms. It is evident to any discerning eye that the second elder seeks to reap the rewards without effort. The Sea Pig Douluo was not surprised. After all, this was not the first time the Elder Hall had engaged in such maneuvers. Since it is a summons from His Majesty, we should not delay. Let us depart promptly. Yi Jiangwo nodded solemnly, rising from his seat while beckoning to Yi Tian. "Xiao Tian, do not forget to deliver the decree to the punishment department." Chapter 49. Infuriated beyond measure, Yi Tian clutched the decree in his hand. Upon exiting the punishment department, he encountered a familiar figure, Hulaina. The Hulaina before him bore tattered clothing, and her arms and thighs were marred with numerous scars, evidently remnant from her trials in the Stardow Forest. She had likely just concluded her meeting with Bibi Dong. Despite her visible injuries, Hulaina approached Yi Tian with an air of nonchalance. As she reached him, Hulaina extended her hand, intending to ruffle Yi Tian's hair. However, he deftly sidestepped her touch. "Men and women should not engage in such familiarity," he stated, evoking a scowl from Hulaina, who crossed her arms in irritation. "If you refuse to let me touch you this time, I suppose you will have to wait a while longer to feel your sister's warmth. Is that so? Sister, what are your plans? I am genuinely concerned for you." Yi Tian replied, his eyes wide and unwavering. "Sister's heart must be warm." Hulaina playfully placed her hand over her chest, then pouted. "Am I to trust your empty words?" She gestured towards her injuries. "I have returned from this expedition with quite the battle scars. The teacher was quite irate, assigning me to endure the trials of Death Canyon, likely for the entirety of the summer. I can't help but feel envious. I have heard that Death Canyon is one of the finest training grounds within the Spirit Hall." Yi Tian remarked with a smile. "Is that so?" Upon listening to Yi Tian's explanation, Hulaina seemed to grasp the teacher's well-meaning intentions, her frown dissipating as she relaxed into a smile. "Xiao Tian, would you like to join me? I shall request permission from the teacher. I am certain they will agree." "I shall not go." Yi Tian turned his head away, firmly declining. "You." Hulaina stamped her foot in frustration. After a moment, she inhaled deeply, nearly exasperated by the little rascal before her. Crossing her arms, she declared, "Sister will be off to suffer starting tomorrow. I must unwind today. Come along with me. I believe you will agree." "You are mistaken." Yi Tian countered immediately upon seeing the playful smile on Hulaina's face. Quick to react, aren't you? Hulaina smirked slightly. After frustrating me so many times, if you refuse this time, I shall ensure you receive a good beating, even if the teacher intervenes. As she spoke, Hulaina retrieved 2 tickets from her storage space, handing one to Yi Tian. These are tickets to the Spirit City Theater. Recently, a wildly popular show called Hulu Brothers has been playing to full houses. I had to exert considerable effort to procure these 2 tickets from CAU. As they walked, Hulaina continued, the Hulu Brothers has gained immense popularity. I even caught a glimpse of it in a small town at the edge of the Stardow Forest during my training. Xiao Tian, I highly recommend you see it to stay in vogue. Yi Tian nodded vigorously, yes of course. Yet, Hulaina raised an eyebrow, sensing his lack of enthusiasm. What do you wish to drink? Yes, of course. Yi Tian nodded again. Do you wish to be hit? Hulaina's eyes narrowed. Yes, of course, Yi Tian replied. Bang. Ouch, Hulaina. You really hit me. Yi Tian exclaimed, surprised. Sister is merely a well-behaved girl. Hulaina's voice echoed from the alley. She now dared to call her Hulaina. If in the future he surpassed her in strength, what would become of him? This time, she intended for this little rascal to learn a lesson. The snake spirit was quite striking, yet lacked a tail, which contradicted the original portrayal. If the snake spirit were indeed so captivating, as a grandfather, I would not allow the Hulu brothers to save her. Wake up, the snake spirit has a partner. I refuse. Why not incorporate the scorpion spirit instead? That would resolve the issue. Ah, brother, you share this interest too? Let us discuss the grandfather and the scorpion spirit. Get lost. In the audience, Yi Tian sat upright, holding a handful of nuts. Hulaina observed with keen interest. Her eyes narrowed. Murmurs surrounded them. Yet all eyes were fixed on the stage. The story of the Hulu brothers was inherently captivating. In the culturally barren Duo continent, this allure was magnified. Moreover, the topic of spirit beasts and humans was particularly engaging, enhanced by the actors' exceptional performances. The box office success could hardly be described as explosive. It was beyond that. The audience's chatter was not criticism, but rather an overwhelming admiration for the play. Hulaina was engrossed, turning to Yi Tian, expressing, these Hulu brothers are filled with personality and an unwavering sense of justice. They are utterly delightful. The individual who crafted such a splendid narrative must possess a humorous and optimistic spirit, deeply committed to justice. Hulaina glanced back at Yi Tian. This book is quite excellent. It should be available in Spirit City. Xiao Tian, I recommend you read it. Hearing Hulaina speak to him, Yi Tian, still feeling the lingering pain from earlier, ceased nodding. To deeply understand the essence within, diligently study the philosophies presented, and continuously embody and promote the spirit of the protagonist. As the saying goes, in learning, there must be a teacher. As Confucius said, to learn and practice constantly is a joy. The late emperor's efforts were cut short. Hulaina apologized. I am sorry, Xiao Tian. Alas, I have been too violent. I ought to exercise restraint. It is good to know. Yi Tian crunched on the nuts in his hand, feeling the need to say no more. It was all tears. Today, he had managed to meet Hulaina without fleeing. A miscalculation indeed. His heart settled as he repeated this realization. I shall treat you to dinner tonight. Hulaina lightly touched the scar on her arm, evidently still feeling guilty. A day's plan begins at night. I must train this evening. I'm truly sorry. I cannot accompany you, Sister Na. Yi Tian sincerely blinked. Hulaina's demeanor shifted immediately, smiling. If you say that, I shall no longer feel guilty. If you insist, then I must truly go. Sister Na, you are too generous. Yi Tian smiled, resolving not to be angry. One must not lose their temper. Patience is a virtue. Damn it, I cannot endure this, he thought. When my cultivation reaches fruition, I shall retaliate. As the most thrilling scenes unfolded, time seemed to slip away unnoticed. The night gradually enveloped them, and the theater concluded its final act. Grandfather. Grandfather. The Hulu brothers cried out upon witnessing their grandfather's tragic demise. Children, the 7-colored lotus symbolizes your unity. You must work together to vanquish the monsters. The actor portraying the grandfather exclaimed, clutching his chest. The Hulu brothers, grief-stricken, transformed their sorrow into strength, employing their abilities to chase the snake spirit and scorpion spirit in disarray. Ultimately, the 7th brother unleashed a gourd, capturing the 2 demons within. The 7 Hulu brothers became 7 vibrant peaks, weighing down the snake's spirit. The song resonated. Hulu brothers, Hulu brothers. The curtain fell as the audience gradually exited. Hulaina sat her seat, somewhat dazed. It turned out to be a tragedy. Why must good people have such short lives? Tian, perhaps you should wait until you're older to read this book. It may not be suitable for you at present. Hulaina advised earnestly. Oh, is that so? Tian replied nonchalantly, munching on his nuts. You. Hulaina gasped. You are infuriating. Chapter 50. Hulaina. Please, is this how one goes about pranking others? I feel you harbor a significant malice towards me. Not all. Do not speak nonsense. Tian replied earnestly. To this, Hulaina was rather perplexed. Had she ever met Tian? Why did he always evade her? Seeing Tian's steadfast denial, Hulaina lost the desire to pursue the matter further. The teacher has said that you will be my little junior brother from now on, and I must take care of you. Naturally, as a junior brother, you too have your responsibilities. The next time you see me, if you run away, rest assured, I shall show you the true extent of my prowess. The Pope wishes to take me as a disciple? Tian tilted his head in confusion. You weren't aware of this? I assumed you already knew. Hulaina shrugged. It is of no harm to inform you. Within the Spirit Hall, exceptional disciples, upon reaching a certain age, are assigned a mentor. This has become a cherished tradition of our esteemed institution. Given your remarkable talent, it is customary that on your very first day in Spirit City, the elders would have eagerly sought to take you under their wing. However, your teacher has preemptively informed them of your status as her favored disciple. The last occasion when she sent you to participate in the ballot competition was, in fact, a prelude to this very matter. The gathering at the Purple Bamboo Garden was also orchestrated with this in mind. Yet, it seems fate has not aligned in our favor. Hulaina sighed, shaking her head. On both occasions, plans were thwarted by Tian. This left her feeling quite helpless. It simply indicates that I am not destined to be connected with His Holiness the Pope. As they exited the theater, Tian, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Sister Nana, please convey my message to His Holiness. I do not wish to be his disciple. Thank you. What? Hulaina exclaimed, incredulous. You are rejecting the Pope. I understand your grandfather is a title Douluo, a figure of immense stature, but do you realize the vast gulf that separates title Douluos from one another? His Holiness does not accept disciples lightly. Such an opportunity is not something just anyone can possess. I can pass on your message, but you must think carefully. Hulaina discerned that this clever individual before her was not jesting. She sighed inwardly, lamenting the fact that such a precious opportunity lay before him. Yet he chose not to cherish it. One must not wait until it is lost to feel regret. Hulaina wished to persuade him further, but ultimately restrained herself. She had her own selfish motives. Bibi Dong treated her like a daughter. As Bibi Dong's disciple, she had access to the most elite resources of the Spirit Hall. Yet, if Bibi Dong were to have another genius disciple, would her own position not be jeopardized? It was an unspoken truth that such a threat would undoubtedly exist. Furthermore, her brother Sieyuk had once told her that they were orphans, unlike Tian, who had a title Douluo for a grandfather. Yi Jiangwo had served in the Spirit Hall for decades, with disciples spread across various districts, and was also a title Douluo, wielding considerable influence, something that orphans like them could not hope to compare with. Inwardly, Hulaina felt a flicker of relief at Tian's rejection. However, she was acutely aware that such a sentiment was misplaced. This inappropriate thought transformed into a twinge of guilt that reflected upon her flawless visage. Tian, what would you like to eat? Sister will take you. How about barbecued meat? I know a place with delightful flavors. Tian, resting his forehead in contemplation, declared. The suggestion of barbecue was merely a ruse. He had no appetite for it, especially not in Hulaina's company. He believed that since he could not evade dinner with her, they might as well engage in something of significance, such as altering Hulaina's character, which he deemed necessary. After all, given the current geopolitical climate, Hulaina was a comrade in arms, and this status would persist until he and his grandfather fell into irreconcilable discord with the Spirit Hall. Recognizing their alliance, Tian felt compelled to assist Hulaina in transforming her disposition. Surely, one would not wish for their ally to be akin to a swine, especially one that could potentially bolster the enemy's ranks with an additional 100,000 troops. Lead the way, and I shall treat you. Hulaina nodded in agreement. As the night descended, under Tian's guidance, Hulaina traversed several streets. The structures on either side grew increasingly diminutive. The path became more rugged, and a disordered aroma wafted into Hulaina's nostrils. "Is this the upper district? Have you been here before?" she inquired, her astonishment palpable as they ascended the hillside. "Surprised?" Tian paused to glance back. "The goods here are excellent and quite affordable. But I do not lack for money," Hulaina replied, momentarily taken aback. Her heart warmed. Was Tian attempting to save her money? The thoughts of a child are indeed elusive. "I merely believe the ambience here is splendid," Tian winked. Spirit City is not situated along major thoroughfares, nor in areas rich in mineral resources. Its geography lies within mountainous terrain. Initially, it was established as a utopia by a group of devout worshippers of the angelic god. As the spirit hall rose to prominence, it sought to solidify the religious influence of the angelic god by designating this place as a holy city, thereby consolidating its followers and beliefs. Thus, part of Spirit City is located on the hillside, representing its early formation. However, as the city flourished, benefiting from the reputation of the holy city, the population swelled. The logistical challenges of transporting goods from a mountain led to an urban restructuring that gradually shifted toward the foot of the hill. Consequently, the upper district became increasingly neglected, evolving into a habitat for the impoverished. In this mountainous region, agriculture is naturally unfeasible. The inhabitants of the upper district primarily engage in service industries, working as servants to sole masters, clerks in shops, or artisans striving to make a living. The bustling Craftsman Street, where blacksmiths congregate, is among these establishments. Tian's destination lies adjacent to Craftsman Street. "Here we are, the Beef Offal Barbecue," Tian proclaimed, gesturing toward a vibrant and bustling establishment. Beef offal, encompassing various parts such as intestines, tripe, and heart, is offered here. Aside from beef, it includes everything else. As for the flavor, the Douluo realm has yet to unlock the culinary arts. Lacking technology and spices, even chili peppers are absent, without seasonings to enhance the taste. Such barbecued fare is merely palatable. Hulaina raised an eyebrow, but refrained from commenting. As a saintess, Bibi Dong's expectations of her were exceedingly high. The training she underwent was exponentially more rigorous than that of ordinary soul masters. During extreme training sessions in the Stardow Forest with her peers of the Golden Generation, she had even consumed raw meat. She could not fathom why Tian would be drawn to such a place. Merely inhaling the aroma was enough to make her stomach turn. Yet, having promised to accompany Tian, she could begrudgingly accept the prospect of a single meal. "What do you wish to eat?" Hulaina inquired, raising an eyebrow as she glanced at the menu crafted from a blackboard nearby. "The flavors here are not to my liking," Tian replied earnestly. "So, are you suggesting I eat alone?" Hulaina chuckled, amused by the absurdity of the situation. "Xiao Tian, come on, you can't be serious." Chapter 51. Why are they happy? "If you do not wish to eat, you need not partake," Tian suggested lightly, tapping the table. "We can simply sit here and observe." At that moment, a server clad in a short, dark outfit approached with a friendly demeanor. Tian, with a flourish, placed several copper soul coins upon the table. "My sister and I are merely resting here for a moment before we depart. The young master is overly courteous. This humble establishment welcomes travelers at will." The attendant, beaming with delight, hurriedly tucked the copper soul coins into his pocket. Soon enough, he emerged with a pot of tea. "Please enjoy," he said before gradually retreating. The Beef Offal Barbecue is the most popular eatery in the area. For Tian and Hulaina, it was somewhat unpalatable. However, for the denizens of the upper city, it is a rare delicacy. Moreover, for just a few dozen copper soul coins, one can feast to their heart's content. The primary selling point is its exceptional value. "Father, you really brought me here." At that moment, a middle-aged patron entered, accompanied by a child of about 6 years. The child's face lit up with surprise. The middle-aged man, with a hint of affection, remarked, "Could a father deceive you? You ranked first in your exams. I keep my promises." He waved to the attendant. "Bring forth your signature dishes, all of them." "Certainly." The busy attendant promptly agreed and dashed into the kitchen. Not a moment of idleness. Hulaina toyed with her teacup, catching sight of the scene. She said nothing, merely casting a disdainful glance at the cup in her hand, stained with tea. Although she felt a bit thirsty and wished for some tea, she ultimately set the cup down. Eating raw meat is a survival challenge, a test of self. but it is not necessary to break through one's limits every day, and certainly not to lower them. Hulaina had no desire to seek unnecessary thrills. Attendant, pack me 10 copper coins worth of grilled beef tripe. I want to bring it home for my daughter. At that moment, a young man with 2 empty shoulder poles approached, stopping beside Yi Tian to summon the attendant. Noticing the layer of soot on the poles, Yi Tian remarked, "Uncle, business seems brisk today. You sold out 2 baskets of charcoal." The young man responded with pride. "It's all just luck. With summer approaching, the charcoal trade is becoming increasingly bleak. However, it seems the blacksmith shops on Artisan Street have received a large order, leading to a surge in demand for charcoal. The price is a bit low, but as long as it's delivered, they will take it. I make a decent wage running back and forth. My stamina allows me to make 7 trips a day, which is equivalent to 5 days' work. With your efforts, it seems you've earned quite a bit lately," Yi Tian praised, giving a thumbs up. The young man chuckled, "It's quick money. But who knows how long those blacksmiths on Artisan Street will keep buying charcoal in bulk. Regardless, the money I make these days is enough to cover my daughter's tuition for the next semester." The 2 men engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Hulaina felt a yawn coming on. After the charcoal seller departed, she rested her chin on her hand, expressing her boredom. "Xiao Tian, is this how your grandfather usually educates you? No wonder you're so righteous. This place is indeed humble. You're still young. It's not a bad thing to experience it a bit." Hulaina began to understand Yi Tian's intent in bringing her here. It was likely that Yi Zhengwo often took Yi Tian to such places. Thus, Yi Tian wished to let her experience the taste of hardship, feigning maturity. Yet, Yi Tian seemed a bit naive. As a saintess, visiting such establishments was part of her regular duties. During festive seasons, she would almost always return, bringing many gifts to help the impoverished enjoy the holidays. "I don't perceive this place as humble." Yi Tian shook his head. "You haven't seen how proud the customers are to be here. They do not lament their poverty. The smiles on their faces as they proudly share their experiences and their children's achievements suggest that they're likely much happier than you, Sister Nana." Indeed, it was a thought-provoking point. Hulaina paused, nodding slightly. This was an angle she had not considered. Throughout her life, Hulaina had learned from books that commoners lived in hardship, and the Spirit Hall was their representative. The Spirit Hall aimed to change the lives of the common people. As a soul master, one must lead by example and be willing to contribute. As for the struggles of the commoners, Hulaina only understood them superficially. Yet she had developed a fixed perception that commoners lived in dire conditions, waiting for salvation and for powerful beings like herself to lead and change their fate. However, after this observation, it seemed her previous notions of the commoners' suffering were misguided. How could they be happy? How could they find joy? Surely, this must be a deception, a trick. They must be mistaken. Not the books, Yi Tian stated earnestly. "Enough, little brother. It's best you refrain from further comment," Hulaina urged, pressing her palm down. Yi Tian must be jesting. It reminded her of when she returned to report to the Spirit Hall Academy, where the remaining students were discussing how the renowned genius Yi Tian had surprisingly ranked second to last in the final written exam. The last place was supposedly occupied by the young Tuoba Hong, though Hulaina struggled to recall the specifics. At the time, Hulaina thought it was due to Yi Tian's lack of diligence. Yet, in hindsight, perhaps he had intentionally answered incorrectly. After hearing Yi Tian's words, Hulaina found her thoughts somewhat tangled. This indeed conflicted with her learned knowledge and understanding. She couldn't help but blur out, "Yes, how could commoners be happy? If they were content, there would be no need for the Spirit Hall to save them." At that point, Hulaina froze momentarily. If commoners were happy, then the Spirit Hall would no longer have a purpose for existence. Arriving at this conclusion felt like a thunderclap in her mind. The legitimacy of the Spirit Hall's existence seemed to be hidden in this modest alley. Could it be that this was what Yi Tian intended to convey by bringing her here? "Xiao Tian, who told you this?" Hulaina suppressed her surging emotions and quietly inquired. She felt a sense of breakthrough approaching, an exhilarating sensation of nearing the truth. "My grandfather, of course. Such credit must go to him. There is no one else quite like me as a good grandson." Hulaina's chest heaved, her emotions tumultuous. As night deepened, Hulaina, who had initially intended to dine elsewhere, found herself devoid of any appetite. "Are commoners truly happy?" she murmured, gazing up at the starry sky. Yet, the heavens offered no answers. She then looked towards the dining crowd, who were chatting and laughing, seemingly radiating joy. Her gaze then fell upon the charcoal seller, who was moving away, balancing a load on one shoulder and a portion of grilled beef tripe in the other, humming a tune as he made his way home. Suddenly, Hulaina's eyes sharpened. She turned and grasped Yi Tian's hand, racing down the street in pursuit of the charcoal seller. "Xiao Tian, we shall not dine tonight. Instead, we will visit Uncle my Tian. Why not return home? You need to head to the Death Canyon tomorrow." Yi Tian exerted himself to keep pace with Hulaina. "We're not going back. I believe understanding the essence of happiness is far more significant than venturing into the Death Canyon. Uncle, wait for us." Chapter 52. The Spirit Hall? Merely the Spirit Master Association. At Hulaina's call, a man carrying a shoulder pole paused and turned, revealing a simple, earnest smile. "Is there something you need?" Hulaina grasped Yi Tian's hand and stepped forward. "Uncle, I wish to stay at your home for a night." Under the moonlight, the man surveyed Hulaina with surprise. "Judging by your attire, you do not appear to be from an ordinary household. Are you certain you want to stay with me?" "It is not that I am unwilling." He worships angels. The doctrine of angels is rooted in kindness. "If I can assist you too, it would indeed be a stroke of fate." "Do not worry. We shall not trouble you, uncle." As she spoke, Hulaina playfully tapped Yi Tian's head. Yi Tian understood immediately, producing 2 gold spirit coins and offering them to the man. The man, taken aback, hurriedly waved his hands. 2 gold spirit coins. How can this be? If your guardians were to find out, they would surely come seeking you. It is merely for one night's stay. No payment is necessary. Upon hearing this, Hulaina was momentarily stunned. Is it really necessary for 2 gold spirit coins? Yi Tian placed the coins into the man's pocket. "Uncle, please accept it, otherwise my sister would feel uncomfortable. 2 gold spirit coins are merely our pocket money. We are students of the Spirit Hall Academy. Currently, we are engaged in a project which, I regret to say, must remain confidential." "So, you are from the Spirit Hall Academy." Upon hearing Yi Tian's explanation, the man's expression shifted to one of respect, feeling considerably reassured. He was both flattered and astonished. "I never expected you two to be soul masters from the Spirit Hall Academy. You are indeed the pillars of our Spirit Hall. 2 gold spirit coins are still far too generous. I cannot accept them. Those coins could equal 3 months of my charcoal selling income." Hearing Yi Tian's remarks, Hulaina cast him an approving glance. He understood how to leverage the Spirit Hall Academy's reputation to validate their identities. Yi Tian possesses quite a sharp mind. Staying at Uncle's home would undoubtedly require some hospitality and daily meals, which would incur expenses. Thus, the 2 gold spirit coins are entirely justified. Yi Tian remained resolute. The man, in the end, ceased his refusals and led the 2 toward his home. As they walked, the trio grew more familiar. Through their conversation, Yi Tian learned that the charcoal seller, named Zhou Bao, had a hereditary martial spirit in the form of a cleaver. Though he had not awakened soul power, he was remarkably adept at felling trees. Generations of his family had resided in the upper city, earning their livelihood through logging and charcoal production. At 32 years of age, he had a 5-year-old daughter. Hulaina smiled. "Uncle Zhou, your life seems quite fulfilling." Zhou Bao chuckled in response. "It is bearable. However, in recent years, I have been exploited by the Floating Merchant Association and have been unable to save any money. Fortunately, the Punishment Knights recently dismantled that wretched association." Speaking of this, Zhou Bao could not help but feel a wave of satisfaction. That newly appointed elder of the Spirit Hall has truly done us common folk a great service. Hulaina exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Tian. She understood that the elder Zhou Bao referred to was Yi Jiangwo. Hulaina was also aware of the Floating Merchant Association case, which involved the 7 elders. The Pope's Hall had even convened to discuss this matter, with the consensus being that the Pope's Hall currently stood at a disadvantage compared to the Elder Hall and should show face to the 7 elders. However, Yi Jiangwo was unwavering, arresting the involved parties without mercy. The remarkable aspect was that their teacher had tacitly approved of this. Previously, Hulaina felt that directly confronting the 7 elders was ultimately unwise. What Yi Tian's grandfather did could certainly offend many and hinder the Spirit Hall's unity. But after hearing Zhou Bao's words, her perspective shifted. These malignant elements were merely leeches feeding off the common people. They must be punished severely. Only someone like Yi Jiangwo, who emerged from the grassroots, could truly understand the plight of the lower class. The purpose of the Spirit Hall's existence is to enhance the happiness of the common folk. Yet, the Floating Merchant Association's existence only serves to bring them misfortune. Hulaina found herself lost in thought. Could it be that her relentless training was merely serving as a tool for oppression? As she pondered, they arrived at Zhou Bao's residence. The dwelling was modest, yet reasonably clean. "Daddy's home." Zhou Bao's daughter leaped up to him as he returned with his shoulder pole. "What did you bring me?" "Wow, it's beef tripe," the daughter exclaimed in delight. With esteemed guests in their home, Zhou Bao intended to trade for some meat in the village, but was refused by Hulaina. "Uncle, please don't do that. Otherwise, we want to be able to complete our project." A simple meal sufficed for dinner. As night fell and they prepared to rest, Hulaina found herself unable to sleep. Gazing at Tian beside her, she sighed. "Xiao Tian, I observe that Zhou Bao's family is indeed quite happy and content. Though they are not sole masters, their work is sufficient to support a family of 3. The only misfortune stems from the remnants of the Spirit Hall. This contrasts sharply with what I have learned." At this, Hulaina sighed softly. Perhaps the Spirit Hall should not interfere with them. Their efforts are adequate for their happiness. This indeed suggests a philosophy of non-interference. Yi Tian silently approved. He recalled that during the early Han Dynasty, several emperors employed this policy, leading to an unprecedented population recovery, thus enabling Emperor Wu of Han to confront the Xiongnu. Yet the Douluo continent is not in a nascent stage. Both great empires have existed for a millennium, with nearly all land controlled by the nobility. If commoners do not awaken as sole masters, they shall remain in a state of numb survival throughout their lives. In times of calamity, starvation is virtually inevitable. Even if they do not starve, debts to the nobility could take generations to repay. What is learned from books often feels superficial. Yi Tian smiled slightly. To live as Zhou Bao does is already a stroke of fortune. This is the holy city, the very heart of the Spirit Hall. My grandfather told me that in many places, not only are children unable to attend school, but those commoners cannot even afford to eat. Is that not a bit alarmist? Hulaina found it hard to believe. The profession of commoners is farming. How could farmers have no food? What a joke. Noticing Hulaina's incredulity, Yi Tian found it unsurprising. For her, training and upgrading were the primary focus of life, while governing the commoners was likely a secondary concern in her eyes. Suddenly, a certain understanding of the officials of the Spirit Hall emerged. Logically, the Spirit Hall has existed for a millennium. In comparison, during the same era, the Western medieval period of Blue Star witnessed a fierce struggle between the church and royal authority. The status of missionaries was esteemed, and martial virtue was abundant. Even the coronation of an emperor required the church's consent. In contrast, the Spirit Hall of Douluo Continent is merely a spirit master association. Chapter 53. Hulaina was astonished. Such a tall furnace? The operational mechanism and regulations of the Spirit Hall dictate that those with higher cultivation can attain promotion. Thus, governance is practically non-existent. Regardless of their administrative incompetence, even an illiterate individual can ascend to the status of an elder upon promotion. Yi Tian silently resolved that once he unified the continent, he would ensure a distinct separation between the concepts of spirit masters and officials. Spirit masters are spirit masters, and officials are officials. They must not be equated. Yi Tian extended his 10 fingers before Hulaina, stating, "I am uncertain of your arithmetic skills, but I can still perform addition and subtraction." Hulaina rolled her eyes at him, feeling somewhat insulted. Yi Tian nodded. "Since you can manage addition and subtraction, that is splendid. If you remain skeptical, I can elaborate on the tax revenue of the Fasnuo province. Firstly, the commoners in the noble territories do not own land. All land belongs to the nobility. This I know. The feudal lords benefit from their domains." Hulaina nodded, familiar with the feudal system. Even the lands governed by the Spirit Hall ultimately belong to the nobility, many of whom possess inherited spirit abilities. Yi Tian smiled slightly as the landowners, the nobles kindly lease land to commoners, allowing them to sustain themselves through labor. Given their benevolence, is it unreasonable for them to collect 50% of the harvest as rent? The empire provides military protection for the commoners, which necessitates funding. Is it excessive to impose a 10% tax for this purpose? Roads, rivers, and embankments are all vital for the livelihood of the people. Asking you to engage in unpaid labor to repair roads and build bridges during the off-season is not too much to ask, is it? However, constructing roads and embankments requires materials, which, though sourced from mountains and forests, do not belong to the unclaimed wilderness. They are owned by the noble lords. Roads facilitate the movement of commoners, and embankments protect them. It is unreasonable to expect the nobility to bear these costs alone. Thus, collecting an additional 10% for the maintenance of roads and embankments as a public fund is hardly excessive. Moreover, governing the commoners requires officials, and these officials cannot live on air. An extra 10% for their salaries is not unreasonable either. Additionally, spirit masters are invaluable talents, and nurturing talent requires gold spirit coins. These coins cannot materialize out of thin air. Therefore, collecting another 10% as subsidies for the spirit masters is hardly excessive. Is it? Stop. Hulaina interjected, covering her ears. If you continue, what will be left for the commoners to earn? They might as well starve. Indeed, Tian replied candidly. When natural disasters strike, commoners without any savings have no means of resistance. If the noble lords show compassion, the commoners may survive. But if the nobles refuse to spend, the commoners can only perish before them. Life is as trivial as grass. This is not merely a saying. Tian continued now. Sister Laina, do you understand the happiness of the Zhou family? To live by one's own efforts and still afford to send their children to school is indeed a tremendous fortune. Hulaina, possessing considerable insight, could not be guided solely by common reason. Extending from happiness to misfortune would provoke deeper contemplation in this saintly figure before him. Was this all told to you by your grandfather? Hulaina, lost in thought, suddenly raised her head and said earnestly, helping the commoners rid themselves of these vampires is what the spirit hall ought to do. Tian nodded with a smile, of course. It was my grandfather who enlightened me. It was no small feat to make Hulaina realize this point. However, Tian refrained from delving deeper, as excessive discourse could lead to misunderstandings or conflicts with the spirit hall's principles. The rights of the commoners should not be fought for by others. If someone can help you claim them, they can also take them back at any moment. Only what one seizes for oneself is everlasting. The following day, Hulaina woke Tian early. Get up. Uncle Zhou has finished burning charcoal and is ready to carry it to Craft Street for sale. We should go help him. Hulaina changed into a set of ordinary clothes and tossed another set to Tian. I bought this for you at the tailor shop on the street. Young lady, are you trying to experience life? Tian squinted at her, having assumed he could enjoy a good sleep after their lengthy discussion the night before. Didn't you teach that understanding the hardships of the common people is essential? Hulaina shot him a glance. Have you already forgotten what you said? Tian nodded. I see you have a high level of awareness. He promptly got out of bed. Zhou Bao needed to burn 2,000 pounds of charcoal daily, and Craft Street was not far from his residence. Though it was laborious, making the round trip 7 times a day was worthwhile for the earnings it brought. You don't need to help us, Zhou Bao said hurriedly upon seeing Tian and Hulaina approach to assist. I already feel embarrassed for accepting 2 gold spirit coins from you. I can't possibly let you work too. This is part of our project. Tian smiled at Hulaina. As a spirit master, I possess great strength and can carry 200 pounds. Hulaina ignored Tian's gaze and replied, Zhou Bao, given your stature, you only need to carry 100 pounds. Is it really that troublesome? Tian blinked and opened his storage space. Instantly, around 700 or 800 pounds of charcoal vanished from sight. Zhou Bao's eyes widened. Is this a storage soul guide? How convenient. Indeed, Hulaina said as she opened her storage ring, also storing 700 or 800 pounds of charcoal. Simultaneously, she brought forth a small shoulder pole and placed it on Tian's shoulder. 50 pounds, Hulaina stated flatly. Tian felt a sudden weight. Oh dear sister, you truly care for me. Hulaina smiled. If I don't care for you, who will? On the way, Zhou Bao, carrying the charcoal, asked, this storage ring must be quite valuable, right? If I had one, I could transport tens of thousands of pounds of charcoal in a day and surely become wealthy. Zhou Bao expressed his envy. Storage soul guides are indeed convenient. After a moment of contemplation, Hulaina replied, this ring was a gift from my teacher when I graduated from the junior academy. It is probably worth around 200,000 gold spirit coins. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bao fell silent. The courage to speak has waned. 200,000 gold soul coins, sufficient to purchase 10 streets. In a lifetime, one could scarcely earn such a sum. Naturally, these would be 10 streets in the upper district. Properties in the central area of Soul Master City command a considerable price. Nonetheless, 200,000 is enough to acquire a modestly sized, luxurious courtyard. After approximately an hour of walking, the trio arrived at Craft Street. Thanks to Yi Tian's investments, Craft Street was bustling with activity. Numerous merchants frequented the area, presumably to engage in business discussions. Do you see that high furnace? Just deliver the charcoal there. Zhou Bao pointed to the only towering structure in the vicinity. Such a tall furnace? Hulaina exclaimed in surprise as she followed his gaze. Zhou Bao explained, that is a smelting furnace for iron, recently crafted by the blacksmiths of Craft Street. It is said to be capable of refining 5,000 pounds of pig iron at a time. Pig iron? Hulaina paused, smiling as she replied, Uncle Zhou, are you mistaken? Pig iron requires extensive refinement to achieve. What that furnace produces should be raw iron. Such knowledge was not lost on Hulaina. Zubao Juka. I specifically inquired with the master blacksmith of Craft Street, a man, and indeed, this furnace produces pig iron. Hulaina's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As the saintess, she was acutely aware of the deficiencies faced by the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall had long been preparing for war and secrecy. Ironware was among their critical needs. Pig iron, without a doubt, is a strategic resource of utmost importance. At that moment, a robust man approached. Zhou Bao hastily stepped forward. President of Man, this is the charcoal delivered today. He gestured to the charcoal on his back, and then to Yi Tian and Hulaina behind him. We have a benefactor today. Where would you like the remaining charcoal to be placed in your storage soul guide? However, the sturdy man did not immediately respond to Zhou Bao. Instead, he stepped before Yi Tian. Young Master Yi, why have you personally come to deliver charcoal? Do you know each other? Hulaina inquired, puzzled. She rarely visited such places, and it surprised her to see Yi Tian here. Not only do we know each other, a man pointed towards the furnace, but the process for refining pig iron was taught by young Master Yi himself. A while back, Yi Tian specifically instructed that the techniques for smelting iron could be shared with other blacksmiths. Thus, a man did not withhold this information in response to Hulaina's question. Little Tian, you concealed this from your sister? Hulaina squinted at Yi Tian. You never asked. Yi Tian shrugged with a smile, setting down the shoulder pole he carried. Hulaina pulled Yi Tian aside and whispered, shouldn't such a technique for refining pig iron be presented to the Spirit Hall immediately? By allowing it to spread? Aren't you diminishing the technical advantage of the Spirit Hall? This method does not enhance the output of iron, but merely improves its quality. Yi Tian shook his head. His intention in disseminating the technique was not solely for the Spirit Hall, but to ensure a sufficient supply of pig iron for future weapon manufacturing. Therefore, the broader the dissemination of this knowledge, the better. You really lack experience, Hulaina remarked with exasperation. The durability of pig iron is several times that of raw iron. Armor made from pig iron offers defense that far surpasses that of raw iron. Moreover, in warfare, the benefits are not merely multiplicative. Pig iron allows for thinner and lighter armor, reducing the burden on soldiers and enabling the production of more armor from the same weight of iron. This is undeniably advantageous for the Spirit Hall. No, we must inform the teacher immediately. The significance of pig iron is far too great. The Spirit Hall's iron output is limited, and they spend substantial amounts annually importing steel from other regions. Given the recent financial strain on the Spirit Hall, adopting the high furnace method could save a considerable sum. After contemplating this, Hulaina resolved not to linger any longer. After assisting Zhou Bao with the charcoal delivery to the designated location, she took Yi Tian by the hand and headed toward the Papal Palace. After a few steps, she turned back to request a few samples of refined pig iron from a man. We shall go to the Papal Palace to inform the teacher of this method. Little Tian, you have done a tremendous service. Perhaps the teacher will take you as a disciple. Hulaina smiled softly. In the days spent with Yi Tian, she had not only rediscovered the purpose of the Spirit Hall, but had also come to a deeper understanding of Yi Tian. This young man before her was undoubtedly a talent worthy of cultivation by the Spirit Hall. As for whether her status would be affected if the teacher took Yi Tian as a disciple, Hulaina felt it was inconsequential. There were countless individuals in the world who could not even lead a life akin to Zhou Bao, the charcoal vendor. Being a disciple of Bibi Dong was already a stroke of fortune. Even if she could not become the Pope in the future, it mattered little. After all, if she did not ascend to that position, it would surely be Yi Tian who did. Yi Tian would not fall short of her. Having come to this realization, Hulaina found herself less resistant to the notion of Bibi Dong accepting Yi Tian as a disciple. The Spirit Hall was vast, and to speak grandly, Its future jurisdiction would encompass the two great empires of Tiando and Xinglaw. One person could hardly govern such an expanse. Sharing the burden with Yi Tian was a commendable option. I truly do not wish to become the Pope's disciple. Being a free person is quite wonderful, Yi Tian remarked. Shaking his head, he preferred to avoid entanglements with Bibi Dong. That is not for you to decide, Hulaina replied with a playful smile. The two arrived at the papal palace just in time to encounter the waiting Gue Mei at the entrance. Uncle Gue Mei, good afternoon. Hulaina greeted with a bright smile. Among the elders of the papal palace, Gue Mei and Yu Guan had accompanied Bibi Dong the longest. Hulaina shared a close relationship with both. Bibi Dong, often preoccupied with state affairs, relied on them to guide Hulaina in her training. Seeing Hulaina, Gue Mei was taken aback. Saintus, what brings you here? Your brother was frantic yesterday, nearly beside himself with worry. He thought you had gone to the Death Canyon ahead of schedule and left this morning. Hulaina stuck out her tongue playfully. I've been under so much pressure lately. I snuck away for a little fun. Are you planning to meet with the Pope? Gue Mei inquired, cautioning perhaps it would be wise to refrain, as the Pope is currently in a foul mood due to the betrayal from the Elder Hall. If she discovers that you did not follow the planned course to the Death Canyon, she is likely to reprimand you. Hulaina flashed a bright smile, exposing her pearly teeth. I have good news to share with the teacher. It will be fine. Seeing Hulaina's confidence, Gue Mei could only shake his head. It seemed only the Saintess enjoyed such privileges. The more she is reprimanded, the more affection the Emperor shows her. Very well, you may go. I shall wait here for Elder Yuan. Xiao Tian, let us depart, Hulaina urged, grasping Yi Tian's hand. This had become a habit, not due to anything else, but because Yi Tian often sneaks away. Bibi Dong was not in the main hall, but in the Imperial Study, one of her daytime offices. Inside the study, Bibi Dong wore a gloomy expression. That detestable Qian Daolu. Why does he always command the Elder Hall to oppose me? The four great kingdoms must not be allowed to reap the benefits from the Elder Hall. Otherwise, I shall never truly dominate the Spirit Hall. Knock, knock. A voice from outside called, Teacher, may Xiao Tian and I enter? Upon hearing Hulaina's voice, Bibi Dong's expression instantly returned to normal. Komein, Chapter 55. Reform and Strengthening. Where were you yesterday? Shouldn't you have gone to the Death Canyon with Xie and Yin today? An uncharacteristic anger lingered on Bibi Dong's youthful, pale face, her tone rather frigid. Hulaina felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this, stumbling over her words. Unable to respond, she certainly could not admit to having frolicked with Yi Tian. Such an admission would only exacerbate her guilt. I invited Sister Nana to see the Calabash brothers. Yi Tian took the blame upon himself as a form of repayment for Hulaina's invitation the day before. After all, she was not Bibi Dong's disciple, and Bibi Dong had no jurisdiction over him. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's anger diminished considerably. She hoped for a closer bond between these two prospective senior sisters and junior brother. This was something she had long yearned for, but never attained. Having once been drenched in rain, she wished to provide an umbrella for her disciples. Training is no trivial matter. Next time, consider your time carefully before agreeing to others. She said gently to Hulaina. The disciple will remember. Hulaina quickly lowered her head in acknowledgement, then turned to Yi Tian with a grateful expression. Bibi Dong, catching this moment, smiled knowingly but said nothing. Teacher, I have urgent matters to report, Hulaina stated as she retrieved a piece of refined iron from her storage soul guide and placed it before Bibi Dong. This is the refined iron produced by the high furnace constructed by Xiao Tian. Using a high furnace for iron smelting eliminates the need for repetitive hammering. The result is refined iron. Oh, Xiao Tian, you could smelt iron? Bibi Dong looked at Yi Tian with a hint of surprise. I learned for a while under my grandfather, Yi Tian replied. Bibi Dong nodded lightly, finding no cause for suspicion. Yi Jiangwo had accomplished remarkable feats during his tenure as a cardinal in the Fasnuo province, ensuring that the region never lacked iron implements. Bibi Dong took the iron block, channeling her soul power to press it. Instantly, 5 finger imprints appeared on the iron block. She nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was refined iron. Xiao Tian, can this method be widely promoted? This was Bibi Dong's utmost concern. If it could not be broadly applied, then such a technique would seem rather inconsequential. Yes, Yi Tian nodded. This method is known as high furnace iron smelting. He produced a sheet of paper and began to sketch for Bibi Dong. If this method could receive direct promotion from the Spear Hall, the dissemination effect would naturally be optimal. The furnace must be as tall as possible. The higher it is, the better the smelting effect. Additionally, the inner wall should be coated with limestone powder to absorb impurities from the iron, which is crucial for refining refined iron. Merely taking a glance allows one to learn this method, which is deceptively simple. Yet, often the simplest things are the most difficult for people to conceive. The blacksmith profession has existed for millennia, yet no one had thought of the high furnace smelting method until now. Bibi Dong nodded, expressing her approval to Yi Tian. The high furnace iron smelting method can indeed be promoted. This will significantly reduce the steel requirements for our spirit hall, allowing us to be self-sufficient without being constrained by the two major empires. Xiao Tian, you have made a great contribution to the spirit hall. Is there anything you desire? Bibi Dong smiled slightly. Although she suspected that this iron smelting method was likely a deliberate offering from Yi Jiangwo through his grandson, it did not prevent her from attributing the merit to Yi Tian. With this achievement, she could rightfully take Yi Tian as her disciple. Curious about what Yi Tian might want, she anticipated that he would express a desire to become her apprentice. After a moment of thought, Yi Tian looked up with earnest eyes and said, "Your Majesty, could you allow me to graduate directly from the Spirit Hall Academy?" To him, attending school was a sheer waste of time. He would rather expedite his graduation. Bibi Dong was taken aback, then smiled. "I cannot grant that request. This child truly is still too young." Yi Jiangwo had only one grandson, and it was likely that he was quite indulgent with him, perhaps a bit naive. Regarding the matter of apprenticeship, it would be best to discuss it with Yi Jiangwo. Bypassing Yi Tian's consent altogether, Bibi Dong thought. Bibi Dong worked efficiently, immediately summoning the officials responsible for smelting and instructing them to learn from Craftsmanship Street, and then promote it throughout the Spirit Hall's jurisdiction. Once this matter was settled, Bibi Dong had urgent business to discuss with Gui Mei and Yu Guan, prompting Yi Tian and Hulaina to exit the imperial study. Hulaina waved at Yi Tian. "Xiao Tian, you should head home first. I cannot escape my fate of going to the Death Canyon. I must hasten to find my brother." "All right, Sister Nana, good luck." "And goodbye," Yi Tian replied, his words sweet as honey. "I hope that when we next meet, you will still maintain your current disposition." "Certainly," Hulaina smiled. Inside the imperial study, Bibi Dong surveyed Gui Mei and Yu Guan. "Have you completed the investigation regarding the books?" Gui Mei stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, we have uncovered that the legend of Chu and Han originated from the Bailu bookstore. According to the bookstore owner, the manuscripts are typically delivered by an 8-year-old child from the Spirit Hall Academy. The intelligence network of the Spirit Hall is indeed formidable. Such widely circulated books are easily traced. The owner dared not resist against the Spirit Hall's overwhelming power and, without much interrogation, divulged the entire publication process of the legend of Chu and Han. Upon finishing, Gui Mei presented an image. This is a sketch based on the owner's description. I believe it resembles Yi Tian." Bibi Dong took the portrait, raising an eyebrow. This hairstyle, this facial structure, indeed bears a resemblance. However, Yi Tian is only 8 years old and cannot possibly have authored book. It must be Yi Jiangwo who is most deliberate. Thus, it can only be presumed that Yi Jiangwo is the true author. Yet, we lack conclusive evidence. Gui Mei lowered his head even further, producing another book titled Rebooting the Spirit Hall. This was discovered in a bookstore. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes as she took the book, flipping through its pages. When she reached the table of contents, her expression tightened. The contents read, Chapter 1, From Whence Comes Power. Chapter 3, The Decline of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong merely glanced at it, but grasped the philosophical essence within. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. It emphasizes the importance of the people. This notion strikingly resembled the views previously advocated by Yi Jiangwo. Could it be that this book was also penned by Yi Jiangwo under the pseudonym Confucius? Not quite, but it is likely that Yi Jiangwo had it published, the ghostly figure explained. "How can you be so certain?" Bibi Dong inquired, raising her gaze. "I have retrieved the original manuscript from the library of the Spirit Hall Academy." The ghostly figure produced a collection of books from his storage space and presented them before Bibi Dong, pointing to one among them. "This is the original, while the rest are records from contemporaneous authors, evidencing the existence of Confucius." Confucius? Such a figure in the history of my Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong expressed her skepticism before coming to terms with it. Historical figures are of little significance. What matters is the emergence of this book. The one who brought it forth undoubtedly intends to propagate his theories through this ancient text. This is what truly warrants investigation. What is Yi Jiangwo plotting? Bibi Dong inquired, lifting her head. At that moment, Yu Guan stepped forward and whispered, I suspect Elder Jiangwo is dissatisfied with the current policies of the Spirit Hall and seeks reform. Bibi Dong's brows furrowed. The term reform was all too familiar to her. For the Empire, reform signifies the re-establishment of laws, often met with fierce resistance from the nobility, even inciting rebellion. For the Spirit Hall, however, reform would mean altering its doctrines. Can doctrines be modified? How many families of soul masters reliant on the Spirit Hall would be offended? Such changes could render the very regime of the Spirit Hall unstable. Moreover, the Elder Hall would not remain passive. Bibi Dong deemed Yi Jiangwo's intentions nothing short of madness. Announce, Yi Jiangwo is to be received. Bibi Dong closed her eyes, speaking coldly. Chapter 56. Yi Jiangwo meets Bibi Dong. Yi Tian did not leave the Pope's hall, but instead proceeded to his grandfather's office. Upon entering, he found Yi Jiangwo engaged in administrative duties, with a subordinate reporting to him. In recent days, the seventh elder has sent numerous inquiries regarding the second elder, likely concerning the floating merchant association's affairs. However, the second elder has been unavailable. As this was said, the door swung open, and the subordinate stared at Yi Tian in astonishment, falling silent. Yi Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. We shall discuss the remaining matters tomorrow. You may leave for now. Yes. After the subordinate exited, Yi Jiangwo relaxed his expression. You did not return home yesterday. Where did you go? Yi Tian recounted his previous day's activities, explaining how he had spent the night at a merchant's residence with Hulaina. Yi Jiangwo stroked his beard, a kind smile on his face as he remarked, My boy, you've taken to instructing the saintess now. She is the Pope's treasured one, closer than a daughter. Letting her gain some experience is not a bad thing. Yi Tian shrugged. The books you penned have piqued the Pope's interest. He dispatched the ghostly figure to investigate. Yi Jiangwo suddenly stated. When did this happen? Yi Tian was surprised by the promptness of the discovery. About a week ago. Results should emerge soon. The book's circulation is vast, and the bookstore owner is merely an ordinary citizen. An investigation will yield results swiftly. What do you intend to do? Yi Jiangwo asked for Yi Tian's opinion. Yi Jiangwo was only aware of his grandson's publication, but had not paid much attention to it. Deny it. What else can I do? Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. It would merely be classified as a prohibited book. I shan't end up in prison. Yi Jiangwo shook his head. If you deny it, the book will undoubtedly be banned. All your efforts would be in vain. Yi Tian raised his head. Grandfather, are you suggesting? Yi Jiangwo nodded. I have decided to confess to His Holiness that I am the one who published these books. With my protection, I can at least ensure their legality. In that case, you will undoubtedly become a target for the two great empires, Yi Tian remarked with exasperation. After all, the primary targets of the book would be the nobility. Yi Jiangwo chuckled heartily. Little Tian, why have you turned timid again? Your grandfather has once more taken the blame for you. Yi Tian seek it lightly. At least it grants you some notoriety. Yi Jiangwo smiled. With these books, I shall surely leave my name in history. Observing his grandfather's resolution, Yi Tian ceased further persuasion. Theory serves as the foundation for practice. If rebooting the Spirit Hall incites a monumental discourse across the continent, it would facilitate their future uprising significantly. One cannot place all hopes in a single endeavor. While it is indeed favorable for grandfather to ascend to the position of Grand Elder, alternative plans must be devised should that not come to fruition. Elder Jiangwo, His Holiness summons you. At that moment, a knight from the Pope's hall knocked on the door. What does His Holiness require of me? Yi Jiangwo inquired with a smile. The knight, not daring to offend such a high-ranking official, relayed the message. It is likely regarding the prohibited books. Yi Jiangwo chuckled, stroking his beard as he dismissed the knight, closed the door, and returned to Yi Tian. See how efficiently His Holiness operates? I shall go at once. Little Tian, do you have any reminders for me? Yi Tian paced thoughtfully. In a short span, the theories within the book would be difficult to convey entirely to his grandfather. However, the key points could be clearly articulated. Grandfather, this book argues that seizing the world relies on the populous commoners. Thus, their benefits must also be shared among the largest number of them. Ye Jiangwu nodded, citriding forth. In the Pope's hall, the imperial study. Ye Jiangwu approached. The knight guarding the imperial study immediately called out, Your Holiness, Yi Jiangwo seeks audience. Enter, came Bibidong's voice from within. The knight pushed the door open, and Yi Jiangwo stepped inside, catching sight of the ghostly figure and Yu Guan silently positioned to the left of the desk. Bibidong spoke, gesturing towards the books on the table. Elder Jiangwo, do you not intend to explain anything to me? Surprised, Yi Jiangwo's gaunt, aged face bore a slight smile. To be appreciated by your holiness is indeed my good fortune. Nearby, the ghostly figure and Yu Guan exchanged glances. Elder Jiangwo's composure is truly formidable. The tone of inquiry from her holiness was evident, yet Yi Jiangwo responded with feigned ignorance, maintaining his calm demeanor. Bibidong, however, was undeterred in her questioning. The content of this book will impact the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the two great empires. Elder Jiangwo, do you not wish to provide an explanation? This was stated rather explicitly. If Yi Jiangwo continued to feign ignorance, it would become indefensible. The relationship between Yu Guan and Yi Jiangwo is amicable, prompting a gentle reminder. Elder Jiangwo, the satire of the nobility in your book is rather harsh. The nobility is fundamental to governance. Even if the Spirit Hall unifies the continent in the future, cooperation with these nobles will be inevitable. One must not dismiss them outright. Yi Jiangwo bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance. Your words awaken one from a dream. I shall procure all the copies of the book at once. Do you harbor grievances against me, Your Holiness? Bibidong raised an eyebrow. Not at all, Yi Jiangwo replied. Bibidong was both amused and exasperated by Yi Jiangwo's sudden shift in demeanor. Elder Jiangwo, while the ideological contention is not my concern, the book rebooting the Spirit Hall is undeniably aggressive. The legend of Chu and Han also incites tensions between the commoners and the Empire. Although you published it anonymously, once it circulates among the two great empires, the repercussions will inevitably fall upon our Spirit Hall. The continent enjoys peace now, and I do not wish for the Spirit Hall to become a target. Do you understand? Yi Jiangwo bowed again, stating the Spirit Hall will eventually take this step. The two great empires are currently in decline. They will not instigate war, but the blame for any conflict will still rest on the Spirit Hall. However, if we act as written in this book, if the Spirit Hall were to wage war for the commoners, we would stand on the side of justice. Yi Jiangwo's words resonated with conviction. Since Bibidong asked him to weigh the pros and cons, he clarified the facts for her. Bibidong remained silent, smiling faintly as she turned to Yu Guan. Elder Yu, what is your perspective? Yu Guan responded, in your position, you must manage your affairs. Elder Jiangwo has likely spent too long at the grassroots level, accustomed to the hardships of the common people, leading him to favor their welfare in his actions. But, Elder Jiangwo, the continent ultimately belongs to the nobility and spirit masters. Most commoners cannot even read. What can they accomplish? It is only the nobility that can lead them, organize production, and respond to disasters. Furthermore, the continent is no longer what it was a millennium or even a century ago. Our Spirit Hall has been awakening commoner spirit souls for over 100 years. The number of spirit masters has surged, and they have become an undeniable force. To be blunt, while the Spirit Hall claims to serve the commoners, it actually serves the spirit masters. Spirit masters are the core of the Spirit Hall's strength. Without them, we are nothing. We must not forsake our advantages. Regardless of external propaganda, our essence will always be for the spirit masters. I have finished speaking, Yu Guan concluded. Bibidong still refrained from commenting and turned her attention to Gui Mei. Elder Gui Mei, what is your opinion? After a moment of reflection, Gui Mei replied, I have rebooting the Spirit Hall in its entirety. Though it contains many chapters, its essence is singular. All themes revolve around the distribution of interests. The imperial regime allocates benefits to the nobility, who in turn distribute their own benefits to the lesser nobility, thus forming a stable pyramid. This is the secret to the empire's enduring legacy. Gui Mei, having attained the rank of title Douluo, possesses profound understanding due to years of experience in his position. He continued, the book narrates the history of the Spirit Hall's revival. Why was the Spirit Hall able to flourish? Naturally, it was due to the nobility's neglect of the commoners' development. Those with talent hidden among the commoners were unable to awaken their spirit souls and remained bound to the land as farmers. While these gifted commoners could not awaken as spirit masters, their talents would be inherited by future generations. After centuries of accumulation, the number of commoners with the potential to become spirit masters increased significantly. The Spirit Hall seized this opportunity to help commoners awaken their spirit souls and guide their cultivation, thereby achieving revival. However, today, commoners are just commoners, and spirit masters are just spirit masters. From the moment they turn 6, their destinies are already set. Gui Mei then looked at Yi Jiangwo. Elder Jiangwo, you seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. We do not divide the Spirit Hall's benefits among commoner spirit masters, but rather allocate them to those commoners who will never become spirit masters. Do you believe the Spirit Hall can continue to grow strong in such a manner? Absolutely not. The resources are finite. We cannot equally distribute them among all commoners. We can only allocate them to the elites among them. Bibi Dong nodded lightly. Both of your analyses are astute. She turned her gaze to Yi Jiangwo, stating, though I have not rebooting the Spirit Hall or the legend of Chu and Han, I understand that the power of the Empire cannot be shaken by ordinary commoners. Hui Mei, you are responsible for intelligence. Tell us about the recent uprising in the Tian Empire. Gui Mei bowed. Your Holiness, in just over a month, heir has swept through several cities, gathering a following of over 100,000. The Tian Empire has mobilized 2 elite legions, led by General Galong, to pursue and intercept heir. The uprising will soon be crushed, with over 10,000 executed and the majority dispersing. Heir is left with only a few dozen followers, fleeing to the mountains. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong smiled faintly at Yi Jiangwo. Without the strength of spirit masters, these commoners are but fleeting waves in the ocean, extinguished in an instant, incapable of overturning the Empire's rule. What does it matter how many commoners there are? I recall that a legion in the Tian Empire comprises only 6 or 7,000 soldiers. 2 legions barely number over 10,000, yet they pursue over 100,000. Commoners are weak. We may pity their struggles, but we must not place our hopes upon them. If the Spirit Hall wishes to unify the continent, it must rely on spirit masters. Bibi Dong seldom reveals her views to outsiders, yet she holds Yi Jiangwo in high regard. She hopes he can become her right-hand man. In her eyes, Yi Jiangwo's perspective is indeed skewed. The Spirit Hall exists for spirit masters, not for commoners. The reason for promoting this narrative is merely because spirit masters may emerge from the ranks of commoners. Do the 2 great empires not likewise propagate their narratives for their subjects? Yet, we did not observe a decrease in casualties during the recent famine. I cannot agree with the views expressed by the 3 of you. Yi Jiangwo, however, bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong, stating, the great heroes act for the country and the people. Across the continent, how many nobles are there? Barely 1 in 100. And how many spirit masters? Fewer than 1 in 1,000. The majority are commoners. The divine merely closed the path for them to become spirit masters, not to render them slaves. Forever bound to the land. They too deserve hope. I see hope in heir's uprising. Who is heir? Merely a second-ring spirit master. Yet with a mere wave of his arm, he could rally over 100,000 souls. This indicates that the suffering under the Empire's rule has persisted for far too long. The common folk have reached a point of desperation. The failure of heir can be attributed to his youth and inexperience. In contrast, our Spirit Hall is a venerable organization with a rich heritage spanning millennia, complete with refined systems and a plethora of talented individuals. If we choose to guide them, the fall of the Empire would merely be a matter of moments. Yu Guan shook his head, letting out a gentle sigh. No matter how numerous the commoners are, they cannot withstand the elite knights formed by the nobility. And even if the elite knights were to multiply, they would still be unable to resist our Spirit Master Legion. Regardless of their numbers, a legion composed of spirit masters cannot be thwarted by the fleeting efforts of titled Douluos. Brother Jiangwo, I understand your humble origins compel you to prioritize the commoners. But do we not share the same roots? His Majesty's lineage is well known. Gui Mei hails from a commoner's home in Xinghua City, while my father was a bandit. He resorted to robbery out of desperation, but was eventually captured by the officials of the Heaven Do Empire, executed, and displayed on the city walls. Commoners are but ants. Only the spirit masters possess the power to defeat the 2 great empires. Brother Jiangwo, you ought to visit our Spirit Hall's new military training camp. The army there is entirely composed of spirit masters. Not only could they vanquish the elite legions of heir, but even the royal guards of the 2 empires would pale in comparison before our Spirit Master Legion. Thus, the wealth and status of our Spirit Hall must be prioritized for the benefit of the spirit masters. Without forming a Spirit Master Legion, What use is there in training an army of 10 or 20,000 commoners? I fear that a single charge from the elite cavalry of the two empires would scatter such an army. Yi Jiangwo shook his head. How many titled Douluos can there be? If the heir retreats into the deep mountains, what use would it be for the Heaven Do Empire to dispatch 10 legions? Even sending 10 titled Douluos to search would be futile. The heir is hidden in the remote forests. The limited spiritual perception of a titled Douluo pales in comparison to military radar of future generations. The advanced weaponry of the Eagle Sauce Nation faltered before the imperial graveyard of Afghanistan. Once the spark of rebellion is ignited, it cannot be extinguished. The heir alone can gather 100,000 followers. Now, however, he is not alone. He has dozens of supporters. Should he emerge again, it would not be a mere 100,000, but 1,000,000. Enough, Bibi Dong interjected, raising an eyebrow. She had initially intended to offer Yi Jiangwo an opportunity, but his unwavering belief in his own ideals displeased her greatly. She preferred those who could be controlled. Nevertheless, she was willing to extend a chance to a talent like Yi Jiangwo. Elder Jiangwo, please take your leave for now. We shall deliberate on this matter at a later time. Chapter 58. The last in rank deserves expulsion. The discussions in the imperial study were notably loud. The Pope's palace was not impenetrable. Numerous spies from the Elder Hall were embedded within. That night, the quarrels from the imperial study were presented before the 7 offerings of the demon-slaying Douluo. The demon-slaying Douluo scoffed. This Yi Jiangwo has only been an elder for a few days and already exhibits such arrogance. He dares to offend Bibi Dong for the sake of those commoners. Across from the demon-slaying Douluo sat the 1,000 Jin Douluo, frowning. He picked up a report from the table, perused it, and then fixed his gaze on his brother. Did not the second offering state that this matter should be left in the past? The second offering tasked you with going to the Bala Kingdom to seize power there. It has been 2 weeks, and you still dawdle. Do you not regard the second offering's words as orders? The 1,000 Jin Douluo was not inquiring about the affairs of the Floating Merchant Association, but rather warning his brother to keep his distance from Spirit City. Their elder brother. The second offering of the Elder Hall was not to be trifled with. While they were sworn brothers, it was well known that when power is at stake, even the closest of friends must tread carefully. The demon-slaying Douluo's face hardened as he pointed at himself. You want me to take office? Brother, spare me your concern. That Yi Jiangwo leaked information about the Floating Merchant Association, forcing me to personally discipline my own disciple, Chun-Li. In his rage, the demon-slaying Douluo slammed his palm on the table, his anger palpable. Where shall I put my face? Brother, I am your own flesh and blood. You cannot stand by and watch my reputation be trampled upon. Yi Jiangwo must pay the price. Otherwise, I will not go to Balak. The 1,000 Jin Douluo's expression fluctuated. His brother was being foolish, yet Yi Jiangwo was no saint either. How dare he provoke the two of them? A tiger does not roar and is mistaken for a sickly cat. When they became titled Douluos, Yi Jiangwo was still a mere child. My dear brother, will you not extend a helping hand to your brother? The demon-slaying Douluo's face twisted in anger, flames of rage igniting within him. This time, you were in the wrong first, but I will assist you just this once. The 1,000 Jin Douluo closed his eyes and spoke softly. That scoundrel Yi Jiangwo scored the lowest in the final examination. According to the Academy's regulations, a score below 40 will result in expulsion. A score of 40 out of 150 is indeed quite low. One would need to answer at least a few questions correctly to avoid such a score. Upon hearing this, the demon-slaying Douluo rejoiced. Yi Jiangwo, so clever, yet he has such a foolish grandson. He prides himself on being upright. I shall have Ling Yuan expel his grandson. Let's see what he has to say. Yi Tian was a favored disciple of Bibi Dong. The 1,000 Jin Douluo kept his eyes closed and remarked, a mere reprimand to reclaim some face is sufficient. Do not go overboard. The demon-slaying Douluo, delighted to have found leverage against Yi Jiangwo, paid no heed to his brother's counsel, consumed by his wrath. Yi Jiangwo, do you not dote on your grandson? I shall ensure your grandson cannot attend the Spirit Hall Academy. Meanwhile, the demon-slaying Douluo did not forget to respond to his elder brother. Rest assured, brother, I am well aware of the limits. At the Yi residence, Yi Tian hurried to open the living room door upon seeing his grandfather return. How did it go, grandfather? What did His Holiness the Pope say? Yi Tian inquired, referring to the potential publication of theoretical books. With his grandfather taking the responsibility, Bibi Dong would likely turn a blind eye. However, Yi Tian did not anticipate his grandfather shaking his head. Yi Jiangwo's aged gaze fell upon him, and he sighed heavily. His Holiness, the Pope's disapproval of this matter exceeds our expectations. The Pope does not wish to reveal the ambitions of the Spirit Hall prematurely, even though these ambitions are already well known. There is a vast difference between being known and being explicitly stated. Therefore, both rebooting the Spirit Hall and the legend of Chu and Han may never see publication again. It matters not. It merely prevents the people of Spirit City from gaining knowledge of them. There will always be areas untouched by the influence of the Spirit Hall. Yi Tian spoke with an air of indifference. This incident has revealed that the Spirit Hall is quite similar to the two great empires. With a legacy spanning a millennium, it has long entered a period of decline, preferring to remain within its comfortable confines, reluctant to venture beyond. His greatest hope was for the Spirit Hall to assist in disseminating information, yet it now seems he has been somewhat naive regarding Bai Dong and the Spirit Hall. There is only betrayal of class interests, not of class itself. Bai Dong is no longer the soul master who rose from the common folk. She may have once been a common soul master, but she is no longer one. The position dictates the mindset. Perhaps this is for the best. When the time comes to overthrow the Spirit Hall, Yi Tian's psychological burden will be lighter. Be careful, Yi Jiangwa said, his aged eyes filled with concern as he gazed at Yi Tian. After today, these theories will be irrevocably linked to me. Little Tian, as my grandson, you will likely face a certain degree of targeting. Henceforth, try to avoid going out alone. I will assign some trusted guards to accompany you. Yi Tian nodded in agreement without protest. The body is the foundation of revolution. It must be cherished. The following day, within the Pope's palace, Bai Dong was attending to state affairs when Gui Mei rushed in. Your Majesty, trouble has arisen. Someone has leaked the final exam results from the Spirit Hall Academy, and they are now all over the streets. At her desk, Bai Dong massaged her temples. Hearing Gui Mei's anxious words, she lifted her gaze with a hint of indifference. It is merely a report card. What is the significance? You're responsible for intelligence work. Investigate it further. Such trivial matters do not require my attention. Gui Mei stepped closer, speaking in hushed tones. Your Majesty, please look. This is far from trivial. Bai Dong, intrigued, took the report card. Quickly, she discerned a peculiarity. The report only contained written exam scores, notably listing expelled students, a customary practice at the Spirit Hall Academy to encourage competition among students. Bai Dong had initially supported this regulation. However, the report card was indeed strange. The last-ranked student was not listed for expulsion. Bai Dong glanced at the name and immediately understood. Did Yi Tian truly score last? She inquired. Yes, Gui Mei replied, albeit with some difficulty. Yet, he achieved first place in combat results. Your Majesty, as you know, the Spirit Hall Academy selects talent without constraint, although the regulations state that failing the written exam results in expulsion. It is clear that talent is not bound by such rules. Bai Dong offered no commentary on Gui Mei's explanation, but merely inquired, have you determined who disseminated this information? Gui Mei responded, we apprehended some idle individuals. They are illiterate and were manipulated by someone with ulterior motives. However, I have unearthed some clues. These individuals all hail from the Western District, and their leader has familial ties to the 7th Elder Steward. So, it is the 7th Elder. Bai Dong mused, reclining slightly on her throne. Such matters need not be deeply investigated. A modicum of thought reveals the answer. Yi Jiangwa had just secured the 7th Elder's disciple, and shortly thereafter, it was revealed that his grandson had scored last in the written exam, yet was not expelled. The director of the Spirit Hall Academy, Ling Yuan, awaits outside, likely wishing for your intervention in this matter, Gui Mei added. Let her enter, be begone commanded. Her gaze sharpening. Chapter 59, Desperation. Expulsion is inevitable. Ling Yuan, who was of similar age to Bai Dong, had once been her classmate at the Spirit Hall Academy. After graduating, Ling Yuan joined the Elder Hall, and as Bai Dong ascended to the papacy, a rift gradually emerged between the Pope's palace and the Elder Hall. Their relationship had diminished to mere camaraderie. Moments later, Ling Yuan entered the hall and stood before Bai Dong. I pay my respects to your Majesty, she began. Before reporting, that grandson of Yi Jiangwa, having failed his final examination, should rightfully be expelled, yet his exceptional talent compels me to consult with your Majesty. Bai Dong's gaze bore into Ling Yuan. Did you come of your own accord, or were you sent by another? Ling Yuan raised her eyes to meet Bai Bai Dong's. Upon encountering the depths of Bai Bai Dong's violet gaze, she felt a chill run down her spine. It was the seventh elder who instructed me to inquire, Ling Yuan admitted, unwilling to conceal the truth. In conflicts between divine beings, mortals suffer. Though she had aligned with the Elder Hall, she understood the necessity of self-preservation. The Pope before her was not to be offended. Otherwise, she might find herself unaware of her own demise. Gue Mei, keenly perceptive, grasped the implications of Ling Yuan's words. The seventh elder evidently aimed to shift the blame onto the Pope. By appointing Yi Jianghua, the Pope intended to rectify governance. Now, however, Yi Jianghua's grandson had failed, yet was not expelled. Whose face was being slapped? Clearly, it was the faces of Yi Jianghua and the Pope. Should Yi Tian remain unexpelled, what would become of the rectification of governance? An empty promise. Yet, if Yi Tian were expelled, it would undoubtedly drive a wedge between Yi Jianghua and the Pope. Gue Mei was averse to witnessing such a scenario unfold. The Pope's palace had only just gained a title de law. It would be a grave loss if such a figure were to be pushed toward the Elder Hall. Gue Mei spoke, Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall Academy prioritizes strength, and there are numerous precedents. Yi Tian, having never attended school before, failing the written exam is somewhat understandable. At this point, Bai Bai Dong interrupted, proceed according to the regulations. There is no need to consult this Pope. Ignoring Gue Mei's words, Bai Bai Dong turned her attention to Ling Yuan, stating coolly. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her. Stifling her breath as she mustered the courage to respond respectfully, I understand. Internally, she was profoundly shocked. The Pope appeared poised to absorb the seventh elder's attack. With this rift in place, reconciliation between the Pope and the seventh elder seemed impossible. After Ling Yuan departed, a resounding crash echoed through the Pope's palace. The table before Bai Bai Dong shattered into splinters. This spectacle sent shivers down Gue Mei's spine. The seventh elder was openly opposing me. Very well, very well. Bibi Dong's chest heaved with emotion. For years, she had endured oppression from the Elder Hall, led by Qian Daolu. How could she not harbor resentment? Her gaze darkened with palpable fury, her fingers creaking as they clenched. Gue Mei dared not meet Bai Bai Dong's gaze and tentatively asked, Your Majesty, regarding Elder Jianghua. The seventh elder is openly targeting Yi Jianghua. In principle, His Holiness, as the head of the papal court, ought to express his stance, at the very least to prevent his subordinates from feeling disheartened. Let that Yi Jianghua handle things on his own. Bibi Dong remarked coolly. The books from yesterday indicate that this Yi Jianghua possesses his own ideals. If my command conflicts with his principles, he is unlikely to comply. Such a person is ripe for a lesson. The subordinate understood. Upon hearing this, Gue Mei could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy, akin to a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Simultaneously, another voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that His Holiness must consider the larger picture, accommodating various aspects. It would be unreasonable to alter one's principle for the sake of Yi Jianghua alone. Alas, for those of us in subordinate roles, it suffices to focus on our own duties without overthinking the rest. At the Yi residence, Yi Jianghua placed the report card he had obtained from the street in front of Yi Tian. Stroking his beard, he said, It seems that the 7 offerings are quite incensed due to the Floating Merchant Association incident. I anticipated retaliation would follow, but I did not expect it to target your performance so swiftly, Xiao Tian. His Holiness has also sent word for me to handle this myself. Coincidentally, I have no desire to attend that wretched academy of the Spear Hall. Yi Tian, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, crunched on a sweet melon. He was somewhat astonished that the gossip had reached him, but he remained indifferent. He had long lost interest in schooling. Being expelled would be a most gratifying outcome. This melon is truly sweet. Where did you procure it? Yi Tian inquired while munching, acknowledging the benefits of being the grandson of a title de law. He could enjoy the continent's rare fruits that others relished, and even those that others could not access. Ah, you. Yi Jianghua chuckled at his grandson's carefree disposition. He then stroked his beard, continuing, While that may be so, if you do not attend the Spirit Hall Academy, your future entrance into the Spirit Hall will lack many avenues. You will not be able to enter the core like Hulaina. Ye Diangu sat opposite Yi Tian. Contemplating his grandson's future, Yi Tian chuckled softly. Grandfather, what are you thinking? At my current cultivation pace, It will take at least 20 years to become a titled Douluo and enter the Spirit Hall's core. 20 years. By then, the existence of the Spirit Hall itself is uncertain. We must seize the moment. Yi Jiangwo nodded in agreement, having momentarily overlooked this point. War would inevitably come. It was only a matter of time. He looked at Yi Tian and asked, "So, Xiao Tian, are you resolute in your decision to leave the Spirit Hall?" "It is not leaving, but rather being expelled," Yi Tian corrected while continuing to nibble on the melon. He then smiled. "I find this reputation quite appealing. A genius expelled from the Spirit Hall for provoking the upper echelons has a compelling narrative that resonates with many aspiring individuals." Setting down the melon rind, he stood up, unusually serious, and stated, "I have given this considerable thought. With you alone at the Spirit Hall's core, I should not linger there. At my young age, remaining in Spirit City serves little purpose. Being overly clever may invite suspicion from others." Yi Jiangwo was astonished. "Xiao Tian, are you truly considering leaving Spirit City? What if you encounter danger?" Yi Tian laughed lightly. "Grandfather, did you not face numerous dangers when you came to Douluo? If I were to perish, it would simply be my fate. One cannot place all hopes upon a single individual. Grandfather, I have made my decision. I intend to follow the example of the heir from the Tian militia and put my theories into practice. If he, a newly initiated 2-ring soul master, can survive, then I, nearing 3 rings, have no reason to fear." "No," Yi Jiangwo shook his head. "I remain concerned for you. You cannot go alone." Yi Tian approached his grandfather and patted his shoulder. "Grandfather, you cannot simply watch over me forever, can you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Jiangwo sighed, his wrinkled face etched with worry. "Indeed, Xiao Tian, you are no longer a child, and I should respect your wishes." Chapter 60. Arrangements before departure. "I recommend you head to the Fastener Province," Yi Jiangwo said. He had served as the chief official there for many years. Each city had its own informants and loyal officials, making it a solid base for the two of them. The safety factor is considerably higher than in other places. Yi Tian shook his head. "The Fastener Province is already our stronghold. With you there, a mere call can rally thousands of followers. My departure from Spirit City has 2 intentions. First, to continue spreading the ideology of the common people. Second, to accumulate technology in preparation for mobilization. Soul master cultivation can only strengthen an individual, while technology can be disseminated widely. This is the key for us to unify the continent. I plan to first travel to the Ballot Kingdom, where the conflicts between the Spirit Hall, royal factions, and imperial powers are most intense. It is also a hub for trade. I will gather my initial resources there and ignite the weapon technology tree. Additionally, I wish to enhance my management skills. Whether leading troops or governing vast territories, one cannot rely solely on brute force or the diligence of subordinates." Yi Tian, unlikely heir, possessed a wealth of historical knowledge from Blue Star. Steady development is key. Build high walls, amass grain, and take your time to claim the throne. The first to act often meets a grim fate. "You think more comprehensively than I do," Yi Jiangwo nodded. He retrieved a brocade pouch from his robes. "This is a refining pill I exchanged, originally meant for you upon your ascension to Soul Ancestor. However, it is better to give it to you now. Consume one with each soul ring you attain. Furthermore, remember to keep a low profile and never let others know you are the grandson of an elder from the Spirit Hall." He then produced a spatial soul guide ring. "Over the years, I have saved a considerable sum, approximately 50,000 gold soul coins. I have little use for it here in Spirit City, so take it with you." Yi Tian solemnly accepted his grandfather's gift. "I will remember this. When traveling, money is indispensable. With your accumulation, I need not start from scratch again, which would only waste time. Though the title of Elder's grandson is advantageous in Spirit City, outside, it resembles a bounty on my head, attracting numerous adversities. I will not recklessly exploit your reputation, for that would only invite trouble. And what shall I say to His Holiness?" Yi Jiangwo raised his head. He already had a strategy in mind, but wished to hear his grandson's thoughts. "Grandfather, you can utilize this opportunity to further solidify your reputation for integrity. This is crucial for your advancement within the Spirit Hall." Grandfather feigned astonishment at the news, and the old man took note of it. Yi Jiangwo's aged gaze was heavy. The thought of his grandson departing filled him with a sense of reluctance. "Do not forget to write to me often," Yi Jiangwo reminded him. "Address your letters not to Wuhuan City, but to the Wuhuan branch in Kellen City, Fasnuo Province. Subo, the branch master there, is my confidant and can be considered my semi-apprentice. worthy of trust. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian nodded earnestly. He possessed little in Wuhuan City and had nothing substantial to take with him, save for the Qinglong vine he needed to press daily. Thus, he departed from a Yi residence under the cover of night. Instead of heading towards the outskirts of the city, he made his way to the upper district, to Craftsmanship Street. He knocked on the door of a man's courtyard. "Who is it?" A voice called from within. It was late, and the weary man had not yet retired for the night. Upon opening the door and seeing Yi Tian, he exclaimed, "Ah, it is young Master Yi. Please, come in quickly." Yi Tian smiled and entered without hesitation. A man's wife, cradling their child, quietly brought forth some cherished candies from their home. A man inquired, "Young Master Yi, your late-night visit must pertain to some important matter you wish to entrust to me?" A man held Yi Tian in high regard, not only because Yi Tian had assisted in dismantling the Floating Merchant Association, but also for how he had revolutionized the steel forging methods with just a few words. If the blacksmithing industry were to be likened to the realm of soul masters, then Yi Tian's improvements would surely place him on par with a limit Douluo. A man believed that a talent like Yi Tian was destined for greatness. Yi Tian chuckled softly. "I have come to bid farewell. For the coming years, I will likely be unable to return to Wuhuan City, and I entrust the iron forging business here to you." Initially, Yi Tian had intended to establish a weapon research institute in Wuhuan City, but it now seemed an unattainable dream. However, with 5,000 gold soul coins and the royalties from Gore Brothers, he believed he could sustain the livelihoods of these blacksmiths, allowing them to continue utilizing the blast furnace for iron production. The forged iron should be stored for future needs. "You are leaving Wuhuan City, young master? Are you not a student of the Wuhuan Palace Academy? School begins in September," a man remarked, astonished. Yi Tian replied with a light laugh. "I was expelled for failing my grades, and I intend to venture out into the world." A man hesitated. "Might I accompany you, young master?" He bit his lip, raising his voice slightly. A man was an ambitious man, unwilling to remain confined to this small territory. Even an ordinary soul master could bully the blacksmiths of Craftsmanship Street. He understood that Yi Tian, with his extraordinary background and status as a soul master, would not fall short of success. This was perhaps a pivotal moment in his life, a decision that could alter his destiny. Yet a man was resolute, trusting his instincts. Yi Tian did not refuse. He was a man of great ambition and could not afford to be without a trusted aide. "You may bring your wife along. It seems I will be away for several years," he said. A man's face brightened with gratitude. Although he wished to follow Yi Tian, he did not want to be separated from his wife. Yi Tian's permission to bring them both was, therefore, most welcome. The baby had already fallen asleep, and a man instructed his wife to pack their belongings. Yi Tian continued, "If you follow me, the iron forging in Wuhuan City must not cease. Do you have anyone in mind to oversee this?" A man pondered for a moment. "There are only a few reputable blacksmiths in Craftsmanship Street. Old Huang is too frail for the task. I recommend a Koan. He is the best blacksmith we have." A Koan, known as Zhao Koan, hailed from a family of blacksmiths in Gongxin City. His ancestors had settled in Wuhuan City to escape the ravages of war, renowned for crafting exquisite steel swords with sharp blades. However, as soul masters from the Wuhuan Palace surged in numbers, blacksmithing fell into decline. Though Zhao Kuan inherited the family's sword-making techniques, he was left to revel in outdated skills. 15 minutes later, a man brought Zhao Kuan and Old Huang to his home. A man revealed a large chest filled with glittering gold soul coins. "As I mentioned on the way, young Master Yi is departing Wuhuan City, and I will accompany him. The business of forging refined iron cannot be halted. The remainder of the 4,000 gold soul coins is here. These coins will be entrusted to you, a Koan. Do not let young Master Yi down." A Koan appeared slender and seemed uncharacteristic of a blacksmith. He was not particularly talkative, but bowed solemnly to Yi Tian. "You have shown kindness to Craftsmanship Street. I shall heed President a man's instructions." "Very well, Old Huang. You shall assume the role of president. Your esteemed reputation will surely command respect." Old Huang chuckled, revealing his teeth. "I initially recommended you for the presidency to avoid responsibilities. Who would have thought it would circle back to me?" He waved dismissively. "Ah, man, you are still young. You should accompany young Master Yi and seek your fortune. I, on the other hand, am too old for such ventures and will remain here as a guardian." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Tian and a man prepared to leave. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and approached Zhao Kuan and Old Huang. The Wuhuan Palace will soon prohibit private steel production, but iron forging will not be banned. Should you exhaust these 4,000 gold soul coins, there will be no need to continue forging. Do not let greed lead you into smuggling. It would only harm craftsmanship street. Old Huang's spirit lifted as he chuckled ruefully. We blacksmiths have no support. Even if we wished, we lack the courage. Young master, you need not worry. We will only take our wages for forging refined iron, and all the iron produced will be stored, awaiting your return. Old Huang, wise in age, assumed Yi Tian was merely cautioning him. Thus, he made his stance clear. Yi Tian, however, had no such intentions. A few thousand gold soul coins were trivial to him. His concern lay in the lives of the blacksmiths. Since old Huang had given his assurance, Yi Tian chose not to argue further. As they departed Wuhuan City under the cover of darkness, a man inquired, "Where shall we go, young master?" "It is already late. We need not rush. Let us find an inn to rest for the night, and in the morning we shall procure a carriage to Barak," Yi Tian replied, tossing a man a small pouch of gold soul coins for their journey. He concealed his own storage ring to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Gazing out at the vast wilderness beyond Wuhuan City, Yi Tian exhaled softly. For the past 6 months in Douluo, he had been shielded by his grandfather, navigating smoothly. The days ahead would require him to rely on himself. Yi Tian felt a surge of determination, having arrived in this world. He could not allow it to continue on its original trajectory. In this world, it shall become more beautiful because of him. In the Grand Hall, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, awaiting the arrival of Yi Jiangwo. Yesterday, she had spoken to the specter, disregarding the impending expulsion of Yi Tian. However, after much contemplation, Bibi Dong felt that her actions had been excessively ruthless. She intended to take Yi Tian as her disciple in the future. The bond between master and apprentice should be nurtured with care, devoid of treachery and manipulation. The matter of reprimanding Yi Jiangwo could wait. For now, it was essential to extend a helping hand to him. Before long, Yi Jiangwo entered the hall. His pale hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot, making him look considerably aged. Bibi Dong, filled with concern, inquired, "Elder Jiangwo, has there been a mishap in your cultivation?" Ye Viangu Bovit, respectfully responding, "Thank you for your concern, your holiness. There is no error in my cultivation. It is my grandson who has run away from home." Bibi Dong's heart sank with unease. Yi Jiangwo sighed and recounted the events. "Your holiness is aware that my grandson has not been by my side for many years. My son, whom I never met, passed away early, and my grandson wandered for years until he stumbled upon fragments of his father's legacy and found me." At this point, Yi Jiangwo's face was etched with bitterness, and he sighed again, his weathered visage reflecting deep sorrow. "My grandson never received formal education during his wandering years. Just yesterday, I learned that Xiao Tian ranked last in the Spirit Hall Academy. I was furious and spoke harshly to him. In his anger, he ran away secretly last night." Bibi Dong sprang to her feet in alarm. "How could you not inform me of such a grave matter? He is a strategic prodigy for the Spirit Hall. If he falls into the hands of our enemies, it would be an unfathomable loss." Bibi Dong recognized her oversight, having been preoccupied with punishing Yi Jiangwo, forgetting that he and Yi Tian had only recently met and lacked a profound grandfather-grandson bond. Although Yi Jiangwo was a capable elder, he was evidently not a competent grandfather. Bibi Dong concluded that a talent like Yi Tian should be nurtured under her personal guidance. She resolved that once he was found, she would immediately take him as her disciple. Furthermore, it was imperative that Yi Tian no longer reside with Yi Jiangwo. He must be moved to the papal hall, either living with Hulaina or herself. Yi Tian was still young, and his character needed shaping. Remaining with Yi Jiangwo would only squander his potential. Below in the Grand Hall, Yi Jiangwo was consumed by self-reproach, feeling as though he had aged several years. "I thought Xiao Tian was merely upset. I had forgotten he had only been with me for a short time. To him, I am likely just a familiar stranger. Regarding his academic performance, he might feel that I, as his grandfather, cared little for my own son, let alone for him, perceiving me as a cold outsider, which led to his departure." As he spoke, Yi Jiangwo's demeanor grew despondent, as though he had severed ties with the entire world. This sentiment was not entirely feigned. He had not anticipated his grandson's rebellious nature. Now, with him having fled, although he understood, how could he not worry? Thus, the emotions he displayed were partially genuine. Bibi Dong sank heavily back on her throne, having listened to Yi Jiangwo's words. She could no longer chastise him, realizing that his regret likely surpassed her own. She lamented the loss of a genius for the Spirit Hall, while Yi Jiangwo mourned the loss of a loved one in his twilight years. Bibi Dong deeply empathized with such feelings. Having a relative appear at one side in old age is a rare blessing, especially when that relative is a prodigious grandson. Yet, this prodigy had departed due to Yi Jiangwo's words. Surely, Yi Jiangwo was now filled with regret. If Yi Tian could not be found, Yi Jiangwo would likely bear the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Bibi Dong pressed her hand to her forehead in contemplation before lifting her gaze and commanding. Immediately send word to Elder C.I. Tan and Gui Mei to mobilize all nearby Spirit Hall forces. We must find Yi Tian at once. She deemed it imperative that this matter not be delayed. Even if it meant great upheaval, it was worth it as long as Yi Tian returned safely. Chapter 62. Settling in the worship hall, within a modest chamber, several elders gathered around a round table. The seventh elder, astonished, exclaimed, "Yi Tian is missing." The news of Yi Tian's innate full soul power was widely known, and the seventh elder understood its implications. Even if Yi Tian were unskilled, he would inevitably ascend to Super Douluo in a century. Losing such a prodigy was akin to severing a crucial limb from the Spirit Hall's future. More alarmingly, Yi Tian was still young. If he fell under the influence of ill-intentioned individuals, the loss to the Spirit Hall would be even greater. Have you not been keeping a close eye on the relationship between Yi Jiangwo and his grandson? Mocked the second elder from his seat. Why is it only now that you are aware of this? The seventh elder, feeling guilty, sat down with his head bowed, fully aware that the responsibility for Yi Tian's disappearance would likely fall upon him. He felt unjustly accused, unable to defend himself since it was he who had disseminated Yi Tian's report card. Initially, the seventh elder believed it was merely to embarrass Yi Jiangwo, underestimating its potential impact. Little did he know that the relationship between Yi Jiangwo and Yi Tian was so tenuous that a few harsh words from Yi Jiangwo could drive Yi Tian away. The sixth elder, Tian Duoluo, recognized his younger brother's dire predicament. The second elder was teetering on the edge of fury, and it was critical to prevent him from exploding. Otherwise, the repercussions would be dire. Tian Duoluo interjected before the second elder could unleash his wrath. "Old Seven, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. To protect your disciple, you have neglected the responsibilities entrusted to you by the second elder. Now, you bring forth such chaos, as if we do not have enough trouble at the Spirit Hall. Are you not concerned that we provide Bibi Dong with more ammunition against us? Today, you must leave Spirit City and head to Balak to oversee the situation in the four great kingdoms. Until that situation stabilizes, do not return." Sixth brother. The sixth elder, being the second oldest, could only refer to him as such. Tian Duoluo opened his mouth, but could not utter a word, knowing his brother was merely trying to protect him. Beside the golden crocodile Duo, the third elder, Qingwan Duo, observed the scene with concern. He wished to prevent a rift among his brothers. Currently, the grand elder Qiandao Lu was in seclusion, striving to attain a higher realm. The second elder, known for his pursuit of moderation and stability, disapproved of the actions of the seventh brother, which he deemed excessive. "Old Seven, heed my words and venture forth to the four great kingdoms." Qingwan Duo gestured dismissively. Yes, the seventh elder, recognizing his misstep, refrained from arguing. Meanwhile, the second elder sat in silence on the main seat, eyes closed, lost in thought. At the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Chen Xian hurried toward Ning Fengji's residence. Clutching a letter, his expression fraught with urgency. "Master, it is dire news." Ning Fengji was leisurely tending to a potted orchid when he noticed Chen Xian's anxious demeanor. With a warm smile, he inquired, "Uncle Jian, what calamity has befallen you? Since returning from Spirit Hall, you seem increasingly tense." Chen Xian, lacking the mood for pleasantries, approached Ning Fengji and unfolded the letter, stating, "According to our spy station in Spirit City, the military forces around Spirit City are undergoing large-scale mobilization. A significant upheaval is imminent." Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback. Is the Spirit Hall preparing to strike? Although I anticipated this day, it seems to have arrived sooner than expected. Is this information verified? He began to pace, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Confirmed. Jen Xin note that The mobilization began 2 nights ago, with nearly all elite forces deployed. Are the two great empires aware of this? Ning Feng Ti Inquiret. Tian Xin Outfim. Their spies in Spirit City outnumber ours, and have been aware for some time. I also heard from our informants that the borders of the two empires have already instituted a curfew. Ning Fengji sighed. We at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School must prepare as well. Notify all branch disciples to assemble at the main sect immediately. Furthermore, Ruorua is at Shrek Academy. Instruct her to return at once. Let Uncle Gu take charge of this matter. Uncle Jian, accompany me to Tiando City to meet the Snow Knight Emperor. Understood. Jian Duo comprehended the gravity of the preparations the sect leader spoke of. The shadows of war loomed ominously over the Douluo continent. In Soto City, within the territory of the Barak Kingdom, Amon, following behind Yi Tian, marveled at the bustling streets. Compared to Spirit City, Soto City appears remarkably vibrant. Yi Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging, indeed, this is the advantage of a burgeoning city. The structures of Spirit City generally exceed 500 years in age. Even the bricks can be considered antiques. Soto City has only risen in prominence over the past century, with streets far more spacious than those of Spirit City. What business do you plan to pursue, young master? Amon, cradling his son, inquired. Establish a blacksmith shop to settle down temporarily, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. And refrain from calling me young master. Simply address me as Yi Tian. Remember, in public, I'm a younger brother. Conducting business is not my true intention. The blacksmith shop serves merely as a FAAD. The crucial aspect is to recruit soldiers. Soto City, situated in the Lihua Plains, primarily focuses on agriculture. In agricultural regions, land consolidation leads to a proliferation of landless, impoverished peasants, making it the ideal place to start anew. I understand. In front of outsiders, I shall call you young master. But for now, I shall still refer to you as such. Amon smiled and nodded before suggesting, you should accompany Ning Tao to find a place to rest while I scout for a suitable shop. Ning Tao, as mentioned by Amon, was his wife, plain in appearance, yet a childhood companion, embodying the virtues of a diligent homemaker. Come with me, young master. Ning Tao felt somewhat unfamiliar in Yi Tian's presence. Very well. That night, at the inn, Amon returned, drenched in sweat, wiping his brow as he said, Xiao Tian, everything is in order. I have secured a blacksmith shop on Black Hole Street in the outskirts of Soto City. This way, we need not purchase a furnace or tools. Outskirts, you say? Yi Tian mused, regretting not having provided clearer instructions to Amon. News travels fastest in the city center. I had intended to secure a shop in the heart of the city for easier access to information from various regions of the continent. Are you dissatisfied, young master? Should I withdraw from the deal? Amon asked. No need, Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Having the shop in the outskirts is acceptable. Blacksmithing is a profession often looked down upon in this realm, yet it is also the easiest to attract attention. As for gathering intelligence, I can simply make a few trips. By the way, Amon, since we're situated near the blacksmith shop, it would be beneficial to disseminate knowledge about furnace techniques. I have grand designs in mind, Yi Tian instructed. Amon was puzzled by Yi Tian's enthusiasm for spreading a skill that could elevate a family's status. Nevertheless, he recognized that the young master was destined for greatness and readily agreed. The following day, Amon's blacksmith shop opened ceremoniously, inviting local blacksmiths to celebrate. The invitees were astonished. It was customary for rivals in their trade to remain aloof from one another. Hearing of a grand opening that did not cater to customers, but rather to fellow blacksmiths, was unprecedented. Some mocked Amon as a fool, while others speculated that his imposing stature signaled an attempt to intimidate them. As discussions ensued, the shop owner Amon arrived with his son, prompting a shift in perception. Accompanied by his brother and wife, Amon, a former president of the Blacksmith Association, was naturally eloquent. After exchanging pleasantries, Amon clasped his hands together and announced, I, Amon, have come with my family to this blessed land, seeking only a means of livelihood. I hope for the support of my fellow tradesmen in the future. Some echoed his sentiments, saying, as fellow tradesmen, we ought to assist one another. However, others scoffed, you've come to the wrong place. This area is limited, with so many blacksmiths competing for a meager clientele. The prices of farming tools are so low that profits are negligible, unless you possess the skill to forge weapons for the wandering spirit masters. Feigning surprise, Amon responded, you do not directly refine fine iron? That seems rather absurd. The fellow blacksmith sighed, Do you think refining techniques are as common as cabbages? We ordinary blacksmiths toil away, lacking the expertise to refine fine iron. Such skills are likely confined to the renowned blacksmithing cities like Gongxin City. Without mentorship, where we learn? Can you? Amon chuckled, alas. I have dabbled a bit in it. Since we are all in the same trade, I wouldn't mind sharing my knowledge. The other blacksmiths, hearing this, expressed disbelief. You must be joking. If you possessed such skills, why would you come to this remote place? Such a technique is indeed sufficient to establish a school of its own within the realm of blacksmithing. Will you teach us? Believe it or not, a man immediately took charge, crossing his arms and stating calmly, "Today marks our grand opening, and all who arrive may partake in the feast with wine and meat aplenty. Should anyone wish to learn the art of refining fine iron, they may remain after the feast. Those who do not wish to learn may leave at their leisure." Upon hearing this, the murmurs of the crowd significantly diminished. After the midday meal, none of the blacksmiths chose to depart. Clearly, they were all in the trade, eager to grasp such intricate techniques. Even if a man were to deceive them, they would only lose half a day's time. However, should they miss this opportunity, it would be a lifetime of regret. Standing atop the table, a man surveyed the dozens of blacksmiths surrounding him, filled with a sense of pride. He had not anticipated that one day, so many would gather to hear him speak, with Tian having previously instructed him to disseminate this knowledge. A man did not keep them in suspense, revealing the crucial aspects of the technique. To refine fine iron, there are two key points of utmost importance. At this, the blacksmiths below focused intently, all voices silenced, eagerly awaiting a man to disclose the essentials. The first point is that the furnace must be constructed to a considerable height. The second point is that white cloud stone or lime should be used for the inner lining of the furnace. With that, he concluded his lecture. After a moment of silence, one blacksmith finally inquired, "Are there any additional points?" "There are none," a man replied. He deemed this technique so simple that even a child could memorize it, thus requiring no repetition. TCH, if it were that simple, even a dog could refine iron. Scoffed the inquirer, his disdain evident. Some blacksmiths expressed their dissatisfaction, realizing that a man was merely toying with them. Had he possessed the genuine technique for refining fine iron, he would not be here. Time to disperse. A man is merely amusing himself at our expense. The crowd of blacksmiths, filled with disappointment, began to leave. A man, standing on the table, turned to Yi Tian, perplexed. "My lord, they do not believe me." Yi Tian appeared to have anticipated this, waving his hand dismissively. "No matter. I observe that there are many vacant lots on the street. Let's purchase a plot and hire workers to construct a high furnace. The matter of refining fine iron shall be handled by a man." Yi Tian did not require further inquiry. He retreated to his chamber, taking up paper and pen to begin drafting weapon models. Before departing from the martial Soul City, his grandfather had bestowed upon him 50,000 gold soul coins. However, it was evident that Yi Tian had no intention of becoming a wealthy gentleman. Instead, he was embarking on the world's most perilous profession, rebellion. The weapons he envisioned were not firearms. Yi Tian was not versed in military engineering and knew little more than the basics of firearm construction. Given a month, he might struggle to draw even the simplest of shotguns. Instead, Yi Tian sketched a composite bow, which falls under the category of cold weapons. It was invented later than firearms. When the composite bow was invented, Blue Star had already developed nuclear weapons. The primary characteristic of the composite bow lies in the pulleys installed at both ends, providing the significant advantage of reduced effort, allowing even the most delicate of women to draw it. The principle was straightforward, yet Yi Tian found the drawing to be quite laborious. His task extended beyond merely creating the composite bow. He aimed to standardize its production. Standardization, without a doubt, is the prerequisite for mass manufacturing. Yi Tian needed to break down the entire bow into several separate components, while also providing evaluation standards for the completed parts. Thus, even an ordinary person, after a brief training session, could assemble bow components. Time passed swiftly. A month later, September arrived, marking the commencement of the academic year at various academies. Yi Tian had finally completed the standardization process for the composite bow. Gazing at the substantial stack of blueprints, he ruffled his disheveled hair and exhaled. It is done. Though it took some time, the experience gained would serve as preparation for future weapon development. Meanwhile, on a man's end, the high furnace had been constructed, and the first batch of steel was entering the smelting process. Tian visited to observe. A man explained, "My lord, for the first firing of this furnace, it will likely take a full day and night, much like in the martial Soul City." Does it really take that long to use coal? Tian pondered. In recent days, he had gathered considerable intelligence, discovering that the street of blacksmiths was named Black Coal Street due to the presence of coal in the vicinity. The Kingdom of Balak had a long history of coal usage, particularly in Soto City, where the surrounding plains were densely populated and forests for firewood were scarce. While coal was abundant, a man chuckled wryly. "My lord, you may not be aware that there was indeed a coal mine previously, located on the Black Mountain outside Soto City, but it has since been completely exhausted. To obtain coal, one must venture near the royal capital, where there are several large coal mines amidst the mountainous terrain. The refining of iron requires vast quantities of affordable coal. Yet Soto City is too distant from the royal capital, making transportation costs exorbitant. In recent years, locals have reverted to using charcoal for steel production. While coal is still present, their extraction methods are simply misguided." Tian shook his head, disbelieving a man's words. The industrial age marked the pinnacle of coal usage. Given the primitive state of Douluo continent, Tian found it hard to believe that a region's coal mine could be entirely depleted. Once the composite bow was manufactured and he had acquired a certain level of strength, he could indeed venture into the Black Mountain to investigate the former coal mine site. Perhaps he could unearth some gold coins. Chapter 64. Is it so bad to collect more taxes? Tian presented the composite bow blueprints to a man, alongside 2,000 gold soul coins. "This is a new weapon I am attempting to create, comprising a total of 56 components. Take this money and distribute a few copies of the blueprints to the nearby blacksmith shops. By the end of the month, I wish to acquire 500 sets of components." The manufacturing process of the composite bow is relatively intricate. 56 parts have already been simplified. The abundance of components also serves a strategic advantage, preventing others from learning the craft too easily. By distributing the work across numerous blacksmith shops, those artisans are likely unaware of what these components are intended to create. Although the Kingdom of Balak does not prohibit weapon crafting, producing 500 bows all at once would still attract undue attention. This method of decentralized production conveniently alleviates that concern. A man accepted the blueprints. While a single blueprint might not reveal much, possessing all the designs allowed him to recognize it as a bow. "My lord, are you venturing into the weapon trade?" A man inquired, astonished, before expressing his hesitation. "I fear that may not be feasible." "Why not?" Tian asked. A man explained, "My lord, you have been indoors for a month and are unaware of the current situation outside. Presently, various sects within the Kingdom of Balak are embroiled in intense conflict, severely impacting commercial operations. The king has requested the Celestial Douluo Empire, the ruling nation, to deploy troops to maintain order. A military contingent from the Celestial Douluo Empire arrived in Soto City half a month ago, and the city lord has summoned a majority of blacksmiths to repair weapons for the army. Even I have been assigned a share." Upon hearing this, Tian fell into contemplation. The sect conflicts are undoubtedly being covertly instigated by the martial Soul Hall. It seems that the royal family of Balak has become aware of this. Thus, an appeal for assistance was made to the Tian Empire. The Tian Empire, not wishing to see the Wuhuan Temple gain control over Balak, promptly dispatched troops. In Tian's recollection, the four great kingdoms were consumed just before the establishment of the Wuhuan Empire. This implies that the Wuhuan Temple scheme for annexation did not succeed. The absence of a blacksmith is of little consequence. Tian remarked, "These components, aside from the pulleys, are quite simple. Recruit some apprentices to forge the parts." "Apprentices? They need to be stationed at the shop, and our modest establishment lacks any accommodation." Tian smiled. "Are you reluctant to spend money?" A man was momentarily taken aback, then noticed the golden soul coins Tian had offered earlier. With an awkward smile, he replied, "Having grown accustomed to frugal living, I shall heed your command. For the crafting of bows and arrows, Tian need not concern himself for the time being." He ventured to a tavern in the city known for its side business of gathering intelligence, where he procured a recent information board. Such taverns were plentiful in the urban area, often revealing intelligence from the kingdom's information departments looking to earn extra coin. Except for potential delays in the timing of events, the records were generally accurate. The first piece of information detailed recent military deployments. The 32nd Infantry Corps of the Tian Empire had temporarily stationed in Soto City. conducting joint military exercises with the local Bala garrison, cautioning various sects to keep their distance. This exercise was clearly aimed at the sects, warning them to behave. The second piece of intelligence pertained to conflicts among nearby sections. The Heihu sect had suddenly produced a reclusive soul saint, wreaking havoc and hinting at becoming the foremost sect around Suatowa City. Tian suspected that this soul saint likely hailed from the Wuhuan Temple. The Wuhuan Temple had stirred the Balak kingdom into chaos, which was one of Tian's motivations for coming to Balak. In turmoil, people's sentiments could be swayed, creating opportunities for rebellion. Tian continued to read, skimming through information that failed to capture his interest. Abruptly, in the corner of the information board, he spotted a notice. The rising star of the Suatowa City Soul Arena, the Sanwa combination, had achieved 15 consecutive victories, drawing the attention of various factions. The Sanwa combination likely referred to Tang San and Xiao Wu. It was surprising that the protagonists were still present in Suatowa City. This suggested that the Grand Soul Master competition for the entire continent would occur either next year or the year after. Tian had no intention of participating in the competition. However, the event marked a critical juncture. Following the competition, the atmosphere of preparation across the continent would escalate significantly. At that time, both empires would undoubtedly tighten their grip on the grassroots, complicating any attempts at rebellion. Only after the Wuhuan Temple initiated war would the situation become more favorable again, but that was still 7 or 8 years away. A duration Tian could not afford to wait. As October arrived, a man came to report, "Young master, the materials for the composite bow are nearly ready, but the pulleys have yet to be successfully manufactured." A man presented a snakeskin bag filled with a multitude of components. All pulleys crafted by the finest blacksmiths of Black Hole Street, yet the pass rate barely reached 5%. Upon hearing this figure, Tian felt a sense of despair. Picking up several pulleys, he quickly discerned the reason for their failure. He had forgotten that the continent lacked the technological advancements for producing steel balls. To perfectly replicate the performance of the composite bow, the pulley's interiors had been designed to utilize steel balls as the transmission medium. However, Tian overlooked one critical point. The manufacturing process for steel balls was intricate beyond the capability of a few blacksmiths. Hence, the pulleys were failing in production. Recognizing this error, Tian swiftly took up paper and pen to propose improvements. By sacrificing a portion of performance, he modified the pulleys to a single-axle configuration. After installing the pulleys, he applied some pig fat, as the Douluo world clearly lacked lubricants. Animal fat would suffice as a makeshift substitute. A man was unaware of the pulley's function or the significance of Tian's modifications. Yet as a competent subordinate, he understood the importance of following instructions. Just as a man was about to leave, Tian called him back. Once a man exited, Tian found himself with an additional piece of paper in hand, inscribed with a peculiar request. Investigate the sales of agricultural tools from blacksmith shops in the various towns under Suatowa City's jurisdiction over the years. A man felt perplexed, but acquiring this data would be quite simple. A few golden soul coins would entice the blacksmiths to come forth and clarify. A week passed swiftly. Tian made his customary visit to the city tavern to purchase the information board. However, following the arrival of the Tian Empire's stationed troops, the situation around Suatowa City had stabilized, resulting in little significant change on the information board. There were merely updates on Soul Master's promotions or shifts in certain officials' positions. As he stood in a corner of the tavern, perusing the information board, a middle-aged man dressed in silk, bearing the attire of nobility and with shifty eyes, approached. Tian set down the information board and regarded the man with a smile. This individual evidently frequented the tavern often, recognizing Tian's presence. "I am merely here on behalf of my lord to take a look. I have no additional funds for other information." Tian shook his head, dismissing the man's nonsensical chatter. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged nobleman appeared somewhat disappointed and remarked, "You may inform your lord that additional fees for the Tian station troops will be incorporated into the recent tax collection. Should he wish to reduce taxes, he may send someone to the tavern to find me." "Very well. I shall make a note of it." Tian nodded. It seemed the Balak royal family had indeed grown accustomed to extravagance, unwilling to bear even the minor costs of the Tian troops, opting instead to shift the burden onto the common folk. However, this was fortuitous for Tian. The more taxes they imposed, the simpler his path to rebellion would become. Upon returning to Black Coal Street, Yi Tian overheard several blacksmiths grumbling. Suatawa City is truly unscrupulous. They have collected taxes in advance for next year. If this continues, we might as well shut down our shops. You, old Zhang, are solitary. You could survive closing your shop. We have families to support. If we close for 2 months, we won't have any rice left to eat and we'll starve. But why are they collecting so many taxes in advance? We've been here in Suatawa City for years, and this is the first time. It's all that K Ling's sect's doing, recklessly swallowing up surrounding sects and controlling the bureaucracy. If they don't rein it in, they'll soon become local tyrants. At this point, the blacksmith lowered his voice conspiratorially. I've heard that 3 armies have secretly stationed in Suatawa City, preparing to eliminate the K Ling sect. These taxes are meant for military expenses. How do you know such significant news? My older cousin is a legitimate grain official. He knows precisely how many come and how much food is needed. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian decided it was time to cease listening. He was aware that the opportunity had arrived. Returning to the blacksmith shop, Yi Tian inquired about Amon and the recent tax situation with the government. Amon replied, "Indeed. As you have heard, the taxes in Suatawa City have already been collected until December of next year. How is the crafting of the composite bows progressing?" Yi Tian asked. Amon responded, 500 sets of components have been completed and the apprentices are currently assembling them. 200 bows have been assembled so far, and we expect to finish the entire assembly in 3 days. Yi Tian further inquired about the investigation into the sales of farming tools, to which Amon produced a piece of paper stating, all the information is on this. The town with the highest demand for farming tools is called Keisaite Town, known for its fertile rice fields and large population. Conversely, the town with the least demand is Heishan Town, the very location of the Black Mountain. The residents there were once miners, but after the coal mine was depleted, they lost their livelihood and could only cultivate the barren land at the foot of the mountain to survive. Heishan Town, Yi Tian remarked with a faint smile. This is the place. Miners, truly the working class. They have previously been organized for coal mining and possess a certain level of discipline. With just a bit of training, they could form an army. Now that the weapons are ready, it is time to take the first step on our long journey. We must pack our belongings, and once the composite bows are assembled, we shall relocate. Are we moving to Heishan Town? Amon sensed the implication in Yi Tian's words. Indeed, what we're about to engage in is a business of bloodshed. You can still withdraw now. Amon, having a wife and children, made Yi Tian reluctant to force him into his service. Amon chuckled. Young master, do you underestimate me? Since I have chosen to follow you, it is for a lifetime. I may lack education, but I have read the legend of Chu and Han and understand that nobility is not hereditary. The future is forged by one's own efforts. I do not want my son to grow up to be a scorned blacksmith. Clenching his fists, Amon revealed a strong sense of determination in his eyes. Yi Tian nodded gently. Through long observation, he had come to trust Amon. Although not a sole master, Amon exhibited remarkable execution and loyalty. With Amon's stance now clear, Yi Tian felt no need to withhold his intentions. My goal is to seize control of Heishan Town. Once the composite bows are completed, we shall disband the apprentices. Too many eyes and ears will hinder our plans. A mere Heishan Town is not something I regard with concern. My greatest asset is not the composite bows, but my own strength. Though I have yet to break through to the 3rd ring, my soul power has reached level 29, attaining the pinnacle of the 2nd ring. My grandfather, Yi Jiangwo, once remarked that with my 2nd ring strength, I could rival a 4th ring master. This is the foundation upon which I will claim Heishan Town. The composite bows serve merely as an additional safeguard. After all, to unify the continent, it ultimately relies on an army. Whether organizing or training troops, experience is essential. Gaining experience through action is undoubtedly the best approach. However, if that is not possible, it is of no consequence. Most apprentices were forced to come by their parents, and their hearts are indeed restless. Amon nodded. The apprentices have worked for several days. Let us provide them with sufficient severance pay, Yi Tian instructed. Amon had one flaw. He could be rather stingy. Over time, Yi Tian had noticed that whenever money was involved, Amon would become hesitant and avoid spending if possible. Therefore, Yi Tian felt it necessary to remind him. Understood. 2 days later, Yi Tian, adorned in splendid attire and accompanied by Amon, disguised themselves as wealthy nobles out for leisure. Arriving at Heishan Town to scout the area, Heishan Town was built at the foot of the mountain without city walls. Goodness, old man. You're quite spry for your age, still able to work, Yi Tian remarked upon seeing an elderly farmer. Noticing Yi Tian's attire, the old farmer quickly bowed. Amon casually replied, "No need for formalities, old man. We are just two brothers who were once blacksmiths and have made some fortune to dress like this." This statement instantly bridged the gap between them. The old farmer enviously commented, "Young man, you are quite accomplished." He then pointed to his worn tools, lamenting, "What else can I do if I don't work?" The land in Heishan Town is barren, yielding only a little over 200 pounds of grain per acre. The land isn't even mine. It belongs to Lord Ma, and he takes half of it. If it were left to just my son to farm, my family would starve. Is Lord Ma a local noble? No. The old farmer shook his head. Lord Ma's brother is a noble with a baronial title. Lord Ma himself is merely a knight, a rank lower than a baron and not hereditary. Once the conversation began flowing, the old farmer was in no rush to return home, sitting on the ridge and chatting with Yi Tian and Amon. Through their dialogue, Yi Tian learned about the history of Heishan Town. Lord Ma, known as Ma Yukai, was originally one of the gang leaders involved in mining the Black Mountain. After the coal mine became profitable, he purchased a noble title and took up the position of city lord in the neighboring Green City. The gang was then taken over by Ma Yukai. About 20 years ago, the coal resources in Heishan were exhausted, prompting several major gangs to leave in search of better prospects. With the backing of his brother's influence, Ma Yukai gradually gained control over the local miners, transforming himself into a landlord and subsequently purchasing a knight's title in Suatoa City. He has now been comfortably residing as a landlord for 20 years. After the old farmer departed, Amon pondered, "Young master, this is not going to be easy." The old farmer mentioned that Ma Yukai has over 40 thugs under his command, whereas we are just two. The odds are against us. Although Amon knew Yi Tian was a soul master, he also recognized that Yi Tian was still quite young. Even as a soul master, his age limited his capabilities. Remember, we are merchants here to make a profit, not to engage in battles. Yi Tian replied with a slight smile, gesturing to their attire. Amon sheepishly scratched his head. "I forgot that we are here to scout." "Cool, me. Let us head to Lord Ma's residence," Yi Tian said, moving ahead. Chapter 66. Lord Ma is intrigued. Heishan Town is situated on the hillside. The profits from coal mining were immense. In the days when Heishan still had coal, the local gangs often clashed with officials. Thus, a wooden stockade once surrounded the outskirts of Heishan Town. However, with the depletion of coal, the population of Heishan Town dramatically declined, and the officials of Suatoa City lost interest in this barren land. The wooden stockade became unnecessary and began to decay. Some of it was even stolen and sold as charcoal. Lord Ma's estate is located in the heart of Heishan Town, covering a vast area. There were 4 or 5 servants merely for guarding the entrance. "This is it," Yi Tian remarked, gazing at the plaque of the Ma residence. "What business do you have?" one of the gatekeepers asked, observing Yi Tian and Amon as they lingered at the entrance. The atmosphere remained relatively calm, for the two individuals before him were clad in extravagant attire, making it unwise to offend them. Yi Tian stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said with a smile, "We are merchants from the Star Luo Empire, and we have significant business to discuss with Lord Ma. This is my younger brother, a man." The continent shared a common spoken language, and given the proximity of Wuhan City and Star Luo City, their accents were quite similar. Claiming to hail from the Star Luo Empire, it would be difficult for others to find fault. However, deceiving Lord Ma would require some effort. Relying solely on a man would be insufficient. Thus, Yi Tian decided to disguise himself as a dwarf. Upon hearing Yi Tian's words, the housekeeper scrutinized him and a man, scratching his head in confusion. "How peculiar! The child is the elder brother, while the sturdy man is the younger." He instructed them to wait while he reported to his master, warning them not to move recklessly before turning to enter the estate. "My lord, a dwarf and a robust man have arrived outside, claiming to be merchants from the Star Luo Empire seeking business with you," the housekeeper announced. Ma Yukai reclined in his armchair, embracing a concubine, his eyes half closed and swaying slightly. Upon hearing the report, he rose with a chuckle. "What business do they wish to discuss with me?" Ma Yukai, with his origins in a gang, exuded an air of roguishness. He was merely watching over his brother's affairs in this impoverished Black Mountain town, unaware of any assets he might possess for trade. He suspected that these two from Star Luo City were likely swindlers. With a cold smirk, Ma Yukai declared, since they wish to discuss business, let them in. He was known for taking advantage of opportunities. If the two failed to provide a convincing case, they would remain in Black Mountain Town indefinitely. Before long, Yi Tian and a man approached. Yi Tian stepped forward, clasped his hands, and feigned maturity, saying, I am Yi Fu, a merchant from the Star Luo Empire. It is an honor to finally meet the esteemed Lord Ma. He did not use his real name, but rather the alias Yi Fu. Observing Yi Tian's height and mature voice, Ma Yukai felt a sense of curiosity and released his concubine, standing to return the salute. What business brings you two from afar? Yi Tian replied, I have heard that Black Mountain Town produces coal, and I understand that it is all under your domain, Lord Ma. I have come, of course, to engage in coal mining business. Ma Yukai was taken aback, but quickly scoffed. If you had arrived 20 years ago, I might have cooperated with you. Alas, the coal has long been exhausted. He found it amusing that these two fools believed they could engage in business, for the information they possessed was outdated by 2 decades. A man stepped forward with a feigned expression of surprise. Black Mountain has no coal left? Indeed, it has been gone for quite some time, Ma Yukai said, returning to his seat and taking a sip of tea offered by his concubine. That seems unlikely, a man replied, following Yi Tian's prior instructions to act. He pretended to ponder deeply before turning to Yi Tian. Brother, are you not skilled in exploration? Perhaps you could investigate the Black Mountain for Lord Ma. He added, years ago, I accompanied our father to Black Mountain, and he mentioned that its deposits could still be mined for at least 200 more years. At this remark, Ma Yotsai's hand trembled. 200 years. That was a fortune in gold soul coins. Should the coal mines indeed be viable for that long, he too could acquire a title and become a hereditary noble, escaping this impoverished Black Mountain town. He might even be able to marry a female soul master as a concubine. Ma Yotsai's desires were instantly piqued. He looked at Yi Tian with enthusiasm, hurriedly instructing his concubine to serve tea and ordering 2 chairs be brought for Yi Tian and a man. I did not expect my younger brother Yi Fu to be an expert in mineral exploration. Why not assist me in investigating the Black Mountain? Of course, I will not send you on this errand without compensation. Regardless of whether you find anything, I shall reward you with 500 gold soul coins. Ma Yotsai's gaze was fixed on Yi Tian, visibly intrigued. Yi Tian smiled and waved his hand dismissively. 500 gold soul coins is merely a trifle to me. 1,000. Ma Yukai bit his teeth in response. He had not anticipated that this dwarf merchant would be so affluent. It pained him to think that it would take him 2 years to earn 1,000 gold soul coins, while Yi Tian could simply collect it for taking a few steps. Yet if there were indeed a mineral deposit, it would all be worth it. If not, well, he could easily deal with these 2 men. Yi Tian continued to smile. Do not speak of a mere 1,000 gold soul coins. Even 10,000 would not be a concern to me. Exploring mineral deposits is not a difficult task. I did not come merely to earn your 1,000 gold soul coins, but rather to engage in coal mining business. Upon realizing that the other party was not motivated by money, Ma Yukai found himself at a loss. What exactly does Brother Yi Fu envision for our cooperation? Yi Tian stated, should I discover a coal mine, you are to sell it to me at 70% of the market price, and I shall have the right of first refusal. Upon hearing this, Ma Yotsai's face lit up with joy. He had experience in the coal trade. Wholesale coal prices often hovered around 80% of the market price. The 70% proposed by Yi Fu was not unreasonable. Moreover, mining coal was a highly profitable venture. He could easily recruit miners from nearby villages, incurring minimal costs. 70% profit was essentially a windfall. Once the mine was operational, it would be an absolute cash cow. Excellent. I agree, Ma Yukai exclaimed, instructing his servants to prepare 2 luxurious guest rooms for Yi Tian and a man, while also ordering the kitchen to prepare fine wine and dishes. Addressing the 2, he said, as night has fallen, let's enjoy a sumptuous meal before resting in the estate. Tomorrow, I shall personally guide you into the mountains. Yi Tian and a man, of course, accepted graciously. After a hearty meal, they returned to their guest rooms. A man could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Master, why was Ma Yukai so easily deceived? He struggled to comprehend how there could be so many experts in exploration, especially one who would travel to this remote, resource-depleted town for business. Even a blacksmith like him could discern the underlying deceit. Yi Tian smiled. If you were still a blacksmith on Artisan Street, and someone came to buy your farming tools, marveling at their artistry and offering 10 times the price. Would you believe it? A man chuckled and scratched his head. No wonder. The temptation is too great. He reflected. For my Yukai, exploration is a lucrative business. If coal still exists, he would strike it rich. If not, it would only cost him a day's time. By the way, Master, what if we do not uncover any coal deposits? Wouldn't that mean we cannot deceive Lord Ma? A man expressed his concern. Ye Tian simulet lightly. Are we here to conduct business? We are here to incite rebellion and seize Lord Ma's assets. Our goal is to awaken the resentment of the common folk in Black Mountain Town towards Lord Ma and then arm them with composite bows. I understand now, a man said, deeply shaken for the first time, realizing that Yi Tian was no ordinary person and that he was destined for greatness. Chapter 67. It turns out this is a good job. The following day, Ma Yukai, accompanied by 2 attendants and Yi Tian, ventured into the Black Mountain. Upon entering the mountain, Yi Tian began to expound knowledge about the black fern, a quintessential Paleozoic plant, often found in conjunction with coal deposits. A man played the role of a supportive companion, remarking that his elder brother's insights aligned perfectly with ancient texts. Ma Yukai, while giving a thumbs up, was inwardly perplexed. After walking a short distance, Yi Tian picked up a seashell, exclaiming that it was at least 100,000 years old, indicating the geological stability around Black Mountain and the potential thickness of the coal seams. Though Yi Tian had no formal training in exploration, he was well aware of the essential conditions for coal formation, casually sharing his thoughts. A man reiterated his admiration, and Ma Yukai, astonished, expressed his reverence for Yi Tian's vast knowledge, marveling at how he could ascertain the presence of coal from surface observations. Yi Tian smiled, explaining that geology is much like the silt in a river, accumulating layer by layer over time. Ma Yukai, captivated, awkwardly admitted his age might hinder his learning, but praised his son's intelligence, acknowledging that such knowledge could not be acquired overnight. Yi Tian, adopting a sage-like demeanor, continued, stating that the youth often carry a sense of pride. Even if he were to teach my Yukai's son now, the boy might not believe him. However, once coal was discovered, there would be ample opportunities for collaboration, and he could let my Yukai's son learn by his side for a few years. Which wouldn't be a burden? Ma Yukai, grinning widely, had already begun to regard Yi Tian as a wealthy merchant from a distant empire, harboring no doubts about him. There's no need to proceed further. It is right here, Yi Tian declared as they arrived at a rugged valley. Ma Yukai, puzzled, questioned whether Yi Tian had made a mistake. He bent down to examine the ground, noticing that it was a mix of stones and soil, difficult to excavate. Is there truly coal beneath? He wondered aloud. A man promptly interjected, asserting that they had traveled great distances to engage in significant business, not merely to amuse a local landowner. Ma Yukai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, pondered a man's words and realized they held merit. Yi Tian, who appeared indifferent to 1,000 gold soul coins, was evidently there to make a substantial profit. Ma Yukai deduced that the coal mine was the key to Yi Tian's financial objectives. Yi Tian instructed him to recruit some laborers to excavate the surface of the valley, assuring him that they would undoubtedly uncover coal seams. However, he stressed the importance of confidentiality, warning that any leaks could attract unwanted attention from the authorities or rival factions. Of course, Ma Yukai readily agreed, though he soon looked troubled. Brother Yi, although I am the mayor of this town, I cannot simply conscript the townsfolk without compensation. They will only work for wages. Despite his outward compliance, Ma Yukai harbored a lingering concern that Yi Tian might be deceiving him. This suspicion was not due to any particular insight, but rather a result of having tricked others himself too many times over the years. A large opportunity like this seemed too good to be true. Yi Tian beckoned a man, instructing him to bring forth their funds. A man complied, producing 2 bags filled with gold soul coins, which appeared to contain around 800 or 900 coins. He deliberately displayed the bags to Ma Yukai, allowing the glittering gold coins to catch his attention. Ma Yutsai's eyes widened as he quickly estimated that the bags contained approximately 800 coins, a sum he could scarcely imagine accumulating from the impoverished residents of Black Mountain over 2 years. Yi Tian casually remarked, in business, one must not let their partners suffer losses. This 800 gold soul coins shall serve as wages, though it is merely a deposit. Ma Yukai gleefully accepted the coins, eagerly biting into one to ascertain its authenticity. Is brother Yi jesting? 800 gold soul coins are more than sufficient to to motivate these townsfolk to excavate several hundred meters deep. Are you suggesting we excavate the entire 3-mile-long valley? Indeed, Tian affirmed, hands clasped behind his back. I have unwavering confidence in my exploration skills. I can already discern that this entire valley conceals coal deposits beneath. Yukai, thrilled, had never encountered such a lucrative venture before. He calculated that even if coal was not found, he could retain a portion of the wages and distribute the remainder to the laborers, ensuring a handsome profit for himself. That very afternoon, upon returning to town, Yukai dispatched over 40 subordinates to forcibly conscript laborers, gathering 200 individuals to send into the mountains. To maintain secrecy, he publicly claimed the need for stone to build houses. The conscripted villagers were discontented and elected 2 respected leaders to plead with Yukai. Master Ma, winter is approaching, and the valley is exceedingly cold. How can we work under such conditions? If you need stones for construction, there are plenty at the foot of the mountain. There is no need to enter the valley. Is it not profitable for me to build with the valley's stones? You dare to instruct me in my business? Yukai retorted, waving his hand dismissively. His subordinates promptly moved in, delivering blows to the 2 leaders and ejecting them. Some even mocked if it's cold. Then work harder to warm up. The master's intentions are beyond your understanding, you lowly peasants. Tian observed this scene from the sidelines. Once the thugs left, he approached to assist the 2 leaders. Are you both all right? The leaders, recognizing Tian, staggered to their feet, gratefully clasping their hands in respect. It is thanks to you, Lord Yi, we are still standing strong and unharmed. Tian's recent status as a guest of honor was well known among the townsfolk. The leaders exchanged glances and then knelt before him in unison. Lord Yi, please intercede on our behalf and persuade Master Ma to rescind his orders. Winter is coming, and working in the valley will surely lead to many freezing to death. Another leader added, Master Ma never cared about feng shui when building houses, yet since your arrival, he has sent us to work in the valley. We beseech you to show us some mercy. Hearing this, Tian couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the blame was shifting onto him. However, now was not the time for sympathy. The plan must not be retracted. Tian calmly accepted the blame, stating, indeed, I was the one who commissioned the construction of this house. However, I've already provided Master Ma with an advance of 800 gold soul coins. With this sum, you'll be able to purchase fine sheepskin coats, ensuring a warm winter for your families. The money will be delivered to Yukai without fail. As for whether Yukai will distribute it, that is entirely his affair. Is that truly the case? The 2 leaders exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting uncertainty. Naturally, my elder brother would never deceive anyone. A man stepped forward, carrying 2 bags of gold soul coins, and displayed them before the 2 leaders, saying, that 800 was merely a deposit. There are an additional 2,000 gold soul coins here, which will also be handed over to Master Ma shortly. Everyone is putting in effort, and we cannot allow anyone to suffer losses. Each day, 50 copper soul coins will be provided for meals, with meat at every meal, yielding more profit than your farming endeavors. If you doubt my word, you may accompany me to witness me personally deliver the funds to Master Ma. The 2 leaders relaxed their brows and exchanged smiles, realizing this was indeed a favorable arrangement. No wonder Master Ma had been urging them. Truly, Master Ma was a benevolent figure. Very well. The 2 nodded in agreement and followed a man as he presented the gold soul coins to Yukai. Chapter 68. Do not put brothers in a difficult position. The 2 leaders, chosen by the commoners, left with satisfaction after witnessing a man deliver the gold soul coins to Master Ma. Upon exiting Ma's residence, a man approached Tian and reported, Young Master, I have delivered the 2,000 gold soul coins to Yukai as per your instructions. Excellent. Our task for this phase is complete. A man couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master, upon seeing those gold soul coins, Yukai nearly drooled. Little does he know, those coins are his ransom. It all hinges on whether he is willing to buy the lives of those commoners. Tian instructed, hire some individuals to secretly transport the composite bows and arrows to Heishan Town and conceal them. A man nodded in agreement. There is an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Heishan Town, which once served as a transfer station for coal transport. Since there is no coal left in Heishan Town, it has been abandoned for years and is the perfect hiding spot. Thereafter, Tian continued to reside at Ma's residence under the alias Yifu. Driven by greed, Ma Yukai naturally did not adhere to Yi Tian standards when distributing wages to the commoners. Originally set at 50 copper soul coins per person per day, Ma Yukai cut it down to 20 copper soul coins. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ma Yukai earnestly instructed Steward Zhang, who is in charge of this matter. Yi Fu is an outsider and does not understand the local labor rates. 20 copper soul coins is sufficient. Furthermore, I am kind-hearted, so do not skimp on their meals. Quarrying stone is labor-intensive, and I expect them to finish their work before winter arrives. Steward Zhang bowed, patting his chest. Rest assured, Master, with me here, everything will go smoothly. After Ma Yukai left, Steward Zhang rose and exited the estate, summoning the enforcer, the ruffian Zhou. Steward Zhang, you called for me? Zhou bowed and nodded. Steward Zhang, with hands clasped behind him, declared proudly, the master has decided to pay these peasants 10 copper soul coins per day, with 1 bowl of plain rice per meal. This must be completed before winter ends. Understood, Steward Zhang. You can count on me to execute this flawlessly. Zhou responded, brandishing a whip as he headed towards Heishan Valley. In the valley, over 200 emaciated commoners were laboriously working. Zhou shouted, listen up. This is a major task for Master Ma. All stones in the valley must be excavated within 2 months. 2 months? How is that possible? A commoner with a sense of calculation stepped forward to explain. Zhou, with this many stones, we will need at least half a year. Crack! Zhou lashed out with his whip, sneering, you will address me as Master Zhou, not by my first name. Yes, yes, Master. The commoner, having received a lash, immediately bent down, refraining from further speech. Zhou scanned the crowd with a cold smile. Don't think I don't know your tricks. When working on your own land, you can carry 200 pounds of grain. How is it that here, 2 men struggle with 100 pounds of stone? The commoners remained silent. The 2 elected leaders then inquired about their wages. Master Zhou, did not Master Ma promise to pay us? Zhou mocked, I knew it. All you ever think about is money. With his whip raised, Zhou proclaimed, the master is kind-hearted. From now on, each of you will receive 5 copper soul coins per day, with 1 bowl of mixed rice per meal. What? Only 5 copper soul coins? That won't even buy 2 pounds of rice. How are our families to survive? Someone complained. Others rebuked the leaders. Old fool, did you take a bribe? You said we would receive 50 copper soul coins. Exactly. You led me to bring my 70-year-old father here. This is pure exploitation. The 2 leaders could only repeat. I saw with my own eyes that Lord Ye's brother delivered the money to Master Ma. Crack. Upon hearing the murmurs, Zhou lashed out several times, sneering, you ungrateful peasants. The master is granting you work. Consider yourselves fortunate. And if your families starve, it is your own lack of effort, not Master Ma's concern. If you continue to be lazy, I will have to sacrifice a few to appease the spirits. The crowd fell silent, returning to their labor with heavy hearts. Time passed, and a month went by. Winter arrived, bringing with it increasingly frigid temperatures. Thick layers of frost covered the ground and air. In a separate courtyard of the Ma residence, a man practiced diligently with a composite bow, enchanted by its lightness. He exclaimed to Yi Tian, who was meditating nearby, young master, this bow is truly lightweight. I can shoot over 10 arrows in a minute. With a regular bow, 5 would be the limit. Yi Tian opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state. He found himself stuck at level 29. Despite daily efforts to extract from the Qinglong vine, his cultivation had not progressed. If this continued, he would have to write to his grandfather to inquire whether there were any cultivation methods regarding the Holy Master available in the system store. Observing a man's fascination with the composite bow, Yi Tian smiled. This is the beauty of mechanics. As a blacksmith, you should consider improving the composite bow to enhance its performance. A man pondered for a moment before chuckling, I lack the intellect of someone like you, young master. Indeed, the weather is growing colder, Yi Tian remarked, noting that even a brief pause in activity brought a chill. A man hurried indoors to don a cotton coat. Yi Tian gazed at the frost-covered ground and said, the wind in the valley is fierce, and those commoners lack adequate winter clothing. Let us go to the valley and provide them a bit of warmth, he mused silently. After traversing several hills, Yi Tian arrived at Heishan Valley. There, he beheld hundreds of people trembling as they chipped away at the stone. Lord Yi has arrived, someone shouted, prompting a chorus of Lord Yi from the commoners. Not long ago, the leader of the association, Ma Bongda, who is in his 50s and sports a scruffy beard, rushed forward upon seeing Yi Tian. He bowed repeatedly, pleading, "Lord Yi, please save us. If this continues, we shall all perish here." He gestured towards his tattered clothing and pointed to the dilapidated camp where they usually rested. Several brothers had already succumbed to the biting cold winds of the previous day. "Master Ma has not provided us with any warm clothing," he lamented. "He only offers us half a bowl of mixed rice for each meal." The promised 5 copper soul coins per day had yet to materialize. The encircling commoners began to voice their grievances. "Is it true that each person would receive 50 copper soul coins daily, Lord Yi?" "Indeed it is." Amon stepped forward to affirm. "And it will be meat." Ma Bonda declared loudly, "Naturally, it's true. We must blame Master Ma for not providing for us." In recent days, Ma Bonda had endured much ridicule for his inaction. "What you all gather here for? Planning a rebellion?" At that moment, Zhou, a ruffian, approached with a leather whip in hand, accompanied by a few thugs. However, upon seeing Yi Tian, Zhou's demeanor shifted instantly. He offered a slight bow, saying, "Lord Yi, this task was assigned to me by Master Ma. I still need to work and cannot afford to chat with you. Please do not make things difficult for my brothers." His expression turned stern as he lashed out a few times at Ma Bonda. "You wish to cause a disturbance? Do you wish to end up like the other old fool, devoured by the mountain beasts?" Ma Bonda recoiled, immediately picking up a hoe to get to work, though his gaze often strayed toward Yi Tian. Yi Tian waved his hand, instructing Brother Amon, "Purchase some meat and bring several carts of food." "Understood," Amon nodded. "How kind of you, Lord Yi," Zhou remarked with a sardonic smile. "Thank you, Lord Yi." A multitude of commoners knelt in gratitude. They say a man's knees are worth their weight in gold, yet such gold cannot buy a bowl of plain rice. For several consecutive days, Yi Tian and Amon delivered 2 or 3 carts of food, covered with white cloth, to the commoners in the valley. Though only 8.5 years old and standing barely 4 feet tall, Yi Tian personally served meals to over 200 laboring commoners in the valley. "Thank you, Lord Yi." They expressed their heartfelt appreciation each time they received their food. "Zhou, you dare to beg as well?" Amon mocked upon spotting Zhou in the line for food. Zhou, unperturbed, replied, "Lord Yi is generous, and we are merely asking for a little more. Who would refuse meat?" Yi Tian smiled in silence, discreetly adding extra meat to Zhou's portion. Chapter 69. A temporary use of your head. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. The news of the charity had naturally reached Ma Yotsai's ears. That evening, Ma Yukai, accompanied by his son Ma Liebao, visited Yi Tian. "Brother Yi, you truly have a kind heart. I heard from Steward Zhang that you personally serve meals every day, and the food is quite good," he remarked, though his tone betrayed his displeasure. Black Mountain Town was his territory, and how would others perceive him if an outsider like Yi Tian was giving alms? Yi Tian smiled and replied, "I understand your concerns, Master Ma. Tomorrow, I shall instruct my brother Amon to deliver the food without involving himself in the distribution." Ma Yukai chuckled, "Brother Yi, that is not what I meant. I am also a kind-hearted person." After some pleasantries, Ma Yukai left, feeling quite pleased with himself, reminding his son, "This Yi fellow is truly worth befriending." Ma Liebao scoffed, "I see him as a fool, squandering his resources and even pitying commoners. Even if his family is wealthy, he will surely squander his fortune." Ma Yukai dismissed this. Some matters beneficial to us should remain unspoken. The next day, Yi Tian instructed Amon to deliver food only to Zhou, without personally overseeing the distribution. "Understood," Amon nodded. That day, a thick frost blanketed the ground. During lunchtime, the commoners lined up as usual to receive their food. However, what they were given was merely thin gruel. Having tasted the rich rice with meat from the previous days, they were dissatisfied. "I saw Lord Yi arrive with the food-laden cart covered in white cloth. Why is it that we receive nothing today?" A crack of a whip fell sharply. The disgruntled commoner's thin porridge splattered everywhere. Zhou approached nonchalantly. "If you're unsatisfied, you need not eat. Do you really think the meals are for you? Let me be clear. I consumed the meat, and the rice was distributed as I saw fit. If you do not wish to eat, I shall feed it to the mountain beasts." Upon hearing the mention of beasts, the commoner's anger visibly dissipated. Zhou was not feeding the beast gruel, but rather humans. Days passed, and a harsh frost descended upon the land, compelling Yi Tian to don a heavy fur coat. "It is truly cold," Amon remarked, having just finished practicing with the compound bow. Yi Tian commanded, "It is time. On today's food delivery cart, do not carry any food. Instead, fill the white cloth coverings with compound bows." Amon's eyes widened in realization. Young master, are we to initiate our uprising today? The time has come. Tian observed the skies. Very well. Amon nodded vigorously and went to retrieve the compound bows from the warehouse at the edge of Black Mountain Town. Tian then summoned Ma Yukai, saying, Master Ma, your subordinates are truly adept at their tasks. Not only do they withhold wages, but they also skimp on food. The commoners will be too weak to extract coal before winter arrives. Is that so? Ma Yukai feigned indignation, though a flicker of guilt stirred within him, as he was indeed responsible for the wage and food cuts. Yet, he thought it inconsequential. He could easily shift the blame to his subordinates. This future client must be kept satisfied. Tian continued, If Master Ma does not believe me, you are welcome to accompany me to the valley for a closer look. Ma Yukai, adopting a righteous demeanor, replied, Very well. I shall see who dares act so boldly. The two men traversed the slopes and arrived at the construction site in the valley. Upon seeing Tian, the commoners flocked to him, exclaiming, Lord Yi, please advocate for us. Zhou has embezzled our food, replacing our rice porridge with thin gruel, and has yet to pay us our wages. Tian replied, With Master Ma present, it is not yet my place to intervene. This is slander. Before Ma Yukai could speak, Zhou stepped forward, striking a few commoners with his whip, and bowed slightly. My lord, do not listen to their nonsense. I am merely trying to save you some funds. My lord, I do not require your frugality. Ma Yukai shot Zhou an angry glare and kicked him away. With Tian present, Ma Yukai could not voice his discontent, but stated, I shall send Steward Zhang tomorrow to settle your wages. I refuse to work. With Tian present, the commoners found their courage. I too. The first voice rang out, followed by the second and third, and soon others joined in agreement. 5 copper soul coins a day hardly compare to the earnings from a humble hen laying eggs at home. Not only is there no profit to be made, but it's a losing game. It seems only the wealthy thrive here. So, are you not going to pay the rent owed to the Ma family for the land you've leased? Since you have money, it's time to settle your debts. Ma Yukai squinted his eyes. The anger of the common folk was swiftly doused. Tian took on the role of mediator. Let's all work diligently. Master Ma just mentioned that wages will be distributed tomorrow. We agreed that each of us would receive 50 copper soul coins, with every meal including meat and white rice. If anyone has not received their fair share, I'm sure Master Ma will compensate you. The commoners exchanged glances. 50 copper soul coins. For the labor they've put in over the past few days, this could equate to a year's harvest from their land. Suddenly, fatigue was forgotten. Even the sickly companions cast aside their ailments, bursting into cheers. Wonderful. Thank you, Master Ma. Thank you, Master Yi. Now we will have food at home. I can afford to treat my son's illness. All our hard work has been worthwhile. However, Ma Yukai promptly poured cold water on their enthusiasm. I never claimed such a thing. He chuckled at Tian. It's true you mentioned 50 copper soul coins, but must make a profit too. Besides, those who oversee the commoners also need to be paid, correct? I can't just be out of pocket. As for how much I give the commoners, that's my prerogative. Brother Yi, best not to meddle in this matter. Tian sighed, shaking his head as he looked at the crowd of commoners. I apologize, everyone, my words hold no weight. The commoners fell silent, staring blankly at Tian and Ma Yukai. Get back to work. Don't just stand there like wooden statues, it's bothersome. The ruffian Zhou picked up his whip and lashed out. The day's commoners finally sprang into action, grabbing their hoes and scattering to continue breaking stones. Before long, noon approached. A man arrived with 3 large carts covered in white cloth, entering the valley. Miraculously, lunch had come early, Zhou exclaimed in surprise. Then turned to the nearby commoners. Today you're in luck. With 2 masters present, you'll get a good meal. Lunch is served. Lunch is served, Zhou shouted. The commoners set down their work, lifting their heads in a daze. Upon seeing the carts, joy spread among them. They shared the news, with Master Yi here. We can feast today. How wonderful. Let us hope Master Yi is here every day. Then Zhou won't dare to shortchange us. Indeed, but it's a pity Master Yi isn't the mayor of our town. Not far off, Tian invited Ma Yukai. Master Ma, since you're here, let us dine together. Ma Yukai initially intended to refuse, but, upon glancing at Tian, felt it would be impolite to decline, and replied with a smile, This can be considered dining with the people. Ma Yukai clasped his hands behind his back and approached the carts. A man, carrying a composite bow, walked over to Tian. Brother, The food has arrived. A man emphasized the word food. Ye Tian nodded it lightly, understanding that a man was referring to the bao. Ma Yukai looked at a man with curiosity. Brother, a man, why are you carrying such an unusual bao? A man pointed at Zhou, explaining, Brother Zhou mentioned there are soul beasts around, and I'm cautious of unexpected encounters. Zhou mocked, Brother, a man. That's just to keep those lowly peasants from escaping. I was just fooling them. I can't believe you fell for it too. Is that so? A man feigned innocence, scratching his head. May I take a look at that peculiar bao? Ma Yukai inquired, as he had a strong interest in weapons, especially bows. This particular bao was unlike any he had seen before. Yi Tian replied with a smile. Of course. Brother, a man, let Master Ma examine the bao. All right. A man removed the bao from his back and handed it to Ma Yukai. Ma Yukai took it and drew back the string with surprising ease. This bao is so weak it could only serve as a toy for children. It lacks lethality. Yi Tian quickly interjected. That is a composite bao, designed to conserve energy while delivering greater power than a standard bao. Allow me to demonstrate for you, Master Ma. Yi Tian took the bao from Ma Yukai and retrieved an arrow from man. Please, Brother Yi, show me. Ma Yukai watched with keen interest. With the arrow on the string, Yi Tian aimed at a distant target but hesitated to release it, as if struck by a thought. He turned to Ma Yukai. Master Ma, I see these commoners have it tough. I wish to borrow something from you to aid them. Ma Yukai chuckled. What we need to talk about borrowing? What do you wish to take? Being experienced, Ma Yukai was not one to agree readily. Yi Tian, however, remained unfazed and replied with a grin. I intend to borrow your life. In a swift motion, Yi Tian turned, releasing the arrow. Ma Yukai's expression drastically changed. Utterly unprepared for Yi Tian to take his life. No, someone help. He spun around to flee. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, he could not outrun the arrow. It struck true, hitting him squarely in the forehead. Ma Yukai met his demise. Chapter 70. The uprising, chaotically planned as Yi Tian acted, a man was equally quick. He swiftly drew a composite bao from the cart, knocking an arrow and aiming it at Zhou. Zhou, not being a fool, recognized the danger and immediately dodged, attempting to escape with frantic movements. Crazy. This is madness, Zhou shouted as he ran. He never anticipated Yi Tian would dare kill Ma Yukai, a legitimate knight. A man's skills were not fully honed. His two shots missed their target in quick succession. Enraged, he charged forward, bow in hand. A man, being a blacksmith, was tall and muscular from years of training. In just a few strides, he caught up to Zhou. With a swift motion, a man pressed the bow against Zhou's neck, tightening his grip. No, please. I beg you. Zhou struggled, his voice fading away. As his struggles ceased, a man released his grip, coldly remarking, Had you shown even a modicum of mercy when you killed that leader, you wouldn't have met such a fate. Though these actions appeared slow, it took only seconds from Yi Tian's first arrow to Zhou's death. The commoners, who had gathered to queue for food, stood in shock at the scene before them. The valley fell into an eerie silence. Yi Tian leaped onto the cart and shouted, What are you all waiting for? If those ruffians escape the valley to alert others, we'll all be doomed. Hearing the word doom stirred the commoners into action. Right? We can't let those ruffians alert anyone. Let us capture them all. As a person of esteem and insight among the common folk, Makabonda shouted, There are weapons here. Amon lifted the white cloth, revealing a plethora of bows and arrows beneath. Yet, none of the villagers dared to approach and claim them. Instead, they merely hefted their hoes and shovels, pursuing the 7 or 8 thugs. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian shook his head in quiet lament. The resilience of the common people was truly remarkable. Their refusal to arm themselves stemmed from a palpable fear that the authorities would perceive this act as rebellion. Seeing the villagers' hesitation, Amon approached Yi Tian, whispering, What shall we do now, my lord? Patience, I have a plan, Yi Tian replied, raising a hand lightly. There was no actual plan. Since the villagers still harbored a glimmer of hope, he would shatter that hope completely. Before long, the 8 thugs were captured, bound tightly by the villagers, and presented before Yi Tian. The leader, Makbongda, was pushed forward by the crowd, limping as he approached Yi Tian and declared, Master Yi, we have captured the men. The thugs knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Master Yi, spare us. We were forced into this. We have elders and children to care for. Yi Tian observed coldly, brandishing his bow and surveying the anxious crowd of villagers. The mayor of Haishi town, Ma Yukai, had already been slain by his arrow. However, Ma Yotsai's brother was the lord of the neighboring city, and once he learned of this incident, all present would face dire consequences. This was verging on a breach of trust with ominous repercussions. There was no choice but to push the villagers to a point of no return. The threat in his words ultimately numbed their resolve. The villagers clustered together, gazing at Yi Tian in confusion. Some, it seemed, were already contemplating escape. Clearly, they still clung to a shred of hope. The law does not punish the many. With over 200 of them, my Yotsai's brother could not possibly execute them all. Seeing this, a wave of anger surged within Yi Tian. It appeared that he would have to resort to his ultimate tactic. Anyone who dares to flee will meet the same fate as Ma Yukai. He needed to showcase his strength. Yi Tian unleashed his martial spirit, a dragon's roar echoing through the valley. The death of Ma Yukai had imbued him with a chilling ruthlessness. Yi Tian's voice turned deliberately hoarse as he pointed to the 8 captives beside him. These men followed Ma Yukai, oppressing you. Do you wish to wait for Ma Yotsai's brother to return and continue to torment your daughters and wives? Only I, Yi Fu, can save you. Master Yi is a soul master. Marvelous. Surely, Master Yi comes from the spirit hall to rescue us. The villagers rallied, cries of vengeance erupting amongst them. My wife was assaulted by Zhou the ruffian. Charge. As the villagers identified him as a figure from a spirit hall, Yi Tian did not immediately deny it. Perhaps the exalted spirit hall had already become a guardian in the hearts of the common people. Regrettably, the divine does not protect the common folk. Witnessing Yi Tian reveal his martial spirit, the villagers' confidence surged, overcoming their final reservations. What is my Yotsai's brother compared to a noble soul master? They began to seize their hoes and shovels, rushing forth to exact vengeance upon the 8 thugs. Ma Yukai has a son. He cannot be allowed to live. Someone shouted, igniting the crowd's fury. Once anger ignites, the human spirit distorts. The entire Ma family must perish. Someone cried out, brothers, let us raid their home. Slay them all. The enraged mob could no longer discern friend from foe. Silence. Yi Tian amplified his voice with soul power, commanding attention. He could not allow the situation to spiral further into chaos. That would lead to the same fate as all peasant uprisings, dreams crushed by harsh reality. His thunderous call immediately captivated the attention of all present. Do you seek revenge? Yi Tian inquired. Master Yi, I have long desired to flay the Ma family alive. Ma Bongda was the first to step forward, seething with rage. Kneeling on the ground, he looked skyward, distraught. My betrothed was targeted by Ma Yukai. He poisoned my son, and my betrothed took her own life in despair. Another voice arose, and my niece. Ma Yukai was a tyrant in Heishan town, committing numerous misdeeds as part of his daily routine. In his mind, all townsfolk were his subservients. Everything he did was justified in his twisted perception. And my family's land. Very well, take up your bows and arrows. I shall assist you in avenging your grievances, but you must heed my commands. Any disobedience will result in execution. Yi Tian declared coldly. These villagers had not undergone training. Their thoughts were far from refined. For now, he could only suppress them through force. Yi Tian's initial attempt at orchestrating an uprising had barely achieved its objectives. Indeed, the call to arms was a notion best left to tales of heroism. At this moment, the villagers had wholly embraced Yi Tian, the most formidable among them, as their leader. They eagerly seized their bows and arrows. Yi Tian led this fervent assembly out of the valley and straight toward the town. Chapter 71. Overthrowing the wealthy and dividing the land as night fell. Several dozing guards at the Ma residence struggled to stay awake. Yet, without the return of the Lord Ma, they remained vigilant. At that moment, Yi Tian, accompanied by Amon, approached under the cover of darkness. Master Yi, the guards greeted, bowing low. One inquired, did you not leave with Lord Ma? Why has he not returned? Yi Tian smiled. Lord Ma is likely still reveling in his merriment and may not return tonight. The guards exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts wandering to the possibility of Lord Ma indulging in debauchery. Yi Tian raised his head and asked, would you like to seek out Lord Ma? Could we even go there? The guards perked up, hesitantly pressing forward with their inquiries. Of course, if you find yourselves in need of coin, my brother would be willing to assist. Amon stepped forward with a grin. Really? The guards rubbed their hands together, having heard tales of Yi Tian's generosity. Seeing it firsthand was indeed impressive. Absolutely, Amon said, stepping closer, suddenly brandishing a dagger. This will escort you to meet Lord Ma. With swift precision, 3 guards fell lifelessly to the ground. Tian whistled, and the entire street trembled. Hundreds of villagers, armed with hoes and bows, brandishing torches, surged forth from an alleyway toward Ma Yotsai's estate. Silence prevailed. This was a prearranged understanding from Tian. Shouts could bolster courage. Yet he feared the villagers might become so inflamed with rage that they would treat the entire Ma residence with the same brutality as the 8 thugs, which would be disastrous. Tian aspired to unify the realm. Thus, discipline was paramount. This must be firmly implemented. It must be said that the ranks of the common people possess certain merits. They are remarkably obedient. Any reasonable military command will be adhered to without question. After toiling until midnight, Ma Bongda approached with reddened eyes to report. Master Yi, aside from Ma Lai Bao, who committed suicide out of guilt, everyone in the Ma residence has been apprehended and is now awaiting your judgment in the courtyard. The mention of the suicide confirmed Yi Tian's suspicions. It seemed he had avenged his son. Yi Tian nodded and said, I understand. Let me there. Ma Bongda took the lead as Yi Tian and a man made their way to the square. At that moment, the square was teeming with people. Not only the 200 peasants armed with hoes, but also their family members. Given that Heishan town is predominantly mountainous, the villages are scattered. The area where the square is located can be regarded as a larger village. Over 200 able-bodied men now constituted nearly half of the town's population. This trial could not be deemed small in scale. In the center of the square stood over 100 individuals from the Ma residence, bound tightly. Among them were thugs, relatives of Ma Yukai, and servants. It is said that even a mere night requires the service of over 100 attendants. Quite uncomfortable, indeed. Although Yi Tian was of shorter stature, the events of the day had already established his authority in the eyes of the onlookers. As he strode forward, everyone instinctively parted to create a path. Bathed in the glow of torches, Yi Tian stood atop a bench that a man had brought and surveyed the crowd. His voice resonating, If any of you recognize those who are bound, you may step forward to claim them. The objective of this uprising has been achieved. We must ensure that the punishment of the guilty does not extend unnecessarily. While executing criminals instills fear, the reverence it demands is not inherently positive. Immediately, a voice rang out. This one is my nephew. This is my daughter. Another exclaimed. At that moment, the bound individuals gazed eagerly around the square, hoping for a savior. After a brief survey, around 50 people remained. It was still somewhat excessive. Yi Tian spoke again. Is there anyone among you who believes there are those who should not be executed? Xiao Fei helped me last year. When the Ma residents collected taxes, he collected less from my family. Someone spoke up. Very well, release him. Among the bound crowd, a youth named Xiao Fei sighed in relief. Following this scene, more voices emerged, and soon only a dozen individuals remained. These are notorious wrongdoers, guilty of all manner of abuses. Yet, when faced with the prospect of death, they trembled in fear, shaking uncontrollably. Master Yi, please spare us. We were all coerced by Ma Yukai. They pleaded, shifting blame entirely onto him. Zhang, your steward, must die. My son was deceived by you and subsequently murdered by the Ma father and son. Ma Bongda stepped forward, cursing vehemently. Master Yi, they are all lackeys of the Ma family. They all deserve death. The surrounding populace echoed in agreement. Kill them. Kill them. Observing the scene, Yi Tian realized that the Ma family, led by Ma Yukai, had become objects of profound hatred among the locals. To abstain from execution would be insufficient to quell the people's fury. Yi Tian shook his head and proclaimed loudly, Those with courage, raise your bows and arrows. In an instant, dozens of individuals lifted their bows under the cover of darkness. Even the timid men were overshadowed by enraged women who snatched arrows and aimed them at the dozen remaining individuals. Before Yi Tian could issue a command, those few became riddled with arrows. As dawn broke, all the wicked were duly punished. In the entirety of Heishan town, order was restored. Yet Yi Tian could not rest. He had to allocate land. Without property, one cannot possess steadfast resolve. Only by distributing all surrounding assets to the common people could they muster the fierce determination needed to confront future threats. For this land belonged to them and could not be seized. Practical experience is the sole criterion for truth. This path had already been validated as feasible. Yi Tian needed only to follow the established precedent. Indeed, for the impoverished peasants, land represented everything. Upon hearing the news of land distribution, the entire Heishan town erupted into fervor. Within mere hours of the announcement, hundreds of peasants rushed to Yi Tian, demanding, "Master Yi, will you truly allocate land to us?" Yi Tian replied, "We shall distribute it today. The matter of land allocation cannot be delayed." The news was impossible to conceal. Yi Tian knew that the kingdom of Balaki would not remain passive. He had to arm these peasants swiftly. Yi Tian instructed a man to bring forth my Yotsai's land deeds for immediate distribution. First, he would reward those who had distinguished themselves, particularly Ma Bongda, a respected figure in the town, had taken the lead in the charge. Yi Tian declared, "Ma Bongda, for your bravery, you shall receive an additional 10 acres of fertile land." Ma Bongda was overwhelmed with joy. Since childhood, he had longed for a few acres of land. Now, at over 50 years of age, having avenged his kin and gained land, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Yi," and promptly knelt in gratitude. Such behavior is not permitted in my presence. Yi Tian doused his enthusiasm with cold water. "You killed Ma Liebao, while he deserved it. It violated our agreement before the expedition. Therefore, you shall forfeit 5 acres. Ma Bongda paused for a moment, but remained grateful. To avenge his son, relinquishing 5 acres was worthwhile. Others had committed the killings, but he could not find solace in their actions. Chapter 72. The news spreads upon acquiring Ma Yotsai's land deeds. Yi Tian began tallying the total farmland, amounting to 2,023 acres. Of these, 1,074 acres were located in the hilly regions at the foot of the mountains, devoid of irrigation, yielding only 200 pounds per acre. The remaining 949 acres were more concentrated along the banks of the Heir River, where the water ensured a yield exceeding 500 pounds. The participating peasants, aside from those like Ma Bongda who achieved merit, each received 1 acre of riverside land. In total, 362 acres were allocated to 216 individuals. These 200-plus individuals comprised nearly all the able-bodied youth in the town, forming the core of the uprising. Although most had not actively engaged in combat, maintaining their collective honor and providing them with the land they so desperately desired would render this group formidable. However, simply distributing land to the participants would not suffice to win the hearts of the people. Yi Tian summoned Ma Bongda and instructed, "Gather everyone in the town and inform them that anyone who comes will receive half an acre of land." Yi Tian was intent on organizing the populace. He needed to grasp the demographic data of all individuals in Heishan town. This would enable him to distribute all the land effectively. He is also capable of clearly assessing the strength of his subordinates. The most significant aspect of this uprising is the experience gained. In future endeavors against the local nobility, the process of land distribution will be much more familiar. "Young master, Mr. Li is here," announced a man. At this moment, a man entered with an elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow. The old man's name was Li Ji, one of the few retired teachers in Heishan town. In these times, commoners could not access education unless they became soul masters, and there was no soul master school in Heishan town. Following Yi Tian's uprising, he could hardly find a literate commoner. Yet, there were still many records to be made. Reluctantly, he had to invite Li Ji. "A man, please allocate 5 acres of good land to Mr. Li." Sighed the elderly man, "Alas, I am old and weary of running around." "Thank you, Lord Yi." Li Ji, with his white hair, sighed lightly, clasped his hands, and accepted the offer. Clearly, in Li Ji's eyes, accepting land from Yi Tian would mark him as a rebel. On the way, Li Ji learned from a man that Yi Tian intended to distribute land. He clasped his hands and remarked, "The Tiando kingdom has endured for 1,000 years, with countless uprisings in history. After such revolts, the leaders often first seize cities and expand their territories. Those leaders indulge in pleasure and gradually become complacent. Lord Yi, you are the first to distribute land for the benefit of the commoners." It was unclear whether Li Ji was praising or warning him. Yi Tian merely smiled in silence. At that moment, Ma Bongda rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, "It's bad. Ma Chao has fled." The name Ma Chao reminded Yi Tian of a fierce general from the Three Kingdoms. Yi Tian looked up and inquired, "Who is Ma Chao?" "Ma Chao is the nephew of Ma Yukai, residing on the outskirts of the town. I went to spread the word, only to find his house deserted. He must have slipped away in the night to report." Ma Bongda was visibly tense. "Will Soto City send troops to besiege us? When water comes, we block it. When soldiers come, we bury them. Yi Tian replied decisively. Mister, Li will continue to oversee the land distribution in the square with me. Ma Bongda, assign the propaganda task to others. Lead the villagers to transport the grain from the Ma residence up the mountain. Amen. Select 50 courageous individuals from the 200 who joined us yesterday to gather in the square. The commotion from last night would inevitably lead to leaks. Yi Tian had to prepare for both possibilities, readying himself for guerrilla warfare. However, it was unlikely that Soto City would dispatch troops immediately. As long as the interests of the nobility remained unthreatened, they had no reason to expend resources on military action. Furthermore, according to the laws of the Barak Kingdom, nobles required the king's permission to mobilize troops. Otherwise, it would be considered treason. By the time the news reached the Barak royal capital, it would likely be 10 days or more. After Ma Chao escaped, he hurried to Soto City. The lord of Soto City, named Bailwi, was a graduate of the Royal Academy of the Tian Empire and possessed the cultivation of a rank 51 Soul King. Rebellion was a crime that could lead to the extermination of one's entire clan. Such news would not be obstructed by the minor officials below. Within half a day of Yi Tian's uprising, Bailwi was already aware. A mere rabble causing a ruckus calls a rebellion? Upon hearing this, Bailwi scoffed. You wish to achieve merit? Are you out of your minds? Throw that false informant out. Yes, sir, the official replied, retreating. Bailwi continued to sip his tea leisurely in his office. 200 people rebelling was hardly a matter of consequence for the vast Barak kingdom. However, in Bailwi's hands, it represented a blemish. Reporting such unrest would only complicate his prospects for promotion. He could hardly be bothered to deal with it. After all, impoverished commoners would not yield any profit. They would only tarnish his hands. He recalled that Heishan town was destitute, barely able to pay its taxes. These rebellious peasants are quite foolish, he mused. With several legions just stationed in Soto City, they choose this moment to revolt. I hope these ruffians from Heishan town create a bigger uproar, so the legions are worth deploying. At that time, I can claim that the surrounding Soul Master sects are behind it, using the opportunity to levy military expenses and make a handsome profit. After all, I have a year left in my term, and by then, Soto City will no longer concern me. With this thought, Bailwi continued to sip his tea leisurely. In the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena, the main cast was preparing for a 7-person team battle, resting in the lounge. Ning Rongrong, what book are you reading? Oscar approached, trying to make small talk. The Calabash Brothers, Ning Rongrong replied, showing the cover of her book. Where did you buy it? Oscar scratched his head, blushing, clearly distracted from the book itself. I got it when we were in Wuhuan City. It's not available in Soto City. Ning Rongrong, oblivious to Oscar's intentions, explained earnestly. At that moment, Dai Mubai entered, holding an information board he had purchased from a tavern. Brothers, we haven't even topped the Soto City news list for this team battle. No way, boss. Ma Hongjun, munching on a sausage conjured by Oscar, stood up from his seat. My dashing figure hasn't claimed the top spot? We've already won 7 times in a row. Why is today different? There's been a rebellion outside Soto City. Dai Mubai handed the information board to Ma Hongjun. Upon examining it, Ma Hongjun saw the top news headline. Soul Master Yifu rebels in Heishan town, killing local night Mayukai. Soul Masters should focus on cultivation, not engage in such trivial matters, Ma Hongjun grumbled, displeased that Yifu had stolen their headline. Wonderful. Humanity is doomed. Hearing Dai Mubai's comment, Xiaowu sprang to Ma Hongjun's side like a rabbit, eager to see the information board. After a moment of contemplation, she felt her words were somewhat amiss and clarified. Oh, I meant to say that we humans should not fight among ourselves. Internal strife will lead to our demise. However, everyone was engrossed in the information board, paying no heed to Xiao Wu's self-defense. Just a little commotion. Tang San, who had been cultivating, slowly opened his eyes and remarked, Indeed, I could easily eradicate these rabble. This is the world of the strong. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists. Tang San cautioned, let us not focus on these peripheral matters. We need to restore our best condition and give our all in the competition. Let us not forget Dean Flinder's expectations. Chapter 73. The Snake Spear Douluo speculates that Yi Tian personally heads to the capital of the Barak Kingdom. The Lord of Soto City did not relay the news of the rebellion from the peripheral town to the royal palace. However, the Wuhuan Hall established in Barak was the first to learn of the news. Bishop, there has been a rebellion in Heishan town in Soto City. Upon hearing this, the Snake Spear Douluo, sitting in his office, yawned. As an elder, His position far exceeded that of a mere bishop. Yet, for convenience in conducting operations nearby and executing the Pope's orders, Snake Spear had taken on the role of bishop in Barak, using his identity to mask his true purpose. In a tone of exasperation, the Snake Spear Douluo remarked, "I must ask you, Xiaobin, after all these years in your position as a bishop, do you possess no discernment whatsoever? Not everyone possesses the leadership qualities of the heir, who can rally tens of thousands of volunteers in just a few months." The Xiaobin referred to by the Snake Spear Douluo is Tuo Ba Bin, hailing from the Holy Dragon sect, a staunch supporter of the Spirit Hall. Thus, upon entering the Spirit Hall, he ascended the ranks swiftly, becoming the bishop of the Balak Kingdom by his 50s, with a promising future ahead. With a bowed head, Tuo Ba Bin conceded, "Indeed, no matter how bright the future seems, in the presence of a title Douluo, one is but insignificant." The Snake Spear Douluo squinted slightly. "It is rare for you to bring news. Since you are here, enlighten me about the Soul Master who has instigated rebellion in Heishan Town. What level of cultivation does he possess? If he is formidable, I would not hesitate to offer him some assistance, causing a minor upheaval in Balak." Recently, the Snake Spear Douluo's mood had soured. He had been on the verge of achieving great merit, yet the downfall of the Elder Hall had stymied the situation. Presently, the Balak Kingdom had invited the army of the Tian Empire to intervene and quell the internal strife among the Soul Master sections. The forced cessation had led the sects to realize that someone was orchestrating events behind scenes. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. The longer this dragged on, the greater the risk of exposing the Spirit Hall's intelligence network. If this continued, the Snake Spear Elder might have to return to Spirit City, facing the displeasure of the beautiful Pope. Tuo Ba Bin reported, "The instigator is named Yi Fu, a dwarf, with a martial soul that appears to be of the dragon variety. Yi Fu has displayed his martial soul on one occasion. Hence our intelligence personnel have not witnessed it firsthand. Dragon martial souls are exceedingly rare. Does he not have a faction to nurture him? How has he fallen to rebellion?" Tuo Ba Bin speculated, "Perhaps it is because he is a dwarf. In this world, the weak are scorned, and the disabled, being the weakest among the weak, occupy the lowest rung of the disdain hierarchy." However, the Snake Spear Douluo disagreed with Tuo Ba Bin's sentiment. While it is true that the continent values martial prowess and looks down upon the weak, a dragon martial soul is considered a top-tier martial soul. Even a dwarf, despite an unfavorable appearance, would still attract numerous families eager to extend an olive branch. "What's his name again?" the Snake Spear Douluo inquired once more. "Yifu," Tuo Ba Bin answered, his tone patient and scholarly. Yifu, Yi Tian," the Snake Spear Douluo exclaimed, his eyes widening in realization. He recalled the disappearance of Yi Jiangwo's grandson. 3 months prior, Yi Tian had left home from Spirit City and vanished without a trace, prompting Pope Bibi Dong to mobilize 100,000 troops stationed outside Spirit City for a thorough search. The two great empires, bewildered, had initially thought the Spirit Hall was preparing for war. The atmosphere had grown tense, but as a senior official of the Spirit Hall, the Snake Spear Douluo understood that the cause of the commotion was merely Yi Tian's disappearance. As it happened, he had encountered Yi Tian before, though he had not recognized him at the time. It was only later that Pope Bibi Dong pointed this out in her correspondence, noting Yi Tian's remarkable intelligence and guiding him in the assimilation of the sects within the Four Kingdoms. Had it not been for the Elder Hall's interference, the assimilation plan would likely have already succeeded. "Is it possible that this Yi Fu is the grandson of Elder Yi Jiangwo?" Tuo Ba Bin asked, astonished. Although the disappearance of Yi Tian was a secret within the Spirit Hall, a bishop would not typically be privy to such information. However, Tuo Ba Bin's family was no ordinary one, granting him access to certain confidential matters. "It seems Yi Tian also possesses a dragon martial soul," Tuo Ba Bin murmured. This was common knowledge. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he looked up. "Your Excellency, do you suspect that Yi Fu is indeed the grandson of Jiangwo?" The Snake Spear Douluo pondered. The timeline of Yi Tian's disappearance aligns closely with Yi Fu's emergence. Tuo Ba Bin found this hard to believe. "But I have heard that Yi Tian is merely 9 years old, correct? How could a child of such tender age incite a rebellion among hundreds of commoners? There are more geniuses in this world than one might imagine. I cannot speak for others, but Yi Tian undeniably possesses such capability," the Snake Spear Douluo stated gravely, now fully alert. "Your Excellency, have you met Yi Tian?" Tuo Ba Bin expressed skepticism. He recalled that at 9 he was still playing in the mud, while Yi Tian was already capable of inciting rebellion. Such acts require a profound ability to rally the hearts of the people. If Yi Tian possesses this talent, his potential is extraordinary, likely destined for high-ranking positions in governance. Moreover, he wields innate, full soul power and a top-tier martial soul. With a grandfather who is a title de law, Tuo Ba Bin even contemplated addressing the Pope directly. If he were to develop steadily, even the current saint Hu Laina would struggle to rival Yi Tian's brilliance. Thus, Tuo Ba Bin could not fathom why such an individual would sever ties with the Spirit Hall and revolt. The Snake Spirit Douluo's expression grew serious. Regardless of whether or not he is Yi Tian, we must investigate. Tuo Ba Bin wholeheartedly agreed. Better to be safe than sorry. A talent of such caliber could reshape the Spirit Hall's destiny. Should he falter, the losses incurred by the Spirit Hall would be catastrophic. I shall dispatch someone to delve deeper into the matter. No need, I shall go personally, the Snake Spirit Douluo declared, rising from his seat with a wave of his hand. Additionally, draft a report to notify the Spirit Hall's central command. Yi Tian's identity is indeed sensitive. Furthermore, I believe I have a connection with Yi Jiangwo. Now that there may be leads regarding his grandson, as a colleague, I cannot withhold this information. The Snake Spirit Douluo's journey to Heishan Town in Sutawa City was not motivated by a desire to recruit Yi Tian as a disciple. At this moment, his thoughts of taking on a pupil had faded significantly when he realized that Yi Tian was the very youth he encountered in Sutawa City. He understood that taking him on as a disciple was impossible. Yi Tian's intellect surpassed that of an ordinary youth. The Snake Spirit Douluo even suspected that Yi Tian's departure was not merely a result of a few harsh words from his grandfather, leading to a fit of anger. Rather, he believed Yi Tian's departure was deliberate and calculated, and this journey would serve to uncover his true intentions. Your Excellency, do you require me to send some individuals to accompany you? Tuo Ba Bin inquired. No need, the Snake Spirit Douluo waved his hand dismissively. Sutawa City is merely a small place. I can manage it alone. Too many people would only complicate matters.